discipline, and then everything will work out, right? Just personal discipline. That's all you need, and everything will work out right. And so we know that no matter how much Odie has read, no matter how much he's traveled, he's still stunted in his maturity and his appreciation of reality. Now, I think it's more so that he doesn't want to believe. He doesn't want to see that the world isn't a meritocracy where all you got to do is do good. I really thought that shit, and I was disillusioned from those beliefs probably like in my 20s. The fact that Odie is this old still talking like that is kind of crazy, and I don't think it's actually him. I think he's just doing it to stunt. And if you want to use your marriage to stunt, so be it, brother. You also that person that goes to church, you understand how the Lord works, retribution, this, that, and the third. It is what it is. Maybe you ignore all of that. It's okay. But using your marriage to stunt and then try to shit on somebody else that works successful and then blame them for it without having any fucking information is crazy as shit. But anyway, everybody's got their points of pride. Oh, obviously, this is Odie's. Congratulations. Good luck to you, bro.
I think Odie would like, what I did come next, bro.
Let me say this real quick.
Dude, I'll go after Odie, I get. No, bro, I'm after Amadi, dog.
Yeah, so look, when Odie's talking about discipline, I give you this on concrete. We don't know what happened. And I'm pretty parties won't tell us what really happened. But when he's talking about discipline, he's talking about, the behavioral issues, how things are put together. It could even be cultural, no doubt. All I'm trying to say is that we don't know what the hell happened. The other discussion could be, Michael, go ahead, brother. Let's do it.
Right, shut your fucking weird ass up.
All right. Well, no, I mean, so I think like for people like Odie or ML or myself, I think that I would say it's not that people in this room don't read, because Lion reads a lot. I'm not going to say Lion doesn't read. Rayaba probably, I'm not going to say Rayaba reads because he failed the test. They were like,
sure he reads more than you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, right.
You read last. What was the last book you?
The last book that I read was actually it was a compilation of works from William Shakespeare.
Yeah, when was this?
So that would have been like a couple of weeks ago. Right now,
what's the name of
reading? That was a couple of weeks ago. That's
you don't remember the name of the book that you read? Who's the author?
It's the works of William Shakespeare.
Who's the author?
By fucking, I don't know. It was something.
Wow, a couple of weeks ago.
All
right, cool.
I had to study a different place for something that I'm writing. But the book that I'm reading right now it's modern philosophy. I'm kind of like in and out of it. I'm trying to like learn about like.
Not to cut you short, Alexander, but this is what concrete is the bullshitting I hear when I tell people don't have children if you're not married. They start with all this bullshit cultural.
What is he mad about? What are you mad about? Let Alessandro go. Show your fucking personal discipline. Show some fucking personal discipline. Follow the rules and let Alessandro go. Don't get in your emotions. I don't want to hear your emotional outbursts. Get in the queue, nigga. 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 Yes, there's a queue. It's on Alessandro.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, put me in the queue, please, at the end.
All right,
Yeah,
so who's in the
cool.
queue? Can we repeat it real quick? Who's in the queue? I was on the phone. Who's next?
All right, cool.
Alessandro, then who?
Yeah, it sounds like they're lying. It sounds like there's not a queue. So can I go out to Alessandro? There's not a queue?
I don't see why not, bro. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, bye.
So yeah, I think the last novel that I read is going to be a short one called All Tomorrows, which is actually more like science fiction and shit. Like the more like real world shit I'm reading is modern philosophy, and it goes into like the various schools of thought. So they talk about philosophy of mind, philosophy of religion, and so I'm always kind of like reading little shit like that. But yeah, man, I think it's not that these people don't read. Right. And so like I feel like they just read the wrong shit. So like a part of literacy is being able to not only understand the words that you read, but literacy, like there's levels to literacy. Right. So like You could read something and not understand it. You could read something and not be able to situate it in a broader historical context, right? It's like if you're reading the Bible, but you can't situate it in the proper historical context as one of many theological compilations of texts or compilations of theological texts, right? Then while you're reading it, you can't see it for what it is, right? Like in your mind, this is the oldest book ever written, right? And stuff like, so you know what I'm saying? Like a part of understanding what you're reading is understanding who wrote it, when it was written, why they wrote it, what they were going through when they were, you know what I'm saying? The social climate that the authors lived in. And so I think like a lot of these people, they'll read like books written by conspiracy theorists, right? That'll tell you like African Americans are indigenous to Kentucky, right? And then we got to argue with Concrete and Lion all day about if African Americans, like if African Americans are the indigenous peoples of the America, and Concrete's going to be like, well, how do you know there aren't like ancient African cities in Texas? Because Texas is really big, right? And so I think like where there is ignorance, there is infinite possibility, right? So like if you are ignorant about world history, because Concrete didn't even know when the transatlantic slave trade was. He didn't know how Native Americans came into the Americas. He didn't know, right, that all of America has been mapped, right? So like where there's ignorance, there's infinite possibility. So since he doesn't know when this transatlantic slave trade, since he doesn't know where Native Americans come from, there's all this room for possibility, right? And his whole argument was because he's ignorant, it's possible that Black Americans are indigenous to the Americas, right? So I think like the problem would be when you're dealing with someone who's ignorant, you can just exploit their ignorance and they'll read, right? Like Lion reads. I'm not saying he doesn't read, but in order to separate the truth from the lies and the bullshit from reality, you have to have a certain level of understanding so that you can truly know what you're reading, right? And so that's why, like, they get triggered, they start screaming, they start interrupting, right? Because they can't challenge what you're saying. You know what I mean? So it's like, they'll start calling you gay. They'll start saying, you think you're smart. I've never said I'm an academic. Never said I'm like some smart dude. I don't have a PhD. I've never graduated high school. Let's go with that. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you just gotta not be stupid, Odie. And that's what it is, bro. I think you're right. People in this room are stupid, not because they don't read, but because they're just fucking stupid.
All right.
Go in there.
So, all right. So I'll be quick, less than 2 minutes. I just want to say there's a movie that came out. It's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. Highly recommend it for everybody. So, like, it's a conglomeration of many films and TV shows that either you grew up watching or that you currently watch. For example, if you like the movie Terminator growing up, yo, they got a little splash of that. If you like Black Mirror currently, yo, we got a splash of that. If you like the movie that just came out, Weapons, yo, we got a splash of that. I'm just saying, it's every film, every show that, yo, cute bitch ass nigga, fuck's wrong with you? So we got a splash of, all the great films, all the great shows. Highly recommend it. Go out and watch it. It's in theaters right now.
What's the name of it now?
It's called Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die.
Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die.
The next movie I'm going to see is the Michael Jackson movie.
This nigga has to be an executive producer because he advertised this movie at least 76 times this week. Yeah. So Alessandro, you there, Lion?
You going great? Yeah, I'll be.
Okay. Lion, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Rehab, are you there? Rehab, are you there?
Posting more.
Rehab, are you there? Okay, Rehab was not there. Rehab was there. All right. Alessandro, the frustrating part about you, brother, is that you're all hat and no cattle. We've seen you in the limitations of your thinking and the extent of your creativity, the extent of your curiosity. And I can say, confidently are not impressed. Your grasp of philosophy is tenuous at best. your grasp of anything biblical or Christian based is tenuous at best. You are basically a superficial regurgitator of very simple stuff. And you don't have any curiosity beyond that. And I understand it's probably like your curiosity has been seared through like past trauma. You talk about your church hurt and your young earth creationism. And you probably got embarrassed by some white dudes who bamboozled you, and now you're a part of their cult. So, bro, we need you to think for yourself. We need you to think for yourself. And I helped you. I gave you a way to contextualize things. I told you that the entire population of America could live inside of Tejas. And that right there should give you an idea of how vast the land is in the other 49 states, right? And the idea that you know every crevice of every piece of the state because the United States has been mapped. It's just insane, brother. It's just insane. Just think about topography. Just think about the mountains and the valleys and the forests and the deserts. And then you think every crevice, brother? Because the U.S. has been mapped. I mean, they talk about the Grand Canyon. And I bet you that we can show you pictures of different artifacts in America. And you say, I don't know where that's from, and I don't think it's America. Right? I don't know where that's from, and I don't think it's America. But the U.S. has been mapped. There's dialects you've never heard of. There's customs in America you've never heard of. There's dishes and cultures and all cities and you've never heard of. But the U.S. has been mapped. And we're in the information age. And you still haven't heard of these things. Still stuff about the New Orleans culture, which is very, let's say, prominent in our zeitgeist that you don't understand, that you don't know about. Unless, of course, you were born there and you know all the little nuances. But I'm just saying, I'm going to use one city as an example. One city in one state that has all sorts of secrets that the outside world, relative to them, does not understand. But the U.S. has been mapped. If you can't figure that out, bro, none of the reading is ever going to help you.
Yeah, this would be
like people who are not from Texas. We come from Africa.
Next, bro.
You idiot.
I was next. But on a general matter, for people saying that people are not well read, hey man, we're in a generation where people are kind of like speeding through like the actual book to get to the summary or the back of the book where the answers are, and that's all they really need. The only downfall of that is you don't really know like how things are put together. So when I hear people on here, you know who the ones are that are just looking for an answer. But to answer the question that was asked earlier, what was the last book you read? Unfortunately for me, well, yes, maybe fortunately for me, I was able to brush up on argumentation theory from this great scholar by the name of Douglas Walton. Argumentation theory, and they kind of segued into like specific types of informal and formal logical or fallacies or whatnot. So that was a pretty good read. Some people won't take the time to see how these things are put together. They'll just ask for a summary. They'll just like upload and say, tell me what this means or something like that, right? And I think that there's a lot of like lost in translations or like application that happens in that type of a process. So when people criticize chillism, I think that it's a little bit off-putting because people come here with like a certain, wheelhouse that they believe that they're pretty good in. And because other aren't a part of that, they just dismiss them as if they're like not smart people, not well for whatever the reason. But I'm a firm believer that there are certain people on here that don't really have to understand anything that you're talking about or referencing historically. They just have the it factor to just look at it for a little bit, examine like what your points are, and just see that you're full of shit. And be like, damn, bro, that don't even make sense. How'd you get that out of that? And that's where a lot of people get uncomfortable. So when I hear people talk about, hey, man, I've been reading about this philosophical nature about how the world exists. And then you kind of like listen to him a little bit. You're like, bro, this nigga's full of shit. What the fuck does that mean? And then you start asking them questions. They start cracking under pressure. And then it's over. And then people say, hey, man, you're just a fucking idiot. You're just a fucking idiot. I think that if you're really an educated person, you would invite the challenges. You wouldn't cry. You wouldn't obfuscate. You wouldn't sit there and look for moderation. You would invite the engagement. And there's not that many people on this app that would invite the engagement. And, we travel, like, in different places. And I think Mother was kind of onto something earlier, pause, about, like, certain people who criticize chillism, but then come into chillism and then act as if it's all nice. But when we go to those spaces, they just sit on mute because they know that we know that they know that we know that they're, like, bogus for that shit, right? And I'm just saying, when I go to other places, chillism's out there, people already recognize, like, what it is, and that's how I argue, right? So I kind of move around in that direction. But for people to take an approach that they're, like, the all, I think that's a little weird. And to point at the conclusion of something and say, hey, you're wrong about something, when they're just pointing out that you just don't know how things are put together, I think that's some, like, self-reflection. I thought Concrete was on point. Like when he's kind of referencing these things in the general context, or we can kind of get to the narrow context, but whatever it is, if the shoe fits.
If you draw a wrong conclusion, you're wrong about your conclusion. What the fuck? Y'all are retarded.
Can I go before you guys get to beefing? I just to offer the book that I'm reading because, someone in the room may want to check it out. It's called Our Kind of People. Lawrence Otis Graham. It is Black History Month, and sometimes we hear all the stories of the usual. I wanted to examine the Black upper class and like what I'm using this and read this with like what would happen, because after I guess slavery and that kind of thing, these folks they have wealth, status, lineage, education. So it's pretty interesting and great photos as well. How they have photos from back, during that time, but it was very interesting. Thank you, Dave.
And can you please still man the position, Alessandra, before you go on? Because you started off wrong.
Right. So I think before I do though, I think that's what's up, Miss Fifi. I'm also reading because I'm working towards an advanced degree, which require without looking myself for the industry I'm in. Like I'm reading academic literature for just to demonstrate competency in that regard. So I think I guess I say it to say depending on what you read, you're gonna have a different area of expertise. So I feel like within my field, I can demonstrate competency at a high level. You know what I'm saying? I think it does have lend to my literacy in other contexts as well. I think to the broader discussion of the, I just think it is Friday, it's Feedback Friday and shit. I think that, for instance, I come to Chillism probably because we're gonna debate shit that's like the news and all of that shit. We're gonna talk about current events, right? And I like to people who disagree with what is being said, because if I'm politically correct, and this is one of the reasons why I don't go in there a ton, is because we all agree with each other, and there'll even be long stretches where maybe no one's even saying shit because you kicked out everyone who agrees, right? So it's or you sent everybody to the goo who doesn't agree or some shit, which is fine. I get it. So that will kill the discourse. So I think the culture of this space has been built around facilitating the conversation. So that's why I do come here for that. But one thing that I'll keep real is if I'm ever, Erica, if I'm ever going hella hard or some shit, it's because probably Lion called me a faggot or Mike won't shut up and stop interrupting me because they don't understand what I'm saying or something like that, right? But yeah, man, you feel me? Ultimately the purpose of the space is to debate, so I fuck with it.
Who is next? I'm after you. Go ahead, Lion. I'm after you.
Wait, Alessandro's still talking. We ain't talking about.
He's not talking.
No, I'm good. You got it.
Oh my God.
interested
want the
in
concrete.
potential strategy not only does reward processing, but it also does.
I'm like you.
Oh, nigga, let's see these drop. Oh, shit, Mike, but
Nah, we ain't dropping on that nigga.
Mike told.
On his audio book. You know that nigga, oh my God. That nigga cheated, yo. What the fuck? What the hell?
So the current books that I'm actually interested in right now, and it's for tax purposes, and it's also for trust law that I've been heavily interested in. Is the Uniform Commercial Code and federal regulations, and of course the other one is Black's Law Dictionary. So the reason why I came off the mic is because there were some things that was just stated, as obvious idiot. They stated that you understand that I'm a well-read individual, but your next statement after that, was the issue is, you said that it's what I'm studying. What I'm interested in. That's the problem, in your opinion. Now, what you came off the mic to say is that the last book you were reading was something to do with Shakespeare. And I'd have to ask, philosophically speaking, how does that in any way benefit your life, and how can this be used practically in your everyday life to somehow uplift your well-being? I would say it doesn't. It's all in vain. It's just for the sake of a conversation with you. Me, on the other hand, I'm putting more money in my pockets and pockets of others. If you just happen to listen to just some of the things that I've bestowed upon this room over the course of a few years, you could have made a few bucks if you just simply listened, or just written something down, or went further back and researched what I was saying, went into further detail, because it's very limited to the amount of information you can disseminate into a room such as this one without idiots like yourself coming off the mic to constantly keep, being who you are, who and what you are. And I digress from that point. My overall point simply is this: you don't know what I'm studying. You can't really gauge what I'm studying. And in my opinion, all of your pursuits are completely in vain. I'm trying to get to the crux. I want to get to the source of all, why, who, and where, and what we are. I've been on that same mission since I was 5 years old. And I believe I've gotten a lot further than you in life. Hence why you're stuck asking questions that I already have mastered. I already know. I leave little crumbs in the room for those who are able to take some of the information in and do their own further research. But to the rest, of course, you're going to be asleep because you were supposed to be asleep. And that's also the crazy thing about what I'm stating right here is they were intending on that. They know that the mass amount of you are so brainwashed that the truth was right in front of your face in modern times. You wouldn't accept the fact of all of the conditioning. And you are a living example of that. By you telling me that what I'm doing is somehow futile, and I should be studying the weaker points of our experience by studying somebody else's philosophy on how they see the world, that's somehow gonna better me.
You left, Ryan.
Oh, of course. Whereas I'm studying, who are these people? Where do they come from? Why are they in positions of power? What is it that we call money? What is life? What is this experience? Who are the different tribes? Where is all of this going? That's what you should be studying. And that's what you'll find out. And when you do, you'll realize something. The more you touch on these core subjects, your life will, in time, become better. You will financially evolve. You will raise your level. You will move to a different status. And it will seem almost as if it was effortless. But as long as you're walloping in the same muck of stupidity and entertainment and sports and just all the vain things of life that keeps men stagnant and dumb, you will remain as such. I'm not on your path. You're the one walking around in circles inside of the on the slave plantation. I'm not there with you. I've long became an independent individual. I realized long ago that independence, meaning as far as a business is concerned, is far better than working for someone else. And it's because I understand the slave and servile part of the USC laws. You never were truly free. But you wouldn't understand that because you weren't taught to understand it. I speak all the time in this room about finances. I speak all the time in this room about how to financially liberate yourself. And you throw it over your shoulder. It's nothing to you because you like to wallop in your own shit. It's a lot of people that are like that. Some people will listen and write down the things that I'm stating. When I make my statements about XRP, you should really pay attention to what's going on. It's not going the way you think it is, and I can assure you of that because it was already long predicted. But you'll see. And when the time comes, I just want you to remember these conversations. Remember everything that I stated, everything that you doubted. And then, and only then, you will realize that you were a fucking idiot.
Not headline, goodness gracious. Anyway, Lion, so in our conversations with you, El Normo, I had an epiphany, bro. And I want to share some notes with you, see what you think. And Mr. Finley, thanks to you, bro, I started studying logical reasoning in the 13 types of questions. If you know, you know.
You getting ready? You getting ready?
Yeah. We'll get more into that some other time, but yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy the way the world works. I appreciate it, bro.
I want to say this real. I think you're in game, but I think this is my thought, right? I think you're gonna change your mind with your in game.
How you say that? Wait, what do you think my in game is?
So you said you wanted to have it for, contractual purposes, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But I think that, and part of this is me from what I know of you, but part of this is also scripture. I'm not prophesying. I'm just saying because it applies. But I think that the Bible says that your gifts will make room. Your gifts will make room for you.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that because you have that, they call it the it factor, right? In law, there's certain talents that people have that present opportunities that kind of keep them in that lane. Because I thought I would stay out of politics permanently, right? Because I hate it, but I do have a knack for teaching, just politics on a 30,000 foot level, and so I found myself more involved at a nonpartisan level, much more involved than I thought it would be. And now there's potential checks involved, so I'm kind of back. Not at a partisan level, but more of an educational level.
And I appreciate that, bro, but I'm still nervous. I want to get it done, and then before I start counting my chickens. But I do appreciate that, bro. And to you, Lion, my theory is, you still there, Lion?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm always here,
bro. I have a really crazy theory, bro. I have a theory that you see their unity, and you see their let's say liberalness with sex. Put those two and two together and tell me what you think. See if you see where I'm going with it.
You see whose liberty?
Their liberty and their liberalness with sex.
Are you saying the message, the propaganda that they push out?
No, I'm talking about their community cohesiveness.
Oh, well, they're not liberal with sex. They themselves are not.
What you mean?
They push out the idea that everybody else, the Goyim, should be liberal with sex.
How about the whole thing with you and Normo, the 3-year-old? I that's like not conservative, traditional conservative thinking. That's some weird, wild shit.
Oh, you're talking about the Die 5 before, and also the Sanhedrin 55B.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, no, that's the Babylonian concepts. So, like, we spoke about it earlier. We talked about Deuteronomy 22. That's a part of the Torah. So that's Torah, right? And in there, it tells you that if you rape a girl, you're supposed to die. But in the
I see what you're saying. There's like a divergence.
But and it's because of the Babylonians' influence over the Jews of the time, which by the way, like had a reemergence in the 3rd century. So after Jerusalem had fallen, and these new Romans, whites came in and constructed their religion called Catholicism, another set of them decided to start claiming to be Jews. And they didn't pick up the Torah, they picked up the Talmud. And they started to act and behave as what the Talmud told you to do, which is have sex with kids, do whatever you want.
This is 4 days in a row.
We're not going back to that. Let me just say this. Let me go. Hold on. Let me just go to where I'm going. Lion. So when we look at the Epstein stuff, we look at what you're talking about in the Talmud, and we look at the cohesiveness of the community, how they stick together and they lock everybody out.
Yeah, that's Torah. That right there is Torah. The Bible. That's why I was telling you before that the Bible never spoke of like everybody coming together.
Let me go where I'm going. What I'm going is I had the epiphany that I had, which is like a suspicion, is that they use a lot of sex to keep everybody together. Like a lot of sex in between each other and business partners and family members.
Oh yeah, of course. That's but that doesn't come from them. That's Canaan. That was the Baal worship. That's the real. That's what when they go to these meetings and shit, they gotta suck each other off and fuck each other in order to make the consummation of the contract legitimate.
And and we all know how sex brings people closer.
We do it too, though. What do you do when you get married? What's the ritual of a marriage?
The ring. You talking about the ring and consummation?
No, the ring is just the visual. That's the
honeymoon.
Thank you. That's if you don't have
freedom.
If you don't have sex with the woman if you don't have sex with the woman that you just married within 5 days, what happens to the marriage?
No. I hear what you're saying, but that's a man and a woman having sex. That's normal.
I'm talking about contractual etheric agreements between heavens and earth, which all people participate in. They just don't realize that they do. All people do.
All right, I got you. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just going beyond that to say that the orgies are a part of keeping the community cohesive.
You're correct.
Amongst that, that's really where I'm going. And I was like, that's almost like a necessary part of them maintaining their cohesiveness. Is that they have this affinity for each other and they're always fucking. Because you know how in a relationship strain when you're not fucking.
All right, so I want you to understand something about sex and contract. You're 100% correct, right? But what you need to understand about etheric law is that there must be blood that's shed in order for any contract to have any teeth. That's the reason why when you break the hymen, you're sealing a contract. The blood that's released from the contractual agreement between the male member and the female body. That's the contract that's being sealed right there. And it happens in the marriage chamber. We've been doing this for thousands of years. But then there's other ways to form contracts. You can make contracts with other people, and you don't have to be married to them per se. You just have to have it written down, and it has to be vocalized within a group of people, and there must be blood shed. Where the Israelites did it in the past is they did it with bulls and sheep, cows, for the contract to be legitimized. This is what, and our enemies, they also use contracts, but they sacrifice their own children to make theirs more powerful. So they prayed for wealth and power, and they wanted to be the most knowledgeable. And they sacrificed the greatest thing that they had, which was their children. And for that, they got knowledge, they got power, they got to rule over the earth.
What's the clean version of that?
That's what's going on right now. The bull
What's the Christian clean version of that? Because knowledge is, God just doesn't bestow knowledge on evil people, right?
No. This is different. So knowledge is like electricity. It doesn't have a negative or a positive. It's neutral. You can acquire knowledge by all sorts of ways. That's why the Bible will constantly tell you about not trying to seek your way into heaven basically through like a back door or through a seer or somebody that wasn't authorized. Because what the process of what they were doing is they always required a sacrifice. The bigger the sacrifice, the more powerful the contract. That's why it's children, and lots of them. And always with the sacrifice, there must be an eating of said sacrifice. Hence why you got the Epstein files. They're practicing the arts, the ancient Canaanite arts that was written in 1 Samuel, which is why God wanted them killed. It wasn't the Israelites that were doing it. It was the Canaanites. The Israelites were adopting their ways.
I get it.
Hey, but real quick, Lion. But so, are you saying that? Because mind you, Catholicism, right? Are you saying that it was them that created Catholicism? Or you're not implying that Constantine prayed in the people of Council of Trent, not saying that they're Caucasian, are you?
Constantine, he would be like today we would call him like a Mediterranean. These were people that were brought about. Remember, Rome had conquered for over 2,000 years, and so they were literally bringing in slaves from all parts of their empire. And just like America brings in slaves from all parts of the empire, all of the places that they conquered. We got Nazis here. We got Turkish people here. We got Germans here. We got Jews here. We got Indians here. It's the same exact thing. America is in Rome all over again.
No. I get about the Imperial Roman Empire for that. That era and whatnot. I'm talking about like the Holy Roman Empire, because that's when it came. That's what came when he came into power. I'm just asking her. You're not implying that he's Caucasian, because you know
that much. I don't necessarily know. What I do know is around 194. There was the first Black African Caesar that had seized the throne of Rome. Or at least the western side. The eastern side was still under the occupation of basically those mixed breeds, Seleucius. But and we had the Septimian dynasties that came forth after that.
Septimian.
There's records of him, and you can see that he's clearly a black man.
Well, the Severa dynasty. Yeah, I mean, him and his son and whatnot. But I was just asking this real quickly because I don't know if he had one of the icon books, but it shows him and his mother and whatnot looking like a bunch of Negroes now.
As a matter of fact, a large conglomerate of those consuls, they were depicted as black people that were ruling at the time. So they were really dark-skinned people. I won't say that they were like 100% like African American looking people, but they were definitely really, really dark-skinned people.
Well, do you? Okay. mystery school systems were created by Canaanites and Israelites. So
the Canaanites go back prior to, there wasn't even a whisper of the word Rome. What I'm talking about, this goes back thousands of years.
right.
This is nowhere near Rome. The ancient Canaanites was when the Israelites came over the Red Sea and they came into the land under Moses. So we're talking BCE period. And when they showed up, these Canaanites were practicing these customs where they would sacrifice their children. And they believed that by doing the sacrifice, it made them rich, powerful, wealthy, undefeatable. It brought them water, it brought them cattle, it brought them everything. And that's what these people do today, but they're just doing it with money. In the middle of New York City right now, Town Square, there's a big, gigantic bull right in the center. What do you think the bull is for?
Of course.
Merrill Lynch. They put it right in front of your face.
I got a picture of that bull, Lyle. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean? The Chicago Bulls logo represents that. There's many, variations of the horn god or the owl or ball.
If you look at, they have ancient. If you really want to take the time, just look up the ancient inscription of Baal. It's a gigantic bull with his hands stuck out that the Canaanites would heat up. It was made out of copper. They would heat up his hands and then they would lay their children in his hands. That the child burned to death.
But you said my alma mater has some demonic.
Well, what is your alma mater?
University of South Florida. Go Bulls.
Don't they wear the purple and gold?
No, we wear green, gold, and white.
Okay, green, gold, and okay.
We're the Bulls.
Well, majority of these institutions, receive practice that shit, man. Where do you think the alma mater comes from? It comes from the drinking milk. You know what I'm saying? That's Roman Catholic shit. So, a lot of these institutions are Jesuit owned. Jesuit, and fucking, institution. And then, of course, you have a lot of these fraternities that are amongst them that do some of these practices. They'll tell you exactly what they do. Once you're a part of their fucking set. So, that's obvious to me. But I was just asking, if you understood that, Lion, that majority of these mystery schools that are being practiced. I'm pretty sure you understand about the Canaanites and all this other stuff, but like the Templars and shit. That was majority of us that reinvigorated a lot of that shit from Babylon and Egypt into modern times. It's just that these people took the shit over. During the 1700s, during the Enlightenment era, and inverted a lot of shit, so.
God damn, y'all just ate that shit up. So
mystery school system, these nuts, nigga. Like, fuck all of this. Like, oh my God. All right.
Hey, bravo to Lion, though. Bravo, brother. Bravo.
You guys think this tariff decision is a good thing?
The what? The
tariffs.
Well, yes.
I want to grab a picture.
Yes.
I wanted to grab a picture real quick. Everybody in the room.
Restraints on this crazy.
Everyone in the room.
There isn't any.
What is in my PTR right now?
I know, unfortunately.
That's the sign for the Southside Crips.
It's blue. It is Southside Crips.
What is this sign?
It's for a wheelchair parking accessibility.
wheelchair parking accessibility.
That's an ancient Sumerian symbol.
What's another term?
If you put that into Urban Dictionary, it's a vegetable. Yeah.
Me playing around in basketball. So, wait. So if you saw this sign, right, ladies and gentlemen, if you saw the sign and you went into a public area and you saw the sign outside of maybe a Walmart or a restaurant or something like that, what comes to mind?
Disability.
It's a handicap.
What are you
You're gonna get fined up the ass. I'm not looking for
real
it.
accessible?
I don't know if you're looking at October, if you're
You need to get a disabled
And you
placard.
want a serious answer? Yeah, disabled is the first thing you think.
Okay, great.
No, it's
I'm talking about disabled, handicap.
ball, bro.
We always call it handicap.
Wait a second.
It's
Wait.
ball, bro.
It's what?
The handicap.
Actually, it's an ancient practice out of the was fighting the disc warrior. And so that's the disc warrior.
It's handy capable.
All right, but why? I'm asking a question. Remember, Alessandro wanted to know he wanted to know the hermeneutics. So why does this symbol pop in your mind and you automatically assume wheelchair accessibility? Why? Why does that pop in your mind? Why do those words or those
It's not assumption. That's just what it means.
No, because if you look at the sign, right, I think they put a person in a wheelchair looks like, right? That's the point.
It's just a ball. It's just a ball with a line and a feet and a
Look person in a wheelchair, nigga. What the fuck?
So what I'm
But
trying.
at the DMV, it means handicap, and you gotta have a
There are hidden messages.
No, wait. Now, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. Let's learn together.
Feels like a man to want it all at once. Just relax, people.
Now let's just assume that we've never ever seen them before. We're not even from America. We are a group of people or explorers, and we get to America and it's a dust bowl and we happen to run across this sign. What would we assume that it means?
They see me rolling.
Yeah, take a rest, maybe sit down.
That was a good one. They see me roll.
I would think of Xavier from the X-Men.
Right, same.
You would think what?
Xavier.
Professor X from the X-Men.
No, you know, misinterpreted, right? That could be misinterpreted.
He's an X.
I would think of child sacrifice.
All right, so
That was taken from the Canaanites in the 17th
It's gotta be
century.
related to some kind of sacrificial stone, right?
no, it doesn't have to be any of those things. The overall point I'm trying to get you all to really see is that you're being conditioned. You don't need words. Just a symbol in itself puts so many different thoughts. But all of you were right. But you don't actually need the words to put the thought in your mind. And that's what hieroglyphics was. And that's the conditioning that I'm speaking about. You understand what a red light is at a stop at an intersection. And the reason you know that is because you were conditioned from childbirth to understand what the red light means, what the red stop sign means, what this symbol in my PTR means. Without ever questioning anything, you just do what you're told. You're conditioned to do what you're told. And if someone, like myself, was to come around and say that, hey, no, actually, it means this or it means that, you would say, oh, you're stupid. You're dumb. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't read the right shit. I don't know who taught you anything. Obviously, you're uneducated. It's what's happening here in the room. But it's not just here.
So
I get what you're saying, but
do
is
you
there
think
something
the
about the
correct way
sign?
of doing it is like
You're all correct. The entire point of what I'm trying to explain to you is this: that we're all being conditioned. We've always been conditioned. You don't have a single thought of your own. You don't. Everything that you know or you think you know is based off of something.
I can break down what he's saying. He's making it complex. All he's saying is art is abstract. Art, you could interpret it to mean anything. But the difference is, someone said that this drawing meant this, and therefore everybody who saw this drawing thought that it meant this, and they interpreted that it meant this because they were told that it meant this. But art is abstract, so you were originally correct when you thought that this piece meant this.
think that I'm
Yo, did you get into a car accident, knowledge?
Yeah.
Oh shit, you good, bro?
What happened? You good? Yo, what happened, knowledge?
He said,
Yeah, I think he hit his head because he said he could break that shit down. He took a long ass time to explain.
The fuck are you talking about, nigga? That's my brother right there. The fuck are you talking about?
This fucker.
That's my brother. What are you talking about?
Yo, knowledge.
this nigga laid shit, ain't
Y'all stepping on my joke? Y'all told us.
Hey, but how does
So,
it
knowledge, where you running? Where you running? Knowledge, where you
Nigga,
running from
everybody
most of the
put
time?
over my head.
Oh, damn.
Most of the time, knowledge.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
Hey, what about the signing
Man, that's a good question,
That was like a
I
first
was
to
in
me.
the motherland. Knowledge,
Hey,
That looks like a perv to me. That symbol and
why are you not just obeying knowledge?
Why isn't it called the fatherland? And why are you not obeying knowledge?
Wait, what did you hit? Was it a bunch of ICE protesters or a bunch of ICE agents? Like, what you hit?
Oh, like
I don't get the obeying reference.
I'll go with the protest.
I think like so.
Were you in Miami or Miami Gardens when this happened?
That's correct.
And
It was
just
good.
for family.
Yo, Matt.
You mean
I thought I've seen wealth, Matt. Right, like I've seen a lot of wealth. Fam, these people got money, man. We had armed security everywhere we went, and their compound with their house, they got like several houses in this compound. Their smallest house made my house look like a shack, fam. These people have money.
Wait, which part of the motherland?
It was nice though. It was not. I was in Lagos.
Oh, okay. It's Nigeria.
No,
Yeah,
I think
I'm going back in a couple of weeks. We're going to Abuja.
going to Abuja to be a bougie.
Okay. Yo, Finley's back in the CIA. It's confirmed.
So like, about the tariff,
Hold
you guys,
on.
Before we go to the tariff, I got something interesting about the tariff. Mr. Finley, can you settle this? Can a 737 do 400 miles an hour at sea level?
That low?
Yeah.
Oh no, you wouldn't. You can't legally.
But it can if you're trying to crash it, can it?
If you're trying to crash it.
what the hell?
Yeah.
Philly.
You would never go that fast, that low.
Right, can you though?
One, you burn hella fuel that low.
But if you really will.
Can you?
If you want to, yeah.
Are y'all talking about physically can you do it?
Justin said a question.
Yeah, you could do it. Yes, you could.
Okay, thank you. I think you said something for us we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
Ignorance creates a world of possibility.
Some conspiracy theories.
9/11. All right, so like, you guys have already aired it out that this isn't actually what people think it is as far as the tariffs, right? It's just like one route that they're saying he can't do sweeping, but he can still do targeted, right?
Yeah, but he's also going to have to issue a refund. But I think the most disturbing thing about the tariff is Frank Lutnick behavior in the matter. So he bought a bunch of the, what do you call that again? Right to rebate, I think it's called. I forgot what the term they use. So he kind of bought the tariff from people at 30 cents on the dollar. So now he gets to recoup the entire dollar. Now, as Commerce Secretary, how is this legal?
That's not a conflict of freaking interest?
Right.
We'll have to check it
Good
out.
God.
It's not illegal.
Well, like a lot
That
of
would be
people
the
are
dumbass
saying,
thing to say, right?
I mean, it's legal if he got the proper financial avenues to like buy the debt.
Right. So
be
it's
like
no
the
right to tariff refund. So what he did is, when they implemented the tariff, he went to the importers. He offered them 20, 30 cents on the dollar for their tariff, knowing that it was going to go to the court and that he was probably going to be struck down. So those people obviously took the offer. Now, he did this to his company, Cantor Fitzgerald, that is being run by his 20-year-old son. But he was an intimate person in the whole debate about tariff. The
But it depends on what type of tariff, right?
Hold on, but he understood the strategy. And I'm sure he spoke with the lawyer that probably told him, this might not be legal.
All right, so like,
So now the conflict of interest on his part, I think it's something we need to look at and discuss.
Well, the potential conflict of interest. So, for example, if they were to point out that the tariffs that he purchased aren't affected by the Supreme Court opinion, then what you're saying doesn't actually make any sense, right? Like, for example, if they bought up like the 301 justification to impose targeted tariffs on China, which are still like in play, this opinion had no play on that, right? Then you would say that there wouldn't be a conflict of interest?
No, but the fact that he was part of the decision making, you don't see the conflict there?
Decision making about what?
About tariff in general.
Well, that's so I'm trying to see exactly what you're saying.
Once again, but okay, so we don't know whose tariff he bought exactly. But knowing that he was part of the strategy, knowing that being Commerce Secretary put him in an intimate knowledge of like the chances of this going in front of the Supreme Court, the chances of it passing, and all the ramifications. That is inside information he had. And he acted on that by going to those people that are being tariffed about their tariff for 20, 30 cents on the dollar. Now, you can say yes, you say gamble, blah, 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 but he had intimate knowledge.
I think we all had knowledge. We all had knowledge from his campaign, exactly what he was going to do. Everybody had knowledge about the tariffs going to be implemented, right? So, like, he's gambling because he doesn't know.
The tariff implemented is one thing. Buying the tariff, knowing that it will be challenged and you might lose, is another thing. That's inside information.
Wait, how would you know that somebody's going to challenge it?
Because it was, what do you mean? It was challenged from day one. How you think
No, that's not true.
So, yes. What do you mean, no? He got to the Supreme Court so fast in under a year. You know, what?
Yeah, so like this specific case here, this Supreme Court opinion is like the mechanism on how they were implementing broad tariffs, like 10% on this whole country for like not an itemized list, right? So now it's just more complicated. Now, if you want to do this, you can't just say, boom, 10% on Indonesia. You actually got to itemize the actual products that are being imported that you want to target and have a justification for it. So if Donald Trump says, I'm going to place tariffs on this country, and he's gambling that, okay, cool, the tariffs are going to go. So then his son has to like preemptively, like, you know, buy up or whatever this is. And then the country steps down, right? The country says, oh, no, we don't want the smoke. Like his son loses immediately, right?
Do you know what
as far as application and then removal?
Do you know what the ruling is and what it says?
Yeah. It talks about the IEP. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like it's the broad application of tariffs, like being used. So like he used, I forgot the acronym, but I think it's called the IEP or something like that. So he uses this law to justify like a broad application of a tariff. And they're saying, hey, man, the president doesn't actually have this power. You have to go about it in these other ways. Like for China, the tariffs are justified by a different statute, which is like 301, okay? So those are still imposed because that's not what was being challenged. It was just this one reading here. So any of the like broad applications.
What was being challenged was the fact that Trump didn't have the authority to impose tariff without Congress. Wasn't that what it was about?
No. It's the justification that he's using. So when he says, hey, I'm going to apply this because of national security, and the way that I'm going to use this is like the international economic or whatever the hell the acronym is, right? They say, no, you're actually reading yourself into that, utilizing the regulation of commerce, and we don't believe the executive has the authority to do that because it's not a part of the list of the tools that he's allowed to use. He could just say, hey, we're no longer going to trade, this and that. So there's tools that are listed, and that's what's being challenged. In this specific statute, or in this specific statute that they're talking about, are tariffs a part of the toolbox? The people are saying no, he's saying yes. And the Supreme Court justice said, no, it's not a part of this toolbox. But he has other toolboxes that he's implemented tariffs on, and that's the more targeted, narrow, itemized list that I described earlier. So all the tariffs are still applicable to China, but the broad ones where he's like, hey, 10% on everything, right? Like he can't use that justification. So anything that's tied to the statute that was being litigated is the only things that are being affected right now. So that's why I was asking you.
Hold on. Yeah, Justice Roberts says, in light of the brief history and constitutional context of that concerted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it, which means he needs congressional approval in order to affect tariff. And he doesn't have the power to affect tariff. He doesn't have to.
No, he already has it.
Constitution. Right?
It's just under different circumstances, right? So he just needs to use a different justification.
The circumstance provided, he needs Congress authorization to do so, and he did not seek Congress authorization, which struck down all the tariff.
No.
So now we're in the hole. Hold on a second. Now we're in the hole for $150 billion. Well, I think we're going to be in the hole for $150 billion of refund of tariff.
All right, so you're wrong here. So let's say there's 5 toolboxes, right?
No, don't tell me how.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Show me the part where it says it's only applied to specific tariff.
Yeah, so all you gotta do is read Kavanaugh's opinion.
Yeah, Kavanaugh's the dissenting opinion. Kavanaugh's opinion don't matter because they lost.
Bro, do you know how stupid this is? All right, hold on real quick. Hey, Matt,
opinion don't matter.
Hey, Matt. If Kavanaugh's dissenting opinion is that, hey, this is going to read in this toolbox, but it's still applicable in these other toolboxes.
No, it doesn't matter what Kavanaugh thinks. It lost. That's his opinion.
Isn't Matt right on this?
Oh, you know
the law
I
is
am
the way.
right on this. The majority opinion is what's applicable. The majority opinion is what's applicable. 60% Trump.
All right, listen, Matt.
Kavanaugh's dissenting opinion says, well, he could have done it this, and that. None of that matters.
No, that's not what, Matt, that's not what I'm saying.
What is the ruling about? Okay, Samoa, what is the ruling about?
Yeah, the ruling is about one justification. I think the acronym is like IE, like AP.
That's the
so
one I want lawsuit.
No, bro. It's
I think we need to come back. I think you should make the decision and come back.
Hold on, bro.
Now, I have a feeling.
Bro, you want to put some money on it right now?
No. I have a feeling you read.
Yeah, you want to put the money where your mouth is, bro?
I'm not sure of what you are reading.
So why don't we put $50 on it right now?
Go to the money thing. You know I don't gamble. So go to the money.
What? Nigga, you put $1,000 on Sykes' head.
Oh my God.
Wait, Samoa, because I think
Samoa, look, there's no joking about that shit. Replays are on.
So then, Matt, aren't you guys right about this in different ways? Like,
no,
Samoa, aren't you saying like, if he justifies it in another way in accordance with what Kavanaugh has indicated, then the ruling won't really matter, right?
Yeah,
or no?
No, all right. So what I'm saying is the only thing that's being litigated right now is Donald Trump reads in a statute, a congressional authorized statute, that I can use it here. And the Supreme Court says, no, you can't use it here, right? Because Congress would read this in for you. They would have to like write this in for you for the specific thing, right? But there's all these other things that he could actually like justify it by. Like the tariff with China right now is done through a statute like 301.
Right, and Kavanaugh is saying do that. Or find other ways.
No, Kavanaugh, and the reason why I reference Kavanaugh is because in his dissenting opinion, he talks about the fallout. And he says, oh shit, look at all the refunds, all the chaos here. This is not saying that these guys can't use the targeted method, right? They're just saying you can't use the broad method. The broad method is in this toolbox, and we're not saying you could do that unless Congress writes you in. But these other targeted, Congress has already gave you the justification for it. They've already authorized you to be able to flex these powers. So that's why.
That is not true. Congress has not given.
Put some money on it, brother.
Hold on. Congress has not given Donald Trump the authorization to levy tariff.
Oh my gosh.
Listen,
bro, this is horrible.
Listen, if I'm wrong, just put the law that they voted in. That's all you gotta do, bro.
Bro, the same. Hold on. The same law that Joe Biden used.
Samoa, first of I'm open to new information. And if
Okay, well then show us by Googling it.
I'm asking you to provide.
Let me do it. What's the question? Let me do it.
I'm asking you to provide the authorization.
What's the question?
If Trump to levy tariff.
Does the Supreme Court opinion stop Donald Trump from using targeted tariffs? How about that one? Is that good?
That is not what.
Does the Supreme Court opinion use what?
Does the Supreme Court opinion released today about tariffs stop Donald Trump from using targeted tariffs? Answer: no.
Targeted no, blanketed yes.
Say the second part. Say the second part. Stop Donald Trump from what?
From using targeted tariffs.
Targeted
Targeted no, blanketed yes.
See, like, even Philly knows. Like, Matt's taking a bad L right now.
I think Samoa got you, bro.
Today's decision
this is
not
bad,
about
bro.
targeted tariff. Hold on. Today's decision in the court ruling, the case was not about targeted tariff. It was about blanketed tariff. The tariff on China was a blanketed tariff.
No, it wasn't.
Tariff when he decided, he came on TV and said, "I'm gonna put 150 on China," and that was
all right, man.
Just go on, man. Blah 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 and all that crazy stuff, because that is actually one of the things that.
Just go on mute, man.
They just really touched on it.
So I
Just go on mute, man. Come on, man. This is a bad L.
I pulled a mic. ChatGPT. Does the Supreme Court opinion related today about tariffs stop Donald Trump from using targeted tariffs? This is how it answered me. It said, yes, today's Supreme Court decision does limit Donald Trump's ability to use specific tariff authority, but it does not absolutely bar him from imposing any tariffs at all in the future.
See?
What do you mean?
And the one for China.
I don't even agree with you.
It's like a yes, but.
Oh,
it's more like it limits him, but not
exactly, because he already has authorization to levy some tariff. Obviously,
look at Matt Change in real time in front of us, bro.
Oh my God, you don't have to do none of this. I'm not one of those people who can.
Hey, Alessandro, he's moving it right now, bro. This is crazy.
I've already established. I'm open to new information if you provide the new information. However, today's decision will give a refund. Well, I don't want to say will give a refund.
They haven't even spoke on that.
In a second, we'll open the door to refund $156 million.
No, you're wrong.
$1 million.
No, you're wrong. Yeah, man, you guys gotta read a little bit more, bro.
So the government is gonna get to keep the $156 billion approved to the tariff.
Well, I can answer it this way. Let's say 10% of what you're talking about has to do with the case that was just litigated. Then you would say $15 billion would be refunded. Okay? That's how that works. So they would have to parse out what tariffs, the broad application of tariffs, are affected real time with this amount, 150 billion, because that's all tariffs, right?
Where in the decision it says that? Don't say Kavanaugh, because Kavanaugh is dissenting opinion.
Bro,
so this doesn't matter.
Hold on. Hey, Matt, can I just ask you a quick question, brother?
Answer the question.
Bro, how stupid is this, right?
Where in the decision is that?
I'm telling you, Matt.
I'm open to be.
Hey, Matt, then all you gotta do is be quiet so I can respond, bro. I'm telling you, this opinion didn't address the refund question. Okay? But it did address one category of application. So, if there was $150 billion of quote-unquote tariff revenue, and the one category of application is removed, and it only covers 10% of $150 billion, then you would only have to refund $15 billion.
Show me in the decision where it says...
Bro,
He's running.
What is going on, bro?
Listen, once again, you're doing all the command, but the theatrical is not.
How, bro? I just told you that's not going to be there.
So we having a civilized conversation.
Brother, you're not being civilized.
I'm open to be educated. Where in the decision?
You keep saying that, but you keep talking. I'm saying it's not there.
You can answer the question because you blow me.
It is not there. That's not the question. Hold on.
Because Donald Trump used blanket tariff on
listen to what I'm saying to you. Because the question,
blanket tariff.
and Matt, for a person that keeps claiming that they want correction, you do talk a lot, bro. I'm telling you that the opinion, the question that was answered by the Supreme Court was not how the refunds or how much of the refund is going to be refunded.
But Matt, can I ask him one question? Because I think there's a question that's at hand. Like, Matt, are you saying that the president has no authority to implement tariffs under any circumstances? If you are, then you're incorrect. I think Samoa's point is.
That's from the beginning.
And it's like Samoa's point is, okay, then. So now y'all are talking past each other. So all I'm saying is like,
bro, he thought the Supreme Court opinion removed all implementation of tariff policy, bro.
I mean, it says it right here. It says the Supreme Court blocked off the tariff program Trump put in place under IEEPA as a
There you go.
But it did not categorically ban all presidential authority to impose tariffs, only that the president can't use that emergency law to do it without clear congressional authorization.
Exactly what I said.
That's not what you
wow,
said.
they're both saying thank you.
That's not what you said. We all know. Hold on a second. We all know that's what Trump did. Trump did not go in front of Congress to put tariffs on China or anybody, which means he applied a blanket tariff on everyone, right? Now the president.
You're talking a lot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Then all you gotta do is.
Hey, let me get after Matt real quick, bro.
I'm gonna ask that question, and then you can either answer or don't answer and run away. Show me the law that gives Donald Trump the right to impose tariffs on China.
Y'all talking about that Supreme Court decision?
Yeah. Listen, I will bow out of the conversation.
Bro, all you gotta do is just be quiet, bro.
Listen, let me put the gun head on the table. If you can show me the law that gives Donald Trump the right to impose tariffs on China by Congress, I will bow out the conversation and say you're right.
301.
301 what? What is it?
Hold on, bro. 301. The justification.
What are the
Hey, is there any way you could just go on mute, bro? Like, we listened to you talk for like a minute and a half uninterrupted. Guys,
just clarify.
You shut the fuck up, bro. Come on,
that means Samoa.
All right, so.
Are you talking about USC 301?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what that is.
All right. So the tariffs that are on China, the targeted ones, right? The same statute that Joe Biden used to put $19 billion on like specific items. This has it's not affected by this opinion at all. So when Joe Biden implements it and then Donald Trump points out certain things, he says solar panels or this or that or this or that or this or that. These are what we call targeted tariffs. He can use them.
Wait, say it again. What was it again, Simone? Say under what?
You said
yeah,
the
targeted
tariffs.
The number.
301. We're gonna.
Bro, you guys are derailing my point, bro. Why don't you Google it while I'm talking, bro?
No, because I'm looking it up here and it's mentioning of things that you said, I think. So that's why I'm clarifying.
Oh yeah, just go read it.
So it's saying here.
Chinese tariffs. Go ahead.
So it says here that Trump can't use emergency powers that were just invalidated to do tariffs on China. It says what laws might still allow tariffs. Legal experts point to statutes like Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act, national security tariffs, or Section 301 of the Trade Act, remedies for unfair trade practices, and then specific congressional tariff authorizations.
All right, thank you.
But the key point is Trump would need to rely on or get Congress to act. The emergency authority he no longer available.
All right, thank you. So these are three different toolboxes. Remember when I used toolboxes? Okay. So the 301.
The president reacting to.
All right. So just real quick, because you just got here, right? So I'm saying that the China tariffs that are implemented right now underneath the statute of Section 301 are not affected by this Supreme Court opinion. Okay. It's pretty clear that that's what I'm saying. This guy thought that the opinion removed all executive flexing. I said no.
That's not what I said.
Just be quiet. Just be quiet. You clearly just said that the Chinese tariffs were affected by this opinion. I'm telling you, it's a mixed bag. So that's why I said if you take the $150 billion number and you were to say, what tariffs were actually affected by the broad application, and somebody were to say to Matt, 10%, 150 billion, then that means that that's all that's being refunded, because all tariffs are implemented justifiably through these certain sections that Red Rum just read. One of them is Section 301, which is the one that's applied in China. I gave you Joe Biden used the exact same statute, right? To implement the $19 billion hike in tariffs. Okay, so these things actually work. Now, if you don't know how they work, you can't blame me. You can't say, hey, I'm open for correction, and then run your mouth the whole time when I'm trying to correct you. That just sounds stupid as hell. And then you can't say, don't listen to Kavanaugh, because Kavanaugh was a part of the dissenting opinion, when Kavanaugh is the one that tells you how this actually works in the real world. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. Hold on a second. The sweeping tariff that Trump interrupted, actually, this ruling affects the sweeping tariff that Trump elected. And it implied all the tariffs that Trump enacted without Congress approval. That is what the ruling says. With that being said, what you are referring to, Kavanaugh is actually one of his main objections is the fact that, hey, we're going to have to give people money back, and that might affect the economy, which the other justices disagree with because it falls outside of the law. Now, you're trying to conflate that, yes, the president has certain authority. Yes, he does, and he did not use those authority to affect those tariffs, and that's why he lost today. Had he used that authority, he would not have lost today.
What the hell is this guy talking about, bro?
I think that's a little bit more.
Bro, all the authority that
Shut up, bro. You get it now.
Hey, if I could just finish this real quick, bro. I mean, can you move out the way real quick so I can pack this little weird ass
I vote we let Matt finish. That's imposed on this.
Yeah, he's done, bro.
The IEPA was being struck down.
Yes, that's why we said broad.
And then who falls under
Be
that?
quiet, bro. Come on, man.
Who falls under that rule, Samoa?
Not Section 301 with China.
Once again, Trump did not do Section 301 with China. He used a sweeping tariff.
Why don't you put some money on it?
Because he put it on the entire country.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Once again.
Hey, question.
This is a broader question.
Hold on, Ron.
Is there a disagreement in the idea that China conducts unfair trade practices?
No, just hold on. No, Red Ron, just hold on.
Because that's what it comes down to, right? Because why would we be
Red Ron,
tariffs if they are doing fair practices?
Hey, Red Ron, he's right.
He's right.
It was tariff under 301. Yes, can you type this in?
I already checked, bro. I got you.
Oh, Alessandro has already checked it. Section 301 was imposed for Chinese tariffs. Matt loses again.
That's correct. That's factually correct.
He loses again.
What, Dory? In some way.
Yeah, so it's a mixed bag. That's why I keep on trying to educate the Haitian guy that doesn't mind correction.
Why he gotta be Haitian?
Yes, and then he stopped himself.
We love to hate.
Oh my bro, he stopped himself? Come on,
yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. You stopped so abruptly. That was beautiful.
He said this ruling is going to lead to a $150 billion refund. I said, no, it's not. I said, if you're doing the math, I'm just using basic numbers for basic-minded people, 10% are affected by the broad application, then you would only have to refund $15 billion. Because the rest of it's all justified underneath Section 301. That's how that works.
Hey, is the same nigga that
see what you're saying.
and the pediatrician were the same thing?
No, but I'm just trying to understand, are people against putting tariffs on China?
That's not the topic.
That's not even an argument.
That's not the topic.
I get it, but that's the whole biggest point of it, right?
No, it's not. It's about Matt not knowing what he's talking about.
No. The ruling today is about the power of the president.
No.
Why this is actually very important.
No, it's about the interpretation of the statute.
Hold on a second. Hold on. The
Hey, don't you get tired of being wrong, bro?
No, let him finish. Don't be curious. Let's go.
What is wrong with that guy?
I mean, don't you got a daycare to go to? Don't you got a green card to get?
Don't
you got a deep Does your forehead need a green card?
Hey, Kang, bro. I love Africa. I don't hate no Africans. Which type of African are you?
This
nigga's a pirate.
What the fuck?
Hey, you Somali? That's what's happening, bro. That's what's up.
This listen,
Muslim, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
There is 2 points I wanted to bring up with the tariff, and we got fast-tracked with some other bullshit. One is
This nigga was wrong.
Is the front-loading implication with the right of tariff refund. That, I think, is very corrupt in our system. And I think that should be investigated because he was part of the decision-making, and he knew the ramification of what could happen if the government loses on the tariff. Secondly, I think it clearly shows the limitation of the president when it comes to tariff, and that Congress have the final say-so on applying tariff on people. I guess under certain circumstances, right? And I think this is what the broader discussion I wanted to bring about. But Samoa is a strong man.
That's a thing.
You wanted to talk about
for 1 second.
Can you go out
just
to me
30 seconds,
just
bro? I've been trying to say something the whole time, dog.
So why don't you cut this nation nigga off?
Well, bro, I've been trying to get a point because I honestly think you're right, bro. I appreciate it, man. I'll be real quick. I know you guys are having a back and forth and I can see what's happening, but I think that Samoa is ultimately right. I think the ultimate question is, has this stopped Donald Trump from doing what he's trying to do? Samoa is right. The answer is no. Right? So, there's other ways of having the exact same effect. It may be more tedious. The justification may have to be more robust, but there are things that Donald Trump can do to put tariffs on all these countries. You see what I'm saying? I think Samoa's broader point is going to be, the president can do this. They're just saying your justification under these particular statutes falls short of our standards. Am I wrong, Samoa, or not?
No, it's how if this specific statute is interpreted, do tariffs belong here? It's not about the president or anything, because there's multiple presidents. It's about this statute's interpretation.
Well, I don't mean the president. I mean the executive office. Does the executive office have the authority to just be like, fuck the world, tariffs on everybody? Obviously, no.
No. Right, and that's the point, is that the assumption that was being made by Matt was that this affected all tariffs. And that was like, what the fuck?
Bro, yeah.
Whatever.
I think we're saying the same thing.
It's pretty quick. But the problem is that nobody so once we all seen the hearing, he kind of read the tea leaves that it wasn't going to go in Trump's favor. You've already started seeing the PR stunt of what they were going to do in response of an adverse decision. They said, okay, cool. It's not going to be that easy, but we're going to be able to do it through itemizing every single reason and every item that we're going to tariff from this point forward.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Just be more specific. You can't be fuck the world, tariffs. No. You have to actually justify your shit and go through the correct process. And that's all they're saying.
Right. And he has to meet the 7 criteria.
How can you say right after we just that was the point that didn't make sense to me.
You said right, bro. You're not paying attention.
Well, okay, I'm trying to pay attention.
No, we're not paying attention.
The thing is, it's listen, they are telling Donald Trump, hey, the sweeping tariff you can't do. What Donald Trump did, a year ago, 6 months ago, was sweeping tariff.
So, yeah, that's obviously, but all of the tariffs.
He's wrong again.
So now, hold on, everything that falls under the category of sweeping.
He's wrong again.
I'm giving you your win. Everything that falls under the sweeping tariff will have to be refunded. How is that a win for our country when we got to go get money?
Oh, can you say that again, bro? I didn't hear you back here.
That's a different point, though.
No. That's literally how I started the conversation, because I really wanted to talk about the corruption of the Commerce Secretary. That's what I really wanted to talk about. The fact that he bought the tariff, the right of tariff from people, them while knowing, hey, there's a chance we might lose this and we might give the money back. So now he's going to be benefiting billions. And we don't think that's corruption in our government. We don't think that this executive branch is corrupt.
Hell no, Donald Trump would never do some wrong shit.
Hey, yo. No, I heard what you were saying, Matt, and then we kind of diverted into this little lane.
Because once again, this is what these people do. They're not defending Donald Trump. They're defending their their love and their vote for Donald Trump. Because if Donald Trump is wrong, they have to look at themselves in the mirror and say, hey, this guy's corrupt. And they will never admit that Donald Trump is corrupt.
Bro, we know Samoans just disagreeing.
You think disagreeing about what? What's wrong with
No, bro, like, I feel like you happen, like, bro, whatever most people are, I know, bro, come on, Samoan.
Bro, what I'm stating is an absolute.
No, you're right. You happen to be right. But if Matt said the other shit, you would be saying what Matt's saying. You would just come disagree to disagree.
Bro, you know how stupid this is? You can't disagree with
I'm not even
because what I'm saying is
you're right, bro. I know you're right.
It's not about being right or wrong. It's about knowing what the fucking facts are. So if the facts are what the facts are, then how the fuck could you possibly argue against it?
Dude, I'm saying like he's trying to frame.
No, nigga, you said that I'm being disingenuous by just providing the facts.
Dog, no, what I'm saying is he was criticizing you as like some Trump supporter who's devoted to Donald Trump, and I'm saying the only reason why you say anything is because somebody said the opposite. So like if you were in some room full of Trump supporters, you would just be disagreeing as a liberal. But you know what I mean? It's like you're just gonna pick whichever stance is hardest.
Bro, this isn't even that thing.
Stance. No, but I'm saying Matt is wrong for being like, this is an example of dumbass Trump supporters. I'm like, Matt, it's fucking Samoa. You could be saying the sky is blue, and he'd be arguing that it's fucking a color we don't even know or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're Samoa, bro. You're gonna disagree no matter what.
Bro, this is like
this is
wait, because I'm trying to figure out, like,
this is crazy.
I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the problem with, like, because I get that, like, you know, people defending a vote and stuff like that. I don't really see, like, a big issue with that. Furthermore, defending the president of the country, like it or not, like, I think y'all trying to say, like, there's just niggas that just need to write him off like he ain't the fucking president of the country and shit.
What does being the president have to do with being right?
You don't have a right to critique the president when he's wrong?
Oh, I definitely have a right to critique, but regardless,
let me ask you this though.
Still the president.
That's the thing. That's how sheep think.
Presidency, right?
I guess I'm a sheep.
No, I'm not trying to say you're a sheep. I'm just like, I don't give a fuck who you are.
You don't think it's wrong?
You could be the president, you could be the janitor.
Hold on. You don't think it's wrong that Kendra Fitzgerald got the right to tariff refund?
Wait, what? I don't think the president has the right to what?
No. Kendra Fitzgerald. So Kendra Fitzgerald is the firm that will run.
Oh,
right.
You know what? Hey,
that's wrong?
Look, on like some Nancy Pelosi shit, you know, like, I mean, is that like? No, I think it is. I think it's no. Look, it's an unfair fucking advantage because, like, you know, you definitely, like, you're sniping using like a company and leveraging your position in the fucking, you know, government to like seize assets and shit like that kind of shit. Yeah, it don't look good. I'll say that. It don't look good. It's all the way wrong. I don't know yet.
Kendall, but on the real level, even though Matt's probably not articulating the situation the best he could, at the end of the day, well, I mean, not all the way, but I do agree with the fact that
What's to say about Matt?
No, listen, Simone, but
you just gonna let this big head nigga call you retarded, man?
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what I'm like, fuck it. What you was gonna say? Like,
nah. On the real, what I was about to say was, you know, look, at the end of the day, the thing with Samoa is that in people like Samoa who have an investor interest, which I don't know why, because it's actually going against his investor interest in defending this particular individual. That's something the whole office. No matter what we've already warned was going to happen, like people who already understood what these tariffs represent. these dumb motherfuckers are still gonna defend this shit because it's either they don't want to be wrong or they're a fucking fanatic of this clown, bro, that's in office. Do you at least admit that this dude, Samoa, is a zealot, for whatever fucking ideology that he follows?
Nah, I don't, because he might see the financial advantages of implementing these tariffs, which is hey, let's bring motherfuckers back to the table to renegotiate their deal. You know what I'm saying? So, or otherwise, just get that ass. No, because when I seen this shit get ended, it's quite interesting who the motherfuckers that was crying rather than the motherfuckers that actually work some shit out and we remove tariffs from the motherfuckers. They don't talk about them. They talk about the motherfuckers who cry the most and the loudest.
You're talking about a loud minority or some shit, which I feel like that's an interesting take. And maybe there's something to look into there. I feel like I'm kind of curious, what. So I see Odie came in. Odie, bro, did Odie bounce? Fuck. Well, I was about to ask him what he think about the tariffs because he follows that shit like hoes follow horoscopes and shit. I guess I'm just I don't know. I feel like Samoa's right overall on the.
No, don't lie to yourself, brother.
In a nuanced way, though. Hear me out, Kang. Hear me out, because bro, all I hear Matt saying is Donald Trump cannot do these tariffs, and okay, but Samoa is saying, bro, all he has to do is follow other protocol and he can have the same effect, right? So if your concern was the president putting out hella tariffs on everybody, that problem hasn't solved. And I think that's the nuanced point that I hear come up, right? No, I think Matt has conceded that point. Is that incorrect, Kang, or what?
I'll be honest, I was
No, I considered I considered that some of the tariffs from China were done in the proper way. Yes, I will concede to that one. However, my bigger point was Donald Trump's sweeping tariff. Remember when he put out that list of all the countries with 10%?
Samoa doesn't even disagree with that. Samoa doesn't disagree with you on that.
Okay. Now, secondly, I had my second point regarding the corruption, but even if you want to broaden the scope, I think the damage is already done. The way we are losing market share throughout the world because of this bullshit tariff and the way countries are working around us, I think we are gonna lose even more. And now we're then gonna have to give a refund. We're losing even more.
Oh no, yeah.
All of the posturing that Donald Trump was doing and supporting was bullshit. And
that's factually true. That's true.
Right. And we told him this shit was not a good idea. They argued that it was a good idea, that it was going to make us rich. And now we can see that, no, it was actually a terrible idea because we're losing our biggest trading partner.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump has done irreparable damage to our reputation as Americans. You can see how Europe is starting to set up. They used to say China's becoming a superpower was a joke, but it's Europe is already trying to set up ways of being independent without America because Americans might just elect a crackhead to be president who just puts tariffs on the world, right? So they can't trust us. We've shown that you cannot trust America. We might just try to take Greenland for no fucking reason, right? So I think Donald Trump's foreign policy has pushed the world against America in the same way that if your uncle was a crackhead, you would be we love you, but we can't trust you with the money. We can't trust you with the money. You know what I mean? And that's what it is.
Let me ask some more of this because I think last night I heard someone talking about Trump has to, right off in the sunset. And
this was. Oh, sorry, Ray. I was in the Matrix. Go ahead, bro.
My bad. I just want to just hit this point just real briefly. What dumb motherfucker puts tariffs on fucking movies, bro, that come out that are foreign and whatnot, saying
people who smoke crack.
Mind you, all these films are filmed outside of America, bro. TV shows, movies. Who does dumb shit like that? And then who's the dumb motherfucker that defends the shit? Like, let's just.
I defend that shit. Look, hey, them motherfuckers gotta pay. This shit ain't cheap.
Okay, so Star Wars. Okay, two of the greatest movie trilogies of all time. Star Wars. Right.
Star Wars, Godfather, Goodfellas, Fella Good. I don't give a fuck. Fella pay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tariff. You know what I'm saying, nigga? Hey, look. Listen, bro. Look, it's the money gonna get used. In all kinds of ways, and furthermore, it gives us a chance to like look at ourselves and be like, hey, what can we do here, to prevent like all these terrorists and having to play and shell all this little money and shit like that. I think it's great.
I was gonna tell you, Ray, that nigga Marty's a op, by the way. He is anti-reparations, by the way, so
Well, he's anti-reparations. That's
not today, but
no, that's a whole different. That's a digression. That's not
before we change the conversation, I think this is one of the few times in recent history, like at least in the last couple of years, that a victory for the American people and a victory for the American system. This, just like the Supreme Court not allowing Biden to fucking forgive student loans, just blankly forgive student loans, is a check on unilateral power. And I think that finally we have some good news to talk about, right? That he can follow other measures and laws as the executive, and he can point to other laws that protect him being able to impose tariffs, but it puts a check and balance on the executive branch to not have unilateral power. So this is a great fucking decision, and it's nice to see that it was spearheaded by Roberts, who's a conservative, and a majority of them being conservatives voted along with it. Right? It was a 6-3 vote, I think. It's a big deal. That's actually really helpful.
How did Clarence Thomas vote? I want to ask. Does anybody know?
He voted with Trump.
He was on some bullshit. We know that coon ass bastard.
Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh, they were the dissenting opinion. And Kavanaugh was the dissenting opinion. One of his main objectives was, we're going to have to give people refund.
That's going to be a long, drawn-out process, though, Matt. That's going to take years, dude. Like, these companies got to file class actions.
If it says you did not have a right to, I don't even understand why it would. I think it would be a settlement, right? I don't think the government would give you $1 on every dollar. I think they'll give you 90 cents. But I think you would not. I don't think it's gonna take a long time because, Frank Lutnick bought most of them anyway. So now he's gonna have to negotiate with himself on how to be paid. And this is the corruption I wanted to highlight. That's crazy.
Yeah, I agree with you, but ultimately it's still a victory. The whole settlement stuff was above my tax bracket and pay grade. I'm not too familiar on how they'll handle it, but I think that it's nice to see that, what they taught us in high school about checks and balances is actually real. It's the second time we've seen it in the last 6 years, so it's a good thing.
I think that for instance, one thing that's interesting about Trump and his lawless disregard for American norms and explicit laws is in Brazil, they had a president who denied the validity of the election and tried to maintain power. They arrested and convicted him. The South Korean president who tried to pull a Trump and just say the elections aren't real, he's serving life in prison. The South Korean president serving life in prison. Do you see what I'm saying? So sometimes I look at America and I'm like, bro, we just watched Donald Trump try to steal an election, storm the Capitol, lie about everything, do illegal shit. Somehow he's still president. So it's I for a moment, I was like, damn, is American democracy a fucking joke we can wipe our ass with and just be like, fuck it, Nazis are in control? But when you see shit like this, it's okay, there are at least some Americans who will pretend that there's rules to the game, right? They won't try to Samoa shuffle their way into fucking fascism and bullshit. So like I think that this win is meaningful. It shows that like I think that like when I look at the Supreme Court justices and how they voted, I'm thinking anyone with a fucking brain who has studied the law knows that the president can't do this shit. Right? And so like if they were to rule otherwise, there would be an uprising among judges, among lawyers, who would just be honest and be like, bro, this is obviously bullshit, right? Like there would just be too many legal experts who know that this is bullshit. So I think that's what pushes the Supreme Court to honor and keep the law, because there's nothing stopping us from becoming North Korea, right? There's nothing stopping us from becoming Russia or China.
Yes, it is. What?
No, but the only thing that's stopping it is people that disagree with you and who are not.
We got a constitution. Like, what the fuck?
But what does the Constitution mean if you can just say it means whatever Donald Trump says it means? If Donald Trump says the Constitution means we can do whatever the fuck the president says, that's a dictatorship. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, so I'm just saying, like, checks and balances. To keep it real with you, bro, I believe we should abolish the presidency. We should just have a primary ambassador who represents our interests to foreign countries, and we should have a commander-in-chief. That's a separate office who controls the military. But there should not be like one president who has all of this authority to where we have to debate whether or not he's fucking king. Fuck that. There shouldn't even be one guy. There should be the House of Representatives, the Senate, a head of the military who we vote for, and the ambassador to all nations. But there should be no fucking president. We don't even need that.
Why not do the French?
Like,
that's the French system.
It doesn't have to be exactly like the French system where. But I think that the fact that you can run
stuff like that, like the Secretary of War.
Yeah, but we gonna look soft if we do some shit like that.
The chief of, for instance, like what is the commander-in-chief is the president. The president is in charge of the fucking military, and the president controls the executive branch. So like the entire, like you have three branches, right? You have executive, legislative, and judicial. The executive branch is controlled by one dude.
Right.
Fuck
so
that. You know what I mean? Like it should not be controlled by one guy. Like that's crazy as fuck.
The French system. So the French system is the president of the country do international politics, and then they have a prime minister that do national politics.
No, I don't even believe there should be like one dude that does national. I think they should have to. I think like the Congress and the Senate should just be in charge of damn near all legal shit. They should just be in charge of everything, and they should have to fight. Like, I think it's too easy to consolidate power into the presidency to achieve a fucking dictatorship. As we're looking at, we're like the entire country is having to fight against one man. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it shouldn't be that fucking hard. It shouldn't be like one dude gets elected to the office of the presidency. Now we all have to fight this one dude. Fuck that. There should be like 50 different people who have to argue about what the fuck they want to achieve. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be as simple as.
But then not if all those 50 people are on the same political ideology or path.
That's much harder to achieve than one guy. Like if Donald Trump is saying, fuck this, blah, blah, blah. Now we got to argue with this one fucking dude. Fuck that. You should have to achieve a coalition of different motherfuckers from around the entire country and get them to all vote for the same shit. You know what I mean? Like fuck this whole thing where it's like, there's one guy. Like that's dumb as fuck. Like one guy, like the whole reason why he can't do tariffs is because one human being should not be able to put tariffs on the fucking planet. That's stupid as fuck and you all know it. So like why the fact that we even have to have this discussion, it shows how fucking dumb our system is.
But like Alessandro, but here's the issue though, right? If this was any other administration, these motherfuckers would be filing their fucking forks and pitchforks and shit and coming after this motherfucker. But for whatever reason, they're allowing this dude to have full autonomy to do what the fuck he want to do, bro.
I think that's a structural problem though. So I'm critiquing the structure. I think that there should be no seat or office that one man can sit on. And now we all gotta fucking square up and box with him. Fuck that. Everybody should be able to just represent the people where they come from. They represent their they represent their constituents, and motherfuckers vote. And however the votes go, that's what it is. There shouldn't be like one guy. That's stupid as fuck, in my opinion. I think the only reason why, and even as a little kid, I used to think, why do we have a president? Because Europeans are used to having kings. Europeans are used to having kings. There should be at least one guy, right? No. Fuck that. I don't like, because there was a king of England, they're like, well, yeah, there should be like a president. No. We don't fucking need a president. We don't.
Happened today, right? I mean, one guy made a decision, and then another branch says, yeah, that decision is not good. You need to go talk to the other branch in order to come up with that decision. But when we had normal president, for instance, I think tariff on Chinese cars like 100%. That went in front of Congress. And Congress approved it and said, yeah, there's a reason why we need it, because we need to protect our own auto industry. And it was very specific, very targeted. And I think the decision today says you cannot take Samoa country and tariff everything coming out of there 15%. That's a sweeping tariff. That's what that is. And they said, no, you can't do that. Congress does not give you the right to do that. And I think, like I said, this is a win for the because it shows that the system is working the way that it was intended to work. The check and balance.
No, the fact that we had to fight for this shit shows that it's not working to the extent that I would like it to. There's been a lot of, okay, so the tariff constitutional, that's one thing, but Donald Trump has defied over 50 court rulings, right? The Trump administration has over 50 court rulings, right? And they're all operating at the behest and under the leadership and direction of this man. I'm saying there are 3 branches of government. One of our branches of government is controlled by one person. That's a fucking problem.
It's not.
And that's all I'm saying.
Alessandro, can I interject real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, man, please.
So watch, during the Articles of Confederation, 8 presidents served, right? And it was a ceremonial position. Like they really didn't have any power. And everyone realized that there needs to be a unified power, especially during times of war, right? Like imagine having to about national security issues with like 50 people or even 12 people. There's more of a chance that state secrets might be leaked. It takes longer to make decisions. And when time is when there's a potential threat to our national security, we definitely need one person. The problem is we're voting in mentally retarded crackheads, as you said. So it's giving us a lot of issues. But we definitely need to have a check on the executive branch. And the one thing every president has in common is they constantly expand their powers, right? Because everyone wants more power and no one really objects. So it's kind of getting out of control, especially with like the military authorizations, right? We keep starting wars based off something we signed into place to go after Al-Qaeda, and we're broadening the word terrorism to give the president more power. So it's becoming problematic, but there is a lot of utility in having one leader, especially in times of.
I appreciate that. I think that I would like to clarify, I did offer originally, we should have general elections on a national scale where we vote for the leader of the military. And then we should also, like, I'm not saying just abolish the office of the presidency. I'm saying abolish that office and create a new office that we vote for, which is like the leader of the military. All he does is manage military conflict in foreign nations, and we should all be able to vote for him. And get to have shit to do with tariffs or domestic policy, right? So, like, I do think how our military works should be consolidated into a small handful of individuals who can respond at a moment's notice. I can understand and respect the need for a commander-in-chief. We should have a commander-in-chief, but the commander-in-chief should not also be the president and then also be able to like send ICE officers to like strip people out of their homes and shit. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying like we should take what the president does and divide that into separate offices. Why can he send random people to run through the streets and like round people up, but then he can also bomb Nigeria? Like, why the fuck does one person need that much authority? Like, he can send ICE people to run through the street, shoot people in the head, but he can also bomb Nigeria, but he can also put tariffs, but he can also like that's way too much responsibility in one seat. I think we need to break that shit up. That's all I'm saying.
Well, actually, that's usually how it works. Usually, a president does not have the unilateral power to implement or do the things actually that you're referring to. So you're absolutely correct. That actually does happen. However, that's because that's also what what their cabinet is for, right? Certain secretaries are for, right? The administrative cabinet.
Does he appoint the cabinet?
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, let me just finish.
I'm sorry about that.
Now, so with that being said, when you have people in your cabinet that don't answer to you, they answer to the Constitution. It works the way that it's supposed to work. But if you put people in your cabinet that answers to you and not the Constitution, then we have what we have today, which is the president trying to use his executive power to try to unilaterally do everything because of his cabinet willfully allowing him to do so. That is where we're at now.
I respect that, but I think like as you were speaking, I did ask a couple questions that I already knew the answer to, right? But just so that we can agree to what I'm saying, I asked, does the president appoint the cabinet? The answer is yes. I know the president appoints his cabinet. So like if I want to do bullshit, I'll just appoint my cabinet to be people who want to do bullshit too. But then just to make sure, I was like, have they always appointed the cabinet under what we observe occurring today under Donald Trump and his second administration? And the answer is yes. So I don't think that the cabinet, Coco, is a sufficient system of checks and balances. That's like, if I pick the people that criticize me, I'm gonna pick my brother, my cousin, my partner, my wife. Like, and these are the people that are my cabinet. Go put Steele up in there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you're saying the cabinet is a check and balance on the president, I'm just questioning that. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not saying that the cabinet is itself a check and balance of the president, because the separation of power is the checks and balance. However, if the president is a genuine president and an outright president and a president that actually upholds the Constitution and puts genuine people in his cabinet that also upholds the Constitution, we won't have problems like this. But when you have a president that's with the fuck shit, and then he puts people in his cabinet that's also with his fuck shit, this is how we get here.
Can I go after you, Kang? Because I knew you were trying to say something, so I'll just go after you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, Alessandro, I think you do have a valid critique, but I also hear what Coco's saying. I think what the bigger concern at hand that I think what Coco's trying to get at is that the issue really isn't with the president or the people in power, but more so the people who elect them to be in power. Because here's the thing. Let's say we had your system, and let's say, for example, we were to have your system, right? And we had this, like, I guess,
what the fuck was that, bruh? My bad. Go ahead. Yeah.
I just dropped the knife. I was about to kiss some potatoes.
What did you hear? I'm like, what the fuck was that? No, you seen it coming. And you was like,
somebody came and I was like, this wasn't too much noise. But no, I was saying that I think the issue more so is the voters, because even if we were to have your system in which like we didn't have, like, let's say one person running the executive, I guess office or whatever, right? If we had some cultic-like voter base like we have right now with Donald Trump, I think the same issue would repeat. So I think really the issue is more so on the voters rather than it is the system, because I think you could have a perfect system, but if you have people who are very impartial,
Unfortunately, we don't have people who are impartial, but if we have people who are very biased, I believe in our society, who don't prioritize education, who are very reactive rather than proactive, we'll end up seeing a Donald Trump also manifest in other systems rather than our own. So I think the issue really is more first.
I think, okay, with the issue being the voters, I think that we had like Trump backlash. A lot of Trump voters are starting to realize they fucked up. I think at this fair to say in America, a Trump supporter is considered a stupid person. Like, even in America, it's like, you gotta defend pedophiles on top of defending global warming, denying global warming, on top of pretending there's no such thing as racism, on top of defending ICE, on top of you know what I mean? Like, they're asking you to defend, you just have to defend too much bullshit. Like, we could deny this, we could deny that, but at a certain point, I think Donald Trump, like, it's almost like he's gone full extremist. And I think America is not a complete extremist nation. I think the average American prides themselves on being a reasonable individual who does not hate anybody.
Oh, I disagree. Like, I don't know about that.
I think the average, like, the average American, regardless of race or creed, thinks they're a good person trying to do good things, right? But the Trump administration is just obviously mad, right? So like, at a certain point, it's like, bro, I have to be sitting in a room full of like people who follow politics to just be like, bro, obviously this shit is stupid, and most people will be like, yeah, you know. And so like,
but I mean, if you have like Americans who are in support of, you know, for example, Biden, remember how he had the whole loan forgiveness thing? People were against that. So I don't know, like, I hear your point, but like, I don't know if I'll agree with the thing about the average American being good or whatever, wanting to do good things. I think some people in this country want to see this country burn. As much as I hate to say it, I really think that, yeah, I think there's a good amount of
far right extremists, though, if you want to keep it real.
No, it's far right. I think it's quite more common than not. That's what I'm saying. It's fair to say a good amount of Americans, or most, but the average, I don't think I'd agree with the average.
Bro, man, I mean, I don't know, man.
Go ahead, Philly. If most Americans wanted America to burn, America would be in flames right now, right? I think there's extremists on both sides. There are good people on both sides. But I agree with Alessandro that most Americans are, you know, cool, calm, collected. They really don't hate their neighbor. It's the extremes, because the folks on the extremes are the ones that get all the freaking airtime and all the attention, right? Because I'm all over the place. The one thing I don't see a lot of is these crazy people that we talk about every single day on this app. They don't exist. Just like, and this is a separate topic, but it's relatable, just like these people that date the only 100,000 niggas that are 6 feet tall that can dunk a basketball with a 29 inch vertical.
Liars.
Don't exist in real life.
Can't make a free throw.
You know, I think and I think, like, for instance, even as like you already know, if you understand who I am as a person in this room, of course I'm very aware of like race and the history of how race impacts human beings. Bro, I think the average white person is not some like evil motherfucker who like hates immigrants. That's not true, bro. Like, that's not true. Like, the average, I think there may be like policies that Americans may disagree about, but I think like your average, even just your average white American, bro, does not think that like we need to evict all Mexicans, or like that we need, you know what I mean? Like, the shit that the Trump regime is doing is not in accordance with your average white person, let alone the minorities. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like that's where he's starting to lose, because like your average American is a good person, bro. I'll stand by that. I'll die on that hill, bro. Like, your average American, regardless of race or any of that shit, is not out here like, we hate these motherfuckers, kill them all, fuck the economy, do tariffs. What the fuck? Like, your average American is not like, put tariffs on the world, even if it fucks the economy up. Like, that doesn't make no type of sense, bro. Like, the average American is just, I feel like the people who voted for Trump did not think that he was going to do all this shit.
and we're starting to see them leave him in massive numbers. Like if you just look in Americans under the age of 30, Donald Trump has swung by 40 points. He was winning, like Donald Trump was winning among like young men. Now he's losing. Because you can't,
that's true.
You can't justify this shit. You can't justify this shit. So it's like,
I agree with you, right? But they went on TV. They came on this app. And we know people that come right here in this room and told us that the tariff was a good idea.
Exactly.
China
It's
was
like echo
going
chambers
to pay.
of like.
China was going to pay them. Those people tried to convince us that the person selling the product was the one who was going to pay the tariff.
But also,
they went on fake news and told everybody in the country China was going to pay the tariff. Now, this is after Donald Trump told them in the first term Mexico was going to pay for the war. Now, it's hard for me to believe that the majority of Americans are not fucking stupid.
Right. Most people are stupid. But what I'm saying is like most Americans, like bro, like you're talking about building a wall, which like I think that they could be mistaken. And I'm arguing with you on this following point. When I encounter a white person that believes Black Americans don't deserve reparations, and that's most white people. Like most white people, like my aunt was born without civil rights. Most white Americans will look her in her face and say, even though you were born without civil rights, you don't deserve reparations. That's not because they're racist. That's because they're stupid.
Wait, what?
Do you see what I'm saying? No, I'm there. Like they don't understand.
Why can't it be both?
Well, no, racism is like, no matter what you tell me, I don't like you, right? So like racism is like, I accept the fact that Black people has been fucked over for centuries and never been given a fair shot, but still fuck you. That's racist. I think a person that's stupid is a person that thinks like, well, slavery happened and then it didn't happen and then everything was fine and Black people are complaining for no reason. That's not a racist. That's just your average white American.
So like you're saying the average. Go ahead, sir.
No, I'm saying like your average white American doesn't hate Black people.
No, sure, yeah.
They just don't understand our struggle. So because of that lack of understanding, they disagree with us. So do you see what I'm saying?
What do you struggle with, Alessandro?
Right. So I think that I'm talking about populations. I think you don't understand what I'm saying, Red Drum.
So hold on, wait.
No, it just sounded like you were including yourself. That's why I was just curious. What you?
Are you asking Are you asking me to explain the distinction between Black Americans?
No, I was asking about you specifically.
Oh, is that because you're retarded and you can't?
You included yourself when you said ours, so that includes your terms like that.
So when you say
when I say Armenians, I don't include myself when I talk about Armenians who died in the genocide, right?
That's you.
Yeah, that's you.
That's not me.
But I don't want
to compare that because you call my skin color, but so
that's the unfortunate thing.
I didn't hear what Nathan said.
What did you say, Nate? I didn't catch it.
So I just was asking because you include yourself what you mean. Like if
the quick answer to you, dude, I'll just answer Red Drum in 30 seconds. Americans say we defeated the Nazis. Were you alive during World War II? We had a revolution. Were you fighting in the motherfucking Revolutionary War in 1776?
I get it. So you don't mean yourself. I get it.
I mean us as a group, you fucking idiot. Now, if you ask me some dumb question, you can, but that doesn't mean it's valid.
It's not dumb. I'm trying to clarify.
It's obviously
we went through slavery as Americans.
Can I ask you this? So when you say the average American is good, by what measure are you like quantifying good? Because if you're also saying that the average, like let's say, person isn't in like support of reparations to like let's say level up the disparities that exist in this country, like do you consider that to be good?
I think that when I say good, I mean, do you come to the table honestly ready to hear every perspective? Now, I think that the perspectives that are offered to our average Americans do a disservice to Black people, right?
So I think with that being said, I can't expect you to understand where I'm coming from when everything that's been told to you is the opposite of the truth. Right? I can't expect you, but no, you can still be a good person, like, but you haven't been given the tools that you need to engage appropriately.
And like, what do you like? How would you quantify or at least what measure? Like how would you define good in this sense? Because like that's what I'm a bit confused on. Because like I would argue that there's a lot of people who still support this whole bootstrapper mentality, which of course makes poor people poor and stuff like that. But people basically, whenever you talk about like any aspect of disparities, people will more so on the individual rather than the person. And so like to me, I don't think that's good, personally, right? Like, so when you say good, like by what means do you like mean it?
America, I think that America has learned from how we've treated indigenous people and black people to be like, look, racism is bad. That's a gigantic step. No, hear me out though. Hear me out. No, wait, no, I'm talking literally, I'm building towards what you're talking about.
Is that a parakeet or a cockatoo in the background?
I'm sorry?
Is that a parakeet or a cockatoo in the background?
I'm just standing outside, bro.
It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon.
I'm in a bird-rich area. Like
there'll be a pope in the fall.
I'm just in a. There's just hella birds, dog. I'm just saying.
Okay.
My bad, family. We gotta look it up. But I'm saying, like, I think most Americans are not raised to hate people, right? So, like, you think about your average Republican, right? They're not raised to hate black people, right? They're just raised to think America is good. And there are many people that complain, and that's just a part of being human, right? And like there are people who complain, but America is good. And when you hear these people complaining about the police, man, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? And that's where you find the people that push back against Black Lives Matter. It's not because they hate black people, it's because they love America. Do you see what I'm saying?
Or they always think that black people are chronic complainers too.
Yeah, but
that's true too, though.
But it's like that's part of their, like, for instance, like I said, I'm the first generation in my family to be born with civil rights, right? And before that, we had no civil rights, and before that, we were fucking slaves, right?
Wait, your mom didn't have civil rights?
Hear me out. No, she didn't.
How old is your mom? Holy cow.
Bro, we got civil rights in the 1960s. We got civil rights in the 1960s. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, my parents were born.
That's not ancient.
How old are you?
History.
That wasn't that long ago. Like, you don't know how to like do that.
I'm 70 years old. Like, shit. Like, why is he acting like that shit was 200 years ago?
Because he's a 26-year-old.
Like, here's the thing, bro. Stop talking. Stop talking for a second, bro. Like, when
I'm just saying he's 26 years old. That's why he's acting like.
I'm just saying it's crazy. Like, you guys are so old.
Stop talking. So when black people arrived and were slaves, it was like the 1700s, and they were riding horses. When Martin Luther King was marching, they had invented space travel and TVs. So they would enslave us. Stop talking, right? So they would enslave us from the time they had horses to the time they invented rocket ships. What the fuck are you? Or they would deny us civil rights, right? Like, by the time we got civil rights, they could already walk on the fucking moon. So they had horses. So they went from horses to walking on the moon. Before they gave black people civil rights. So just like reflect on that before you tell me like.
Oh, speaking of the word allegedly, last night was.
Oh yeah, let the retards take over. I'm just gonna pass it. But you dig what I'm saying? Like maybe if there was another room where a conversation could be.
I'm not hearing what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, you guys should do. You know what? We have never had a reparations room. We should have one in Clubhouse.
You do have merit in your thing. Like, I don't know. Maybe for me, I think average is a big.
And I'm trying to say that America is not.
I would say a good amount of Americans are good people, but I don't know.
I think most Americans are good people. And I think that when we look around the world, like think about what the Armenian people have gone through. There are people that have gone through some wild shit, bro. Think about, you know what I'm saying? And like they don't live in countries, where, like in America, the white people accept they fucked up. I think that's a gigantic gift to black people. At least they accept they fucked up. You know what I mean? So like I think that like
who accepted they fucked up? You mean the government?
like white Americans accept you shouldn't enslave black people. It's fucked up to be racist.
Who's white American?
There are people who don't like
who's white American though?
Stop talking, right?
No, who's white American? Because you want to make this another shit again.
I'm trying to make it broader. Let me just.
If you're talking about the American government, of course, they start with all the the Jim Crow. They admitted to being what they had policies were wrong. But when you're talking about specific people, what do you mean by white American though? When you look at their skin, you think they're white. That's white. So anybody that's white. So am I a part of white?
You call Finkel Keeganstein a white American?
I don't know. You're talking about Keegan.
I'll catch you guys another time. I think
we appreciate you. Thank you.
I think that I'm pointing out.
Are you saying another thing?
I thought you were leaving after I finished this, right?
Well, then why don't we care what you're going to say if you're going to leave? No, what do you mean? What? You're going to just get a final statement? This isn't closing arguments here. What are we doing?
You're being fucking fine.
Either leave or have a discussion.
What do you want to do? Do you want to argue with me? I'm going to leave, or do you want to just let me finish? Like,
no, because what do you do? I mean, either have the actual discussion with either right or wrong.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So all I'm saying,
we know what he's doing. He's just doing
this. All I'm saying cool. All I'm saying is like there are many people around the world who have been through a lot of bullshit and have to live around people who have historically postured as their enemies, right? And I think like we have to grow as a species to recognize. No, not even. I literally just said who have postured as.
Yeah, come on, bro.
In many cases, I use the word posture to show like I don't. Man, come on now. In this conversation, I've been trying to say white Americans are not your enemies.
Exactly. Right? That's what you're saying.
Like that's been my whole point.
Well, guess what? They're my enemy.
And I don't understand why you're trying to like make this like weird. Like all that I'm saying is, man. Like the most people, and I think that America is unique. America is a place where we have learned from our mistakes and tried to uphold some degree of forthcomingness. You know what I mean? And like, so all that I'm saying is like,
man, what are you saying?
Allow me to finish, right? So the people who have oppressed the Armenians,
well, Hispanics are
accept all that I'm. Okay, bro. I'm literally just trying to like show how like other people have heart.
Let them finish.
Like,
let them finish, or I will drop you like I dropped my panties for Joe.
What?
Thank you. There are other
in my head. You put down a lot of
people, right? There are other people who have been oppressed by cultures who have no respect for them. Like the cultures that have like oppressed. There are cultures that have been oppressed by people that don't accept they fucked up. That don't acknowledge. Like for instance, if you're a black person and you go to the Middle East. They have anti-blackness, but unlike America, America acknowledges that anti-blackness is wrong. If you go to the Middle East, they won't acknowledge that. They don't give a fuck, right? So like you have to recognize you're lucky to be in the.
That's actually a good thing.
You have to recognize that you're lucky to be in a country where they acknowledge like it's wrong to be racist. That's not even fucking normal. Do you see what I'm saying? But maybe if y'all are too ignorant to have the conversation, if y'all just move in, fuck you too. Stop. Oh wait, that's Kang. My bad, Kang. My bad, Kang. My bad, Steel. But you dig, man. I think that the retards have taken over the room. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We're gonna pretend that like America's bad. It's like, bro, America is something you could work with. I think America is the index finger of humanity, pointing towards the direction that we should go. And as a people. We should uphold American values and just honestly keep it real. But you know what I mean? Whatever the fuck it is, you dig, man? Fuck it. If y'all want to be racist and weird, that's fine.
Well, there are three American values.
Hispanics are replacing both white and black. You guys are both going to become the minority.
I don't care. So there's three American values.
Buddy.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm a good, clean elite black, so I'm not worried about that whole minority thing. So there's 3 American culture traits that I wish that we would not have adapted. And Dr. King talked about these. That's the extreme racism, number 1. The extreme materialism, number 2. And the extreme militarism. Those are 3 American values that I wish that would die. I wish if those American values die, we'll be a much better society. That's why you want to know why these people are screaming about, the racists, they're going to take over. They're going to treat us like the whites treat minorities. Because it's the extreme racism part, right? It needs to die. You need to let it go.
All 3 of those reasons are the reason why America is so prosperous.
They're the reason that America is going to fail.
No, so the reason why it's failing now is because of multiculturalism. That's why America's falling apart.
I sure was still talking. I'm pretty sure I was still talking. Those 3 reasons are the reason that America is going to fail. Right? The house divided can end, and greed will not stand. Right? It's not going to stand. Materialism is going to about like American consumer debt being like the real problem and not like the nation's debt. It is a problem because we're very materialistic. Most of us do live. You know what I mean? Now, there's also an income problem. I'm not going to lie. There's 2 things to be true at once. But those 3 things are going to be the fall of this country. This experiment that has been going on for 250 years? Yeah, this year, 250 years. Is not going to make it to 300 if we don't solve those issues. It is a problem.
60 years, but okay.
So, yeah.
Not 250.
Well, the Black Mirror changed everything.
I thought in the queue, it's Elise next, and then Goo. So sorry, Steele. Yeah, go ahead.
So we're talking about what? Chivalry?
Man, Elise
that died 60 years old. Unfortunately, what, nigga?
What?
I'm not talking about you. You want to be ignorant, nigga, talk.
You think that?
No, you want to be, no, go ahead. You're good.
All right, Elise, I appreciate you, dog. What were you saying, Steele? I think that you are right. I think America is very unique in the regards that we are a country that has been, quite progressive since especially post-World War II, right? Damn near every other decade, you see a direction in which this country has moved towards the right direction. I would hope that continues, especially throughout the rest of our lifetimes and, of course, even forward from that. And yeah, I do agree, right? Like, I would agree with that 100%. So, yeah, I think you make some good points. I think a lot of these people just came in and they just heard certain parts of what you were saying and they just tried to make your point seem as if you were this, like, divisive type of guy, right? But I do think that, once again, with that progress, there's, of course, some weirdos who are trying to push back against that, and this room is a prime example. You were trying to move the conversation forward, and here they go, these white people, are you trying to say white people are racist? Multiculturalism. This country was founded on multiculturalism. Right? I mean, even you white people forget that, like, during the dawn of this country, right? Even like, like Anglo-Saxons would view Germans as dark and swarthy. Same with Italians.
Instead of pointing the finger, you should help teach them.
What you forget is that through the evolution of this country, they had realized that, we can't be doing this. Which is why we ended up having more Italians come in. Which is why we ended up having more Germans coming in. Which is why we expanded our immigration process to allow different people from various nationalities across the world to be deemed as American. What did Reagan say? If you know, that's all I gotta say.
He said trust but verify. Oh, you talking about the other things that he said.
Go ahead, Goo. Goo, you're next. Go ahead, Goo. It's Goo's turn. Go ahead, Goo.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is that you Black Americans and white Americans can keep hugging it out, because every census is just going to move the extinction clock forward. All your flags, your heritage, your history, everything, they're going to get buried
by extinction clock
certificates. You guys are done.
What do you mean by extinction clock?
Oh no, sound the alarms. They're going to kill us. They're going to change the American flag from America to some other country.
I mean, I'm not like...
Although they won't, except they'll just become just American like all other immigrant groups do.
Your great-grandchildren are going to speak Spanish, just saying.
I don't care if they speak Spanish.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm Black.
Yeah.
Who cares? Let's speak Spanish.
Your bloodlines are going to be Hispanic.
Bro, like, you're talking... Like, what they don't understand, family...
My great-grandchildren's last name could be L. Finley. I don't care.
People keep
Finley.
People keep worrying.
He doesn't understand that most.
The Great Replacement also affects you, Black Americans. You guys are cooked.
That's crazy as
fuck.
fuck.
Check this out, Goo. If my great-grandchildren's name is L. Finley, I don't care, because guess what? I'll be in glory by then, sir. I don't care.
Finley, I
don't
think.
care.
I think.
And by the way, and I'll say it again, right? Because I plan on leaving a legacy. I pray that I'm able to, right? My kids will be, the great kids will be elites. They'll be elites, and so it won't matter. Won't freaking matter.
Yeah, but how many people are they gonna have to kill to be elites?
That's dumb as shit.
I think like 2 million families.
Elites ain't going to kill nobody.
They just going to go. I don't know.
You're not elite if you don't kill anybody, honey.
I think he's talking about like, are you calling shots that require decisions regarding life or death, which is on a deeper level. But I just feel like it comes down to like, look, bro, as Americans, and I don't give a goddamn. I'm a motherfucking American, and you can suck my left nut, bitch. We are the coldest people who have ever roamed the earth. You can suck my left nut, and I stand on that. Right? America to the end of the motherfucking road on everything. Right? It's not about race. It's not about whatever the fuck you think it's about. We already won the game. The only question is, can we lose it? Like, if America falls off, it's because these idiots voted for Donald Trump. We had it in the bag, and then Trump fucked it up. You know what I mean? Trump, like, galvanized.
Some bros are whining about Trump.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about, bitch. Stop talking while I'm talking race. Like, the fact of the matter is, like, look, man, look, here's what I'm saying. Like, please stop talking about talking race. Like,
bilingual Cuban.
As an American, right, here's how we move, bro. As an American, Hispanic, I hear you talking while I'm talking.
I'm going to keep talking.
Like, I know you're, like, a retarded idiot. Like, why can't we? Why does he have to become that type of room?
You bloviate.
I'm like not playing the drums.
Everything
ends up grab an instrument. It's all good. We can talk at the same time. It's all good.
You make it happen.
I mean, you're already an ass because this content is worthless. No one cares. You can just wait until I finish, or we can just talk at the same time.
Don't leave.
No. I work from home. I do what I want. And you're a bitch.
Work from home.
So here's what I'm doing.
Work from home.
How about you being friendly? You know what I mean?
Work from home is code for unemployed.
Okay. You're good. What is your bachelor? Let's go up the ladder. Let's start off with high school, then we'll go to bachelor's degree. And like, what education do you have to where you can tell me that I don't need to be doing what the fuck I'm doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I have two PhDs.
Okay.
You're a PhD as well? Hold on. What was your dissertation written about?
I won't answer that question now.
Yeah, because you don't have a fucking PhD.
I have two PhDs.
Fucking faggot.
This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, you always end up arguing with a retard that can't even tie their shoes about, like, some complex geopolitical issue. And it's like, what the fuck? And in his mind, it's blah, blah, blah. But that's just because he's retarded. So it's like, okay.
I like how you point out the flaws of somebody instead of trying to help them.
Mr. Finley, I was next on the queue, and I was patiently waiting. I was patiently waiting. I'm next on the queue. I've been patiently waiting.
In the queue.
No, you've been going just now. Are you done?
I just said go ahead.
No, because I was talking.
I didn't start talking. Mr. Finley did.
You know what, bro? I'll let whatever this weird
Thank you, appreciate it.
Think of most. I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't even talking about you.
Let off the land, and then Keegan, and then Nathan.
He just gave up. He just gave up the mic. Thank you, Don, and thank you, Don, for hosting and moderating good conversation. I truly do appreciate it. What I want to say about a thing.
Who said this master could go first?
You just did. You just said.
No, I said
that you allow.
No, I said
Finkel Keeganstein.
All right.
Yeah, I'm Finkel Keeganstein. Thank you. Oy vey. So what I want to say is that there's been a few statements made, like the individual Alessandro, who said, people don't understand the complex of geopolitical. Even though he made the statement of this America was founded on multiculturalism. We have to understand it was founded by WASP, right? That's white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. And then in 1795, they decided we're going to allow an immigration act for good men of white background, of good morale, to come to this nation. That's when they started allowing more Germans, more Italians, more Irish. Still created a large problem because you had a drastically different culture come in, but they still had this underlying understanding because it still was a European culture. So it's different than the multiculturalism that we see today that was implemented in the 1960s from the Immigration Act in 1962, and that is now that we have a lot of, as Drew has said, a lot of Hispanics, a lot Muslims from the Middle East. These individuals, completely different standard of life, standard of living, and that Black Americans and white Americans have both a sense of nationality, like nationalism, to care about how their nation is going, and the idea that we should, be voting in individuals who have policies that have open borders, and that would be helpful for our nation, or that we should not care if our children speak Spanish, is a really, really large issue to me. And if you don't care of how your nation or how your people will be after you die, you are the nation that I despise the most. That's the boomer. Excuse me, let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. You're the generation that I despise, the boomer generation, which is that I will not give anything to my family. I will not let you inherit anything. I care about inheritance. I care that my children will inherit something that's better than me. And the reason why I care is because of this familial. I'm telling you that I care for the familial bond that I will. I'm answering why I care about this. Why I care about.
I asked you why you care about that. I asked you a different question, you fucking idiot.
You said, why do you care? After the statement that I made.
Fucking dumbass. I asked you, why do you care what language people speak? Why do you care?
I care about my culture. I care about my culture.
I didn't ask about culture. I said language.
Nothing. Language is a part of culture, you dummy. Language is a part of culture, you dummy.
Numbers exist.
Your language is a part of a culture, you dummy. The reason why we don't have Gaelic in Ireland and Scotland that much anymore is because it's died off. Because Irish and the Scots allowed it to die off. I don't want English to die off in the same way. I care about my culture existing beyond me. I care about my children inheriting a country that cares about their European culture, their European language, their European traditions to continue on. And I think that we should, as Americans, believe the same, but we don't. And this is why our country will dissolve into madness. Because everyone thinks that, is this country in an incline or a decline? And we all understand it's in a decline, but we don't know why. I'll tell you why. It's multiculturalism, it's immigration, and it's liberalism at the end of the day.
Yeah.
What's up, Nathan? I'm after Nathan.
That's not good. We got a queue?
Yeah, it's a mini queue. It's Nathan, then it's myself, and then, I don't know.
I'm on next. All right.
I'm after Nathan.
It's Beyonce.
No, it's Nathan, then Finley, Elise has to get in, and then Chorizo.
Let me go after Chorizo, please, Don.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
In there. And can you throw it in the chat, please, Don?
Yeah, say it again real quick, Nathan. Who else? Nathan.
It's Nathan and
it's Nathan, me, and then I don't know who else. Chorizo, I think you said.
Nathan. Okay, Nathan, Finley, Elise.
After Elise.
That's fine, whatever y'all want.
And I'm after Alessandro.
Steele, Chorizo wants in there too, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Go ahead, guys.
It's on you,
man. Nate, Finley, Alessandro. I'm sorry, Nate, Finley, Elise, Alessandro, Steele, Chorizo.
That's reasonable. Go ahead, Nate. I know I've been saying bullshit. Get us together, Nate.
So since Nathan is here, I'll go.
Go ahead.
Since Nathan is here. European culture is nonsense. Forever, they have been warring, like forever. Like, that's all they did. Germans don't think English. English don't think they're freaking Irish. Like, they're not one culture, right? That is a made-up post-World War II or we're all whites. It's just like when they created white, right? You know what I'm saying? It's description to make it seem as if they're unified. If you go to freaking Wisconsin, they are proud German. They have freaking multicultural festivals all summer long. There's Polish Fest, there's German Fest, Festa Italiana, there's Bastille Days for the French, there's freaking African World Festival, there's freaking, what was the other one? They're all multicultural and they get along just fine, right? And if you buy into placement theory, respectfully, you get into an idiotic theory. It is dumb, right? I don't think English is going to not be spoken in America. Most immigrant groups in here, they speak in their little silos for a little bit, but English is spoken by more countries than any other language on this planet, right? I think number 2 is like French, right? English is not good, right? But again, even if it did, I don't care, right? Because cultures change. You know what was culture in America? You know what was culture in America? Slavery was an American culture, right? Chattel slavery, right?
I'm against slavery for the record.
It was in our culture. It was in our culture, and we decided, you know what? We don't do that no more. You know what else is American culture? Like legal segregation. And we decided, you know what? We don't do that no more, right? And now the new lie is that the people speaking in Spanish, they're going to take it over, and they're going to get rid of all of us. No, they're not. They're going to do what everybody else does. They're going to integrate into American culture. They're going to assimilate. They're going to move forward. It's going to be the same American culture my grandparents had? Probably not. There'll be some changes. It's going to be the same one I had? Probably not. There'll be some changes. And as I said earlier, no, I'm not afraid of this dumb replacement theory. One, because it ain't real, right? They have no intent of coming over and take over you. They just want to be a part of this freaking economic system that has been it's rigged, but it's been pretty good. And they want the freaking religious freedoms that come with that, right? But you know the whites, and it's crazy because they're trying to convince blacks, hey, they're gonna come and get rid of y'all too, even though for years those same whites treated us like garbage, like we didn't freaking exist. You're second class now, you're one of us. We need to be in this together. When they could have made that argument after Reconstruction, but they chose not to. And so now they're trying to say, hey, we're all Americans now. Man, y'all so full of it. Get out of here. Replacement theory is not real. It's dumb. And
Alessandro Lee Steele Chorizo and Mark.
I think Elise was ahead of me, man. Did you want to go, dog?
I'll let you handle this. Nah, go ahead. I'm
at the end of the queue.
I think that, okay, man, we in these rooms, bro, let's keep it a stack, man. There's hella people that are not in, you know what I'm saying, ancestral Americans, in my opinion. And by that, what I mean is, are you a white boy whose family is from America? Most of y'all are not. Let's keep it a stack. Are you a black person who is a descendant of American slavery? Most of y'all are not, right? So, we're having conversations about America amongst people who are not Americans. So let's just be real about that fact, right? Let's keep it a stack. Now, if you're actually an American who grew up amongst Americans, right? If you're not there's nothing wrong with being from Haiti. There's nothing wrong with being from Jamaica. There's nothing wrong with being from some other country. But what I'm saying is, if you're actually an American, then you know, America has evolved and changed in so many ways, bro. And I honestly feel like as a human being who has learned about human history, I stand for America. America is a place that is about evolution. It's about progress. It's about making human lives better, right? Now, we can critique them,
and where we fell short. But I honestly do believe that American values are the way forward for humanity. It is the path forward. Equality, right? Access to opportunity, understanding that this is a collaborative effort by which we move forward. All of those are American values, right? Respect for women, respect for minorities. All of these are American values. And I think that the problem is we have allowed ourselves to regress to some extent as Americans, to the point that we question the values that we have established, right? And I think that's where a lot of y'all are coming from. You're coming from these other perspectives where it's like, maybe we should be divisive. Maybe we should hate motherfuckers. Maybe we should like just read the Bible or Quran and like use that to create our fucking society. No, we learned that shit's retarded over fucking 100 years ago. We know that's fucking retarded. So why can't we just be human beings that use democracy as our guiding star? Democracy is the best path forward, which is why I've been advocating this whole time against having a seat of the presidency where one fucking idiot can say, okay, fuck it. We're just gonna say the entire world has to pay 30% higher in taxes on the shit that they send us. That's stupid as fuck. One person shouldn't be able to do that, bro. I don't know, maybe I sound like some guy who's just rambling. But I'm saying, look, America got it right. And we got it right the fucking first time. There's no mistake. Martin Luther King was right. Martin Luther King was right. There's a fucking holiday. All of you idiots that want to act like maybe Martin King was wrong, you're not fucking American. Fuck Charlie Kirk. You're not American. If you think Martin Luther King was wrong, you're not American. If you think the founding fathers were wrong about the separations of powers, you're not American. If you think that like the traditional American values that we hold are not real shit, you're not American, and fuck you. And that's what, so like if you think that we need to come up with some reason to discriminate, if you think that we need to come up with some bullshit that divides us, if you think that we need to like suck a billionaire's dick, right? You want to give all your money to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Donald Trump. You have been cucked. You are a cuck. Billionaires. You want to suck Peter Thiel's dick. You want to suck Donald Trump's dick. For what? You know what I mean? So like, this is what the fuck I'm saying. You are un-American pussies. Where's the real Americans at? This is all. Let me get 30 seconds. Because I wasn't born in Africa. I'm a goddamn American. And where the fuck is the goddamn outlaws at? Where's my motherfucking outlaws at? Where's my cowboys at? You can't tell me shit. I'm a motherfucking American. God damn it, I'll shoot you in your motherfucking head. Where's the real Americans at? God damn it, you want to be a fucking piece of shit? You want to bow down and fucking tell these bitches they get to be in charge? You're not a real American, man. You can suck my left nut, bitch, and kill me.
Says the black man. Says the black man. Hold on. Says the black man with sexy red as his PTR.
Follow instructions.
You got sexy red on your PTR.
You hoes want to follow instructions. Yeah. You hoes want to follow instructions. You hoes want to be told how to think. You hoes you can't fucking think for yourself. That's not American. Real Americans think for themselves. Real Americans can't be told shit. An American will grab a Bible and make up Mormonism. What the fuck are we talking about? Make some shit up. Be yourself. Think for yourself. Be a fucking American. What are you talking about? Be a degenerate and break. Do your thing.
It was unnecessary, fat unnecessary.
Okay. But I'm just saying,
be a degenerate. Pull this chin page. Moving on. He's talking about being degenerate.
This is
a result of America. This is America.
I just want to be clear.
No language, no culture, no religion. Degenerate.
It was accurate.
There's no order. There's no order in this goddamn room.
There is order. Stop it.
All right, here we go. 2 points.
Wait, I thought I was going before you.
Oh, my bad. I'm chipping out. I'm sorry.
No, you did.
No, he's chipping out.
We got these ultra-right extremist conservatives who want to claim that they're pro-America, that it was founded by white Protestant Christians, right?
There's no such thing as ultra-white conservative. I mean, ultra-radical, right?
That's not true.
Let
me finish, please. So anyways, as I was saying, it's funny how these people say that, but he doesn't even know his own history. Not all the founding fathers were even Protestant. A lot of them were, guess what? Some of them were even deists, right? So, I mean, if you want to talk about being American, at least know your fucking history about this country.
Bro, when did I say Protestant?
The idea, just 1 second, bro, no one can be fucking sensitive. Let me finish.
All right, then, man.
The idea that, people want to be saying, oh, America, my kids are going to speak Spanish, this. Let me pull up the iconic words from Reagan himself. He said something like, it's just taking long. He said something like, he said this. He said,
one for Queens.
He said specifically, right, that you can go to live in France, but you cannot become a Frenchman. You can go live in Germany or Turkey or Japan, but you cannot become a German, a Turk, or a Japanese. But he states, but anyone from any corner of the earth can come to live in America and become an American. You know what that sounds like? You're seeing founding father who was the president of this country, George Washington, who also stated that he sought for this country to be an asylum for the persecuted, which guess what? Includes the fucking Spanish man that you hate, right? So, if you're gonna talk about your fucking American history, not forgetting the various contributions of people from different ethnicities that you guys hate. Some of you guys hate on, Jewish people. Some of you guys hate on other demographics of people who have played a major role in building the America that you're benefiting off of today. Most predominantly, the group that gets slept on are enslaved Black Americans, who you guys constantly berate and constantly deny when they talk about, once again, the disparities in this country. So if you're going to talk about fucking America, stop being a fucking crybaby like some little white bitch. This is my language for even saying this. Because your birth rate is declining and you want to start crying, oh, my kids, they're going to speak Spanish. Well, guess what? They're probably not going to even look like you because your birth rate is declining. And it is estimated that in the future, most people are probably going to look mixed or some sort of fucking, like they're going to look like some sort of combination of different various demographics or races. So let's please cut the fucking fear mongering out. It's the greatest country on earth. Let's please cut that shit out. And it's not built by your fear. You can try to bring that fear shit, but it's never worked, and it will not work in this country. So if you want to try, just go to your basement and wipe your fucking nasty ass, bitch ass tears. Fucking annoying.
Hey, man, Steele. Tell the motherfucker, Steele. I love what you said. Spoil the true goddamn American. I like that. Anyways, 2 points. One, they acknowledge those of you that live in Florida, the House just voted 50-30 or 80-20. No more property state taxes. So it's fucking no more property taxes in Florida.
It's just phenomenal. It's just an advisory. They gotta put it on the ballot, fam.
Oh God, even so,
Constitution Amendment.
I hope so. We taxes.
It's a terrible idea, but go ahead.
My taxes went fucking through the fucking roof.
Wait, what?
Okay. We're getting closer to no property taxes in Florida.
You said what? What'd you say, Lionel?
What did he just say?
He said his property taxes went through the roof or something. I don't know.
No, he said no property taxes. No property taxes.
We're getting closer to no non-school property taxes.
Yeah, which is great.
Which is terrible, but I'll let you finish now. So.
Hey, we just passed the bill to the peasants, okay? So that's not the way it works. I'm okay with that. Listen, so I stopped at Buc-ee's to get gas for a conversation in the morning. I asked 4 people, how bad is it to work at Buc-ee's? All 4 said it was toxic as fuck. They get fired for being on their phones. Managers have
the ability to phones, if they're on. If you show tattoos, you get written not hired. If you're late, you get fired on the spot. And they have this rule typically that's known in Buc-ee's that if you last 5 months, most likely you'll last 5 years. If you last less than 4, most likely if you make it 5 months, you get fired. So it's not a very nice place to work. However, 3 of the 4 people said the reason why they stay is because they made good money. And I think 2 were making 25, and then the other 2 were making $20 an hour. So that's all.
Yeah, man.
What's 3 times 7?
21. So I like to. So America is an opt-in identity. It's unique in that regard. So I agree with, I think it was Alessandro who was quoting Reagan. Maybe not, though. Maybe it was Steele. Can't remember. Maybe it was Steele. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, Steele. Yeah, it's an opt-in identity.
They all sound the same. You sound like fucking Slick Rick.
Anyway, well, that means that somebody who was brought here against their will in chains is not any more of an American than an Italian who came on a boat fleeing for his life, or a Jew who came on a boat fleeing for his life, or a Norwegian. And whoever it was, I guess it was Mister who was saying that this idea of white culture is BS. He's right. There's nothing that a Norwegian and a guy from Poland, a Pole, have in common, or a Greek and a Swede, or a Portuguese and a Latvian. It's nonsense that somehow has something to quote unquote whiteness. So you're right about that too. By the way, America is not a culture of indigenous people. Okay, we're not an Iroquois culture. We're not an Oglala Sioux culture. We're not an Apache culture. We're an Enlightenment culture, and the Enlightenment comes from Europe. There isn't any question about that. And it's a culture that we all share, and it's a culture that we all enjoy.
Can I go
it's
after
a culture when we're done.
I'm out there on normal.
When we're done. It's a culture.
Is there?
Okay.
It's a culture.
So there is a queue.
I thought you were talking.
There was a queue.
No, wait. I'll go after Coco. So like Finley, Coco, then me.
Oh no, I'll go before me.
Our Enlightenment, European-based culture has certain principles which we all enjoy, which has made it possible for us to enjoy the amazing lives that we all have, the amazing privileges that we have all inherited, which include freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom of association, which include due process, which include the Second Amendment, which include the reasonable expectation of privacy. We've all opted into this. It's a privilege. It's a privilege that was devised in the European Enlightenment, even more specifically in the British Enlightenment. And this is what makes us all Americans. As Alessandro suggested, shared values. And by the way, the kind of person that is a universal acceptor, I looked it up, in terms of blood type is AB positive. So people with AB positive blood type can accept blood from any other person. America is like AB positive blood type. We will accept anybody from, now we may have to change that because some people seem to want to undermine this culture. But as of now, we are open to anybody who's willing to accept these American values. I'll end it there.
Was it Finley or Coco?
It was me.
Go ahead.
So Eleanor, I agree with almost all everything you said. I want to really quick. El Chorizo was comment about taxes. The tax situation in Florida is just dumb. It's stupid. You know who's pushing this? The majority of the homes in Florida, the majority of the properties in Florida are owned by non-residents. The majority. The minority are owned by people that live here. And they're pushing to relieve themselves of property taxes because they don't want to pay for another infrastructure because they don't care, right? And if this passes, we're going to do them a big, sweat, sloppy kiss on the lip. No, here you go, Dick. You can just have your beautiful mansions down here. And so what? The water is terrible and the streets are trash. So what? So what? I didn't interrupt you, El Chorizo.
We win. You're speaking nonsense, though. You're speaking nonsense. You're just scared.
I'm I'm a native
Floridian too. I own 4 houses in Florida.
I don't care. I don't care.
4 fucking properties in Florida.
I only own 2. So you got me.
Your garage is worth more than your 2 properties combined.
Okay. So anyway, as I was saying, it's a dumb idea, right? Because you're gonna have to make it up somewhere, right? And it's either gonna be fees, right? Either local municipalities are gonna have to feed it down like water and trash, or which would be horrible, or you have to raise the sales tax, which would be dumb because can I finish? Or sales tax, right? Which would be dumb because a good chunk of our economy, and the reason that we've been able to not have income tax is because of tourism, right? And if you raise the sales tax too much, you're going to hurt tourism, which would be bad for this state. But hey, what the hell do I know? I only understand economics.
Are you in Texas, mister?
No.
I'm in Florida, born and raised, sir.
Hey, my guy.
All right, so you're a Jew.
You look at Disney, right? Their rates are just through the fucking roof. If they saw a decline in business in sales for about 6 months, right now, people get used to it. People are fucking paying an arm and a leg. Somebody that I know flew down from Connecticut, wife, 3 fucking kids, the whole Disney vacation costing like something fucking stupid like $13,000. People from abroad are coming to the United States, to Florida, to visit and pay. People will bitch and moan for the first 5-6 months, and guess what? They'll turn to fucking peasants. They'll shut the fuck up, and they'll be happy without owning fucking anything. That's the
Teresa, I think I helped you get across the border, nigga. I don't know why you talking about America.
Teresa, this is why you're wrong. This is why you're wrong. So Disney is not the only tourism, right? There's Disney, there's SeaWorld, there's Universal, right? And there's a ton of other ones, right? Disney is right now coming in second to Universal with respect to like visitors, right? In the last year or so. Because what has Universal figured out? You cannot price out people. You can't do it. It doesn't work. They didn't just, Disney faithful are eating it, but they're losing a lot of, I forget what terms that they use, right? But they're trying to figure it out, right? But it comes down to pricing. People are not just going to eat the price and keep going. People are starting to go to Universal and freaking, I forget what the other ones are, but they're starting to choose other options. And there's a whole report that Disney did, right? Disney did this report. And they're starting to figure out, hey, maybe we can't do it. If you raise the sales tax, I'm almost done my complete thought. Okay, you're more than welcome. If you raise the sales tax, it's not going to just hurt Disney. It's going to hurt all of these other hotels, and all the other ancillary products and peripheral products that are included in Disney and SeaWorld and Universal, like, you know what I'm saying, and Fun Spot and all the other ones. It's not a good thing. It's not a good.
Where did you say the hospital was? South Lamar?
Are you hot market the least?
Well, here.
Yeah, Victory, but where?
At the end of the day, people will get used to it. People will still consume. We are a consumer nation. People will throw their arms up in rage or whatnot. They'll quiet down, and the economy of Florida will keep fucking turning. In 6 months from now, if you're paying 8% state tax now, or sales tax, or your county raises by 0.5%, they'll quiet down. Restaurants will still be full. People still find money they don't fucking have to spend, because that's how Americans are. The world will continue to turn.
It's going to be a lot higher than 8% though, El Chorizo.
Whatever it is,
it's going to have to be like 12, it's going to be like 12, 13, 14%. That way you would have to double it. There's no way people are going to quietly take a doubling of the sales tax and be like, oh yeah, we'll just do it.
There's two sides. There's always halves and halves. With this situation, I am on the winning side. It benefits me, and I'm okay with it. That's it.
Don't you own a bar,
I own 4 locations. Yes, I do.
Exactly. That's not gonna.
What do you want as a doctor?
It's gonna hurt your bottom line.
Huh? I wish wish I could sit here and explain it to you.
Max?
I read the numbers.
Maxwell?
Max, yeah.
White guy?
We're in a good position if this happens.
Maxwell William? I don't know. That's
He's talking about fucking personal shit.
well, shit, he's not till Monday.
Yo, Leisure, I'm like it, man. I'm like it. Let him keep talking, because when he says the Social Security, I'm writing it down, fam. I'm sorry.
Monday, Maxwell.
Who's talking?
Monday.
Yo, Teresa, you're in hospitality.
Have you seen him before?
This kid is
I am not in hospitality.
Visit in person, appointment.
At least.
I mean, it says virtual.
I'm a solid investor. I don't do
What would I put? Follow up, check medications, problem, sick visit, wellness visit.
Is there any mods awake right now? Mute this guy.
It's follow up, medication check.
Yo, come on, mod.
Okay.
Talking with his family. Oh, I got modded. You
Shoot
guys
him,
gonna
shoot
fucking
him,
mute
shoot
him?
him.
It's gonna fucking mute him.
Shut the fuck up. Hey, who else is in Florida?
Yo, the mods are diabolical, fam. They diabolical.
Hey, who lives in Florida? The guy that was talking about property taxes. What do you get?
I'm in Central Florida.
Oh, nice. Oh, dude, Ocala is fucking gorgeous, my
Not that far north. I was actually born and raised in High Springs up in Alachua County, but I currently live in Polk County.
Dude,
Is a country bumpkin ass motherfucker.
I drove through Ocala, dude, and the properties that I saw, they're massive. They're beautiful for maybe half the price of what you will get in Palm Beach or Coral Gables. But fuck, the only things that when I see them, I will know how to make money with those. You know, the only ones that I see are the ones that have the stables that you can rent out the horse stables for winter or training, horse training. But that becomes a job in itself, and hiring people to train the fucking horses. That's just too much. But man, Ocala, gorgeous.
Yeah, no, that's horse country. Those people are loaded.
Dude, I stayed at a fucking hotel. What was it called? The Hyatt. I've never seen a most beautiful Hyatt hotel. Courtyard Marriott. I've never seen a Courtyard Marriott that fucking beautiful. Leather couches, horses, statues. It was so nice, dude. It reminded me of the Drover Hotel in Irving, Texas. Just like that. Beautiful, chic. I was just blown away by Ocala.
There's a very, 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 very rich black family up there that owns, I don't even know, it's a few thousand acres, and they provide peanuts for, I think, Hershey's or maybe Nestle. And I found out that it's on my wife's side. They're related. She's related to them. They're like stupid. These people are like ultra. They live up there, ultra wealthy. But that's when I learned that there's freaking a lot of money up there, man. There's a freaking lot of money up there, man. A lot of freaking money.
Mister, you know who I met a few years back in Hallandale at a Morton Steakhouse? You ever seen those fucking barricades on I-95 and they call Bob's barricades? And the construction sites. I met the fucking guy that owns that company, dude. And we're not friends like that. I have his contact. Well, I'm notorious for sending people Christmas cards and shit like that. I used to stay in touch. That old school touch. And I met that guy, and I always think about the Peanut family, you know, right? One fucking thing made him a multi-millionaire, dude. That's all he does. Barricades, those big orange, yellow fucking things. And
he got a. So if I'm saying this correctly, he had a contact in the DOT, and I think at the time he had a small operation. I think that contact in the DOT set him ablaze with money, or I shouldn't say ablaze, but flush with money. And he's like number one. He's not really. It's not. He's legit. I'm not knocking him. He's legit, but he's like when they want the. He's like the number one contact. He's like number one on the list. It's him first, and then like if he can't do it, then somebody else, which is like a sweetheart.
And you know what? You know what this guy told me? And we all heard this before, right? It's not what you know, is who you know, right? Or your network is your network. That's a fact. And it's true. And it's true that I heard it before. But he said something to me that stuck, man. And to this day, you know, whenever I mingle with people, I meet somebody, Bob said, when you meet somebody, always remember to be memorable. And the one trick that he used, he said, is every time he met somebody, he will always comment something nice about that person. Hey, that's a great shirt. Hey, those are some great shoes. And just create conversation around that. And I always stuck with that. So every time I meet somebody, right, in public, no matter what it is, I always make sure that I walk away knowing I added value to that person. And not much, but I generated some business and leads out of applying that habit in my daily interactions. It's all food for thought.
I wish I had heard it. On that note, my dad had the ability to freaking, like, he had a memory out of this world, right? He remembered people's names. If he knew your like how he knew you, he was amazing. Even with people that he like barely saw. I wish I had that because people like that. I wish I had that ability. There's one other person I knew that had that ability was my old pastor when I was in law school. He had a church of about, I want to say his church, man, maybe about 2,000, maybe 3,000 people. He knew every single member by name. Every single one. People like that blew my mind, but like that talent would go a long way with what you're saying, El Trizo, and like memory people. And it would, because you establish connections like that because it feels genuine. Actually, it is genuine with them because they legit like to love and know people, but I just wish I had that talent.
People want to be recognized. People love the sound of the name.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. All right, can we go back to pointing out fucking black Americans that are fucking American? They gotta go to motherfucking Africa. I don't get it. Listen, I stopped at a turnpike on my way back up to North Florida, and I bought a fucking bottle of water. There was this fucking black dude that looked like fucking True Daddy, right? And I bought the fucking water, and the fucking guy, I scanned my card, and you gotta follow the prompts in the machine, and the fucking thing asked me to tip, and I didn't tip. And he said some shit like, oh, you can't help a brother out, this, that, and the other. And that's the problem with black people. These motherfuckers think that they deserve fucking everything without
we do.
Check
we do deserve everything.
You know
we do deserve everything. Who do you built this country?
He fucking said, I don't know how. I like to wear things that not many people know about. I had a fucking Patek. Well, I have a Patek. Oh, that's a nice Patek. How the fuck did he know? Like, to make me feel guilty because he's a fucking peasant and he made horrible decisions in his fucking life. That's how black people always fucking play the victim.
Listen, we are the victims. We are the victims. We built this country. And anybody can go online and see what the Patek is, and you know how it is.
Slaves that went to Brazil. Those motherfuckers had a
The ones that came here,
America,
the ones that came here built this country.
The ones in Brazil, and
we were better.
And burned the lights.
It's not my fault.
Retarded stuff right now.
It's not my fault. Listen, Chorizo, it ain't my fault they let themselves get burned, fam, and we survived. That's not my fault. We built this country, fam. And you have to deal with it. And we are entitled to whatever we're entitled to. Fill in the blank. And we're not lazy, sir.
I wonder who was better, the Chinese or the blacks? I think Chinese were better. They were smaller, more energy, less energy, required less fuel to move.
Right? He only said that because that's who he liked to fuck.
I'm not racist. I hate every motherfucker. You know what's crazy, bro? I think, I was watching a picture of Knowledge.
I think when there's ample, check it out, bro. I think when there's ample evidence that there are other factors that contribute to a community's like difficulty to ascend economically, socioeconomically, I think when there's other reasons and you purposely deny those and try to do your best to minimize those other reasons, it's hard to think of any other motivation besides preconceived biases, and you're just trying to uphold these biases you already have. But if someone's giving you information
like these communities are subject to this, or historically they've been subject to this provision that like stifled them economically, or that provision that stifled them. Like if you're like, I mean, fuck all that, like, and you're just like gung ho to wave that all away, I can't think of any other motivation to do that. Like, I'm assuming that we're all people trying to like, we're all truth seekers. We're trying to come to something approximately like that approximates the truth. And it confuses me, the motivation of someone who ignores those facts that are like absolutely important and absolutely contribute to like the current state of these communities. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying, all the reasons Mr. Finn's giving you, you're like, I mean, fuck that. Like, so then, I guess, like, what, blacks are just inherently like lazy or whatever. Is that what you think? Like, what do you think?
Me, I will tell you my experience. Listen, I don't think that all blacks are lazy. I don't think that all blacks are what society pretends them to be. Now, the few experiences that I fucking had have been pretty fucking bad, bro. I don't think I've ever had I had a couple of positive experiences, like in business, right? Like, I don't do business with black people. Like, business to the level where we're talking large amounts of money. Because they're fucking shady, bro. They're fucking shady. They're scamming.
Yeah,
and I try.
It seems like from what you're saying, it seems like you're upholding, like you're just reinforcing, like you've had bad experiences with this community, sure, whatever. I'm not going to take that from you. But I feel like as a result of that, you've dug your heels into certain assumptions of this community, and everything else, everything subsequent to that is like trying to reinforce that preconceived notion because you've had like this prior like bad experience, and that's a terrible way to
It's a couple of experiences. So when you have one experience, it's one thing, right? But when you have multiple, it starts to become a cluster. So there's a trend now.
How many experiences do you think is enough for you to be like, all right, like, fuck this community of people?
To me, being in business and people wasting my fucking time when I sit across the table from them, it takes fucking wonder. And then I hear stories about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Man. You know, here's stories. I will tell you another experience that I had when I built my property here in Fernandina Beach. I had somebody that helps me just take care of everything. We need the floor epoxy, right, for a garage. It was a nice job, right? It was a very well-built job. So he hires Joe Schmo, and of course, I'm like 5 minutes away from the Georgia line. So unfortunately, an African-American came in with his son and whatnot, and they did a sloppy fucking job. The wax, the acrylic wasn't even, it was spotty, it was bubbling. And you know what his response was? Oh, no, that's not our fault. It's the humidity, we should have came another time. We emailed you, that this, that. There was no email about that, right? So my experience was like, and you still wanted to get paid. He got loud. Hold on. He got loud to the point where he was starting to get aggressive, right? Long story short, I didn't want the fucking trouble. I told my manager, hey, listen, give this guy his check, so then on his fucking way. Great. And then we hire another company to come and do the fucking job, and me myself.
Wait, you said you had a black epoxy company?
Yes.
Wait,
fucked up.
What was this?
I hire a guy.
Where was this? In Miami?
In Fernandina Beach.
So in South Florida?
North Florida.
Like, I
for black top?
You gotta let me finish.
I don't believe that, Val. I don't believe that.
I have no comment on this issue.
What's stopping you?
We ain't letting your white ass finish.
What's up, big line?
Give him, Lloyd.
My high.
And then,
Yo, Chorizo, you can hear me?
Get his white ass.
I'm paying 2 times, 3 times the price, right? So I hire another company, me myself, out of Jacksonville, right? And I paid almost double the price. And this fucking man came in. He looked professional. Leveled the floor, clear everything.
don't believe this, Alfred. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I don't believe it.
I'm not making
I'm gonna tell you.
Everybody's asked me about experience, and I'm telling you.
Let them point the finger. Let them point the finger. I'm gonna go after you. Let them point the finger. It's fine.
Yo, Teresa, what's stopping anyone else from having like a handful of bad experiences with like Mexicans are this, and just like stamping like a whole like identity. This is how these people are.
100%.
That's fucked up, right? That's a narrow.
But I will tell you,
and I think not only do like it's not harmful to just other people, it's harmful to you, and it's you do yourself a disservice viewing the world through that lens. Like I'm going to judge.
You see, I view the world and everything that I do.
No, you ain't saying the right shit too.
I view the world as a transaction, right? Whenever there's a project going on and I need framing work, it's when I hire fucking Mexicans or Latinos. They're gonna come. They don't say when they're coming. They don't say when they fucking leave. All I know is they get their fucking job done just like that. Compared to some other races, they're fucking lazy and take forever, right?
You sound like a white Karen.
This some Karen shit. And personally, bro, like in like a working capacity, I'm just talking. Look. I done had like bad interactions with motherfuckers that I didn't personally know and shit like that in a working environment because we stay in a competitive fucking environment. You motherfuckers done like slided you out of some money and did a sloppy job and shit like that. Oh well, should have read the Yelp reviews. Sucks, right?
No.
But that don't
here in
No. That don't give me a whole clear frame of somebody's culture and background. I'm not finna assess that off of a fucking like work environment because I hired a couple motherfuckers to do some sheet metal work or some shit like that. Like, get the fuck out of here, Elcho. You know that's some bullshit. You know it is.
Let me tell you. Wait, real quick. I'm gonna tell you why.
No, because that's just an unfair measurement assessment and shit.
This like I said.
Well, go ahead.
I'm listening. I just want to say why. This is why I don't believe it. Right. This is why I don't believe it.
I'm getting towards that too.
He said an epoxy. He said a black epoxy company in South Florida.
No,
that's one of the reasons why I because Jewish.
Hold on, Philly. It is black epoxy company, and just like it's black terrazzo mechanics and all kinds of shit. You just gotta.
I think you're missing something. Mr. Philly, you're missing something. It's a epoxy company owned by a black dude that they did work for me in North Florida.
Okay, so number one, okay, fine, that clears it up because you know I was gonna say black epoxy company in South Florida. Number one, number two, you're saying they're rude. Like I'm in Central Florida and I have the privilege of being around a lot of black entrepreneurs. Most of my dollars circulate with black people with respect to like every plumbing to electricity. Electricians, construction. Like we just had a funeral for my pastor's mom. Everybody from the freaking caterer to the freaking funeral home, all black owned, right? And all these people are hyper professional, right? Because they're all wealthy. But my point is that black people, having been a foreign black business, we're not arrogant when we're doing these jobs, and we're definitely not going to sit and bite the hand that feeds us.
I had a black good experience. This dude did my wood floors. He screened them and he sealed them. He did a fucking phenomenal job, dude.
All right, I got one too. I didn't cross the street when I seen a group of black people, and they helped me out because it was raining.
Yo, did you correctly schedule your mom's PCP visit?
Yeah.
I did that right now.
I heard you. I have a studio, right?
And you know what I wish? I wish in journalism, I know for a fact there's a lot of professionals here that have a lot of value to add. I think fucking knowledge or somebody should fucking put a list of the fucking trades, because guess what? I would love to give one of you guys or gals some work that I have, whether it's marketing. I always need shit left and right. Right? I would like to change my experience around. I mean, I went as far as having Nathan gain something for me, but apparently it messes the wrong fucking Nathan. But I would have give business to you guys. Their perception.
Yeah, but don't point the finger. You pointed the finger, Teresa. That's the problem.
The only fucking blacks that I like.
There you go. There you go.
In Savannah, Georgia, they're well educated, very well spoken. They don't act. They don't cool out, as you guys would say.
Why don't you help? Why, instead of pointing the finger, why don't you help them? Like, instead of pointing, you're the problem.
I am not motherfucking Jesus, bro. I need.
They don't have to be Jesus.
El Chorizo, you're not Jesus, you're Jesus.
No offense. We know you're not Jesus. Jesus loves everybody.
You know what?
Who's thinking?
Hold on, Chorizo. There's about that earlier.
Whoa. How did I become the subject of this?
Yeah, motherfucker, because you centered yourself. Now you in it. Yeah, you can't run. So these little quick hires and shit like that, like there's a formality when it comes to business and shit like that. And I'm gonna tell you, if you don't look at nobody like templates or like they before work and shit like that, and you get there and they do a fucked up job and shit like that, nigga, that's on your ass. That's on you, motherfucker. You didn't do thorough enough.
You are 100% correct. You are right.
On the people that you've sequestered for, the type of work that need to be done. And hey, look, bro, that's just business, man. Look, at the end of the day, I don't think that just because I get, a fucked up Mexican roofer, you know what I'm saying, that do a half-ass job, I'm not gonna dare look at them and be like, yeah, these Modelo drinking motherfuckers don't fuck my shit up. That's just bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, can't jump myself and feel this song over the hill.
That's hilarious. As a good, clean, professional.
Actually, I'm not gonna stop talking to y'all. Shut up, because I know y'all can hear me. I know y'all talking over me.
No, we didn't just hear you.
Now we just talk.
Your mic is a little. It is a little.
Yeah, we didn't hear you.
I went down that side. What did you say?
Hey, I will tell you an experience that I had in Miami, bro.
Yo, can y'all not hear me for real? My shit is fucked up.
We can hear you.
It's a little bit better now, but it was pretty low a minute ago.
It was pretty low like a minute ago.
My check is great.
Because I have a studio and shit out here. I record artists.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah, can you record?
The one type of artist that I have the most reoccurring problems with are rappers. Like, and it's usually niggas, bro. Like, it's either like coming late for a booking.
Are they Jamaican by any chance?
Coming in the middle of a booking and realizing, I have another client in a couple hours. I can't stretch you more than maybe like 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I gotta set up for the next client. Then not realizing that, and it just happened. Like, all right, I had to structure like my shit differently. I had to be, all right, like, first of all, it's upfront payment, half. I just had to, like, tweak a little things. I could have been like, man, fuck rappers, man. These niggas are always saying da-da-da. But instead, I think what's better is you guard yourself against fuck shit. And that gives you an opportunity to kind of take people for what they are. Like, anyone has the potential to be a great person. Anyone has the potential to be a piece of shit to me.
Say that's respectful. Like, don't sympathize with this Chorizo nigga who's on the finger.
Louis. Like I get listening. If I open a business in the Black community, I will tailor my process right to that community. But the stuff that I deal with and the two things, like the toxic shit, that's a service thing. I get it. I'm not really tripping over that. The one really bad experience that I had was involving a lot of money in Savannah. It could have involved a lot of money. That's the type of shit, not the.
I feel like you're letting that taint your vision of how people work. I think you ran into an asshole that happened to be black, and now you're saying blacks are assholes.
And that's confirmation bias. No, it was probably Somalian, but okay.
And I tied that experience to other experiences within my circle, right, that we've had, and I validated, you know what, it is right. So for me, myself, I just stay away.
Are you Mexican? Dude, that's a terrible choice, sir.
I stay away.
You're missing out opportunity.
That's what I was getting at. I think you suffer for it at the end of the day.
Trust me, money comes in. My business is not suffering at all. Another million on the bottom line is not going to make a difference. It's not going to make me or break me, honestly. So
look, I'm not saying you're suffering in any ways. I'm saying the potential suffers. Your potential to get a hold of like some new client that forges some beautiful future business related like that. You're eliminating the pool of that possibility. You're stifling that potential. I'm not saying you're struggling in any way.
And I need to go a particular person to build the bridge to get to that business deal. Cross that bridge when it comes. As of right now, with a couple of projects I got working on, I have no bridge like that to cross. And I'm going to stay on what I know and continue to push forward and finish 2026 fucking strong. That's what I'm going to stick to. And that's okay. Listen, maybe one of you guys, I don't know what you guys do, but maybe I'll have an idea or something or need something done. And guess what? It turned into, hey, you do this, I need this done. This is what it will cost. You tell me, I pay an invoice, you do a great job. And guess what? We'll continue to work and work and work. And then this stop. Maybe have better luck over here. I don't fucking know, but we'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Yo, two things, Al, if you, I pitch for a living, so if you need to move some weight, I'm your man. I just don't move across state lines no more. Yeah, just one bad incident. Ole wouldn't represent me. He was bogus for that, but it's all good. And then Louis, I was just in your home country, fam. I was in Lagos.
Home country is the United States of America.
Your parents' home country, yeah. But don't you ever say you're Nigerian ever again.
How was it, bro?
It was. We know we're going to Abuja in a couple weeks.
Dude, you're in Nigeria right now?
No, I was. So I just want to say this, fam. The level of the elite Nigerians, fam. The wealth, fam. We had armed security with us, fam. Everywhere we went. Every freaking word we went, fam.
So did you learn how to scam?
And I said it earlier.
I need that.
I said it earlier.
It's like their compound. It's you're either fucking
stupid rich or
oh god.
That's a fact. So but I was saying they have a compound, like there's several houses on this compound. Their smallest house made my house look like a freaking shack, fam. Like a shack. These people have money. We're going back to Abuja. We're going back and going to Abuja in a few weeks.
Can you see if any of them need a wife? I promise I'll learn to shut up.
I thought you didn't. I thought you liked only the Latinos.
I dabble.
Oh, you dabble? Oh, okay.
I dabble.
That's haram. You dabble? That's haram. All right.
Hey man, listen. If the name of the game is money, I dabble.
Actually, but look, they believe in. Well, this family does not, because they're like devout Christian. But a lot of these rich people believe in multiple harem type lifestyles. So you be one of you guys. They believe in that.
Polygamy. The polygamy or polygyny? Can someone come make sure
one of the elite families that we were with, because he was being promoted to African chief, and one of the elite families, the guy had with him 4 of his wives, and I was just like,
that's a lot of bitches.
My
birthday's to remember.
Like the last,
and they were all good looking too. I was like, whoa.
My father was the last born of like kids, but 8 wives.
Nigga, we got Jewish money in here? What we're talking about? Families.
These people make those people look like a welfare case. When I say he's got his own money, he's got his own. Nobody saw the movie.
I just came to the realization, I can't compete with pretty Nigerian women. Godspeed.
I thought you were a Texas cowboy, mister.
But that doesn't mean
you're in Florida, nigga.
fucking drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah, those cowboys down there too.
Beautiful, baby.
Yeah, but remember where you came from, nigga.
Yeah, from Florida. I came from Florida. What are you talking about?
Have you been to just Nigeria or? Have you only been to Nigeria?
Just other knowledge.
Nigeria would have been my trip in fifth country. I've been to now Nigeria, I've been to Congo, to Egypt, I've been to Kenya, and I've been to Ethiopia.
Do you hold a coconut?
I'm sorry, and South Africa. I've been to South Africa. Tanzania is later this year. I'm going to Tanzania later this year.
Let me know when you go to Thailand. I need to go.
Hey, real quick, are we going to take these replays off of here?
Stop it.
Ladybug, are we taking the replays off? Can we do that?
It doesn't matter if we take them off. This room's gonna go on.
You're kind of
right?
Oh, so then I think,
One thing about the replays is they don't. If your room is active for more than like 6-7 hours, the replay's automatically deleted. I don't know if you've noticed. We've had a bunch of rooms. Yeah, we've had a bunch of rooms where the replays have been on, but they're not saved onto your profile or anything.
And if we close it now, it'll save. So it's not.
Interesting.
We turn it off. It won't.
Yeah, but there's no way that you can go away and delete the replays.
They like to tell people who get scared. Oh, the replays.
What's wrong with that? We're all honest, right? Why are we scared of replays?
Well, I think it's
Some people don't want to be accountable.
The thing is because I work with safety, right? So that's why I go to the LGBTQ rooms, because I know I'm not going to get, people, hitting on me and all that stuff. And I feel safe around you guys because of the same reason. So I just feel like, I don't know, I just like the safety of, not being recorded. I don't know, it's just...
You know what's crazy? When you first came into Chillers, we always record.
I know, and I never spoke on stage when I first started.
Yeah, I'm gonna start going to the Google.
How many offshore bank accounts you got?
Ain't nothing wrong being accountable for when you make a bad argument. That way someone could say, hey, let's go to the replays.
Right.
You know what you said this?
Jessica, and
you were wrong.
If somebody puts the Mac down on you, Jessica, and it's really inappropriate, it'll be recorded. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I know, but I don't know. It seems weird.
Yeah, kind of like
Hello, Miss Fifi. Hi, Miss Fifi.
I'm not. None of my companies are in my name, so.
Shut up. No one talking to you. Just shut up.
That is a scary thing, though. No, my company is in my name.
Hey, Nathan.
That is a red flag.
Yeah.
Nathan, what's been happening, brother? Tell me what's
going on. See, that's the thing. I am the company, right?
Yeah, well, you're evil.
You're evil. What do you mean that's the Exodus, right?
We are that.
Exodus.
Nathan,
don't treat them like the prodigal son. Don't open back your doors, bro. Just let them be. And you know what I'm talking about, too.
Nathan, what you just preach, nigga. Just stop preaching, nigga. You're not good at it.
Stop talking to me, bro.
Yeah, I want Nathan to preach. I also wanted to say, Nathan, have you been on TikTok putting 2 in the skull of the atheist on TikTok?
Definitely.
Nathan, you
They call it
have
Delta ass. That's the
Stop with the Ron Brain TikTok, nigga.
Ass. Bravo.
TikTok is enormous. There's a ton of people on there that hate God. So you can go on there and you can
You don't remember I went over there and I fought the atheists and they fought back at me too.
I just don't believe it.
I mean, click at one point in time.
My TikTok,
We need to make a TikTok.
All right, be loud. Pay me and I got you.
Got a TikTok.
No, I'm saying you and I.
You want to do it?
Nathan, make a live and I'll join you on TikTok and we'll bash.
We can do that, bro.
Yeah, that's what
No, definitely. I got a big. I got a decent amount of people that know me on there.
I'll put my TikTok in the chat.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow you.
Wait, what's the decent amount?
E is one of the sweetest people in the world. They
Yeah,
can't
why did they
Elise on the
move
stage
down?
without
I mean, she was talking when other people were talking, but why did she get moved down?
But Andrew, what I'm saying is, whenever there's a mass exodus, right?
Yeah.
And people leave. Don't welcome them back like the prodigal sons and the kids and children, bro. Let them be. And you know, I'm talking about JJ, Jane. I'm talking about those clubhouse atheists that went to Discord.
You know that?
Aren't you trying to build people up, Nathan? Or no? You're just trying to destroy them?
Let me move this phone down.
Nathan, wait.
You're going down.
So,
Andrew, you bring it up. Can you say it again, Andrew?
Can you hear me? Are you guys able to hear me?
Oh, we are.
I hear you now.
No, I can't hear you. Sorry. So you and I. So did you see what happened? So I made a room yesterday, and a ton of people from Discord, like a bunch of the atheists, came into the room, and which is cool. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's been there's a massive rift. Haiti and Jack and all the people. The pedophiles and pedophile supporters. I'm joking, kind of. They all made it. They all.
Andrew, I don't think anyone
They all made an exodus over the Discord, and then there's like a.
You open back the doors. Like what the hell, Andrew?
No, it's my block list on here, brother, is extremely small. Anybody that wants to come in the room, I'm pretty much fine with it. I try really hard not to.
Yo, Nate, sorry, when you say you got like a decent amount of people who know you, like you got like a little following, you try to be viral, what's going on?
Talking about Nathan?
Yeah, bro. I built up a little following for chillism, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being viral, and that's good, actually, especially if you're saying good things. You want things to be spread out. You want people to understand and hear you, and so I would definitely support that, and I hope
what
Nathan.
does viral look like to you, Nathan? Like
Nathan, do you even know what Jack
people?
Can Nathan answer the question?
You know what's crazy? Jack came into my room, and he still made my argument. It's like,
Andrew, did someone dox you? What's going on?
So, long people worry.
Argument concerning what?
I don't know who's doxing me. What are you talking about?
Mark. Who's Mark?
Mark didn't. Where did Mark dox me?
There's a picture of you and some other guy.
No, yeah. Oh, the Epstein. Yeah, that was a great day. That was a great day. And I'm glad
That's AI.
That
was a great day.
I'm glad people realize that.
Duh.
Because
It's like I know you got it. That's fucking ridiculous.
I remember that day very clearly, and we had a lot of.
I actually took that photo. It's not AI.
Stop it.
Wait, Andrew. Do you know about the constant recast that they got on the server in Discord or your room?
Constant recast?
Yes.
So, Night King, I got to tell you, brother. If you go on to Discord and you look at if you look at the name of the channel or the room that they have all the time, pretty much, then Jack Angstrike and Tom Rabbit are in pretty much routinely. The name of that room is called God or No God. And that is a title that I used many times about 2 years ago, a year ago, even less than that. But
they took you back.
No, look, okay, so that might be one Discord, but I'm talking about another one that just says it's titled Clubhouse, and it's literally your room. It's literally your room, and it be like 30 motherfuckers in that bitch, listening,
it's literally your room.
It's literally your room.
I'll tell you this. I didn't know Andrew back then on Discord. But the people from Discord that came to Clubhouse, that's what they were doing. They were having the philosophy, conversation.
Matter of fact, I should go see if they recasting this motherfucker. Hold on.
Yeah, go check right quick.
Oh, yeah, let me go see. Because they seem to follow Andrew wherever he go. And then it's like, they decide is this a topic that I want to just let me log in here and we can just go in here and debate them. And then next thing you know, they go from the Discord and they right on stage and it's only 2 of them, but it'd be 20 of them.
It is funny, but I just went in over there into the Discord, their room. I went into the Discord room, and Tom Rabbit started playing a lot of clips of me.
They have a server. A new server?
Well, they're in the PNR.
Okay, PNR.
Yeah, they're in PNR, but in PNR, there's the sub channels or whatever, and
and they have like God or No God, and then they have Clubhouse. One's called Clubhouse, and they kind of all hang in those two different rooms. And but I went in there, and Tom has a bunch of clips of me. Most people would probably think are pretty unsavory clips, like when I told Lion that I was going to put him in shackles and make slavery great again.
No, they have that?
Yeah. He's got that, and then probably some other stuff that I said too. Well, a whole bunch of different clips, which Tom is really good at, like,
portraying the narrative.
Yeah, okay, so here it is, but they ain't recasting you right now. But it's Tom Rabbit, Pastor Bumpus, it's all kinds of motherfuckers in here.
Jason
Lee. You're talking about PNR.
Yeah, it's PNR. It's PNR. Okay.
No, Jason Lee.
Oh, you know Jason Lee Scott. That's jackass, right? Oh, they got you muted, Ken, though?
Yeah.
They got you server muted?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, Kendo, they don't like them some Kendo, huh?
Oh yeah, because I went in there with a couple of my Calvinist friends from the other side. Damn. Come on, nigga.
They got Violet there. You see Violet there over there?
Oh fuck.
You see Violet in there, Kendo?
Yeah, I see Violet.
That
ain't Violet.
Is that our Violet?
Look at underneath Tom Rabbit.
Is that our Violet? Is that our Violet?
Nah, that's a different Violet.
How you know it's a different Violet? Click the thing.
What's Survey y'all talking about? Oh, because I got Violet added.
PNR? That's politics?
Yeah, politics and religion.
Yeah, it's on Discord, and that's where a lot of people that used to be on Clubhouse are at now. I mean,
no, the politics server.
It's called politics.
PNR.
Religion.
Yeah, and religion.
Yeah, and religion.
Before I came in Chillism, I was politics server a lot.
Yeah, there's a politics.
I was a Destiny server a lot.
Yeah, there's also a politics server. Straight up politics, right? But then there's politics.
Politics.
Yeah, it's called.
So politics started that new wave, but So politics started with that. Hey, we can have people from different servers. Sorry, people who came from different servers. We can have our own little room inside our. So when me, Bart, Knowledge, and Johnny, when we left PNR, we went to politics, and that's when we first started. We had our room, Abrahamic and Heretics.
I've been in that room. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I told you, Nathan, I found where you was birthed at. I found the
No, that's not where I was birthed at. No. So look, it was like this, right? So they would be built up by people, and those people would leave. And it's usually like Tom Rabbit. That's crazy. You see like a wave of different people. Like you see like Sully. I met Albedo and PNR, but like you had these other ones with Godless Girl and a bunch of old Shamos and all that other stuff. They would all find each other for some reason in a server, and that server would be popping. And then after a while, server just dies out. And then afterwards, I think it was Gunslinger King. He had this nice server, and he got into it with this woman. I can't remember her name, but he got into it with her. And then afterwards, everyone went to PNR, and from then, PNR has always been the server. If you want to see everyone you knew for like years, you go into PNR, you're gonna run into them. It just became like the home base.
Is the Abrahamic and pagans or heathens, is that thing still going? Or is that defunct now? Is that
it's actually still in politics. Recently, Johnny, he just got the wrong back, but it's Abrahamics and heretics. And crazy thing is, Bart, he's doing it right now again. Yeah, Bart is doing that back again.
I like
Abrahamics and heretics. Yeah, man.
Who owns the politics?
Nick, you add me real quick, buddy, on Discord, and then send me like the link to the Abrahamic and heretics room. Are you able? Yeah. Okay. Here, I'll. Do you know? I don't think I have you on. What's your name on Discord? I'll just add you right now.
It's the same. Nathan R23.
Your name?
Pull this nigga Amadi up. It's not letting me.
What's your username?
Nathan R23.
Nathan R23. I'll send you an invite or a thing right now. What we should do, man, I mean...
Not R, Art.
RT. Oh, that's so funny, dude. There's a Nathan R23. So many users on Discord. You can literally put in almost anything.
That's his twin, Andrew.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so Nathan R.
You okay with me?
There you go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Ani.
Yeah, Amadi is trying to get up, but I can't invite. So.
Let's just, what you call it? Take off the hand raising, not needed.
I don't want to do all that.
Hey, that's cool. I'm recording now because you know that Lion, he lies so much, Nathan, that I'm so glad that you have the replays on because then we can catch his lies. Because you got to go. Lion just says a bunch of stuff that he just straight up just says stuff.
I'm pushing back on that.
Lion doesn't lie a lot.
He does not lie. He does not lie. Whether he says things that are correct or not, but those are his actual belief systems. He doesn't ever lie unintentional that I've seen.
I try to be charitable to people and not just say they're a liar. I think you have to have, it's a little bit, I don't like calling people liars, right? But there's going to be two things. It's going to be either he's lying or he has a horrific memory of the things that he says. And when he says stuff, like one time he told me that all of the disciples are black, and he can show that from the scripture. And so he tried to make the case that one of them was black, and he didn't even do good on that. And then I said, hey, you said at the beginning that all of them are black, and you can show that to me. He said, I didn't say that. I said I could show you that one of them was black. I'm like, dude, you just, that kind of stuff really, really gripes me. It's like you're going to be saying stuff, and it's completely contrary to what you just said, and then you're going to be like, well, I didn't say that. And then if you don't have any audio to pull back, and usually when I say something like that, like if I say, no, you said it, I have a pretty good memory on what people had said. Like I know that I want to rewind the tape because I know that it's going to show that they're probably they're lying, right? Either they're lying or they're misremembering. And I just can't imagine that he's done that so many times just by faulty memory. So I think he knows that he said something that he's being called out on, and then he's not confessing. But that's fine. I mean, if you guys are around him a lot more. If you guys don't perceive him to be dishonest when he gets pressed, I don't know. That's fine.
Andrew, are you mad that they're black? If they were, hypothetically.
Shut your
Would you rather say bronze? Yes.
Shut your ass up.
All right.
So why you doing my son like that?
But anyway, so I whatever, but I mean, I think it's kind of good for people who are like, no, you said this and you said this. Because the other thing is, Nathan, there's people that are already recording the room at times, right? I know.
Yeah, bro, they got a whole thing.
Why you put Beaver out there like that?
No.
Y'all black crazy.
No, look, I'm not trying to rip on Bima. It was kind of open public thing. Right? There was jokes made about it, right? But the thing is it's like if people are going to be, surreptitiously recording and stuff like that, you might as well just do the recording. People can all have equal access to it and kind of be like, hey, you said something, and then go back. And then not to mention, Nathan, there's some banger conversations that happen sometimes. There's sometimes you're like, man, I really wish that was recorded. Like when Ethan has come in here or when Sasha has come in here and just clean up shop. That's good stuff, right? When you have Samoa and Sasha going back and forth, and Sasha's just Sasha.
Andrew is a chillism hater. You hear he only brought examples where his people came in here.
No. He is right. He is right because we need to memorialize these people that defend pedophile Donald Trump. So that 10 years from now, when they say, "Oh no, we did it. Oh no, we were always against it,"
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let me respond.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1. Better be here, Matt. 10 years ago, better be here.
Okay, thank you.
I remember this shit.
Okay, go ahead, Mrs. But I do want to respond to Hagop and Matt.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know. I had technical difficulties, so I did a hard reset. But Andrew, you said that someone said that you said something about some shackles. Did you say that?
slavery great again. Yeah, I was super upset, and he was being racist and saying all this stuff, white people and we're the devil, et cetera, et cetera. So I just made a comment like that to him.
Okay. Y'all was basically trolling each other, deeply.
Well,
no problem.
I'm trolling, but
Still not okay.
Yeah,
still not okay. Understandable, but I just wanted to know.
Oh my God!
Shut up, you.
People have got to be able to have a little bit of discernment between being mad at somebody who's being a racist, who's saying things that are extremely hostile and offensive, and then somebody just responding in kind just to offend that person, not meaning to be racist generally. You got to be able to have a little discernment. So I'm not saying that somebody should say the thing that I said to Lion. I'm not defending that, but I'm telling you I said that pure anger towards him being just absolutely deceptive and dishonoration. And so I just said that to him because he was just using the most race, he's basically saying, white people are garbage, they're devils, and black people shouldn't trust them and all that stuff. That's very extreme.
One of the things that I recognize a lot in these rooms is that as soon as people start losing a fucking argument, they go for personal attacks. And that's the sign for me that they've lost their ass. And if you come in here starting with that, you've already lost in my book.
Based. I like that.
This is horrible. Wasn't keeping it real, so he's like, I take care of my family and I take care of my the black people and forget white people, and I'm like, so if somebody was white and they're dying on your porch asking for something to drink, you'd probably pee in their mouth, right, rather than give them some water, and they're dying. Right?
Are they bronze or black?
Okay. So, but anyway, to respond to you, Haga. I only brought my people, as you put it, quote, my people up and said that they came here and claimed. Well, just to be clear, neither of those are, quote, my people, unquote, right? When Ethan first came on the app, he was an atheist, and him and I had many discussions. And let me say that was, let's say, challenging, to say the least, okay? Because Ethan is the smartest person I've ever met in my life, right? Now, he's an atheist at the time. Now, it is true that since he's become a Christian, but he doesn't come into the rooms very often. He's not even on Clubhouse hardly at all. But when he does, he pretty much just handles whoever. So if he comes into my room, he's going to be pretty much handling whoever's there too. It doesn't matter. So it's not like some specific thing. Like I'm like, But I think Ethan would acknowledge, and anybody who's listened to Ethan or listened to Sasha.
Well, Ethan is you guys' that's the champion.
Nobody.
Ethan is a champion on and off the app. I fucking love Ethan music.
Yeah,
I'm upset he's a Catholic now. He went from Oriental Orthodoxy to Catholicism, but he's still a great fucking guy, extremely intelligent. That wasn't the reason I said they're your guys. They're just regulars in God Talk.
But there's
in your rooms. He used to be. Ethan, I know Ethan left out.
Yeah, so Ethan used to be, but
he's on Substack, Louis. That's it.
But they're a little sensitive to that kind of response because Concrete, when he's on his dishonest rampage, he likes to try to say that I talk crap about chillism, which isn't true.
It is a little bit.
What's that?
You guys don't throw little jabs. I mean, I feel like I've been in your room where you've talked about. You've characterized chillism as kind of like this place for where
but see, I don't think, but I don't.
More deplorable hippie behavior is kind of allowed or something. Which I guess isn't wrong.
I don't think these are improper characterizations. They're taken as jabs. I think Nathan would acknowledge that it's an animal house at times, right? Now he may not want it to be.
It's not an animal. It's the people. It's not an animal house. It's not an animal house. The thing is, you have some people that need moderation constantly. That's it. That doesn't mean it's an animal house.
I'm saying
that's because we have people with extreme beliefs talking about it. You can't just have them to be civil. You got to train them.
Well, what I'm saying is, Nathan, and I'm not opposed to it. No. But what I'm saying is as far as the moderation goes, you're probably the only person that would be considered more loose or lax on your moderation than I am, right? And I, as you're down with people, you can pretty much say any word you want, except you can't call a woman a biatch unless you're a gay or a woman yourself. You can't talk about people's kids and.
Exactly.
And what was the other thing? There's one other thing.
Spouses.
Yeah, you can't be gay.
Yeah, so it's a free speech room. It's a free. I don't think a free speech room means that it's an animal.
No, I like that. So the characterization I'm saying is like the context in which I've said that and Concrete's picking up on is that people would come in and they would just start being extremely aggressive towards the mods and just overtalk them and talk trash to them and stuff like that. And then the mods would like mute them. And I'd be like, look, this isn't chillism. And I'm just trying to make the distinction that you can't, the mods in here, because I can't stop them. We've already have an agreement. The mods are going to operate on their own. Everyone's their own island. And you guys are going to get kicked off. You're going to get kicked out of the room or kicked down. And I'm not going to stop the mods from doing that. This isn't chillism where you can come in and just say whatever you want to the mods and the mods will engage you. Now, if it,
I see what you're saying.
I'm down, right? I'll do that. I'll argue with somebody from the mod position, and I don't care if they're talking trash. I won't kick down. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, right? That's not typically my mentality, but there's other mods that just won't tolerate that. Just straight up. They're just straight edge, like Rob. He's not going to go for that for too long. He's been a little more lenient as of late. Like, he'll let people, like, he'll be like, come on, I don't want to kill, but then he'll be like, all right, and he'll just move him down, right?
Nick, do you buy this? Yeah, whisper and sweeten up this in your ear. You talking about?
Also, like Andrew, I always looked at
it's not a
place for like a learning about Christianity and like kind of like more of like a place where you can kind of explore that with freedom. Where this room, I feel like is more exclusively debating. Like it doesn't matter the topic. It's a debate room. It's like comes from the white belts. Debate.
More versatile in here, and you can expect to get into a rigorous back and forth, multiple people chiming in. It's not really going to necessarily be linear, although the queue thing does happen in here. But so there's just kind of and so some people, by their lights, it's extremely disorderly, right? And I get that. I understand what they're saying.
I love the chaos.
Yeah, but there's benefits to that too. Right. I mean, if you want to just jump into a room and you don't want to be restrained, you want to be able to say whatever to whoever, this is the place to be. Right. If you want to come in and pop off some slurs, you can do that. Right. And I think that people, it's like their brown paper bag at times. It's like you can put your head in it and you can say whatever you want. Right. So some people feel like that. But I'm not saying, but that's not to say.
I'm not sure if this is the place to come pop off some slurs. Rather than it's the place where you can like let a slur fly and you're not gonna get like like a place of like 12 people chastising you for saying something wrong.
I'm kicked out, right? And
people try that though. People be trying that for some reason. Oh, this person said this word? Oh no, you can't say they forgot. Yeah, this is the place.
But that doesn't come from the moderation.
No, but
that comes from the guest. That's right. That comes from the people. I have to constantly remind them. This ain't an echo chamber.
Yeah, exactly. And there's 3 rules, right? And that means there's 3 rules. If somebody wants to come in here and call every black person an N-word, they can do it. Okay. And it isn't a matter of, they're not going to be kicked down because they're not violating a rule.
No, they can't be like, it can't be some retard coming, like right now we're having this conversation. Like some retard came up right now just screaming, nigger, he will be moved properly.
Okay, so look, noise trolling, you might want to add that to the rules then, Nathan, because that sounds...
It's a rule.
That's just obvious right there. I don't think you have to make that a rule. Like, hey, I'm going to write this down. That's just obvious. If you're not allowing the prompt to say you just noise trolling.
But also, I feel like mods do.
You hear that, Elise?
You give people an opportunity to shut the fuck up. Also.
But when you
gotta beg them people sometimes. Like, but please, man, can you stop?
But yeah,
sometimes you feel more patient than other times.
I much like that.
And sometimes you just gotta beat people up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sitting, Nathan and I are like trying to plead with people, like, oh, come on, please don't do that. And Night King's over there.
Like, come on, man. The boss is gonna move me down, bro. Chill.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. The point about the noise trolling thing, right? Some people view, 7 people talking at one time as noise trolling, right? It's just a massive noise troll. And sometimes that happens, right? You just have a ton of people talking. And now I agree, as the mod's individual discretion, people might limit that. Like you, Nathan, you would be like, okay, one at a time, guys. This isn't a zoo, like you stop, stop acting the way that you're doing this. Be a little more linear in the conversation. But nonetheless, that's still permitted at times. And I think that that's something that's kind of a little bit more of a loose rule. That's like you're more loose on that than most rooms that you'll find on Clubhouse. And I think that's a benefit to a lot of people, but that's also a downside to a lot of other people, right? So it just depends on how you view that. But I hope that makes sense. So I've been trying to characterize, there's certain things that Concrete does when he comes over to the room that we're in that I find to be pretty deplorable in conversation. Like he was talking to Bob, and they were having a conversation about if you create something, you can do whatever you want to it. Like, and he said something like, and maybe Bob can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's something like this. He said there's a universal intuition that people have. It's a universal intuition that people have that if you create something, you can do whatever you want to it. And now I'm Christian. Concrete is, claiming to defend the Christian view, whatever. He's saying this to Bob in service of saying that, well, God can do whatever he wants to his creation. But that's just simply, it's not a universal intuition that people have that you can do whatever you want to your own creation. And a very easy, obvious counterexample to that claim would be something like a parent having a baby. Can you do whatever you want to that baby? Obviously not. Obviously not.
Did you think you'd be like you're? Is it creating? You're creating life? Like at that point, I don't think you're creating a life.
Yes. What do you mean? Yeah. Your sperm and your wife's egg created a baby. Hello.
Right. And here's the thing that's interesting about that, Nathan. He didn't think about that probably, right? And he probably wasn't. Maybe we could say that he didn't have that in view. But I don't think he thought about what he was saying very clearly, because obviously, if it were the case that God is all good, perfect, omnibenevolent, whatever, right? It is inconsistent with that idea that he would create conscious beings that can feel pain, that can have emotional suffering and all this stuff, right? He would create them by the billions and just torture and rape them all day and for eternity, right? That's something.
So to me,
go ahead.
No, because I thought he was saying something like, not like it's a part, like this thing is a part of me. Like, hey, I'm a programmer. I create a simulation, and in this simulation, they have people, they feel, they have all these different experiences. They have their own unique view of the world as well too. And I can do what I want to anyone in that simulation because I created them.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Nathan. This is the key point. Mm-hmm. There would be certain wants or certain desires that we would say are inconsistent with what we would call a perfect being. So if we had to predict what a perfect being might want, what would be acceptable to say is within its desire, the field of, possibilities, right? We would say that there's certain desires that if that being had that desires to carry it out, and since it's, omnipotent or whatever, it can just do whatever it wants. Well, if it had the ability to carry out any desire, there would be just certain desires we would say are off the table, right? We would not say that it makes sense for a being that is omnipotent and omnibenevolent, so he's all good, perfect, right? He brings a being into being and then just rapes it and tortures it for eternity and makes it feel extreme anguish and suffering, and knows that he's doing that, right? Knows that this being is just being
tortured. The greater good.
What? Well,
that should be for the greater good.
Why is suffering objectively wrong?
Well, let me just say this. If we said that the good that comes from that is that the being enjoys it, meaning the person, the God, okay, enjoys torturing and raping a being he created for eternity, I think by everybody's assessment, because again, Concrete's appealing to this universal intuition. He's saying people have this intuition. I think they would also have a stronger intuition that a perfect being cannot make a being that it just rapes and tortures and makes it suffer for eternity.
I disagree. That's an atheist take.
For the greater good, though. What if the being do it for the greater good?
Okay, but hold on. Listen. Let me explain why I'm saying. I'm not talking about people being on Earth and making decisions for their finite life and then going to either heaven or hell. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying there's just God in existence. That's it, right? And he makes one being. Let's say he makes a little 2x2 plot of ground that just floats in the air like the Earth does or whatever, like in space, okay? Just a 2x2 little plot, right? Or whatever. A 5 foot by 5 foot square piece of, whatever, dirt that just floats in the in a space, in a void, right? And then just tortures and rapes that being on that little plot for eternity for no other purpose than its own enjoyment. I would say that the own enjoyment, that being is feeling by doing that to another being, and that he's doing it to the other being, and the other being hates it and wants to not have it happen, desires to be away from it, and the creator being just continues to do that, and there's no other thing he's doing. He's just doing this for eternity.
He's just doing it just because he wants to do it.
But because he wants to do it, and it's all, there's no other people, it's not this thing's making bad decisions, and that's why it's happening to it. No, it's just God is doing that for its own sadistic pleasure for eternity. I think most people, to go back to Concrete's appealing to this intuition that people think that being can do whatever it wants to its creation, would think that is extremely, wildly counterintuitive, and something omnibenevolent being cannot do. That is something that's outside of the range of possibilities for an omnibenevolent being to make another creature suffer under extreme agony for eternity for no other reason other than it brings joy to that very same creator. I think that is a problem, and that's counterintuitive for that to be something that a creator of that nature could do. That's the counterexample.
Is that what Concrete was saying? I'm confused as to why you painted that specific scenario.
To tell you what he was saying. Concrete was to Bob, and Bob can come in. This is where Concrete became, in my eyes, just an extremely dishonest interlocutor, okay? What he was trying to tell Bob was that, look, I can do, because we're talking about, Bob, maybe you could chime in, but we're talking about the way God deals with people in the Bible, right? And the way that he deals with people as far as maybe sending them to hell, or maybe like killing the Amalekite babies, the flood, Sodom and Gomorrah, whatever the case may be, right? I think he was just trying to give this response to try to just do a cure-all to any kind of action that somebody might launch at the Christian God by just saying, well, look, God created all of this, so God can do what he wants. And the universal intuition, a creator, just generally, can do whatever it wants to its creation. Well, no, I don't think that's true. I certainly don't have that intuition. There's plenty of things that I think creator of, whether it be an imperfect creator, like humans, right? Or a perfect creator, either one, I don't think that there are things that they can just, quote, do, or that there are things that they can, or that they can just do whatever it is they want to do with their creation. In God's case, I just think there are certain wants that he can't have. There are certain desires that are inconsistent with an omnibenevolent being. As far as us as imperfect beings that aren't omnipotent or whatever, we can desire, we can bring things into being, like a baby, or let's say we made some kind of AI robot that was advanced, that had the ability to pain, I don't know how we would. I don't think AI can be conscious. So I don't know that I press this point too far, because I'm not actually a fan of the idea of the AI being conscious and actually having like first person, like qualia. So I'm not sure what it would mean to say AI can feel pain, but there's something odd about creating something that looks like a human and having it has reactions that look like reactions a normal human would have to being tortured.
Forget it, Andrew. You're just repeating yourself. Come on.
No, I'm not repeating myself. I'm saying something right now. Just hold on real quick. If you created a robot and you were just doing that, I think that indicates there's something wrong with you. If you're just hurting it because you want to see it like express pain.
How could you hurt a robot then?
I think it's a little weird. Hold on. Don't you think it's a little weird to create a robot
And just to kick it around. I just want to kick this robot.
Yeah, you kick it and
Why
it
not?
responds by crying and saying, "Please stop kicking me," and you keep kicking it. Like, don't you think there's something?
Fuck off! I made you.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, but why would you kick it around? You tested it, right?
Yeah, because I feel like I made it and I can kick it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think there's something weird. What if a new like a business venture opened up where people make robots that are very lifelike, that you can do whatever you want to them and they respond like humans. You can rape them. You can do whatever you want to them, right? And
look at his mind. Look at where his mind goes. Now he's trying to make an emotional, inflammatory argument. Yeah, he's blessed. That's it, please. No, he's just trying to be like.
No, you're an idiot.
I love weirdo.
I love this when you're talking about.
No, we're not. We're talking about shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what Concrete's trying to do. That's what Concrete's trying to do. Because literally, the point is that we're saying that you can create something and do whatever. So we're trying to think of the worst things you could do, and if that makes sense, if it's consistent. Stress testing this some concept, but Concrete wants to try to make us see, look where his mind goes, because he's a dork. Okay. But the point is,
your mind
it's Concrete.
Because your mind wants to rape
another human qualities to
Yes, it's in the context of talking about making a being or making a object that has the responses to stimuli in the same way that a human would. It would be mimicking that. And so we're thinking, what the stress test would that be? Well, how would you stress? That means you would put it under stress. And the stress that we're talking about.
So we're assuming this robot has consciousness,
Well, it responds. Remember what I said. I don't believe.
I mean, if it's only like responding to like things like it's responses are like a pre-programmed type of deal.
Yeah.
Like then it's like fuck it. It's
well,
no, there's no real consciousness.
Like, no, I got you on it. But you can do it like this to make it. Right, to make it more genuine, you could have it do random responses within a certain field. Like you could make it say, you could program it such that when you do something to it, like give it normal stimuli that would cause a painful response, or what indicates a human is feeling in pain, that kind of response, you could program it to have like this. It can have responses that you wouldn't be able to anticipate. So it'd be more lifelike. I mean, you wouldn't be able to anticipate it to a T like you programmed it, right? But it's still.
Do I know that it doesn't like it's not really like feeling any of these sensations?
You know that? Yes, you do know that.
Then I don't care.
So you get the fuck out of here. Thank you. Lord, I want to cut you off. I want to ask you a question. Do you believe God can do what he wants to us? And because I guess it would be the analogy that we're his creation, so we can feel pain. We're programmed to feel pain in a certain way. But if he basically created us, he could do what he wants with us, then that would be just. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
So, but would you say something like that?
God already having his way with me.
Wait, I'm more interested in this guy wants to say that if something's having like reactions that's showing like it's in horrible pain or something as you're doing things to it, he doesn't care. Like he's a psychopath.
Yeah.
Like even if it's not conscious, right?
Yeah. That's
not caring that it's like screaming in pain is just like a sick son of a bitch.
How does it have pain and not be conscious?
If it's quoting,
I think screaming like it's in pain, concrete.
Because obviously you don't care.
To respond to certain stimuli.
Yeah, and that makes you a psychopath. If you don't care about screaming.
To say that you're a sociopath, and I know that there's no like underlying consciousness, there's no thing occupying that vessel that's experienced, that's actually like
and you
opposite end of this experience.
You're
a psychopath. You're just being retarded, right?
Well, it's like saying you can't watch movies. You might as well say you can't watch movies. No, because there's real people dying.
Concrete, I know
you didn't cry.
I know you're doing your best, Concrete, to do the stuff you said. See, now here's the problem.
You just got here. You want to sit on his lap. You don't even know what he's been doing.
Yeah, so
you want to sit on his lap. What did I do?
Let me just say the reason
that's your daddy, isn't it?
The reason
daddy.
Okay, Concrete.
You showing your loyalty.
The reason
makes sense.
Concrete. Hold on. So the reason I determined from that point on that Concrete was not sincere and that he was actually just he's just on here for sport.
So he was talking about me before I got here? Is that what we were talking about?
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, he the asshole.
Hold on.
Thank you.
He's just on here for sport and to just kind of be an agitator and a contrarian. He doesn't actually.
There's a guy advocating for Donald Trump and fucking the distinguishing between what type of
concrete. Let me finish.
Anyway, you're a disgusting person.
Let me finish. It's okay. You can insult me all you want. I'm just gonna call up.
Well, you're not insulting me, right?
So you came on. I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you.
It's not an insult. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
No. The point of this is not to say, hey, I'm just kind of calling you ugly or saying something negative about you. No, that's not what's going on.
Therefore, it's not an insult.
Nope, didn't say that. I'm saying.
Well, it is an insult.
Nope, didn't say that either.
Oh, okay. He's agnostic on whether or not it's an insult.
I said I'm not insulting you.
Yeah, I disagree. That's fine.
What I'm trying to point out is that there was a time, and this kind of just circles back to where you get to a point where you just want to say something really offensive to somebody because they're just so disingenuous, so dishonest.
Is this the same guy who was arguing for Jeffrey Epstein the other day?
You want me to move you down?
Moralizing?
You want me to move you down?
You're moralizing right now?
So, Nathan, I want to finish my statement. I want to finish what I'm saying. I don't want to abuse mods, so I'm I'm in a tough spot,
human being.
Right? Hey, stop interrupting.
Stop acting like a child.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. So, Concrete has a real problem being honest in conversations.
And this is not an insult.
Hey, stop.
You said you weren't insulting, right?
Stop. Okay. You have a real problem being honest in conversations.
Where was I dishonest, Andrew?
Yeah. I'm getting there. How about you stop?
I wasn't even in the room. He wants to talk about me.
So Nathan, what do we do
tell me
here?
where I was dishonest.
Obviously, you want. No, I'm going to move you down if you don't stop.
Just tell me where I was dishonest.
Stop interrupting me.
How did you know I was dishonest?
Stop interrupting me.
You're going to have to keep crying, brother.
I'm going to move you down.
Okay. Tell me how I was dishonest.
So stop.
Let's don't go there. Let's go one at a time, man. Please.
Hey, do you think it's fair that I be told where I was dishonest?
Yeah, I'm trying to. So how about you
go ahead. It's not that hard.
I don't need you to tell me to go ahead.
Why do you come here to shut up the room, bro?
Quit talking.
You are an agitator, bro.
Quit talking.
Come on, let's stop the over talking, man.
Nathan,
is it fair if somebody says I'm being dishonest that I say, well, I'm being dishonest?
I'm literally in the middle of saying it. Nathan, I'm in the middle
of saying it means you could have said it, dumb.
Shut up, Concrete.
You don't have to say I'm in the middle of saying it.
Concrete, stop.
Okay, that's... All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to finish what I'm saying unadulterated, because what he's doing is he always tries to obstruct. So just stop doing that, Concrete. When it's something that's just straightforward. Look, Concrete has the tendency to say things that when pressed on, like in our room, you just...
All right, can you just tell us what happened, bro?
Be quiet. Stop over talking me. You just...
Why are you doing
I told you, 2 people have told you to stop doing it.
You said you were going to say where I was dishonest, not that I am dishonest.
Dominant shit, like not letting...
Okay, I'm dishonest. Just tell me when.
It's going to take more than 8 seconds.
So you're going to drag it out.
It's going to take more than 8 seconds to get there, so be quiet. So Concrete made the claim in my room, or our room, that there is a universal intuition that people have that a creator can do whatever it wants to its creation. Okay? That is just a straightforwardly stupid thing to say. Now, here's the point. Bob, who is in dialogue with Concrete, is a person that very much disagreed with it. That's why there was a disagreement to begin with. It's because Bob doesn't have that intuition, doesn't think that. And there's plenty of atheists. You can ask Millett and whoever else, Jude, if they have a freaking intuition that a creator can do whatever it wants to its creation. That's a stupid thing to say, okay? But Concrete, because he has an enormous amount of pride, and he's unwilling to acknowledge that he's wrong when he says something that's stupid, and he gets called out with clear counterexamples, he just wouldn't admit it. Instead, he does all this passive-aggressive stuff, leaves the room, comes back in, says some stupid stuff, and leaves. He never will admit, and still hasn't to this day, that that was a dumb thing to say. And because of that, I'll land, Concrete. Because of that, there's been this constant it's kind of ramped up. There's been escalation since between him and I, because I don't respect that kind of tactic, that kind of thing, right? I understand your pride being invested, but just be willing to say, look, I'm wrong. I said some stuff that was wrong. That was a wrong thing to say, and we can move on. But instead, he wants to do all this deviating tactics and obstructing and all this weird stuff that he does, which invariably he's going to do now when he opens his mouth. I'm just going to say, look, that was wrong, and people here can tell him, and he should just accept that. That's wrong. You can't just create something and do whatever you want to it. That's not correct. And people don't have that intuition about God, hence why they launch objections against God to freaking begin with.
Concrete. All right, thank you. So this is like a really, really simple thing. I was called dishonest, and now I'm being called stupid. And so, obviously, the dishonesty claim, you know, he hasn't supported that. And so now we'll just deal with the stupid claim. The conversation was literally months ago. I haven't talked to him about it in literally months. We're in February of 2026. Almost the end. Didn't talk about it in January. Didn't talk about it this month. So that's literally months of not discussing this topic. Now, obviously, he started when I wasn't here. I don't know why, but obviously that wasn't my fault because I wasn't in his room. We weren't talking about it this week or the week before, and obviously he wants to talk about it now in my absence. And luckily, I came through in time to see the bullshit. All right, now. There's going to be an issue about recollection of words that were used, universal. Does anybody hear me speak like, anyway, I'll just do this. I think it is the general case that most people who are reasonable human beings have a general attitude towards creations and creations and creators that they should be able to do what they will. Now, pointing to one person or two people or five people who say, no, bro, I don't think they'll say that, doesn't defeat the case of the general position, right? I don't know why it's coming up now, because we all understand God can do whatever he wants with his creation. And if he points to some heinous act that God is performing on his creation, he still doesn't... there's no greater authority that's going to stop God from doing what he wants. So that's like a moot point, right? And then we're just dealing with some sort of attitude towards it. So in the realm of people who do have, let's say, dominion over their creations, and there's other people who could stop them. As Louis said, even if it were a reprehensible act, and we were disgusted by it, people would still say that's your thing that you created, bro. Right? It's your thing that you created. We think you're, a disgusting human being, but what ultimately are you destroying in the world? Something you created. What are you violating? Something you created. Does it hurt and go against my sensibilities? Yeah, sure. I think it's dumb, right? If you were to kick a puppy, your puppy that you fucking bought and you owned and you raised it, you want to kick it? So be it. I'm not a fucking bleeding heart. Oh my God, you gotta stop kicking a puppy. Even if I did, still your motherfucking puppy. That's not some people are gonna say, oh, that's not a creation. Okay, fine. It's not a creation. But it is your possession, and we understand that people have property rights, and we understand that in general, we respect property rights where people can do what they want with their fucking property. And the idea that Andrew, when we go to something further, like your creation, would say, no, we don't think you can do what you want. Go tell God not to do what he wants with his creation. Let's see how that works out. Tell somebody else, Michael Dell, who created his laptops, and on and on and on and on. Tell everybody who made something and created something they can't do something with it, and watch them laugh in your face because you're, silly. Thank you.
Right, and so Andrew, I was just going to respond to you saying, like, I think you try to bring up, like, like we make kids. Well, first of all, I'm not going to get in the weeds of like whether we create our kids or not. But let's say we do. Let's say I grant you that. Like, we still kind of reserve. Wait, one second. We reserve the rights to, like, indoctrinate our own children and bring them up in the way we see fit, right? That's the whole thing with parents griping about, oh, they're teaching our kids this or that, slavery or trans in school, like all the shit that I don't really approve of. Like, I think it's because we do feel that way. We feel like that's my kid. I want to teach that kid the things that I want them to learn. I want them to bring them up in the way that I want to bring them up. Like, we do reserve our rights to do what we will with our kids, even if I grant you that, like, we create our kids, like, that still carries there. No, do you disagree?
That's absolutely false. You can't chop fingers off the kids.
Andrew, when you hear the statement, might delete later, well, what do you think about?
When I hear what statement?
Might delete later.
Just something you put out that you're questioning that you may have not should have put it.
I'm blocking it. Sorry.
Okay. So here's the thing. Let me just respond to that. First thing, Concrete said I called him stupid. Didn't do that. I said what he said was stupid. That's correct. It is. Didn't call him stupid. Okay, first thing. Second thing is you can go back on the record and check it. It's I don't know, poor tracking. It's all good. So Concrete said some stuff here that is very, very stupid. Okay, so he said that people, you might be able to find, I don't know, like a couple or here and there, a few people go, I don't like that. No, that's not correct. Even though I agree it's a sliver of the population on the grand scale, it wouldn't just be atheists and agnostics. Okay, 6 to 7% of the whole world's population, right? Which is an enormous amount of people. It's not 1, 2, or a few. Okay, it's all of the atheists and the agnostics, or people who generally might critique the Bible. And it doesn't even have to be them, because it can be people of other faiths. For example, people in Islam who critique the God of the Bible routinely for the things that he did in the Old Testament. People in various faith traditions. This is in the billions of people who would find it to be abhorrent, some of the things that God has done in the Old Testament. Okay? So Concrete just completely misrepresented the actual case, what's actually happened. Okay? So the very person he was in dialogue with was Bob. And there's several other atheists who would say the same thing that Bob said, again, right? And they'd say the God of the Old Testament is horrible. Richard Dawkins, all these people, right? They say that routinely, okay? So they're saying, given Christianity, given the truth of this God existing, it is not the case that we have an intuition that he can do whatever he wants with his creation, okay? That's not the case. No one has that intuition broadly, as far as I know, that actually think that a creator can do whatever it wants with his creation. Now, Concrete went on to say something I think is even more stupid than that, right? Completely misrepresenting the population, right, of how many people would object to this, right? He went on to say, well, if somebody had a puppy, even though it's like, not their creation, it's their possession. And people just typically think, it's your stuff. You can do what you want to your stuff. Wow. That is unbelievably stupid. People do not think that.
You keep pointing the finger, Andrew.
Do not think, let me finish, my brother. People do not think that if you have animals or kids, that you can do what you want. And he made a response that was kind of indicative or revealing of some weird stuff, if he believes this. He said, if you were kicking your puppy, I'm not some bleeding heart. I mean, it's yours. What are you talking about? Somebody's kicking a puppy and you know about it. Those people should probably be in jail, okay? So what you are just completely detached from what people should take to be normal intuitions, normal ways of thinking about this. So it's very, very odd that you would say that, Concrete. It is an abomination for people to be having animals and just abusing them for their own gratification or pleasure, whatever the case may be, or to unleash anger onto their animals. It's not right. It's not good. And so Concrete's intuition here on a creator doing whatever it wants to its creation, patently false. People do not have that broad intuition. That was the claim. Remember, the claim is that people have that intuition. That's the claim. They don't. By the billions.
What if you're 9 years old?
Okay, cool. I don't know.
And you kick a puppy. Is it wrong?
Okay.
Can I respond to this dumb shit, please?
Oh, bro, just stop. By the billions, they don't have this intuition. And it's even amplified to pretty much most people that are civilized in any non-barbaric way, right? They're going to have this intuition. As far as what you own, you certainly cannot just do whatever you want to your own property. Absolutely foolish line of argumentation. But that's what's coming from Concrete. And rather than concede to this, he's going to quadruple down in pride and try to defend the premise again. So go ahead, Concrete.
Well, not you, sir. So, Andrew, I don't know what. He is a nice, interesting spectacle. Andrew is uniqueness, man-child behavior is a good form of entertainment, and I don't know if it's real or not. I don't know if this is just performance art or if this is an actually real human being who's been thinking about this for months, and it's the passion, I would give it like a 5 out of 10. It's not like the best scene I've seen, from a dramatic actor. That person should be in jail for kicking that puppy. Okay, that's maybe some white liberal bleeding heart type shit. But as that other gentleman said, there's people who eat dogs. People fight dogs, do all kind of wild shit with dogs, and they wouldn't care if you kicked it, right? Oh, there's billions of bleeding hearts. Okay, cool. Now let's talk about property rights and the various forms of property that you could have. And we can start with a simple elementary school kid in his book bag. Within his book bag, he's going to have hundreds of sheets of paper, probably 5 pencils, crayons, a sharp eraser, and the book bag itself, maybe a calculator and some other things, right? Those are all of his possessions. And then if you took like an adult and you say all of the adult's possessions, their house, their car, their bicycles, all their books, on and on and on, that would be that person's personal property. And we say for 99.9% of your personal property throughout your entire life, you are free to do with it what you will. But in this case, where you have that puppy and you feed the puppy, that's fine. You give the puppy water, that's fine. So even within the realm of puppies, do that which you will, we do not care. But if it kick that puppy, then we got a problem. So if we were to do like a calculation of all the property rights that you could possibly have in a lifetime and all the freedoms that you have within those property rights, it will be the general case that we don't care and we think you should be able to do that what you want to do with your property to a large degree, such that it's not even something worthy of discussion. That in the general case of the general person, it's okay to do what you want with your property. Even if you were to do some of the heinous things that comes to Andrew's mind with that property. But for some reason, listen, I don't think we have to embarrass Andrew by going to AI and say, is it a reasonable position to believe that it is a generally accepted belief, disposition, that people can do that which they want with their creation? It's like, do we need to do that? Do we need to resort to artificial intelligence to make this very simple point so Andrew could stop playing dumb? Do we have to? Does anybody want to do it? Anyone who's listening to Andrew and his stupid ass rant, just put it in your own ChatGPT, because now we have the information, we have the technology. We don't have to rely on weirdos like Andrew for, sentiment about what's happening in the human experience. We could just get all the gathered information on all the surveys and studies and literature on personal property and creation rights. We We just say, hey,
Andrew, he conceded when he said 99.9% right. He conceded there are things that you are not allowed to do properly, right?
Obviously, it's not even
allowed.
Not allowed.
So that just means
he's doing right now.
That just means
you'll go to jail.
All right, booty clapper. All right, booty clapper. All right, booty clapper. All right, booty clapper. You gotta calm down. All right, dumbass Andrew, calm down. I'm landing. Yeah, shut up, stupid. And I am calling you dumb because this is a really dumb. I am calling you dumb because this is really. I am calling you dumb.
So Andrew, do you think what he did with a really long diatribe trying to sound reasonable, long story, just to make people forget that he said 99.9%?
You gotta shut up.
And conceded.
You gotta shut up.
Kind of
so
birds.
You don't. So
yeah, just land.
You don't know. Shut up, dummy.
Estimate.
Shut up, dummy. Shut up, dummy. Shut up, dummy. Shut up, dummy. Thank you. So. Obviously, you have a booty clapper here, somebody equally of low moral standings. Shut up, dummy. He treated you like a little boy, Andrew. You a little man, Andrew. Shut up, dummy. Shut up, dummy. So he just bullied you, Andrew. You got bullied. Hold on, Ariota. So the whole point is very simply, Andrew's own words that it's a general intuition. He also used universal. Those are his words, not mine, right? So in these conversations, when you're trying to make somebody look bad, you're going to use language to heighten that experience. And that's what Andrew's trying to do, and that's what his booty clapping friend is doing. 99.9% is the general position on property rights. And again, I encourage everyone listening to this stupid ass argument from Andrew, just do your own ChatGPT search. Is it reasonable to believe that people have a general disposition that you can do that which you will with your property, with your creations? Just let the ChatGPT talk to you. You don't need me. I don't have to inform you, nor does Andrew. Thank you. Have a nice day.
That was stupid.
Okay, Andrew, hang on a second, Andrew. So did you see the lie he just did there, trying to say that 99.9% people? What he said earlier, 99.9% of things you do are going to be acceptable, right? So he's just dishonest.
Yeah, he is dishonest. And here's the point. And anybody listen to that right now, notice what he did. Remember what I said he does, Nathan? He didn't even hear me say this about him. He leaves. He does that kind of stuff where he pops in and out. He'll say stuff. That was a very dishonest showing from him. You notice how he just droned on and said stuff that wasn't really relevant. He wanted to, and Andrew, and this,
He had a long story, so you forget the things he said earlier where he conceded.
Right. So just remember what the original point was. He said, and by the way, Bob, if Bob comes back in, he'll validate this. And because it was a sticking point, right? He said universal. It's a universal intuition. And keep in mind, the point was it's a universal intuition that a creator can do whatever it wants to its creation. That was the point, right? Notice that he said, well, we think most of the property that you have, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, that's not what's in contention. What's in contention is there's something that either you own, right, or you created and own, right, that you can't do whatever you want to. And that's the whole point. That was the reason I was.
I would like to enter in this conversation. I think you're wrong.
Well, I think that was the reason that somebody even said something about anything to begin with, is because people were contending about issues in the Bible where God did things in the Old Testament. That's the whole reason the discussion even came up. So obviously people don't have that intuition. And when he did this stupidity, which he just did again, he's like, well, people, he wants to say that, it's a few, or, it's a ton of people. I'm arguing almost the inverse argument. I'm saying it's almost a universal, not even universal, because I wouldn't say that. But I would say that there are I would say the vast majority of people around the world.
You're over-talking your point.
No, you can stop. They have an intuition that you can't do whatever you want to your creation, and you can't do whatever you want to your property. And we're talking about the subset of property or your creations that matter, that people have the intuitions about. We're not talking about the things that don't matter. Obviously, we're in agreement on that. If you make a little, football, you can kick the football, and people don't care about that. That's not what we're talking about, right? Well, as long as it's not made out of pigskin, people might argue about that. Okay, but the point is, you make it out of some synthetic fiber, whatever the case may be. it isn't going to be the case that people are generally going to have a problem with that, right? There might be some weirdos that be like, you can't harvest stuff and make it into things or whatever. But for the most part, people aren't going to care about that. That's not what's in contention.
Can we go back and forth?
Hold on. What's in contention are things like animals, are things like maybe some AI that looks advanced or acts advanced. I don't think it has qualia, but I think you shouldn't be doing things where it gives a response like a human, and then you think it's okay to do that to it. That's weird. Okay. And then lastly, creating something, bringing new life into being, putting your pee-pee into a woman and having a baby, and then doing whatever you want to with that baby. I don't think so, right? I don't think God creating something means that he will just do whatever he wants, or he can have these wants to do whatever, right? No, that's not consistent with an omnibenevolent and omnipresent or omnipotent being. And then lastly, last part, and I'll kick it off over, is that he wants to say, well, if you don't like that, tell God. Yeah, people don't like that. And they go and talk to people that believe in God about it. And remember the contention. It was an intuition. That was the whole point. And so if they don't like it, that means he's wrong. If people don't like these things and they're giving objections to begin with, that means he's wrong. That falsifies his universal claim about intuition.
Before we continue, I just want y'all to know, look, I said I was going to sacrifice my child, sacrifice a couple kids. I got them back, okay? Cora, Andricus, they're back.
God bless you, Miami.
It took a couple sacrificial lambs, but they are back.
God bless you.
Please, everybody, welcome them back.
Welcome back,
Cora. Okay, I'm gonna. We in the wrong room. I'm terribly.
My argument is gonna be in support of concrete, Andrew, and I'm not gonna be nearly as long.
No, we're in the angry Andrew room.
You're very emotional. Okay, can I talk?
Yeah, I want to hear it, Minister. Go ahead and as Concrete says, booty clap for Concrete. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm gay like you, so gay men can booty clap. Thank you, Andrew. We're both gay.
Do it.
Okay, let me finish. So at the end of the day, I'm going to support Concrete, and I submitted the Kobayashi. It's in the chat. It's a fictional Starfleet Academy. If you're not familiar, it's a scenario, and it takes your character a response for inevitable defeat. So I submit that to say that in life, breaking the rules and not having a standard is celebrated. So when Captain Kirk changed the computer to win, they celebrated, rewarded him for winning. And how Spock did it was Spock laid his life down. So basically doing immoral things is acceptable to survive and win at all costs. So morality is in your argument, when actually human existence is not based off morality, it's based off survival. So I think his argument was, your argument was emotional. You're a bitch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. He is a bitch and an emotional bitch at that. As we can all.
Oh, is that Ariana? Hi.
Okay.
Cora, we were talking about you the other day, Cora. How long are you going to visit, Cora, before you leave?
Hold on, Concrete. Not Jew.
How long are you going to visit, Cora?
Not Jew. Not Jew or free. Hey,
I've just not been around much because I've been busy with medical shit. That's all.
I hope you are better as well. Please visit us more often.
That makes sense.
Timothy, how does it feel that this was your homeboy at one point, Timothy? How does it feel looking back at this? Oh, he left. Damn it.
He's not going to get involved in your
Damn it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, your sectarian garbage.
You know, what do you think about what I said?
Wouldn't leave dishonestly if you want to.
Andrew, what do you think about what I said about how we kind of do treat our kids in the way like we treat them?
We don't treat them however we want. You're not allowed to talk to them.
We do.
I'm
saying the intuition is there, right?
We don't have that intuition.
Which is the core. Well, if I can finish, I'm saying the intuition is there, which I think was the core of the argument.
That's the point. That this not there.
Shut up, Andrew. Let him go, bro.
Move you down, Concrete.
I'll go after each other.
Yo, can you get this white monkey under control, Nate, please, bro?
Shut the fuck up.
I feel like we do, like, there is kind of an inherent, like, I do think we generally believe that if, like, let's say if I create something, I create, like, a fucking sandcastle. Like, if I want to destroy it, I feel like I have the right to do that. And like, I feel like we all kind of reserve that right. That, like,
you're missing the point.
Even intuition, even, sorry, you guys. And then you cry when concrete did it to you, bro. Well, this shit, go ahead, bro.
Okay, thank you. I'll be fast. So this is why I think that you're trying to compare, person coming together and creating a child, the same with like one of your own creations. But you're not creating a child. That's God's creation. So that's why it's disanalogous. No, you can't say you created something that God. No, this was to Andrew, not to you. This was to Andrew because this was Andrew's comeback. Hey, what about, you have a parent that you created? You're not creating a child. You're not creating. That's God's creation. What you're doing is you're raising a child. That's it. But the thing is this. If I want to create a masterpiece, that's my work. I created that with my own 2 hands. That came from my brain. I can do what I wanted because it's mine. If I want to create a simulation, and in this simulation, I have all these different programs, and they program to act like real people, and everything about them is real, just like how you're real. That's my program. I can do what I want with it. If I want to massacre a whole bunch of people, and those individuals feel pain just the way you feel pain, it's still my creation. I can do it. So I can do that. I can give you a quick counter example. Let's say you painted. One second, on me. One second. Let's say you paint a picture of some person like in some obscene thing, and right, you can't just like go post it or hold it up in front of their house for their kids to see every morning leaving for school, right? You can't just do anything you want. There are now, in general, absolutely, but the whole point is that there are cases where it's considered bad or wrong to do things. Like nobody cares if you paint the picture. The argument is, does there exist an intuition? Like, is that intuitive? That like, yes, everyone has the intuition that's wrong. No, that's not true. Not everyone. I think most people have the intuition. I think most of the intuition that they could do what they will with creations. We have even like the fucking saying, "Oh, I brought you into this world. I'll take you." That's intuition. Oh, like that's like something that's like a reoccurring thing. It's like a kind of a trope at this point. And people think it's horrible. To say that's not an intuition that like exists like generally across like most people. I just don't think you're interacting. Honestly, I feel like Andrew's like carrying a lot of like baggage with whatever him and concrete got. I don't think it's that like crazy of a position. It's not crazy. Wait. So if I painted a picture, a photorealistic picture of your mom doing obscene things with a dog, you think it's perfectly fine if I post that out on the street? Are you projecting? It's not even engaging with the core of the core of the art.
No, Omni, you need to understand. This is what's being dishonest about this whole thing. Okay, look, it's like people don't listen to the words that are being said. It is a universal intuition that people believe this, right? This is their position universally. He's trying to argue that he didn't say that. I have witnesses that he did. He certainly did. Okay? Here's what he said.
Let's say he's not. If he's saying that he didn't say that, let's even say that it's a fucking contract. Why not engage with this?
Because I don't. Well, first of all, for me, it's a matter of integrity. I don't really like talking to somebody who I know is just they're just lying, and if they're going to continue and build off of that because they just have too much pride and they want to save their face instead of saying, "Hey, look, I was wrong on that." I lose massive respect for somebody like that. So for me, it's more of a principled issue, but we can deal with the backtrack of it because that's also wrong. Okay, it's not generally the case that people have an intuition. Because keep in mind, there is something. But Omni, you got to hear me, brother. You got to hear me because this is very specific, and if you don't listen to the words, there's going to be a problem. So listen to what I'm saying. He's not saying that. He's not saying that.
You cut me off my entire submission. Go ahead, though. I'm not like
Omni, bro. Please.
Do you understand my frustration that with your constant fucking ankle biting with like within 5 seconds every time I have to say something. I was trying to say something. You understand my frustration, right?
Yes, I apologize.
Sure, you. Okay.
Yeah, I do. Go ahead. Actually, go ahead and finish.
No, I'm listening. No, I just.
Okay. I do understand.
It's like, I don't like the demanding, like what you demand, the ultimate, like what you say is important, but it didn't seem like it.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I probably was being unfair to you, and I apologize. So, yeah, my bad. So let me just say this, okay? I'm sorry. This is a very frustrating thing for me because I think what Concrete's doing is deplorable, okay? And it's layered under much. It's shrouded in much deception. So it's very difficult to parse all this out, especially with him chiming in also. So it makes me frustrated. And I promise.
I'm not taking. He triggered you, sir. I'm not taking any side in that per se, in terms of like the personal.
No, you're talking about the content. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, so let's just talk about the content. Okay, just hear what I'm saying. He's not. He's saying this. Okay, he's saying that it is a universal intuition, and then we'll walk it back to say general. So it's going to be like a majority. Let's just say, right? He's saying people generally have this intuition, meaning most people, right, have this intuition that you can do whatever you want with your creation, or even he amped it up, he ratcheted it up crazily to things that you own, okay? Now, he's not saying that they have an intuition that you can do whatever you want to most of your creation or things you own. That's not what he's claiming. He's saying you can do whatever you want to what you own or what you create. That's what he's saying. He's not, and he's saying people genuinely have that intuition, not an intuition about the scope of the things, because we agree that most of the things you own or most of the things you create, maybe you can do a lot with. I mean, not whatever you want. I mean, Jude is giving great counterexamples. I can't create something and go hit somebody with it, right? Obviously, I can't do whatever I want with my creation. I think what he means. Yeah, but I think what he means, stop, Concrete. I think what he means is to that creation, right? To the thing you create, right? So not using it to go do some other thing.
That's what I.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that, right? I'm not saying that he's saying that, and I'm not taking him to.
No, my example was specifically like just leaving the place where that woman and kids have to see it over and over.
Didn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does because like that's part of the thing you can do to it.
You talked about
playing is a thing you can do to it.
I've seen him, yeah, but like that's interact. It's like
it's interacting with other people.
That's no longer you just doing something to the item. It's interacting with others.
Right.
I choose not to kick dogs, but I can kick dogs if I want to.
No. But the kicking dogs part. The kicking dogs part. The kicking dogs part. Stop, Concrete. The kicking dogs part. Here's something right now.
Let everybody else speak with me.
We can falsify. We can falsify. We can falsify what Concrete is saying right now. We can falsify it right now. Everybody on the stage. Can everybody weigh? Hold on. Can everybody please weigh in on whatever?
This is him functioning as normal, Concrete. I don't know what you're expecting.
Yeah, but it's like it's so annoying because he's talking about me and he's not letting me speak. And so, Louis, I want to say this. So when we have a general intuition, you can point to 49 other. No, it's not. Think of general intuition as being like 51% of your beliefs, or 51% of the time. Right? So when he points to some 49 other things that happen.
He's changing the argument.
That doesn't mean you don't have a general intuition, right?
You're a very
general attitude towards stuff. It's almost like he thinks that if you point, it's almost like he thinks that we
general intuition. Not that we have a general intuition. You're saying generally people have the intuition. You dishonest
It's almost like
dishonest. You are a dishonest piece of garbage. That is not what you said.
He's acting like there's this.
Generally have this intuition. Not that they have a genuine intuition that's general.
So
you said generally people have this intuition. Not that they have intuition that's general. Stop being dishonest. Stop being dishonest.
Does anybody see the difference?
Little fish.
Does anybody see the difference?
Yeah, you're a dishonest fish, is what you are.
And this is a Christian brother.
Yeah, you're a dishonest. Yeah,
this is a Christian brother screeching like a child. Timothy, this was your own
annoying, bro.
First being it's on Andrew. Do you want to fight it concrete?
Yeah,
I don't care. Do you want to have hand-to-hand combat?
Dishonest. You dishonest. Honest piece of garbage.
Would you slap the concrete in the face?
There is not a
Would you like to give concrete a pimp slap, Andrew?
I'm gonna put it on repeat. There's not a person on repeat. There's not a
Andrew, what I did on his pinky ring and give him a pimp slap.
This page who believes you can have an there's not a person on this page who believes you can kick your dog. There's no.
Come on, let's take it down a notch. Can I respond to what you said?
There's not a person on this stage who believes you can have a dog and kick it. There's not a person on this stage who believes
I believe you can kick your dog.
on this stage who believes you can have a dog and kick it. There's not a person on this stage.
I've actually kicked a dog before.
Doesn't matter if you've done it before. You believe it's okay to do.
No, yeah, I'm already dog. We want to
idiot.
on my money style.
Freaking Dumbo.
Yeah, let's try and regain. Let's try and regain something that looks like order. Yeah, I just want to say.
And remember when we said we would curb stop Amari's dog?
Just want to respond to the comments. So,
It's little like petite little.
I can't wait to see. Hey, look.
that's cool.
Glad to see you come back with me.
Hey.
Come on, why y'all doing that to comment? I appreciate it. So, Andrew obviously has the upper hand. He's white. He's a male. So he can, and he's very passionate, right? So obviously he can present himself as being, the moral authority and, whatever. But it's so weird. Again, months ago we had this conversation, and he is trying to use it basically to rail against God, as if God doesn't have the right to do that which is property that he wants, given it's his property, he created it, right? And it's like literally in the Bible, when Job, I think, is complaining about the situation, and God says, like, where were you when I created all of this? Where were you, right? And so, I mean, that's the only attitude that I'm demonstrating that I think we all share, is that when you have your own thing, there's no outside entity that can, question your behavior towards that thing, even within the realm of children. It's not going to be some other person to tell you how you can raise your child. Now, does that mean, so that would be the general intuition, general attitude towards a situation, which is like an emotional, ethereal type of situation. And he's basically saying, when I present to you a concrete situation, if you don't have that intuition in that moment with that scenario, therefore it's not a general intuition, right? And that's just dumb, because that's not how general intuitions are defeated, right? The way a general intuition is defeated is that you show that there's an alternate general intuition that contradicts this one. And that alternate general disposition would be that we don't think you can do whatever you want with your personal property. That's what he would have to show, that the average person thinks that their personal property cannot be managed by them in the way that they deem fit. And we know that that's not the case. That's just dumb. I don't even understand why Andrew's even doing this. This is like some weird performative shit. And again, I blame Himothy, because Himothy gave him all the swag in the Black community as his Black co-host. And you created a monster, brother, and you gotta face that. Thank you.
Drop the mic on that. Drop it. Good stuff. Okay. So notice the deception that was employed there, and you guys need to track this. And this is the problem. He's just a deceptive interlocutor. So he didn't say that people have an intuition generally about things, right? That's not what he said. He said it is a universal intuition, meaning universally people have this. That is that you can do whatever you want to your creation. Okay? Two different things. Don't be deceived. Don't be misled. He's changing it because it serves him more, and it's obviously trivially true, maybe, that people believe, yeah, sure, most of the stuff you have or most of the stuff you create, you can do whatever you want to it, right? That's fine. But that's not really what was in contention, and that wasn't what he was claiming.
Why is that? Can you tell me the difference between?
You need to see the difference. It's very subtle. Right. So let me break this down. So let me break down the difference. Dave, my brother, good to see you, my friend. Very good to see you. I don't know if you've ever been in here, but it's pretty intense, Dave. So brace yourself, my friend. But Omni, let me just say this. So this is the distinction, right? So there's a difference between saying people believe have there's a difference between saying there is a universal intuition that people have that you can do whatever you're with your creation, which is what he claimed, right? And doing what he just now tried to do, which is that people have intuitions generally about things. That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're contending. Obviously, people have an intuition that maybe most of the stuff they have or most of the stuff they can create, they can do what they want to that stuff, right? That might be fine to say that, but that's not what he's claiming. There's a difference between saying that the scope of the things that you're intuiting about is general versus people generally have an intuition about all things that you create. You can do whatever you want to. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between saying that the scope of what they think you can do stuff to is limited versus saying it is they can do it to everything that they create. They can do whatever they want to everything they create, right? There's a difference in scope, and he's trying to change the scope. He's trying to say now, he's trying to subtly shift it to make it seem like, well, all I'm saying is that people just think that most of the stuff that they create or own, they can do whatever they want to it. That's not what he was claiming. He was claiming that people believe universally that they can do whatever they want to anything that they create. And even further, he said today, own. And again, we could just falsify that apart from Dave, which is ironic that Dave just showed up because he's actually somebody that doesn't really put much stock in intuition. So it's actually kind of hilarious. But every person, maybe other than Dave on this stage, is going to say that they have an intuition that you cannot kick a puppy. You can't do that. Okay? Now, we're not an animal who's attacking you and you're trying to defend yourself. Don't do anything stupid. He was making a case that, look, if you kick your dog, maybe I won't like it, but it's your stuff and I'm not a bleeding heart. Shut up. When you say you wouldn't like it, that means you have an intuition he shouldn't be doing it. It's not that you can do whatever. And in fact, you would want laws against that. And you can lie concrete if you want, but you do want animal protection. You do want people to not be able to do whatever they want to their animals. There's some sick people doing sick things to animals. Now, for you to sit there and say, well, you can have animals and just do whatever. I'm not a bleeding heart. You're trying to argue two different things because you're trying to say, on one hand, you realize there's something wrong about it, so it actually is counterintuitive. But then you're also trying to say, well, but they can do whatever they want because you want to defend your previous statement. You want to try to make it seem like people can do whatever they want to not only their creation, but even to things they own now. That's stupid. No one thinks that.
You're arguing against free will, Andrew. Free will.
It's not a matter of It's not a matter of
that's a good one, Ariota.
Hold on. It's not a matter of can having the ability to do it. That's not what we're talking about. Can meaning morally. Is it okay? Is it permissible for them to do what they're doing or want to do to their animals? And no one up here, again, apart from maybe Dave, would say that that's correct. That just shows you off of a sample that he's wrong. It's not universally agreed upon. People don't have this intuition. He's wrong on this. And I just want him to acknowledge that and we can move on. But he's going to probably try to argue it and be deceptive and throw a bunch of...
You're being very European and ideological in this conversation. You're having like a God complex, and I just think you're not being real enough for this conversation.
Okay, you're being...
Another one. That's back to back, Ariota.
What the fuck?
I would love to respond, Andrew.
That was a stupid submission.
Yeah,
Free, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, let me point out how I know they don't believe the shit they're saying. You definitely, especially as theists, you can't believe you can do what you want with your own creations because in your own mind, you can't even think a certain way because it's sinful. If you think to lust or harm someone in your mind according to what this theology teaches, then that is a problem. So clearly, if you create your own creation, you couldn't be able to do what you want with it because now it's outside of your mind. You actually acting on the shit you're thinking about. So that's a contradiction to believe that you could do what you want. No, you can't even think to do what you want.
Do you eat chicken? Do you eat chicken? You have chickens in your pizza. Do you eat chicken?
That's number 3. There goes number 3.
Do you eat chicken, Free? Do you eat chicken?
Bro. He don't want to engage. He don't
Come
want
off
to
your
engage,
mic.
bro.
Do you eat chicken? Yes or no?
Let him run away. He just wanted to.
Free.
Like,
Do you eat chicken?
I can't come out of the mic. Dude, I said yes. I don't know if y'all can
Okay,
hear
you
me.
eat chicken. Now, have you ever raised chickens?
What's the argument? What's the argument?
The argument is a chicken can be a pet. It can be a pet, and it can also be
I believe in eating
food.
chickens.
So cutting a chicken's head off, is that immoral to cut a chicken's head off?
For no reason, yeah. For me, yeah.
For no
If you want to eat it, if you want to eat that chicken, it's okay. But if you want to be a pet, it's immoral. Okay, that chicken is your property.
No, listen.
Your relationship to it is irrelevant at that point, right?
Oh, you're not listening. I wouldn't just cut a chicken head off. I would only do it for means to eat food.
Okay, other people raise chickens for pets.
No, I understand
So the person that raised it for a pet, you're immoral for cutting the chicken's head off, no matter what reason. I'm just saying. Look, what are you doing, bro? What I'm saying is I have free will. I'm free to be an asshole. I do it on this app all the time.
No, that's not the issue, though. The issue is not whether you're free to do it. The issue is it a good thing or a bad thing. Is moral, right?
That's irrelevant.
Mike just got to the conversation. Ariana, real quick, Ariana.
But you're saying it's corrupt or Los Angeles no more.
Hold on, let me ask a question. Hold on, free. Let me ask a question, Mike. Mike, my belief is that I can pretty much do anything that I want to my property and to anything that I create. Do you agree with that or disagree? Or do you feel that way or do you not feel that way? That your personal property and the things that you let's do the things that you create, by your own hands. Can you not do this, weirdo?
No, I'm just glad
you're
animals are considered property in the law.
All right. So Red Room, I can't go, bro.
No, I'm
let him interrupt and I can't interrupt. Can you just tell Andrew to shut up? Okay.
Andrew, can we have him ask Mike?
If you let him go, then you go.
Andrew, I'm gonna give you
we need
Psych.
Can we let Concrete ask the question?
Bye, guys. I gotta go. I gotta get food.
God bless you, Cora.
Bye, Cora. Come back soon. We miss you.
Real quick.
Take care.
Andrew, can we let Concrete go?
Yeah, I will.
Bye.
But I want to say this. Psych, I just take
Don't
you to
say
have
anything
a lot of
like
integrity.
please,
Hold on,
bro.
Concrete, hold on. Psych, I take integrity, bro. You're actually one of the people in here that I take to be one of the more honest and walking.
Oh, he's
So hold on.
He's trying to pump. You better answer in his favor.
Psych, I beg you, Psych. I beg you. Once you understand,
This is crazy,
real quick.
This is
Psych.
really happening?
Be quiet, Concrete. Psych.
Yo, come on, you don't gotta prime Mike for the.
This is crazy.
Once you understand,
just let Concrete go, man. Come on, man. Please.
On me, come on, bro. This is unfair to me.
That white privilege
On me, he interrupted me.
It's one thing for Sugar Bell to center himself, but it's not to come here getting mud and then center. Can we let Concrete go?
So look, he interrupted me. He interrupted me like 10 times at the beginning. I'm not going to have this thing where it's like, oh, you're being unfair to him now. Please don't do that on me. I was rude to you, and I admit that, okay? But I'm not going to have that. Concrete is extremely uncharitable, and he is absolute. And overtalked me and interrupted me.
You're gonna let him bully y'all? You gonna let him bully y'all? You gonna let him bully y'all, bro? That's that white privilege, bro.
What's gonna happen? I want to hear a Concrete.
White privilege is powerful.
Andrew, I'm saying you don't have to prime him. It's like Mike is gonna answer it in an honest way. He's gonna be true to himself.
But on me, I don't want him to set up things in a dishonest way like he is.
There it is. He got it out.
Psych's gonna be honest. I want Psych to call him for dishonesty too. That's what I would like to see. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yo,
Please go to the Concrete.
this is a microcosm of our society. This is a microcosm of our society. How white men who are like dumb like Andrew are
That's
constantly
why I'll interrupt you. Now
maneuvering.
Now it's about race. Now it's about me being dumb. I don't want to
Andrew, we don't do that. Stop interrupting him.
Is it
You
about
interrupted me.
Oh, so what?
It's going to be one mic on concrete. And everyone needs to relax right now. There's too much, it's overstimulated. There's a decent amount of people in the room. They're trying to listen. This is fuck shit. Let them go. Let the conversation develop, please.
Yeah, whoever threw a thumbs down on me, throw it on Louis too.
Red Ron.
Pause on throwing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Concrete.
Let's go. Let me hit the concrete.
So this is a microcosm about how dumb white men who have power try to manipulate the environment and manipulate people's minds because they don't want to be wrong or shown to be wrong. That's the really sad part about it. But anyway, Mike, to you, brother. Do you believe that you should be able to do that which you will with your creation? Yes, sir.
Like my kids and everything too?
On next, I think kids would be like a different form. No, I don't include that, and because it's basically the creation.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, that's all I'm saying. For some strange reason, he thinks that that's like antithetical to like reality, and so I liken that to God. God created everything, so pretty much he can do whatever he wants with his creation. And that was how this whole entire arc. And yeah, that's it. I think that's inappropriate to say God creating and you creating, that whatever you create, you should be able to do with it.
I don't like the way it sounds, but like I understand that people feel that way. So like the creation, which is why I said my kid, because I don't think that.
Well, no, not your kid. See, that's different. Yeah. But God, it doesn't create like He's creating a kid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like to draw the boundaries, like. For the most part, yes. If it's mine, if I build my house, if I build whatever, it's my car. Yeah, people do what the fuck I want. Yeah.
And so the way I look at it, and I think most Christians and most, God created us in the way that He made a car.
Do you think most people generally feel that way too? Do you feel like a lot of people, or the majority of people, feel that same way?
Yeah,
I think so.
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't even know.
So let me ask this question.
This is an issue. It's being claimed. So there's a shit concrete claimed.
Yeah, right. But hold on, let me do this. Yeah, quickly. So here's the issue. Let me ask you a question, concrete, and even whoever believes this. If according to your doctrine, you cannot even think of sin in your mind to lustful woman. That's a thought you create yourself. Why would you think you can do it in actuality? To actually create something that you can exercise these sinful thoughts. Why would you think that would be allowed?
Wait,
that's you.
That's a second question, though.
That's your second question. No, it's the second question. No, think about it. He's saying you can create something. Look. Here's the thing. Like, if you're saying like, basically, it's like this. If everything is accessible, right? Should you do everything? The should part, he's probably going to disagree because he has his own things, right? But should you be able to do anything you want, right? And then you can judge the things that you do, right? Those are two separate things, right? So no, right. Like, I'm saying it's like this. For example, let's just say I'm fat. I have diabetes. Should I be able to buy anything I want in the grocery store? Yes. Now, should I be buying the sugar things? Probably not, right? And the reason why is because, hey, that's not good for me, and it's not good for people like this. But that's what we're talking about. No. There's two separate things. If I go into the store, I know two separate things. If I go in the store and somebody said, "Hey, look, you're not allowed to buy this. I don't think that you should buy this, right? Or you ought not buy this, right?" That's like then putting a limitation. So I don't know. Like to me, but that's what I'm saying. All right, so go ahead. I'll let you finish. But I want to because I think we're shifting off of it. So we agreed that you can do these things. That's why I was saying with Mike with the free will thing. That's not the argument. You know what I'm saying? You can do it. Morally. So you can create. Should you be able to do anything? Should you do those things? Should you be able to do anything you want with your property? Yes or no? No. Okay. I think that you should for the most part.
It's not hold on. You said that
I'll tell you, I can't use my property to like burn someone's house down.
Not using it with other people. No. There's some confusion here. Yeah, can I?
It's like let's just use my car.
Mike. It's not about creating something and then using it on another person or in service of another.
Just my own stuff. Like
there's things to do to it only.
I should be able to do anything I want.
No. But hold on, Mike. What's being said? There's two different things being said. So concrete's being dishonest. He's changing what he said. What he said is it's a universal intuition that a creator can do what it wants to its creation. Okay. That is not a universal intuition, and I would argue almost the exact opposite. People do not have the intuition. Just listen to what's being said. You don't have the intuition that a creator, whether it be God or any other creator, can create something and do whatever it wants to that creation. You don't believe that.
And a quick example. Let me give you a quick example. Let's say like you live next to a guy who hearing a woman screaming, "Oh, please stop! No!" She sound like she's getting sexually assaulted. You find out what's happening. A robot. It's clearly a robot. It's a robot that is screaming to stop. Oh, I program like that. Let me do that type of stuff. He's into this type of thing with his robot. It's legal, but you still find a problem with it. Do you think he should be allowed to do that? To have a being?
Do you think it's moral?
Do you think it's moral?
You've injected that we find a problem with it.
No. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's take it out. Let's say you don't find a problem. Do you find a problem with it? Do you think he should be allowed to do it?
Is that a moral person to be engaging in something where
is the robot cute? Or is
the reaction? The robot is exactly like a human. It responds like a human. It's like stop raping.
How big is the robot there?
Hold on. Stop doing that. Stop touching it. Stop
big as you are.
The person continues to assail it and over and touch it.
Japanese robots are not that.
They continue to molest
it. You know it's a robot.
Please make sure the question is very clear. Mike, the question is, do you have an intuition that it is okay for a person to do that? Is that your intuition?
Is wrong.
Thank you. That is the very intention. And
it's wrong. Why? It's wrong. Why?
I'll tell you why. Because it's playing to the human-like aspect of my mindset, right? It's performing as a human, so it's naturally going to touch the human. There's a funny IKEA lamp commercial you guys can go watch, and then the guy at the end he goes, "Why do you feel sorry for the lamp? It's not alive." And then that's what takes over. So your intuition initially is like, ugh, and this guy's weird. He's doing this thing with this whatever. But after that time passes by and you understand what exactly is going on, then it's like, hey, man, that's your robot. You do as you will. Now you just expose yourself to somebody that I would never want to be around. So bye. Right. I wouldn't
but he's wrong.
Only because the natural intuition to play my human.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, but here's the thing. Let's put it this way. If it didn't play into the human mindset, right? The language that we chose, right? Because you don't own people, do you?
That's fine.
Right. That's all the difference in the world. Now let's just see. Exactly. Let's just say, okay, how about this? Let's just say, Andrew, you walk in and you see what looks like let's just say like a blow up like killer whale raft, right? Something floating in the pool, but it can move. Okay, and then somebody's trying to do something funny with it, and then the thing is just trying to move away from it. It's not making any sounds; it's just moving away from it, right? Would you think it's wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Yeah,
I would think it's weird. I wouldn't be like, "What are you doing to that thing?"
I say it's wrong. Yeah, when I say
you take out of that pool,
I wouldn't. I would be like,
"It is immoral." And the point is that people generally look. It's immoral because it's indicative of a mindset that is willing to give for whatever the purpose is. When knowing that is something that is normally broadly, if it were human to human interaction, that's something.
Well, it's the same reason you
everyone would agree with this. You shift one element. It now is not a magnet program like this by a machine. Now it's a child. Everyone would say, "Nah, fuck that. I don't care if it's. I don't do that." Like you would be 100% against someone. You change one element and you just have over there.
I wanted to go there for you, but concrete was going to just move, which is what he does. He goes, look where his mind went. But let's go ahead and do that. If you created a baby, if you created a baby that was very lifelike,
Yo, do y'all see where he wanted to always go?
Hold on.
No shame.
Let's go ahead and destroy concrete's argument right now. Okay, let's destroy.
I'm next. I'm after Andrew.
Yeah, sweet thing.
No, don't do that. Don't do that gay shit, bro. Please.
I want next because y'all are flirting, nigga. I don't like this.
No. I'm not flirting. That's a gay shit.
That's amazing.
I didn't say you.
All right, cool.
You said y'all.
Stop for a second. Real quick.
One of y'all.
So if everybody on here, hold on, real quick. You have a neighbor that has created a baby, very lifelike, responds, all the stuff it does, right? Ask for whatever. It's crying all the time. It's rocking in, whatever.
Well, you know that they've created this baby.
Yeah, you know it's created.
It's some sort of lab. It's sort of mechanical.
Yeah, you know it's a mechanical thing. Yeah,
sure. Okay,
but if you didn't know that, you would think it's a real baby. Okay. Now, all you do is you notice, you peek through your window, you see into the window of your neighbor that he is molesting this baby. Okay. He's doing all the. Now, obviously, it's not a baby, but he's doing everything that would be looking like molesting it. I'm talking as far as you want to go.
Is it Joe Biden?
Yeah, hold on.
You can just stop right there. It's wrong.
Stop projecting, please. Of course.
I understand that. Now let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Can I just say this real quick, brother?
I don't even think you have to go any further. I think
I know that means he's wrong, and I just want you to tell Concrete he's wrong. That's all I want. Look.
No, because
he's been trying to defend this, Mike. And I'm telling you,
he's not wrong or right. So what?
That's not what he was saying, bro.
No, that's not fair, Mike. You don't know your brother.
Okay, fine. If he's
Look, Mike, you know my mind didn't go to where his fucking.
No, that doesn't matter.
I want to ask you.
It does matter because no matter what his heinous, no matter where his deplorable. Think about it like this, right? Think about it like this.
God killing baby.
Yes. God can do whatever he wants. I still believe God can do whatever he wants. You crybaby weirdo. You crybaby weirdo.
Yeah, I'd kick you.
Yeah. Are you done? You fucking weirdo. Anyway, so the whole idea is if you go back to the origin of the conversation, you can clearly see what's going on. So what his twisted mind did was, I've got to defeat her for this. I can think of a twisted scenario that would make you no longer have a vision about God doing what he wants with his own creation. No, it doesn't change that, does it? Mike, let me ask you a question. This stupid ass scenario, this disgusting fucking salacious scenario, this fucking depraved mind of a fucking weirdo scenario, right? Does that mean now that you don't think clearly that you can do what you want with your creation?
No.
Does that change your mind? Does that change how you about doing what you want with your creation?
That's not what he said.
Is it yes or no? Hold on, Mike. The yes or no. Does it change your mind about how you feel about what you can do with your creation? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't.
Shut up, you fucking weirdo.
He didn't.
But no, it doesn't.
Thank you.
Let me ask you this, Andrew. Let's just say you found out that the man. Let's just say you found out the man created it, right? You would be like, ugh, that thing looks wrong. But
it's wrong. That's it. That's all.
Okay, but if you had the power to prevent him from doing it, like this robotic thing, would you stop him?
Yes, of course. We'd probably pass laws against that.
Okay. Now let me ask you this, just hypothetically.
Laws based on what?
Let me ask you this. Suppose. Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this.
Oh my gosh.
Suppose.
No, it's not the same reason you can't actually molest the child.
Suppose
you can't draw.
Hold on, bro.
You can't draw child porn. That's why. It's the same kind of thing. Go ahead, Mike. This is so stupid, bro. It's frustrating, Mike, because Concrete's being dishonest right now, and it's not being called out. Instead, it's being advanced like this is a reasonable argument. The way he presented this was that, look, there is a universal intuition that people have that you can do whatever you want to your creation. A creator can do whatever it wants to a creation. No, we have intuitions that it is not okay. And him trying to do this thing like, he's got a perverted mind to come up with it. First of all, Free came up with it.
Oh, you did, you fucking liar.
No, Goofy, because today I didn't say anything like that.
Today? You see how you said today? You see how you said today?
Yes, because I don't come up with I'm not the originator of a concept, dummy.
Wait, hold
The
on.
point
I
is-
have a
the
question
point
for you.
is-
Hold on,
is-
Andrew.
the
I have a
point
question
is
for you.
the free kick-
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Look, if you had the power to physically stop, hold on. If you had the power to physically stop somebody, let's just say you're magic, would you do so? Like within this baby?
I don't know. I probably would want to allow them to freely make the wrong decision and then do something about it.
Okay, which means that if you created a world,
can do is moral. We're talking
about no.
We're talking
about what I'm saying. There's two things. Like the wrong part is separate.
That's the only part we're talking about.
The wrong part is separate. Then
that's the only part we're talking about.
Okay, I know it doesn't sound like that.
No. We are not changing it to freedom to do so.
No, it's not moral. It's not moral. You're saying it's immoral to do it.
Hold on, let me ask you.
You're saying it's immoral.
No. God has all the power to do whatever. It's not about
that's not about morality, dummy. It's not about morality.
We're talking about moral.
No, we're not, dum-dum.
Yeah,
we're not, dum-dum.
We're talking about moral.
No, we're not, dum-dum.
Free.
No, we're not. Free will.
Wait, David, can you recognize that we're not talking about morality at all?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about morals, dude.
We're not talking about morality, bro. That's what it's about.
Andrew, let me ask you this. Andrew, let me ask you this.
I rebuke you, demon. I rebuke you, you
Andrew, let me ask you this.
You fucking gay-ass demon. I rebuke you.
I'll put you off the stage.
I rebuke you, demon.
Tired of him lying.
Wait, hold on, Andrew, do you think it's immoral?
He's a freaking lie.
Wait, Andrew, do you think it's immoral to allow full accessibility to do such things?
No, I don't think it's immoral to allow it. I think it's immoral to do it.
Okay, perfect. Which means that if you had the choice. Okay, hold on.
You're saying God is immoral now.
Hold on. No. Hold on. Which means this. Which means this. You would not, if you had the ability to control every part of the world that you're in, you would still not make it like non-accessible. Right. You would just make it wrong if you did it, right?
Yes, because you allow for libertarian freedom for creatures.
Okay, so the question is this, right?
Yep.
Should you create a world where you allow full accessibility to people to do whatever they want?
Well, no. I mean, and God didn't create that.
I'm not talking about the moral aspect. I said accessibility, meaning you have the ability to kind of function.
Would you allow that accessibility for, let's say?
Yeah, would you allow that?
No, because God.
Okay, now let me ask you. Hold on. Hold on. This is your world, Andrew. This is your world,
exactly.
Right?
I'm trying to correct you, Mike. Listen, God created a world that already has physical limitations. You can't.
I'm not talking about God's world right now. I'm talking about you, right? I'm saying this.
Create a world.
I know you can't, bro. There's a lot of things. Look, there's a lot of things we can't do. If you don't want to engage in a hypothetical, you don't have to.
I don't mind, but
I'm saying this: in a hypothetical world, if you had magic powers, to control every aspect of the world, you would not create the world in such ways where people would be prevented from doing such immoral acts, right? Even if you could, right?
Okay, wait. Make it
like imagine, like you know how you can't fly. You know how you can't fly.
Yeah, can't fly, right?
Okay, imagine like if you were to use kick the dog. Imagine you were to kick a dog, right? But the thing is that you would erase those desires to even kick the dog to begin with. So it's like it's not even like something in your mind.
Yeah, this is gonna get really complicated.
Hold on, no, it's not. I'm just saying this. Wait, hold on, bro. Look, would you create a world that would prevent those things from even being a thought? Or would you create a world which you would allow all thoughts and all actions, and then you would judge the thoughts and actions?
No. Whoever's doing that, stop being constipated and just shut up because you don't know what to do. If that's meant in service of
just pick one. There's only two options.
Completely off topic.
Stop getting distracted.
No, shut up.
Yeah, I'm talking like that, you fucking weirdo.
Because I respect Mike, I'll engage him. This doesn't have anything to do with Concrete being absolutely wrong, which he clearly is. Okay, Mike, listen. As far as creating a world in which people can go wherever they want.
Y'all let fucking strangers come here and shit all over the stage, yo. Talk to mods and regulars like this. That's why, we all sacrifice yourself to the white gods. That's why it's so stupid. That's what's happening. Nate is sacrificing us to the white gods for what? So we can see the unhinged white man? Huh?
Who's that booty clapping for Andrew?
Who are the white gods?
Andrew is the white god.
Mike, can I get through Mike? Is that
There's options.
Monkey.
Mike?
There's only two
I'll
options.
keep pointing the finger. I don't hear no resolution.
There's only two options, bro.
Thank you for letting
You fucking monkey.
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me monkey Mike. Now stop talking, please. Mike, as far as creating somebody to where they have the freedom to go wherever in their mind, yes, I would be okay with that world existing. And I think
No, I'm saying this. I didn't say that. I'm saying you.
Is that only conceptually or even actionably?
You're in this world.
Just a question.
You're in the world, and you have the power to prevent those thoughts, to prevent the actions. Would you?
I'm in the world as the creator, or in the world as a creation?
You're granted by the creator to do such things if you will. Right, the creator gave you the authority to make that decision.
So would I stop other beings from being able to go wherever they want in their mind?
Yes.
That's interesting. I probably would want to. So that's interesting. In this world, is it wrong?
No. So the actions will be judged, right? After the fact. The question is, do you prevent such actions from even occurring in the first place?
Okay. So the question I would have for you in this hypothetical world, because obviously I don't think this is the actual world. In the hypothetical world that you're talking about, is it the case that it is wrong for me to use that power to prevent?
God gives you the discretion to decide, which means this. Like you have the ability to do what you want.
All right.
And all is good.
Yes.
And all is good regardless of what you choose.
Oh, all is good regardless of what I choose? I would stop them from doing it.
You would prevent the thoughts.
Let me think about that. All is good regardless of what you choose. So it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter.
Rather permit them to go wherever they want in their mind, or stop them from going.
So yes, once again.
I mean, just because I don't want to, I don't know. I'm of two minds on that. I'll just say that. But I probably because allowing people to have the freedom to do what they want in their mind is a good in and of itself. But then doing the bad thing is bad. So I kind of would want to prevent the bad, but I also want to permit them the good to do it. So I'd be of two minds. That's kind of
ultimately yes.
You're saying well, no, because you're saying either way it doesn't matter. So
no. I'm saying look, the outcome of what you choose has an effect, because you're trying to say
it has an effect.
Okay, what I'm asking you is this: if you had the ability to prevent these thoughts from occurring, which would prevent the actions from occurring, which means that no judgment is necessary. Kick his off, dude. He's not even a regular.
I would love to kick him off. Trust me, I'm gonna kick him
off. Bro, he's not a regular. It doesn't matter. Look, the thing is this. Like, the point is this. Which, by the way, bro, I was so disappointed in your room yesterday for fucking they kicked me.
Fucking nigga.
They kicked you out.
Yeah, not off. And
they kicked me out. They kicked me out.
Hey, they're so soft, bro.
They're so pussy.
Oh my God.
And you're so passionate, nigga.
You're talking nothing. No, Andrew's resilient, bro. I've heard him. But like, these guys yesterday, are you gonna let them say that? I was like, ew. I don't think El Normal should have been kicked fucking off the stage yesterday.
I agree with you.
That was so wrong.
Most of my
anyways, let me get back to the point. So the way I'm listening to the way I'm thinking,
they hate El Normal.
The way I'm seeing is that look, if you anything you want to be done to your creation, does that mean that all beings, some of those things wouldn't be judged immoral? I think it would be. Right? But allowing access to do the thing doesn't mean that the judgment of the thing isn't going to be placed in a category, amoral, immoral, or moral.
Yeah.
Right? So somehow, some way, it'll still be placed in one of those categories.
Look, I think it's good for people to have libertarian freedom, which means they have the ability to do otherwise, given a set of, there's a set of available possibilities, whether it be in their thoughts or actions, right? They can choose between them, and the ability to deliberate a decision, and the consequences follow, right?
Yeah.
Just giving them that option is a moral.
Give me an example of an immoral act of something that you would do to your creation.
An immoral act would be I create a being, right? Mm-hmm. So there's nothing else in existence, just me. Okay, I create a being on a plot of land, like a 4x4 whatever plot of land, right? And or whatever, just a little piece of land floating in a black.
I got you. It's a plot of land.
Yeah. And you just sit there and molest it and
okay, perfect, right there. Okay, so then
for eternity.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. If you have the desire to do a thing, is that also immoral?
Well, that's the thing. If something is morally perfect, it can't even have a desire.
If you have the desire to even want to build something like that, is that immoral?
That's what I'm trying to say, Mike. Yes, it would be immoral. So
okay, so pause right there.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is it your actions or your desire, the motivations?
The motivations are going to be largely colored by your desires. I mean, it is going to be the desire.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this. It's like the actions in itself is kind of irrelevant at some point. It's more so your desire.
I mean, the action. I agree.
Because even before you cut the first piece of wood or whatever the case is, you're already in this evil state.
I got you, bro. Yeah. So it's like intention is 9/10 of the law, right? Something like that, right? I'm going to say the possession is, but I'm just kind of changing it because the point is intention tremendously matters, right? If you were standing next to Abraham when Abraham is being commanded to kill Isaac, right? Well, let's say you didn't see God command Abraham to do it, but you saw Abraham walking up the mountain with his son to take him up to sacrifice him. You might be like, hey, bro, what you up to? He's like, just taking my son up to sacrifice him. Well, if you didn't have any more details and you didn't know that God told him that, you'd be like, yeah, well, I'm probably going to jump on your back and tackle you to the ground and try to put you in jail, maybe kill you. Right? Because you ain't doing that to your son. Sorry. And I don't know what you've done to him, but he's got Stockholm syndrome because he's walking with you.
No, I got you. I got that.
Right?
Yeah.
So
was he committing an immoral thought?
The point is, overall, objectively, because there's an objective.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah,
Suppose you're the ruler of the land, right? And you have these PDFs, right?
Yeah, PDF files, Adobe PDF. Yeah.
Yes. And now imagine, would you give them these artificial babies if you knew that that's what would prevent them from harming real babies?
No, because I think instead of that, because I think real babies, you mean then they can't have their own real babies? They're not.
Prevent them. Like, let's just say you had.
They can't populate. They can't reproduce.
No. Let's just say you had insight to where these artificial things satisfy the desire to where they don't have to go and approach actual people.
Yeah, but what I'm asking you is when you set this up,
you're a vegetarian, right?
Can they have their own babies? Yeah.
No, you're a vegetarian, right?
I'm a vegan, but yeah.
You're a vegan. So do you eat
Yes.
Does that satisfy you as if it's real meat?
Not quite, but almost.
Almost. But it helps you stay away from real meat, right?
I have.
Okay, so imagine you had an incredible version.
Yeah.
Were these PDFs? Would you give that to them, knowing that it would keep them away from kids?
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you. You're not allowing me to ask you a follow-up.
Wait. Where's our plans?
People are
consciousness.
Hold on.
What's up, man? How you doing, bro?
People are so myopic in their.
No, I'm just asking you.
Not you, Syke, not you.
No, I don't. It's okay. Look,
the people that chime in when there's a delay in response, they're like, "Got him." It's just so stupid. But anyway, no. When in the world that you're talking about, can they populate? Can people stick their peepees in vaginas and have babies? Are they able to do that or not?
That's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter.
No, it matters. It matters because if you said, "Would I give them babies that are artificial so that they can carry out their pedophilic tendencies on?"
Okay, fine. Let's just say fine. Then yes, they would not be able to.
Okay, then no, I wouldn't do that because I would want them to be able to have real babies. And even
knowing that they would do something.
Yes, knowing that they would do that, but it is still the case.
So that means look, of the should. Yeah, of the shoulds, right? Of the shoulds, right? You think one should allow the PDFs to have a real baby instead of having a fake baby?
Yes, because it involves the freedom of being able to populate, have children.
But hold on, you said for the most part, intention is 9/10 of the law. You know the motivation as to why they would even want to repopulate is to harm somebody. And in this hypothetical, to prevent harm from happening, you can give them an artificial one like the neighbor that you were talking about, which would prevent that from happening.
Yeah, but this just talks about the very fabric of the reality that I'm in, because I'm assuming...
No, it talks about the idea of...
No, but listen, as a creator, I want people to be alive. Because
there's two things. Look, the PDF is going to do its thing.
I understand.
To either the synthetic, the incredible meat version,
or the real.
You're saying you would choose the real version.
Yes, because the price tag of having more humans populated with a subset of them being molested is still better because I want a relationship with these beings as a creator. So the more beings that there are that are genuine, that can make free decisions, even if they're being molested by their parents, is still a better world than a world where there's
So
only.
you think it creates a greater good?
Yes.
Yeah. I disagree with you.
Okay, that's fine.
I disagree. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because I think less harm equals, right?
A greater good.
Not a greater good, because it doesn't increase the good. It doesn't increase the good. But it also doesn't go against the net good.
You think here's what you might argue, Mike, and there are atheists who argue this, right? They want to say logical inconsistency between God being perfect and omnipotent and him creating a world in which evil occurs.
No, I don't. To me, I'm fine. I'm fine with God being the way God wants to. What I'm talking about is, what I'm saying is you. I'm saying like, look,
but I'm trying to live according to the way I think God would have me be. And so the point is if it's the case that I'm arguing this way, I'm saying that's how I think God is. And so it creates a world where there are beings, right, that rape and do all the stuff that we do. The price tag of that.
Okay, well then how about this then? Okay. Let's change it a little bit.
Okay.
Suppose you didn't prevent us from having a kid, but you know the PDF having the kid in the house would avoid the actual kid and just focus on the incredible meat version.
You mean so other people could repopulate, but only the one that's
the repopulation is now taken out of. There's no problem with it. PDFs can populate, right?
Oh, okay.
And the difference is this: is that the PDF in the house would not pay attention to the actual child. It would give all of its interest and its sickness to the artificial thing, right? So therefore, you have a population, and then you have the avoidance of the actual child.
Well, just keep.
Then would you?
Well, just keep in mind that I would never want to dictate the decisions of a created being.
No. But you are. Look, here's why you're not being consistent now, because you already know. In the first situation where the population thing was an issue, you said even if you know that they're going to do something horrible, you're still going to opt into it. Meaning, someone is going to be harmed no matter what.
Yes, because of the good that comes out of it. Yes.
Okay, perfect. And what I'm saying is this: is that now you have less harm and the same amount of population.
I don't think you understand what I meant, but I don't want to dictate the decision. What I mean is that when that PDF is deliberating between going in and, molesting his real child or going and molesting the synthetic one, the reason that he would go in and do the synthetic one, I want to be a libertarian free decision. I don't want
that is a free decision.
Okay, well then you're saying what
in fact, let me ask you this. You actually have a choice in the matter.
But what I'm saying is it's a contradiction to say, would I make it to where this is what he does? I didn't
say that. No, I didn't say that.
You said, would he make it? Hold on. You said.
I'm giving you, look, you're not making it. I'm saying you have insight as to what you know will happen.
So when I make a world in which,
No. Look. I'm not talking about you making the world. I'm saying,
no, but you didn't let me finish. Make a world in which the circumstances are that when this being is in that circumstance, he'll just choose to.
No, I didn't say that. Like this. Like, do you believe that we have free will?
Yes.
And you believe God knows everything?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And those two things don't contradict.
No, they don't have a problem. It's just
okay, perfect. What I'm saying is this: imagine if you knew that by giving the synthetic form, it would offset the desire to the actual. Would you create the synthetic form knowing how they would react, not making them react that way, but knowing that they would react that way?
Knowing that they would react that way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So knowing that they would react that way. I think, so you're saying I set it up to where they have this synthetic child. I'm the one that makes it where the synthetic child just appears, because all of these things need to be cashed out. Do they?
Okay, look. You have 100 people. Right? 50 of them, no matter what, they're just going to do whatever they want. The other 50, if you gave them a synthetic child and the world is in such a way,
gave them. See, the reason I say this,
you allowed them access to giving them a synthetic child, to them, right?
Well, so wait, as God, I just do an no return address letter or package that appears in their mail, and it's just the synthetic child, and
No, let's just say they got caught up in the system where they're already convicted, right? They've done some time, and now they're registered as a PDF, right?
Okay, so law.
Okay, hold on. And all of the population of the registered, if you give them this thing, If you give them this thing, no, look, again, you're not making them. This is what you know.
I know. I'm not arguing that point.
You're not arguing anything. You're not deciding right now. Look, this is very simple.
The reason I'm saying something, Mike, is I'm trying to get clarification on what you're saying about how this baby comes about. Because
no, it doesn't matter how it comes about.
Well, it does, though.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Because look, the method in which it's delivered has nothing to do with. Look, how about this? Look, the idea is this. Okay. You get put on this registry system, right? And for that, right, this China factory sends you a synthetic form of something, right? And you know, not that you're making them, when they receive this thing, it would prevent them from hurting the actual thing. Would you send it to them?
Possibly.
Come on, you gotta say yes to that.
I don't understand it. The reason that there's a lot of stuff going.
Would you send it to them?
The synthetic.
Why continue talking to him?
Just shut up, okay? Because if you can't shut up, you're not even. No, I'm not going on forever. We're having a conversation. It's actually linear. But if you don't understand what's going on, you'll say that we're going in circles.
What's going on?
No, you don't. I promise you. I promise you.
If you don't know
I promise you. I promise you, my brother.
Absolutely no point. They're going nowhere.
Yeah, the room is dying, so I'm gonna kind of mute up.
Mike, we'll hit it again, bro.
Hey, honestly, bro, like yesterday, man, that was like your room, dude. Like
I wasn't talking.
You weren't, but I was in there, and I was like, wow.
All right, we love each other. All right, nigga.
This is like
topic.
Mike, there was some weird stuff. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, I don't know.
I love when like nobody's unmiked. Like they have any authority or any weight, bro. Shut the fuck up.
You got two people flirting.
That's right.
We
If
want to
you're
get your shit.
you want to get in? You want to get in? You want to get in?
Yeah, I want to get in.
You want to cut my balls? Is that what you want to do? You want to keep them warm? You fluffer? You want to be the fluffer? You want to be the fluffer? You can be the fluffer too. You got to make your way somehow. You're not going to make your way by complaining. You can fluff. You want to fluff? How big are your hands? I need both of them.
Yo, just shut the
How big are your hands?
Already.
Hey, how big are your hands? Do me a favor.
You got a whole room.
Do me a favor right now. Send me a hand pic right now. Send me a hand pic. Put the hand pic on the PDF.
And Andrew, stop giving this guy motivation.
Wait. Put your hand pic up. I want to see it. Put the hand pic up.
Are you done?
No. I'm not. I'm asking you to do something.
Are you done?
Put the hand pic up.
Are you done?
Put the hand pic up. Put the hand pic up. Don't want anything. No one's going to save you, bro. Not you. You're not anybody. No one's going to save you.
You want me to be somebody or what? I'm nobody.
Yes, I do. I want you to be the person holding my balls. That's what I want.
Okay, you want me to hold my balls?
Yes.
Is that?
It's very gay. It's very gay. It's very gay.
Do you
it's
want
my gay choice. I'm telling you right now.
You now want me to hold the balls?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I love talking to you right now. You're stimulating me right now. You are. Just letting you know. Keep talking.
No,
don't stop.
That's your job.
Hold on, don't stop. No, it's your job now. You just took over. You're the fluffer.
Well, I want other people to talk.
I know, and I want you to hold my balls. I want you to hold my balls.
Okay, well,
I want you to hold my balls.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, okay, when?
Chime me, Venmo me, and then we'll talk.
No. We don't Venmo you, bro.
Let other people
You just said Venmo me. But at least we know now we have in this room, guys, we have a gay for pay right here. We got gay for pay. You just cashed out.
Did not fix the problem.
No, it doesn't. There is no problem.
Yeah, I guess in your fantasy.
Yeah, you're part of my fantasy, bro. It just cost me some money. You just went gay for pay right now. I just got you to drop your pants for a price. I just got you to drop your pants for a price. How about that?
I understand you want to hear yourself talk.
2 minutes?
Buddy, look.
2 minutes?
There's a lot of people in here with a great
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You just fucking filter out Sally talk. It's just like, come on,
don't change the subject. Don't change the subject. Let me ask you this. How much would I have to fucking pay you for you to hold my balls?
How much you got? I mean, that's the.
How much would I have to pay you?
How much you got?
Put a price on yourself.
How much are you worth?
I'm not worth too much.
Mike,
No, I want to know that. He just tried to sell himself.
You're not worth too much.
And then the room gets 10%. So Nathan gets 10%.
I'll give it all. I'll give it to charity.
Mike is one of my favorite people. I freaking love it. I'll just say, Mike, he was in the room yesterday, so I don't know what happened. Maybe he wasn't there when you were there.
I just, you know what I wanted to hear? Yeah, I wanted to hear the part where Bob was like, when what's that guy's name? He's usually very annoying, El Normal. He's like, well, how do we know that your side isn't motivated by politics?
Yeah, I know. People kicked El Normal.
And then from that, just that one question, he goes, you know what? And he kicks him off.
I know. I see, and I agree, Mike. I actually agree with you on this, bro. I disagree with how people treat El Normal. I don't think El Normal's stupid.
No, he's annoying as fuck, though. But that wasn't an annoying side. And I think Sugar Belly did a great job. She went in the fucking lines then, and she held her own. She wasn't being disrespectful. And then you had that one chick. She goes, I love cock. I was like, bro, like, well, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, he's no side. That's a different story. He gets the pass.
I don't know.
Anyways, yeah, I don't either, but GTA 5.
Okay. But anyway, Dave weighed in. Sorry. Dave weighed in on the pronoun thing. And Dave actually takes the position, Mike, that I think is the most forceful on the opposite side of it, right? So MJ kind of has a similar view. So I think he makes the most cohesive case against people like myself who are using the pronouns that people prefer, in the trans community or whatever. So I really appreciate that Dave was there yesterday.
I think that kid Ethan did too, though, when he was refused.
No. Ethan obviously. Dave hasn't been anything yet. But Ethan's obviously the GOAT in my eyes. I mean, I'm starstruck. Total fanboy.
Yeah, he was just like, it's a categorical something. I forgot what
I know, dude, bro. Listening to a speech by when Ethan gives it, right, when he's like critiquing something, is like a masterful. You could just sit there and parse through and learn from what I've listened over stuff that Ethan has, like, so he came in, the last time I saw Ethan was like, I don't know, probably within the last month. And he came in and he took on like 4 or 5 Muslims at the same time. And it was just epic. I mean, he's just goated. It's unbelievable. But yeah, no, I think that position on the pronoun thing, Dave, I thought you gave a good response to it, on that side. And I was on that side, right? Only as of like, I don't know what Joe, however long. Only about 2 years ago, Albedo threw the case about how I can affirm people's preferred pronouns and not, because I always thought I was lying, because I didn't understand that it isn't the case that people in the trans community broadly, most of them do not think that they're the opposite sex. That's not what they're saying. They're saying that they have a collection of attributes or traits or qualities that are characteristic of the opposite sex. They're not saying that they are the opposite sex. So once I understood that distinction, then I realized that when somebody who's a biological male or biological female or whatever, and it might be redundant to say biological here, but anyway, somebody who's a male and somebody who's a female who says that they are the opposite, says that they are a woman, or if they're, say a trans woman, right? They're not claiming to be a female. They're claiming to be feminine. They're claiming to have a collection of traits that are consistent with that of a female, but they're not saying that they're a female, right? That's the distinction. And so once that distinction is made, then you can say to somebody who is claiming to be a woman as a male, you can say that they're a woman and not be a firm guy, okay? You're not saying something that's false. You're saying something that's accurate according to their understanding of what the word woman means, right? They have altered the usage of woman to not mean female. It's not an adult human female. That's not what they mean. What they mean is feminine. Woman means feminine, okay? Woman means feminine. That's what they mean. So when they say, I'm a trans woman, they mean I am a feminine male. That's what they mean. And you shouldn't have a problem just stating a fact of the matter that they're feminine. Or if it's a male who says if it's a female who says I'm a trans man, you shouldn't have a problem with just saying they're a masculine female. Shouldn't have a problem with that.
Andrew, haven't we always had like effeminate men and like tomboy women? I mean, like how do you parse that out there?
Yes, so we have always had it. They just broadened the usages of these words to include those definitions now. Making them synonymous with those words now. So when you take woman or she or her, these words now are just synonymous with saying something like effeminate or feminine, right? Or
okay,
you have. Go ahead.
But if now say you've got like a girl who considers herself a tomboy, right? But she still thinks that she's a woman. I mean, it seems like what you're putting forward, like we should be calling her a him.
But just to be clear, Dave. So I want to be clear on what you're saying. When you say she considers herself to be a woman, are you using woman in the former?
I think she wants to be called by she/her pronouns, right?
Okay,
but,
right. She wants to
be called those things, but she has all the characteristics, all that identifies with all the whatevers you think it is that constitutes a gender identity. So she like associates herself with these masculine characteristics, but wants to be called by she/her pronouns. What do you do?
Right. So if she wants to be called she/her, and you say, and I ask her. Because here's the key, here's the legend, right, to this, Dave, the solution, right? What do you mean when you say she/her? What does that mean to you? And if she says, well, what I mean by that is that I'm a female, I would agree with that and just affirm it. If what she means by that is that she is feminine, I might just say, I don't think that you are a woman in that sense because you're not feminine. You're very masculine. You chew tobacco. You have a beard. You box every day. You are extremely tall, and you got a ton of muscle, and you like UFC, okay? I don't think that you are a woman in that sense.
So by that logic, we can still say the same thing to transgender. So if someone say they're transgender woman, we say, well, no, you still like
that logic. Free does not a man. Free does not do anything like a man. He's emotionally unstable.
The point I was trying to make.
Well, sorry, I was trying to make, guys. I was interrupting Nathan and Free. I
will for you actually.
Go ahead, you guys. Sorry, I definitely want to hear Dave, Free, and Nathan. I'm sorry, I'm getting kind of concrete.
Yeah, it's all good. I think we have a good conversation, good Bill. Who was I trying to get at? Dave, let me just say this real quick. The reason why, because I think all this is BS. The reason being because you're saying they have certain traits, but you still respect their pronouns if they tell you to do so, which means that none of the traits matter. If they tell you they're that thing, you honor what they say, which means it's not predicated on anything other than their word. And therefore, all that other shit you're saying, how they look and perform and present, none of that shit matters. So that's why I call it BS. And if we're going to play that game, then I'm going to call you what I want to call you. And you're going to be asking me to call you what you want to be called. But none of it matters because it all depends on how we interpret or want to go by it. So, yeah, go ahead.
And that's kind of the point I was ultimately driving towards, was that there's not actually any consistent usage of the term, sort of given what Andrew was saying, as far as I can see. The term woman is not being consistently used to refer to this, nebulous gender identity, nor is it consistently being used to refer to biological sex. It's essentially to whatever the person wants you to call them. So it seems to imply this kind of weird view where, like, now we're just sort of beholden to whatever vocabulary the person wants us to use. And that seems really strange. I mean, like, imagine that sorry to use a really crude example. Yeah. Well, sorry to use a crude example here, but say that, like, I'm just going to say my definition of God is penis. So if I say I worship God, you have to say I worship penis now, Like, I don't feel under any pressure whatsoever that I have to now adopt your vocabulary for that sort of thing. And so
you just did. You programming. You got a question? What I got to call you?
No, programming. I don't think you're
Let's move him now. He's the known show.
You just need it. You need to take a break, bro. Okay, so let me respond, Dave. So that's really good. So when somebody says they use penis to mean God, right? And they say, well, so when I say I worship penis, I'm talking about God. Well, look, I just wouldn't say it, right? Because that's not putting me in a position where I need to say that, right? They're saying it. And so I don't need to repeat that. They're using the word penis to refer to God. I think it's crude, and I wouldn't repeat that, and I don't need to, because I'm not referring to them as penis. I don't need to talk about them. It's not like I need to identify or call it them, because they're not saying they are penis. They're saying they worship penis, right? So somebody's gonna clip me saying this stuff. I know, but okay. But anyway. Yeah, so that's kind of what I think an example, Dave, like would be something like this. If somebody said, you hear people on the side that you're on, right, that I was on most for the longest time, that is that they'd say stuff like this. Well, what if I call myself an attack helicopter? Are you going to call me an attack helicopter? Well, look, there's something that people need to understand. If somebody's being insincere, or they're just trying to be mocking or say something that's obviously not really what they think about themselves, no, you don't need to engage that. They're being insincere, right? But if somebody actually genuinely comes to you, right, you can see that they're talking to you in good faith. Everything that they're saying to you sounds consistent with somebody who's sincere, right? The way they talk, their tone, they're not laughing, they're not trying to mock something or whatever. They're being sincere to you. They're like, look, I want you, please, don't call me him or her, right? Or sorry, don't call me him or he, right? I want you to refer to me as jellyfish or something like that, right? And I'm like, okay, what do you mean by that when you say that? Because now keep in mind, they're being sincere, right? Now it may sound weird, but you ask them, what do you mean when you say jellyfish? And they say, well, what I mean by jellyfish is just that I'm a male. That's what I mean. I just want you to call me jellyfish. Okay, that's kind of a weird thing to make me want to do that, I guess, maybe, right? That's kind of strange. But if I sense that they're being sincere and they're really wanting me to live by that, that construction that they have, I might do it. If they're my friend or somebody that I care enough about to do that extra effort to use a term that they identify themselves as, and I know what they mean by it. That's the crucial part, right? I know what they mean by it, and that I can utter that pronoun or whatever, or that name or that term, title, whatever, without feeling like I'm affirming something that is false objectively, then yeah, I have the liberty to do that, and I'll probably do it, right? So I think that's really the contention, right? Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Well, yeah. So I think that the point there is then this all sort of becomes extremely arbitrary, right? Because initially it was, initially the point was that, well, I'm just going to adopt their vocabulary. I point out, well, this gets kind of ridiculous. So now it's like we're adding these two additional conditions. It's I adopt their vocabulary, but not always. I adopt it if and only if, one, the person is sincere, and two, the vocabulary pertains to themselves and stuff. I mean, it seems arbitrary at that point to start saying, oh, they get to dictate the vocabulary as long as it's about them. And I can come up with a counterexample to that too, because what if I'm starting to say, well, now it's part of my identity that I actually am things that I am not, right? Now, I want you to start using these sorts of words to apply to me, because I think that they do apply to me. I mean, it seems like we can really stretch this to some really absurd places once we're removing the facticity of reference.
No, hold on. So, Dave, just keep in mind, it's never been the case where people are, they're just it's never been the case where people, I believe, on this side, the people who I think are being reasonable, right? There's reasonable people on both sides, right? There's good people on both sides of this discussion, right? So, but I'm saying the reasonable people on this side, I think, have always put forward the idea that it's only in service to people who are being sincere. Okay, that's just kind of built into the background. We're not talking about people who just want to make a mockery, be stupid, and clown around, and get people to, call them something. I want you to refer to me as your Lord and Savior. So my name is, or my pronoun is my Lord and Savior. So when you talk to me, say, hello, my Lord and Savior. That's what I want. Obviously, people who are doing stuff like that, if it's clear, right, that it's not really something that they're really sincerely committed to, it's not something you're really trying to employ or construct, that's never been something that people are trying to make people beholden to, right? If somebody's arguing for that, I'll argue against them, right? That's not what's being said. What's being said is that insofar as we're talking about sincere, we're only talking about the subset of humanity that's being honest and really trying to interact in a genuine way, okay? Now, if they come up to you and they say, look, I want you to call me a woman, and I'm a male, but I want you to call me a woman. And then I immediately say, what do you mean when you say woman? Do you mean female? Because if you're saying that, I'm not going to do that. You're not a female. We both know that. You're not a female. If what you mean by woman is that you have these there's typicalities, or there's these character traits, or qualities that you have that historically have been associated with females, then yeah, I can see that, because you do talk in a voice that's very more feminine. Maybe not entirely. You still got a little Adam's apple there. Okay. Maybe you have some stuff that counts on the other side too. But I can see that there are things that if you take those together, you can say that you are taking that to be like an identity or a way you're referring to yourself as being a collection of these traits, and you're labeling that woman. You just mean that you have these collections of traits, and those are the traits you want to be understood by. I can understand that, and I don't think that that's deceptive. I don't think there's any lie involved there. I'm not affirming something that's not true. They do wear makeup. They do have a dress on. They did get boobs implanted. They did change their name. They did right? To Jennifer, right? From Richard, okay? They did all these things that, yes, historically, those things are associated with females. So when you say woman, all you mean is that you are in accord with certain things that historically have been associated with females. And I don't think that is, that's not affirming anything that's a lie or inaccurate. And it's obviously, I would only do it in a case where I felt like the person's, again, we're only talking about people who are sincere and genuinely interacting, and that's it, right? That's all that's being said. And I wouldn't engage somebody that wants to call themselves my Lord and Savior or attack helicopter or blah, 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 right? And if they start referring to things like God...
Bro, can you stop yapping, bro? Like, you're always yapping.
I'm going to kick you off the stage. I'm going to kick you off the stage. So worship, if somebody said I worship penis, again, that's stuff that they do, and I wouldn't engage in that language, because obviously I think that's one of the reasons I wouldn't do that. It doesn't matter, just on its face, what most people think by penis. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to talk like that and associate with God. So I've never employed that, but that's not really what we're talking about, because we're talking about applied self-referring pronouns or terms. That's what we're talking about. Go ahead, Dave. Sorry, brother.
This is why I accuse you of having mental
My thought on that was that it just seems like these are sort of like arbitrary sort of stipulations. It's like, well, I'll adopt your verbiage of things if it's about you, and if you're sincere. Like, I'm not disputing that it's about a person if you're sincere. It's just that those seem like arbitrary conditions. It seems to me to make no more sense than saying, like, well, I'll adopt your preferred vernacular on things if and if you're only white, right? Or like if and only if you're black, right? It's like, it's just, these seem like very arbitrary conditions under which to decide to adopt someone else's vernacular.
Okay.
Like, oh, if I think they're sincere, then I'll do it.
Yeah.
If I think they're white, then I'll do it. You see that point?
I see what you're saying, brother, and I'll make my submission really short, since Greg thinks I like to just hear my own voice. For sure, bro. I'm just trying to bring clarity to the conversation. I think we're on track. So let me just say this, Dave. How would this apply to going in? I would look at this as being analogous, okay, to going into a new country or going into a group of people who do not speak the same language that you do, right? Now, there could be a lot of overlap. Let's have a whole lot of the English vernacular or whatever in their lexicon, right? There's a whole bunch of other stuff that they don't, right? But they say words that sound similar to the words that we use, right? And they use them in different ways. And so when they say something, you have to say, hey, what do you mean by that, right? And then when you figure it out, then you just do, because you're trying to engage in their construct. So what I would say is that the world, it consists of two different usages of woman in the English language. There's woman meaning female, right? And then there's woman meaning feminine or something like that, right? Something like a cluster resemblance, family resemblance term, right? That's what that is, the two different usages. It's not like there's a billion different usages of woman among those who are saying, hey, I want you to call me a woman and I'm a male. No, it's pretty consistent that what they're saying is that they identify as these body of traits that have historically been associated with females. So that's what's being said. It's not super arbitrary, like just every other person is coming up with it for no rhyme or reason. No, there's this general move that a subset of the English-speaking population have done to disassociate gender terms from them being tied inextricably to sex. So now they're self these terms in ways that are pretty consistent with one another, right? Within their own group. So it's not like just a ton of individuality going off in all directions and we can make no sense of it. No, there's a kind of a homogenous body
of people who are using the terms in this way, right? So I think that it's not as just like, it's just like fireworks going off in all directions and we can't track and make sense of what's going on and it's all arbitrary without rhyme or reason. No, I think it's pretty consistent within that group that's what they're doing, right? It's it's masculine and feminine. That's the kind of body stuff.
So who wants to be transgender in here? Like, why are we so passionate about this?
Let Dave talk.
Dating all the time, brother.
The point I was making is not that that we can't understand what they're saying or something like that. I mean, I do, independent reasons, think that there are issues with identifying, gender identity in the way that you want to. In particular, I think it's going to lead you to some issues with feminism, ironically. I think you're kind of going to have to choose whether you want to go with a feminist view or you want to go with a transgender view, because it seems to me that their idea of gender identity, that there are, certain things that are essentially linked with femininity, is going to kind of put you in conflict with a lot of what feminists want to say, but that's a separate argument. The point I was raising was just that it seems to be unmotivated, like the conditions under which we are going to adopt someone else's vocabulary. Like it doesn't seem to me like it matters whether they're sincere, and it doesn't seem to me like it matters if the term is about themselves. These seem like it's irrelevant to like how I should use words. I guess is the point.
Yeah, the only reason you would do it is just because you care to represent them in ways that are consistent with how they see themselves, and it's not, and insofar as it's consistent with reality, that you would just want to do that because you're not lying and you want to be nice to them, and just it would be a matter of just courtesy, right? And so if somebody came into a school, and I know you want to go free, so I'll let you go, brother, but I was going to say, if somebody came into a school and you're a teacher, right, and they were a male as far as you could see, they presented male, right? Everything about them presented male. But they said their name was Jennifer, right? And you don't know what's on their birth certificate. That may, in fact, be their name, okay? And it's kind of like, well, look, you're going to have to call them Jennifer. And in fact, you're going to be required to. You're going to be, yeah, exactly. You're going to be required to call them Jennifer. And in fact, it very well may be the case that their name's Jennifer. And you wouldn't be saying something false. But there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, a dude is called Jennifer? What? That's just weird. That's inconsistent. That's a mismatch, right? They might accuse you of being inconsistent with reality by just referring to the person by their biological name, right? Or by their given name, right? But that's not, it's fine to do that. It's fine to do that because they're saying, and this is an example of them they're saying something about themselves that in this case, you may not have a way to validate that. You don't really have their birth certificate. You don't know that that's their name. You don't have their ID, right? But you're just taking this, what they're enrolled under. This is the name they're claiming to have. You have the, whatever. And so that's what you refer to them as. It seems like we would be fine with doing that. You would be fine with doing that.
No, I wouldn't.
Wait a second. So if you were a school teacher, Dave, or you were in a position of some kind of teaching position or, overhead, whatever, and a person came up and said, hi, they present male. They said, hi, my name's Jennifer, right? And you are the person that is running this event. And here's the kicker.
My name's Jeff.
Yeah, hold on real quick. There's the kicker, ready? You have to make name tags for all the people that are at this event. What are you going to put on the name tag for Jennifer?
So for pragmatic reasons in that case, because I don't want to get fired or in trouble or whatever, I might just go along with it. But if I have absolute freedom in that case, then no. And let me pull an analogy from a different thought experiment.
Okay. So
it's not like this new thing where we have people using terms in different ways, right? I mean, it happens pretty commonly, certainly in the debate sphere, right? I mean, you should know this, right? In our conversations with atheists, it'll pretty frequently turn up that we're using terms in two different ways. For example, if I'm arguing about substance dualism with functionalists, using the term mind turns out being problematic because I mean something very different by the term mind than functionalists do. So generally what I do in those situations is rather than, well, I'll just adopt whatever term you want me to adopt because, I think you're sincere and, whatever, I try to find a neutral term. And incidentally, this is what I've done with generally, people who claim to be transgender in the past. I generally tended to just call them by their proper name or a nickname or something like that. And so in the example that you're giving, I would probably ideally want to work out something like that. Like, is there any sort of like gender neutral nickname for this person or something like that I could put on the name tag? That would be my preferred solution, and that's just my preferred solution to this sort of stuff in general. When we have two different terms, when you have a term that's used in two different ways, let's try to put that term aside and find something we can both agree on.
Right, and I think the links that you're going to have to go through to do that sometimes can be very awkward. There's going to be certain ways of referring to a person in their presence. Like when you're in a presence with somebody like a Jennifer who's a male and you have other people in the environment and you're like trying to refer to each other back and forth and talk about, there's certain sentence constructs in English that become extremely awkward to try to make sense or to try to employ the he or the they terminology or some kind of other term that isn't going to be just like her or she or him, right? And then even trying to use their name. Well, in this case, the name wouldn't work because that's the very thing in question, right? You wouldn't be able to use the name because this is the very thing you don't want to use. But in the cases where it's like, her or his, stuff like that, it's very difficult and it becomes super awkward. And I'm not saying you can't do it or there aren't ways to make it work. It's going to be obvious what you're doing. You're doing it to avoid saying the thing that they've asked you to say. So that's fine if you don't mind offending them and you don't, and just because you have some principled stance that you don't want to engage in the construct, that's fine. And I think that that's a position, like I said to you when you were giving your kind of defense yesterday, I think that's entirely defensible. But I'll just say that, they may just straight up ask you, well, why? Why won't you just do it? Why are you going through all this extra effort instead of, just employing these constructs? Would be very simple to just say what I'm asking you to call, rather than you doing all this extra work to try to evade that and get around it. And then that's where you would provide your justification. And as far as I can tell, I think your justification is something like, look, we've had these terms for a long time. They've been strictly, tied to sex. And I don't want to go with that because I think going with that, while in and of itself may not be a problem in a vacuum, it's part of a larger push that ultimately, which I might even say myself, might be something that's evil, might be something that's not good. There might be some kind of, I don't know if you call it evil because of your stances on things like that. But anyway, a push that you don't want to go in because, you might feel like collectively everything is kind of shifting towards deviating norms and established categories and things that you might believe God has established from the beginning, and that they're being, and it's part of a larger machine. And so,
why is this guy still talking?
Shut up.
Dude, you're mentally ill. You're mentally ill.
All right, bro.
You're mentally ill.
It's being engaged in like the collective.
That's hella base right there.
It's being engaged in the collective erosion of God's established norms. Is that kind of the idea?
All right.
That's some of it. There's more to it than that. The primary concern that I have is I just don't think that there's any intelligible sense of a gender identity. So if that's being conceived as something distinct from sex, and I've yet to get a clear explanation from someone who's a proponent of this idea of what exactly it's supposed to be.
You didn't understand feminine? You didn't understand what that means when I say that's an identity? They're referring to that as like a gender identity. That's their gender. They're feminine.
Right. So if somebody like that approached me and said their name's Jennifer, I would be like, sister, you a brother? Oh, what's happening right now?
When you just call him a feminine man, you wouldn't call him a woman.
No. But they're saying they want to use the term that way. And all I'm saying is...
Right, and I would deny that, yeah.
Yeah, but Dave's making a different claim. He's saying it's unintelligible, and I'm just trying to press on that for a second.
My response there is that in that case,
why do you have to be the director? Why do you have to be the director? Why do you have to steer?
I'm a mod, bro.
Why do you have to be in control of everything? Why do you have to talk nonstop? This is why you're mentally ill.
speaking. Normally I go on mute.
I want to welcome Luffy to the stage. Luffy, welcome.
Thank you, Luffy. I like how you opened that, Red Rum. I want to welcome Luffy to the stage also. But Dave, go ahead, brother, because I think that this is intelligible, right? I think it's intelligible, because that was your contention. It's not intelligible.
He gave you permission,
right?
Fucking Dave.
Yeah.
He gave you permission. He's in charge. He's in charge. So now you actually can't speak.
Great. Hold on. If I was in charge and doing what I want, I would probably move you down. I'm not doing that. So just chill, bro. Go ahead, Dave.
Andrew, I'm not fucking.
So yeah, the response there is I think that you that response conflates a distinction that I presume that
I want to quickly welcome Harvey to the stage.
Between an effeminate man or a tomboy girl and transgender men and women. It seems like these become the same thing on your view, and yet like it's just obvious to me that there's a difference between those two categories.
Okay, but when you say it's unintelligible, and you're saying that there's a difference between the two categories. Sorry, one more time. There's a little bit of distraction there. There's a difference between which two?
So I'm saying essentially you would be conflating a tomboy and a transgender together, like they become the exact same thing. Or similarly, an effeminate man and transgender, they become exactly the same thing. There's no daylight between those two things. That's what we're dealing with.
So you could use the terms. That's the thing, and that's why I just said it depends on how they're referring to themselves, because you could call them one of the two different ways. So a trans woman versus a trans woman versus a
you got 1,000 words lined up. Get them out.
Andrew, I'll take you to Thailand, bro. I got you. Thailand.
A trans
Bangkok.
Okay, hold on, bro. A trans woman.
You got 1,000 words to get out. So get them out. You got 1,000 words to get out.
Stop. A trans woman versus a trans girl, right? Let's just say understood that woman can be used to pick out both, right? So it just depends on the sense of what the usage of woman that you're employing. So in one sense, it can be that they are a female, and you can apply that to the tomboy, right? That says, hey, I'm a female, but the tom girl. I'm getting confused here. There's a tomboy, and there is somebody who is a trans man. Okay, that's what I mean? Yeah, trans man. Okay, so you can say of the trans man, hey, you are a man, and what I mean by man here is that you are somebody who is identifying with the traits that typically have been associated with males. As far as the tomboy, you're not going to be saying that they are a man in the sense that they are a male, but you can say that they are, you can say that they're a man in the sense that they have these attributes as well. If they don't want to be referred to that because they understand man to mean male, then don't do that, right? You don't need to do that because it just depends on which usage you want to apply is what I'm saying. And it really only...
This isn't a point about definitions, right? This is a point about this idea of a gender identity, right? So who has the gender identity of woman, right? And on your view, it comes out that effeminate men have a female, or not female, a woman, like have the gender identity of woman. And it comes out that tomboys, right, females who like want to be called women and stuff, who think of themselves as women, they nevertheless have the gender identity of a man. So, I mean, you can bite that bullet if you want to, right? If that's all you mean, then I agree that that's eligible. The problem is that I don't think that you want to say it.
Well, no, Dave, because listen, brother, I don't think it's a problem because look at the way that we...
Andrew, respectfully, okay. I'm going to ask the stage if they want to continue to hear this conversation. And if they don't, then we get a majority vote that they want to change the conversation. We're going to change the conversation because this can be done in the back channel. It seems like a one-on-one conversation.
That's all of Andrew's stage presence.
Right? Can you put a one in the chat? Put a one in the chat. Yeah. Hello? Can you put a 1 in the chat if you want to change the conversation? And a 2 in the chat if you want to keep the conversation as Andrew was talking with Dave. Let's see what happens.
Can I say something real quick?
Ooh.
Andrew, Dave, if I take out of Thailand,
What? I think we need to.
can we fix them together?
We might need to remove some people from the page.
All right, I just asked a question, but
I don't know what comment Thailand means. I don't know if I can take a Thailand means. I'm sorry, I don't know. Maybe we should say
Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew.
Chime in. Andrew, remove me, narcissist. Remove me, narcissist. You fucking bitch. I'm gonna keep calling you a fucking bitch because you are. You can remove it if you need to.
I don't remove. Sorry, I don't remove you. So I don't know what you're talking about. That's not me, bro. You're talking about other co-mods that have removed you, and I don't know why you're taking that on me, but doesn't matter. I hope you're doing well, Greg. Sorry that.
And then this fake polite shit. Like,
it's not fake. It's not.
You're a fucking scumbag.
It's not fake.
Yeah. Let out another 1,000 words of me, pussy. Yeah. Let out another 1,000.
I actually do hope you're doing well, but you're very.
Yeah. Another 1,000 words. Let out another 1,000.
I don't do anything right now, dude. You're just critiquing.
all right. So what's the next topic? Let's figure that out.
Did we take a vote on that? What's the conclusion, Red Rum? You said a majority, and I don't think you got a majority.
I got 5-3 so far.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you meant a majority of the room. If they're not voting, then
majority of more people to vote whichever number.
Okay, is that what you mean? Okay, that's fine.
Obviously, majority of the room's not gonna. I mean, people. I'm trying to see if people. Whoever doesn't vote clearly doesn't care because they're either away from their phones at this point or not engaging. So I'm just looking to see out of those who are engaged and listening, if they're willing to continue this conversation or not.
Okay, well, it's kind of weird. I mean, you're kind of stepping in and just kind of overtaking.
No, it's not weird. It's weird that you're having a one-on-one conversation. It's taking longer than like 10 minutes already.
Wait.
That's kind of weird because this is not how we operate here.
Red Rum, we have ISOs all the time.
So, not for this long.
We haven't gone for. Dave and I have been talking less than I would say probably less than.
No, that's not true. There's people in here saying they've been here long.
Okay, hold on. I think your understanding of how long it's been. Dave can weigh in. Kim and I actually have been directly corresponding for about or talking directly for about maybe 10 minutes, maybe. I don't think it's been much longer than that.
Right. So I'm trying to get engagement from other people in the room.
Right, but you just said
that's a change of subject.
Right, but Red Rum, you said that's something we don't engage in here, and that's just not true. We've had
not that long.
Lay the law down. Red Rum, lay the law down. Stop trying to ask his opinion. He's just going to filibuster.
I'm not asking opinion.
He's going to lay out another 1,000 words.
Stop it. So the point is I'm just saying that when you said that, that's just not true. We clearly do have ISOs in here we've had ISOs in here last like a half hour. So that's not true what you just said. But that's fine. If we want to change it, we can change it. Dave is actually an excellent interlocutor. We can talk about all kinds of other things, get involved. I know Free wanted to say some stuff. I'm fine with kicking it over to him. If I can just say one last statement here on it, Dave, and maybe we can pick this up elsewhere. I'll probably say
let's hear Mochi talk.
Yeah, let's hear that.
I just sit down. It's all right, brother.
I didn't ask talk about Andrew, so please kick it to someone else.
Everyone over talk Andrew. Everyone just drowning out like this guy.
Greg, stop being a weirdo, dude. So the point is as far as making the distinction between the what these identities are, you already have people who look at people who are feminine, that they're male, and they don't say they're feminine, right? There's some people who will look at somebody like Andy Dick and be like, that's a very effeminate man, or male, let's say, right? Very effeminate, right? But there's other people like, what are you talking about? He's fine. He's a male. He's
Andrew, you landed the plane. You landed the plane, buddy. Stop.
You don't track the.
Let the team talk.
You aren't tracking the conversation, so that's why you don't think that what I'm saying here is progressing it. It certainly is. So, but Dave, so the point is that there's already these arbitrary kind of independent assessments of what people are, right, from one another, right? So as far as like somebody being feminine or tomboy or not, that's already up in the air, right? So it's not like there's across the board unified understanding of what those distinctions are. So I don't think it would be any different to include gender identity. But let's pick up the conversation soon. Dave, I'll send you a message, bro. This may not be the particular room to do it. I guess we're getting kind of railroaded from the side, so we can bring other people in. Free, I know you wanted to speak and whatnot. But yeah, I'm really glad to see you back, Dave. Go ahead, Free.
No, it's cool. We can move on because everybody's still that was fun. The conversation was fine. I mean,
wasn't referring to you, Free, just to be clear. Dude, you know I appreciate you as always, man.
Another 1,000 words coming in. Another 1,000 words. Come on, get it out. Get it out. You're gonna explode.
Greg, what do you got for the room? Greg, what do you got for the room apart from just demeaning?
Right. Yeah, hold on, wait. Get it out. Get it out. You're gonna explode if you don't get your next 1,000 words.
Apart from berating or demeaning me, who has actually probably been fairer to you than anybody in my room, I don't know why you're doing this. But what do you have for the room, bro?
Hold on. I don't want to. You're gonna explode if you don't get 1,000 words. So get them out. I'll wait.
All right, no, I'm good, but I'm done. So what do you have for the room?
All right, good.
It's crazy. It's weird. So Greg, nothing? You good?
I have nothing for your fucking bitch ass, Andrew. No, I don't want to talk to you. Fuck you.
Okay, I don't know.
Hey, be nice, don't attack.
Yeah, I don't know why you're being weird, bro. Okay, yeah, so anybody want to go wherever, that's fine. Take the conversation wherever. We're good.
Mochi, why are you touching your lips on your profile pic? I mean, we're going to just be random. Never mind. Anyways.
So what do y'all think? Clearly some Supreme Court and they're ruling on Trump's tariffs.
Yes, and Trump said, and Trump inadvertently acknowledged that aliens exist. So how do you like that?
He did?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's show that video.
Yeah, Obama there too, which makes me say pretty they exist. You just haven't seen it.
It is actually.
Didn't Obama do it?
Do we care about the fucking aliens?
Wait, didn't Obama recently do that too?
Yeah,
that was the argument this morning that
off of that, so
Obama said that we had aliens and gave it to Trump or something like that. What?
No.
He said he believed aliens exist. He just haven't seen evidence of it. That's what he said.
Yeah, Obama was asked in the speed round if aliens exist, and he said they exist, but I haven't seen any. Or what did he say? I haven't seen any.
Or something about Area 51.
Yeah, but are we talking in their vocabulary? Because they're way higher up in the chain. Like,
I don't even know.
What are we talking about? Aliens? Or are we talking about?
We're not talking about people, bro.
Different dimensions and shit. Like, what are we talking about?
Well, maybe those things are of different dimensions. But the point is he's saying that look, there are things that are planets. Yeah, there are things that are not from Earth, right? There's these extraterrestrial beings. Now the thing is he said it was in a follow up to that. Obama said on his social media that it was just kind of a sarcastic response, tongue in cheek. So I guess he's not really affirming it. But what's strange is Trump, when he was asked about what Obama said, Trump said, and I watched the video today. Trump said Obama revealed classified information. That's pretty weird that he said that because he's calling Obama out for revealing the thing that Obama actually didn't reveal because Obama was actually kind of being sarcastic in a speed round questioning thing. He's actually revealing the very thing that he's critiquing Obama for revealing, which is pretty weird.
Yeah, but do you know that
what he's doing is that Obama said it as a joke, but it's not a joke. It's the truth.
Do you know?
He claims it's a joke. Elise, are you drunk?
No, I'm sorry.
All right, bro. Mute up. Fuck. So what if Obama said it and said it was a joke, but he actually was serious, but says it's a joke, and then Trump took it all serious and was like, yeah, he did reveal classified information. So basically Trump confirming that it's not a joke and it's real.
That's what I mean. Trump's confirmed it's real, and Obama was saying it's a joke. Maybe he didn't mean it as a joke when he originally said it, but then realized people were watching it and he shouldn't have said that. I don't know I don't know if his intention was to entirely be sarcastic. He kind of sounded like he was being serious when he said it, but he did qualify it by saying, well, I've never seen any evidence of them, but that's weird because the first thing he said was they exist.
Y'all, when did we start putting so much weight in the truth of what politicians say?
Well, that's the thing. I'm open to these guys being liars, but the point is when Trump says he released classified information, that's a pretty bold. It's going to be it's truly dichotomous, right, Dave? It's either the case that there's something to reveal or there isn't, and Trump said that, and that's kind of weird for Trump to say that.
I'm probably one of the biggest Trump supporters in here, and I know that he says a whole lot of bullshit. So I wouldn't take that seriously.
Dave, we got something to talk about, bro. The whole room's gonna let, dude. You need more Trump supporters these days, man. We got to do some rooms because let me just tell you, a lot of Trump haters, man. A lot of people saying he's a pedophile. A lot of people saying.
Oh God, I know.
Yeah. So and also,
Andrew, your room is a hub for him, which is ironic.
I know it is.
He's the lesser evil. That's all.
Now, check it out, Dave. I was in here I was arguing at the top of my lungs, right? I was like yelling. You think I was yelling earlier? I was yelling, trying to point out, like, hey, there's a distinction between, raping or molesting somebody who is younger versus somebody who's older, like an adult. And because people were trying to make this point about how Trump said on Howard Stern that he would go into he would go into the pageants and look at women who are undressed to do an inspection, right? He said that. And they want to say, well, look, he owns the teen pageant too. And even though he didn't say that it was the teen pageant that he went into, he was saying he went into the dressing rooms. He didn't specify that it was the teen one. Since there are claims from the teen pageant that he did go in and would just walk into their dressing rooms unannounced, they're just saying, well, look, it's basically the same thing. Or even if that's not what he intended to say, who cares, right? Either it is the case that he was meaning to say that, even though not specifying it, or he didn't. Either way, it's equally as bad to walk in on an adult as it is versus a child.
Or was he told to say that?
Please stop, bro. And then I'm like, hold on. That opens up a larger conversation. You don't think there are gradations of how bad that is? To say that going in for sexual reasons on a child or somebody who's 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 versus somebody who's 30, you don't think there's a moral difference on that? You're out of your flipping mind. And the point is that people in this room.
Can you stop yapping, please?
Shut up.
Like, please stop yapping.
Bro, shut up, bro.
Like,
there are
please
people
stop yapping. Like,
Greg, if you don't stop
yapping.
if you don't stop doing it, I'm gonna have to move.
Yeah. Do it, pussy. Yeah, do it, pussy.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on. All right, let him talk. Fuck it.
Every contribution that you've made has just been to denigrate me. Now stop. So the point is that they wanted to say there was no moral gradation. And I was going up against most of the people in this room trying to say that basically it's the same if Trump walks in on an adult who's naked versus a child who's naked. I'm like, no, it's not the same. Yes, I agree it's weird for him to be going in and, he's kind of let's say he's a sexual deviant to some degree, but that's much different than saying he has pedophilic or hemophilic.
Wait, who says it's the same on a 30-year-old versus a 15-year-old?
Bro, I was literally yelling. I can list the people. There's some on the stage. I don't really want to get into it because I've already got enough opposition, but I'll just tell you, dude, if you want me to name names, I can name a whole bunch of them on this very stage who was arguing against me, said, look, here's the name.
Drew Dave. I mean, there's an obvious difference, like whether you do it to a 20-year-old or 15-year-old or 10-year-old, 5-year-old. Like, obviously, those are all different.
I agree, and the law reflects that. And then here's the point they tried to do. Dave, hear this. They tried to say, oh, you're talking about the law and how it handles that. I said, you idiots. Do you realize that the law is a reflection of our moral convictions? That is why we make laws, goofballs. The reason we make laws is because it is a reflection of our convictions on these things. So the point is that not only the law, but the moral assessment that people have broadly is that it is much different and quite a bit more egregious for somebody to go and grape a 7-year-old versus a 35-year-old. Those are different. They're not the same. And so people who wanted to argue and this is how much people hate Trump. They hate Trump so much that they started saying things like this, Dave. Grape is grape. Grape is grape. Really? Grape is grape? No. Some grape will get you maybe a few years in jail. Some grape might get you 15 or 20 years in jail. Okay? We're going to have different kinds of grape. And the reason that they have different jail times is because the jury and the laws that have been written are according to people's moral convictions, and there is a gradation of what people think is wrong in regards to grape. So yeah, that's how deranged people are against Trump, that they'll start saying there's no moral qualitative difference between raping a 7-year-old and a 35-year-old. That's what's been floating around.
All right.
So
you're a great talker, Andrew.
Go ahead, Dave.
To be fair, I mean, it is obviously going to be super bad either way. But yes, I mean, look, there's something to be said for not saying that there's moral equivalency there, but there's also something to be said for you have to defend somebody by saying, oh, well, the person that they raped wasn't a child. Like, that's already not a super winning defense of the person.
Yeah, I agree. And I wasn't doing that.
May I say something about his hypocrisy?
It was being interpreted as that, but I wasn't doing that. Right. So I actually don't have any vested interest. I'm actually not a huge Trump supporter anymore, just because he has so many moral failings. And I'm not exactly sure what he's doing policy-wise, which really should be, I guess, the primary thing that matters. I don't really know what he's doing policy-wise. It's really hard to make sense of some of the things he's done. The Maduro thing, I'm not really sure how I feel about that. I do like the deporting and the kicking out of the immigrants. I'm not sure about, killing people. The Preddy case was a little bit contentious. We could talk about that. Good, I think probably was justified. But yeah, that being said, look, I'm not defending Trump. I'm just saying when they made this claim, Dave, that there's no gradations, rape is rape, that's just a factually false thing to say. I just want us to say factually true things. When we're talking about Trump, when we're talking about whoever or whatever, be truthful about what you're saying. Me saying that you're wrong on there's no distinction between raping a 7-year-old and a 35-year-old is not some tacit or implicit admission or defense of Trump doing something, right? I'm saying Trump shouldn't walk in on women dressing, period, okay? Shouldn't do it. It's weird. Don't do it, okay? Unless, of course, the women there's some kind of unwritten or spoken understanding, because I don't think the adult women have complained about that. I don't know. I haven't looked into that, actually. But as far as I know, they haven't complained about it. They probably liked it, maybe to some degree. Who knows? I don't know how those things are ran, what kind of things you're signing.
They have complained.
The adult women have complained?
Oh, I thought you were.
No, that's why I said.
Can I say something, man?
I got a question.
Possible?
That's why I said the adults.
Yeah. I've been asking if I can say something.
Yeah,
before these people say. If that's the case, Andrew, like you're saying, which is, total BS, and, it's easy to point out your lies and your hypocrisy, is because if you're saying that there's a difference between raping, a child and someone of an adult age, then why is it here in many states of America that white pedophiles have been released from prison at far earlier rates than Black Americans who have raped adults? Why is it that white pedophiles get out quicker out of prison, or even sometimes don't even face prison time, but yet Black Americans or Latinos who have raped an adult have faced serious jail time? If there's no difference.
Yeah. Okay. Well, can I just say that you're not tracking? Can I just hold on, Oleg?
No, I do track it. I do.
Let me point out. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'll let you go. Let me respond. You're not tracking the conversation. That's not what happened. So what I said is there's a gradation between these things. The law reflects that. Talking about the on books reflects that. And I'm talking about the way that people perceive these things to be going on, right? They perceive them to have a gradation. There is a scale of badness, right? Yep, that's true, and it holds true. What you're saying is that there are people in society, then you wanted to say white people, which is interesting. But anyway, there are people in society who are given special treatment when it comes to...
The majority of them are white, so that's why I bring up white people.
You said when they're given special treatment, when they are standing before these law bodies or whatever, and these things are adjudicated and then they're penalized, right? You're saying that there's soft treatment given to white people. Well, then all you would be showing there, if that's the case, is that there is kind of this racial preference that people have, and that they're trying to go for more minimum sentencing or lowering the charges against people, whereas the equivalent charges would stick to somebody of a colored particular background. That's all you'd be saying. You'd just be saying that there's a failure on being consistent in its application of moral outrage and of the legal punishments or the punitive response to people, breaking these laws, right? That's all you're saying. You're not critiquing my position. There's nothing wrong with what I said. It is correct that people broadly think these things, if you didn't put a race on it and you just said a person, don't say the race, okay? A person raped a 7-year-old. A person raped a 35-year-old. Which of the two people are worse? You're broadly going to get somebody saying, hey, the one that raped the 7-year-old has bigger problems, okay? There's something more weird going on with that person. There's some psychological issues going on with that person. There's that's a more evil act.
No, I think most American Westerns would have that idiotic ideology. I think rape is just rape. You rape a child, you rape a woman, you have done a major crime, and you should pay for it with your life.
So stupid.
Andrew, that's a bit stupid because children don't have Andrew.
No, let Nate go.
I'll be quick, Andrew. You said you used to support Trump, and due to his moral failings, you kind of distance yourself from him. Can you tell us what moral failings you're referring to, if you want to share?
Yeah, sure. So he cheated on his wife, as far as I know. He's hooked up with porn stars while married.
Say it's not so, Andrew. Is that true?
He talked about grabbing women by the vaginas and stuff like that. Whatever. It's a little crass talk, right? I'm sure everybody.
Oh, I thought it was something more recent. This happened a while ago. Okay.
No. I'm saying, given the cumulative case that's been going against him, and all of the different. So just so people who don't know this, you do need to know this. I mean, it's a good thing to know. Trump has been accused of sexual impropriety or some sort of assaults or whatever more than any president ever that we have on record. Okay, so that's something. And because we're not.
Sorry. I just want to know, like, what did it?
Yeah,
when was it?
I'm telling you. So it's a cumulative case. Given all of the things, I've gotten to the point, and I've always thought he's more. Just to be clear, I've always thought he's morally compromised. But I started to think maybe God was working with him and that he was being led to becoming a Christian in convictions. His stance on gender, although I'm not sure how I feel about making a national declaration that there's only two genders or whatever, right? And an executive order. I'm not sure about that, but nonetheless, I can understand someone. Well, hold on, because I might be on the other side of it, but I can understand somebody like Dave or MJ or somebody making that argument in service of like a Christian position or whatever, or coherence or whatever. And I can say, you know what, I appreciate their conviction. So I can see that, right? The overturning of Roe versus Wade, praise God for the overturning of Roe versus Wade, right? That was awesome. So I see things like that, and that was indicative possibly of somebody who may be gearing towards or going towards a more morally sound existence and being more consistent with Scripture and more consistent with God. That's what I was hoping for seeing, right? And kind of thinking maybe that's the case. But I always thought he was morally compromised. But as of late, I've just kind of seen the way that he talks. I've heard him talk about God and talk about things, talking about there's just been certain things that he has said that have kind of indicated to me that really he's not really
on God. What do you say about God?
He's not on a straightforward path.
Wait, man, I want to see what made him fold. Go ahead, man.
I think if you're a Christian, you should be willing to say Christ the only way, right? And not be very inclusive of these other religions. I don't have a position. I understand you might want PR and you might want to, you might want to appeal to your base, appeal to everybody to vote for you so you can make them feel like you're very multicultural, etc. But if you're a Christian, get the fish up there and say, you know what? Jesus Christ is God, fish all you other gods, okay? Islam, all that false.
No, don't put that on me. You can't do that.
Alizé, do you mind hanging tight, brother? Is that cool? Can you hold on? Okay, so the fish all those other gods, I don't really care about any of that stuff. It's not good. You can be in this country, but you're wrong. Your religion's false, right? That's somebody who's got some testicles, and I think that that's something I respect. So there's various things
why would he say something that's not true? When he knows Christianity is
brother, can you wait until we find out why he folded? Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you, brother.
No, when them other dudes did it, have that same energy. They all did the same thing.
Bro, I've said it 3 times in a row.
All right, shut up, man. Mute up. Shut up.
Hey, watch him out, bro.
I gotta watch shit. Shut up.
Watch him out. Hey, go ahead.
Shut up, punk.
Forget about Muhammad.
Forget about your mother.
God bless you.
That's not very godly.
Be nice.
Go ahead.
So let me just say this. So, okay, there's the moral stuff, right? But the political stuff, the stuff that I'm saying I'm not really on the Trump train anymore. I'm not saying I'm opposed to Trump. Just let me be very clear. I just don't know what he's doing. The Maduro thing, going over there and capturing dude and doing all that stuff, apparently, from what I understand, and Dave, you could probably speak on this, it's a breaking of international law. And I don't think we should set precedents like that. I think that's kind of not a good thing to be doing. I think we should follow the laws of, let's say, the world, unless they violate God's law, right? Which maybe somebody might say that maybe that's a moral thing for him to do because this guy was like doing drug, he was doing like drug assassination of us and all this other stuff, right? Basically, or a drug assault, and he was promoting.
How did you determine?
Andrew, almost no drugs come from Venezuela.
How did you determine that?
Well, hold on. Let me just.
Mistake number one. Keep going. You just you're saying too many things. Like it's gonna be impossible to backtrack, bro.
I'm not sure what he's doing. Okay. I don't know if tariffs are good. There's debates on that. I think we have to wait to see on that. It almost destroyed my sister. My sister and her husband have a little business, and she actually broke into tears, and she's like, "This mother effer." She doesn't talk like that. She's talking about Trump. She's like, "This mother effer has destroyed our business," right? Basically. And I felt bad, man. That's my sister, right? Told me that, right? She's a Democrat, basically, liberal, whatever. She told me that. I was like, "Oh, that's rough," right? So I don't know. I don't know if tariffs are good. I'm not an economist. I don't know how all that works out. I don't think Trump is some kind of genius with numbers, okay? I don't think he really knows. I don't know who his advisors are. I don't know who's actually informing him to do all these things or push for these things. I don't know that he's coming up with them unilaterally. I don't know what Trump's doing. So ultimately, I just don't know who's controlling him or if it's just him doing things mostly on his own whims or what's happening there. So I'm just skeptical. I'm just questioning, right? And I haven't been tracking all the stuff he's done as of late. He's making all kinds of moves, talking about taking over Greenland and doing like just all kinds of stuff. And I don't know what the motives are behind it, Dave. So my thing is like, there's a question mark there. But I don't take that to be saying that I'm against Trump. I don't know. It just really pisses me off.
Andrew, respectfully, can we pass the mic, baby?
Yeah, I'll pass the mic. Thank you. It just pisses me off that people in this room come at me as though I'm trying to defend Trump when I say there's a distinction between raping a 7-year-old and a 40-year-old or something like that. Give me a freaking break. But go ahead, Dave.
It just seems like with respect to Trump's moral character, the obvious thing for the Trump supporter to say is that Trump is a bad person and that he's an excellent president. It seems like there's just a significant portion of the country who think that you can't hold that position or something, and I've just never understood it.
I agree with you, Dave.
I like this Dave guy, Andrew.
Yeah, Dave's awesome, bro. And that's why I'm glad he came back for the second day today. Dave's one of my.
He's been a terrible president, but like I do agree, you could have a difference. Like, there have been many like presidents who were bad people but good presidents, right? And good people who were bad presidents. Like Ford, right? I think it was Ford, right? Not Ford. I'm sorry. The guy before Nixon.
Carter.
Carter, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, he was a good person but bad president, right? There have been many, like those two aren't linked at all. But Trump is a shitty person and a shitty president.
Well, yeah, we would just disagree on the second part, which is where I feel like the debate should be focusing, as opposed to like, is Trump a good person or not? Because that just never seemed like a defensible case to me anyway.
Dave, can you put forward what you think are the points, like maybe your top 3 strongest points of Trump? Like, why is he why are you so pro-Trump?
I mean, I'm probably not the best person to do that because I'm not like a political.
Because he's a white supremacist just like him.
How do you support him, Dave? How do you support him?
I think he has excellent foreign policy. I don't love the tariffs, so I'm with you there.
Why are bimbos always got to say something to a man who's not talking to them?
Finish. Let Dave go, please. You're talking to people that aren't talking. Quit chiming in to complain. Go ahead, Dave.
In terms of economic policy, so I don't love the tariffs, but I do think that he's for an economic policy that, for example, the Biden administration, I'm not quite sure what I'd pick as a third point. There's a few things I could pick from, but yeah, probably border policy. I think he's excellent on the.
Wait, Dave, look. It's like, let's just say.
Wait, did you say his foreign policy is good? Like,
let's just say he's the worst. Let's just say he's the worst. Like, who was he running against? And compared to the person, because that's all you have. It's based off the options, not who the best person is. I mean, some people would pick Jesus Christ as like the best potential person, right? The idea is this: when you have a series of options, which is the best option and why? And Biden, Harris was a fucking proxy of Biden, bro. She's fucking weird fucking people. Fucking America second, not first. Trump, aggressive, America first.
Trump is a proxy of the Israeli government and Bibi.
Good. Yes, good. Good.
You have a pedophile.
Good.
And your father was a pedophile, so
good. That's right. Yeah, good. You lost. You lost.
Well, I'm glad
You're in Trump's way. You're in Trump's country now. You lost, bitch. You lost, bitch. You're in Trump's America. You lost.
Muslim state.
You're in Trump's world.
My father was over here.
You're in Trump's world. You see what he did in Iran? You see what he did in Iran? You're in Trump's world now.
I can't wait till they attack Iran so they can blow up
You are in Trump's world. You are in Trump's world.
So they can blow up
You live in his country. You live in his country. Muslims don't matter. Muslims don't matter.
The Muslims don't matter.
It's a Christian nation. 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 That's why our Bibles, the churches, that's how it is. That's how it is. You lost. You lost. You lost. Bow down to Christ. You lost. You lost.
Everyone knows that.
You lost. You live in a Christian nation. You think your ability to speak on the street is anything? It don't matter. You live in a Christian nation. Christian nation. You lost. Bow down to Jesus.
No, we only bow down to God. You bow down to the white man. We don't do that.
And guess what? Muhammad calls black people raisin heads. So shut up.
No, he did it. You see, that's how
bow down to Jesus. Bow down to Jesus. Bow down to Jesus. You lost.
You bow down to
You lost. You lost. You lost.
Oh my God, that's a fucking stick. She sells you have an OnlyFans. You sell fornicator. You don't even
You lost.
You probably
lost.
It says six bear false witness.
No. You're not now. You fornicated with me, and you're
You lost.
I'm married.
You don't count. No, you're not. You're a
That's why you're a Muslim. The only way you can get somewhere is by forcing it. That's why you went
We
there.
don't want any of you sluts. We don't want any of you usury. We don't want any of you. We don't want any of you. We don't want any of you pedophiles. It's over with. That's not gonna have any place in civilization anymore. You animals are being overrun.
You are. You live in a Christian world.
Hey, Resistance, did Muhammad marry a 6-year-old? Resistance?
Did Isaac marry a 3-year-old?
No.
Yeah, you know that.
Yes, he did. You're a liar.
Also,
You're a liar. Did Mary marry Joseph? Did Mary marry Joseph when she was 11 and he was 90?
You're retarded. Name me one 3-year-old.
Did Mary marry Joseph when she was 11 and he was 90? Yes or no?
We don't know. It's not in the Bible.
Because you're an idiot. That's why you don't know. You don't have to be in the Bible. Go read some history. Go read his story. Go read Rashi.
Hey, yeah, Resistance. Go ahead and show me. You want to go to Rashi or something like that and left picture, whatever the fish it is? You want to go to something much later, right? No, you find the primary original sources where it shows that Joseph or whoever.
Yeah, a Jewish man. He's going to show a Jewish man, not a Christian one.
That's like me asking you right now. Hold on. Go in the Quran where it says Prophet Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6. Go in the Quran.
It's literally.
You see what I mean? You're a hypocrite.
Okay. You're a hypocrite. You don't accept the Hadith. The difference is we don't accept Rashi. We don't accept these extra biblical sources for sola scriptura. We don't accept them. But you accept.
You don't accept it because you don't.
You accept the Hadith. Yes or no?
You don't want to accept the truth because you're hypocrites. They know the truth but don't deny it. Why? Because you're savages. You're savage. No, prostitute. Why don't you shut up? You're a fornicator. We don't want to hear from you. And actually, in your faith Christianity, women are allowed to smoke too.
Actually, they are.
That's a fact. No, they're not. They talk about hair bald. Call your hair bald.
He was the deacon of the church.
The Christians say bald-head you. We will bald-head you for that.
What are you talking about?
We will cut you bald-headed for that in the Christian faith. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
We don't let slut. They don't let sluts run
Why
their mouth.
would Stevie a deacon of the church?
No, you're a
Stevie a
slut.
deacon of the church then?
She wasn't a deacon. That she came out modern hour. No, she was not.
Andrew, wasn't Phoebe a deacon of the church?
A deaconess, yeah.
Yeah, who made her a deaconess? What year was this? Who made her that?
Thank you. Thank you. And was it a sin?
Priests don't make God's laws. Priests don't make God's laws. Sorry. That's not in the scripture. It's not in the scripture, sweetheart. Stop following
You don't matter.
priests. Priests. They don't count.
You don't matter.
You don't count in the
You
scripture.
live in a Christian world. You live in a Christian world.
We run this now. It's out of
burning down mosques now.
No, they're burning down the churches. Everyone knows that.
Your view doesn't matter. It's disgusting.
Churches
It's
are
going on society. Nobody likes you guys.
molesting the
Every time
children.
they see you guys, they think of a fucking bomb. That's it. That right there is the culture chocolate on your flag, bro. That's what you are. It's like the person that nobody likes them. You don't matter. You don't matter. You don't matter. Jesus is above you.
Be a law country.
Jesus is above you. You don't matter. You're a terrorist. Jesus is above you. See how you heard that? You don't matter. Jesus is above you. Jesus is your God. Jesus is your God. Jesus is your God. Jesus is your God. I know you hear this Jesus talk. Jesus is your God.
Jesus, all you fathers just go to the hellfire. He's coming back to bear witness that you are idolaters. The Catholic and Christian church will be in the deepest pits of hell because you are idol worshippers.
They fucking put their hand
Fighting down to
on
the
your
white
dumb
man.
fucking
They started speaking in the house.
You are in a Christian country.
You
already
just like
never gonna catch up with more people who expect weirdness such as you. Trust me, saying that. You lost.
AP, you stuck your big nose in a black man's ass when you was in his ass. You smell like this shit. You're a stinky ass Puerto Rican monkey. You're a Puerto Rican monkey. Stop it. We know you're a bunch of fornicators. That's what we teach you in there. You lost your virginity to your brother or your cousin. We know how you Latinos are. You're savages.
Jesus.
I'm not savage. You don't have.
Savage. You're Mexican. You're savage.
Jesus is
You're a savage. You're Mexican. You're a big nose Mexican. You're Mexican.
You live in a world so
family members. You're a big nose Christian.
I'm not.
Now you're a big nose Mexican.
You're alone. You don't matter.
Islam is the world now. We are the civilized. Everyone knows that the Christians are the rapists of America. Everyone knows the Christians rape and murder people.
AP and Dave, I hope you love this, brother. This is rock on. But let me just say, AP, I didn't know you were Mexican. You probably make some killer Mexican food.
Acclimated the most society.
She sucks the burrito fries. She likes the cream sauce. Cream sauce. That's why.
Let's force your kids to
eat. Everyone knows.
I'm teaching you slow to
When we go about the crusade, the 50 Christians were raping the Jews and raping the people in
something.
Yeah, just like Muhammad.
The Christians were raping the Jews and everyone in Levant. The Christians were raping. The Christians brought the disgusting Christianity to Africa. They named and slaved the
Just like Muhammad.
Because in Christianity, the priests were taking over people, putting them in the church and raping them. Everyone knows the savage Christians took the Africans, put them in chains, and whipped them, and made them go into this false ideology of a white man on the cross. This is how disgusting they are. No, the Muslims liberated those people. Because we have technology, we have science, we have Muslims, with the animals of the Christians. Jesus was not Christian. Jesus is not the God. Jesus hated you people. Jesus was the witness that makes sure all of you go to hell because you idolize man. You try to deify man. So now Jesus will make sure that all those priests will be in the fire, will be in the
pedophiles that they are.
Christians. Can you guys go one at a time? Let me just say, you guys, Resistance, do you think you're changing anybody's mind with the way you act? Nobody's going to be moved by this. If you actually don't like the things you're arguing about, or arguing against, this isn't the way to change people's mind. You aren't persuading anybody, bro. You're saying all kinds of stuff that's not true. You're just over-talking everybody. And you're kind of super, belligerent. You're not changing people's minds. What's the point of doing what you're doing?
Andrew, does your hypocrisy have any bounds?
Yeah, you can show. Usually the youngest, I have a younger brother, and he got to see his older brother do some shit. Like the older brother was the stone.
During the Crusades, are you saying the Christians did not name and rape people and force them into Christianity in Northern Africa and all over the Lamar? Andrew,
really make the best version of this religious thing.
Andrew, did the Christians not come up with the Epstein file with the Jews?
A little easier.
Wasn't it the Catholic Church who was caught and exposed us coming up? Massive pedophilia and rape of young boys.
It made the product more difficult.
That didn't happen either.
And less fucking entertaining.
Oh, that's you are a liar and a hypocrite, Andrew.
You
seriously because we know the facts.
Why do you think what's going on in
this is all documented historical facts. Christianity was spread with rape and the sword. Unlike Islam, Islam was spread by the knowledge. And this is why the Africans in Northern Africa,
Jews or Christians,
in Ethiopia, these people converted to Islam. That is the difference between Christianity and Islam. Because Christianity is a false doctrine. It's like a book that was made up by King James, a guy from Europe, that was laying on the bed with his two mothers.
The Bible existed before King James.
No, there's no such revelation as the Bible. This is how ignorant it is. God revealed something called the Injil, the Gospel.
Yeah, but the Bible
is a fictional book. The Bible is a fictional storybook written by white people.
The Islamic book is a fictional book.
He's a fucking Jewish lover. What are you going to say about him?
She's been eating.
No one cares. He controls you.
All right, guys. I don't want to do a queue, but we're going to go one at a time. Please, come on. Let's do that, and let's not interrupt. Who wants to go first?
I'll go after Lion.
Okay, Mike, you want to go first?
It's very simple. Very simple. It's very simple. At the end of the day,
it's very simple. Everyone knows.
Yeah, it is very simple. See, like I said, look,
they are the rapists. They are the ones.
They had a chance
to
re-engineer the concept of children to make it more suitable to modern society, but they didn't. They went backwards. They went backwards, and you can see it now because you can see when people leave that part of the world, which is primarily operated off of that whole fucking thing, they're primitive, right? That's why the fucking countries over there, right, that are stunted the most are under this fucking Islamic fucking bullshit. My parents are from there. They left there, and they got better when they left. They're fucking Iranians. They left there and they came here and they're better. You know why? They left the fucking right before the fucking Muslims took over to be what it was, to be what it is now. And they got better. And guess where they came? They came to the Christian world. Well, the world was like, hey, do what you like. You might get punished later, but be who you want to be, bitch. You might hear people speak against it, but they're not going to tie your arms and legs and fucking throw you off a fucking building. Like in Afghanistan, they're not going to allow you to marry a fucking 9-year-old girl. And if they did, there would be outrage publicly. Over there, you couldn't. They're going to allow women to go to school. They're going to allow people to get divorced. They're going to allow hold hands. They're going to allow people to get married. That might go away after. But I'll tell you this. The idea is this. The further away you move from that religion, the more you're allowed to be a fucking human being. Not a fucking goat, bro.
Free Aisha,
Oh my God.
Wait, Samoa wanted to go.
Oh yes. I didn't hear a particular actually like say that he was born against Trump. I heard that he had a couple of issues as far as like where he's at. But when I heard Oleg ask the question, it seemed as if Andrew is like pulling his support. So I'm just curious if Andrew's still here. You can please respond by telling us what made you fold if you're folding, right? But if you're not,
You sound like you're in a time capsule or something.
It sounds like it's a 1940s radio station or something.
Yeah.
but could you hear me though?
Yeah, I heard you, bro. It's not a matter of who I support now because I'm not really, I'm not really who's on the table, right? I mean, or who
do you re-support if you have the option?
Well, if I could re-support, I would support who I've supported like probably for a long time.
No, it's Trump or Kamala Harris.
Oh no. I don't know because we can't say what Kamala Harris would have done. I just know what Trump.
Hold on. Knowing what you know now about Trump, and hearing what Kamala was saying, who would you vote if you had to today?
Yeah, I think the trajectory of what she would do over the period of time.
Just answer the question. Is Trump or Kamala? Just say that.
I'm answering, bro.
But just say a word first and then give the explanation after.
I don't know.
It's so hard to answer.
No, that's cool. I'll tell you why that's cool. That just means that's cool. That means this. It means no matter. Hold on. It means no matter. Hold on. It means no matter. Look, it means no matter how bad Trump is, he's still confused, which means that fucking. She's equally as bad.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, but my question is, what of the new events that have been unwrapped?
To do a moral evaluation of the two, as far as what she would have done, likely given what she had done previously.
That's not even the question.
It is a question for me because it's going to come down to the morality of the policies that are now.
Hold on. Obviously, she.
Did you ever shut the fuck up, Andrew? Ever?
No, I don't.
Wait, let me just ask the question before we move on. I'm asking, what happened in the past 4 days that made you go from one thing to another thing?
4 days.
I haven't changed, bro. What are you talking about? In the last 4 days, I still defend Trump as far as like the things that people are saying that are false against him. I would defend it against anybody. Look, if somebody calls somebody a pedophile and they don't have the reason to do it.
I don't know. I thought 4 days ago you said that you were good with who you voted for.
No.
People were trying to criticize you about eyes.
No, I didn't say that, bro. Here's what I did. I said Trump 28, and I say that all the time. I'm going to continue to say it because people are so freaking deranged that they just freak out and they start saying stuff that's so stupid, like Trump's a pedophile, right? Look, I'm not saying there's not some stuff that
fuck you, Papa John.
I'm not saying there's not some stuff that needs to be looked at and the investigations don't need to go forward. They do, right? But that being said, given what we have, I don't think it's fair to just say Trump's a pedophile.
But let me ask you this, Andrew. Look, morals are an issue, obviously. So Trump, like as far as what you knew at the time, about the election, he out-moralized Kamala Harris to your standards, right?
Yes.
What was she less moral than him?
Abortion.
Okay, perfect. And she still stands where she stands, right?
Probably.
Okay. Well, yeah, because you haven't heard anything different.
I just looked into it.
So that was the single issue that made her. So if she had an equal stance on abortion than Trump, then what would
I'd have to look at other things. There'd be a different hierarchy.
Let's just play with the idea now. Is there anything else that comes to mind?
I mean, guns. I'm a big fan of guns.
But that's not moral, though.
No, I think it's moral too. I think it's when I say it's moral, so when I talk about things, sir. I think it's moral in the sense that people need to be given options to protect their families and to protect.
Oh, you think that the people?
Correct, Andrew.
Yeah, and to be able to protect against the tyrannical government. Now, the government's very advanced, and they got bullets that can go around trees, and they can see through your walls, and they can listen.
No, that's fine. So if abortion was equal, then you would move to something like that.
I'm just saying there's other things.
So now you have two things that probably don't change. Meaning Kamala would still be pro-choice. And she would still be, let's just say something, not anti-gun, but something to make it more difficult, right?
Yeah.
Trump remains the same, right? So what did Trump do to lower his moral stock, and then of what he did to lower his moral stock, is it equal or lesser than Kamala Harris as far as what you know of her?
Well, I mean, look, he was really close friends with Epstein. I didn't realize all that connection until I got into all this stuff. And he obviously, just because you're close friends with somebody doesn't mean you're aware of the things they do or in their appetites. But I think he
probably knows.
Remember when me and you had beef a long time ago because I was like, why are you going to have Jack on your stage?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, so like, what about that?
Well,
were you doing something immoral then?
But he's not my friend.
I didn't say he was your friend.
Yeah.
But you would be within the same proximity of him.
Yeah, that's not
you would associate. You wouldn't be disrespectful to him, right?
Oh no, I'm extremely. So at the time I wasn't because I didn't have. Now
I'm not talking about now. I'm not talking
Yeah. So at the time I would.
So like if we had the Clubhouse files.
Yeah.
And then we look back and we said Andrew was somebody that would not only invite Jack.
Then I would go.
He argued against Syke when Syke was saying you shouldn't have somebody like that on your stages.
Yeah.
Andrew was saying.
Yeah.
Not only would I have him on stage, I would even have Hitler on stage.
That's right.
Okay. So like that means you are now affiliating with these people.
Yeah, affiliation is different than saying we're friends, meaning like we share activities.
So hold on. So let me ask you this. What would be the difference of you having Jack on stage as a friend versus an affiliate? How would you treat him differently?
Well, if I was a friend, it probably means that we have more of an intimate like overlap in our activities.
I'm saying like right now, do you consider me and you friends?
Yes.
Okay, what's the difference if we became just acquaintances, or what was the word? And it was acquaintance?
Friends. Affiliation.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
An affiliate.
I want you to call me today.
I will do it. Thank you. If I was an affiliate, what would change between a relationship? Would you still invite me on stage?
Yeah, but
that would be. See when you say like that's weird because the whole point we were arguing in the past was because you always had them on stage.
Yeah, that's not the point. So what I'm saying is whether they're affiliate or friend, you'd have them both on. But a friend is somebody you might go out to dinner with and hang out with and actually enjoy being around.
Yeah, but I'm talking about relatively speaking on this app because me and you don't have access to each other.
No, I know. But if we did, I know you'd be somebody I'd probably hang out with.
No, that's fine. But I'm saying relative to the app, how would you distinguish between an affiliate and a friend?
You just probably have to go off of what somebody might say. You might not be able to see that, right? But
otherwise you wouldn't really know, right?
Yeah,
You're not going to mistreat somebody. You're going to kind of treat them for the most part the same, but the friend might just get something a little bit more intimate in the sense of maybe like
somebody might be more preferential towards them, treat them more deferentially.
Correct. But what I'm saying is this,
bro. Somebody could just bear their.
But if I look back from the outside eye and I saw you and this guy, and then I saw you arguing on his behalf, to where people could hear him speak, right? You're defending him now. You're defending him now. Yeah. When there's like he not only acknowledges, but then there's like video of him saying it. Like now it's like not only hold on one second. Not only did Andrew want this guy on stage, he defended him against Syke when Syke was saying getting him off stage, even though everybody already knew about this guy's position.
Yeah. So they would just look at my principle, which I've been very clear about. I'd have anybody on stage, and I treat it like having like an interview or a hard copy, or trying to see why people tick the way they do. I don't care if it's David Duke or Hitler or David Koresh, doesn't matter. So they would know that because I've been very public about it. They would also know that I'm against pedophilia. I've been very open about that, and they would also know that when I defend Jack insofar as I did, and there were times that I had to, it was only against somebody who might come in and spend a half hour berating Jack for being a pedophile like Galaxy did. I let Galaxy say what he said, though. I wasn't going to hide what he said. I wasn't going to be like, oh, no, you're not allowed to call him a pedophile. No, that's fine, because I think he is.
So what you're saying is that you would be affiliated with the guy.
Yeah.
But
I'll let him be exposed for what he is.
So that means, think about this. That means the Clubhouse Files, Andrew is affiliated with a
pedophile that he knows is a pedophile, and he's okay with people.
Not just okay with it. He argued against people.
I argue against people who wanted
for him being platformed.
Yeah. I argue against people who make it where he can't have his voice heard when he's not a
So what would they look at you as?
I mean, if you're going for pedophile defender, you could. But obviously that's not.
Are you though?
No, not at all.
Of course not.
No, of course.
And I'll tell you why. Because if you were, I wouldn't even care to interact with you.
No, of course.
Okay, so my point is this: is that like when you talk about them being friends, like you have to assess the timeline, and there's other factors to it, which I don't know if you have or not, right? And so, I don't know if you've taken all that in consideration.
What I mean is this. Okay, I'm not saying this is a smoking gun, but this is where I'm at, right, Mike? So help me out, right? there's pictures of him. There's all these back and forths that they're going on where they're together and stuff like that. And he's like, I consider him a great friend. They were.
Yeah, when did he say that? Was that 2002?
Early on. Now,
Sir, stop stuttering. Gain a composure and then.
No, but here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. The early on thing, I've made that point too, Mike, and I think it's a fair counterpoint. I'm not saying this is a smoking gun, bro. I'm just saying that given the fact that we know for a fact that Trump is a deviant as far as the stuff that he's done, the Stormy Daniels stuff, I think it's
Stormy Daniels thing?
He paid her to have sex with her.
But that's consensual.
No, I know, but he was married at the time.
So, no, but look, like... Wait, hold on. But remember how you were arguing a second ago? Remember how you were arguing a second ago to say it's foolish to say that, like, the R against an adult versus R against a child. Okay. Yeah. So, like, look, I get the adultery thing is bad, right? But we're not talking about that, are we?
Well, that's what I was talking about. I'm just saying moral, because you're talking about the moral character of Trump.
Okay, but you knew that before the files were released.
No, but I didn't know that when I voted for him, right? So
the Stormy Daniels thing?
Yeah. So the first time I voted for him, I didn't know that, right? So the first time I voted for him, I don't.
So then, like, if you did know about that, you're saying like you might have not even voted.
I'm not saying. You see, I agree with what Dave said.
Stop stuttering, sir. Calm down and talk.
No, chill out.
Can you not be childish? Let the man talk. Let them have a dialogue. You a grown man. Be mature.
There's a difference between saying somebody is immoral versus they're making policies that are good for the country generally, right? And I still view those as both being moral questions, right? Because I do think policies for the country, saying what's good for the country is actually a moral thing, right? If you're doing something that's good for the country broadly, that is moral. So that is kind of, ultimately it's all going to be moral questions for me. But I'm going to say that, look, Trump, he was against immigration. I am too. Get the fishers out of here. The illegal immigration. Heck, all immigration. Let's just make this a white country. I'm joking. But let's get all the illegal immigrants out of here, right? So he's against that. He's he's not really talking about like getting rid of the guns. He seems to be pro on big speech big on free speech.
Bobulated.
Hold on.
Talk, man. Calm down.
Whoever's interjecting, just shut up, please. The other thing is like, as far as like abortion, that's like a premier issue. It's one of the worst evils going on the planet in my eyes. It's absolutely evil. So it's debaucherous evil. Okay, so the fact that he seemed to take a position where he was pro-life, those are kind of things I'm like, you know what? I kind of had this idea. Because there's kind of the general thing in Christian circles that support Trump. They're like, look, this is God's using this man, and his heart's going to change, even though he's doing some immoral stuff, and something's going to happen, right? Now, I just kind of was hopeful of that, and then I looked at Kamala Harris at the time, and I'm like, this chick is like, oh, she's basically talking about it's okay when the baby's head's coming out to kill it. Okay, I mean that's a problem, right? She's talking about partial birth abortions and stuff like that. Fish that. Okay, that right there is enough to make me almost disqualify anybody. Now, if they both supported partial birth abortion, then I'd have to look at other criteria. But abortion is huge for me. So I voted for him. You know, I'm big on the, anti-abortion stance. And he just and I'll just be quite frank with you. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of having a woman lead the country. I'm just going to be straight up. I don't think that's, I don't think it's good internationally. I think there's something that is.
No, I know that's more of like your view on.
Yeah, but that plays a role.
Not a moral thing.
Right. That plays a role. So that's not nothing you need.
No, I know that.
No, I know what you're saying.
So there's certain things, but like what I was saying was like, look.
I got you.
Okay, here's why I'll let anyone else have it after this. Is because this is the first I've heard of like this tone switch, which you're free to do. It's not like I'm trying to even convince you out of it. To me, it just seems like after these files were released, like your tone kind of changed in the moral aspect, and I'm like, okay. And I'm just, to me, it was just a little confusing. So
yeah. So this I'll say, just to clear that up, I haven't really been making a case to defend Trump as in like, I haven't been making a case since you've known me for a while of being like, go Trump. Yes, Trump is awesome, except I do tongue in cheek sometimes say it, and I just say just to kind of make people upset that I think are super deranged, right? But that being said,
to be honest, I'm not even into politics.
Right. So, but what you have been hearing me do is defend against the people who are attacking Trump, because usually their reasoning is flawed. Usually they're saying things about Trump that are not consistent. They're citing evidence that isn't, it's fake news, or it's just the timeline's wrong. They're drawing improper inferences. And so I just think there are people that come against him in a way, and that is wrong. And so, in the same way they did with Charlie Kirk, Mike, exactly the same thing they did with Charlie Kirk in a lot of ways, right? They cite these clips or things that he said that he just didn't say. You go and look, and it's not what he said, it's not what he meant in context. They did it even more so with Charlie Kirk, right? Actually, but that being said, so that's what you see me doing, is defending against those who are attacking Trump, because usually it's on false grounds, right? They just don't like a lot of the stuff that he's doing, and they just express it through poor argumentation and whatever, right? So that's something. Now, as far as, let me be very clear, I'll leave it here, other people come in. As far morally, I've always thought Trump is a compromise, but I did have hopes that he would change, or that God was working with him. I think God is working with him, just to be clear. But he's kind of all over the map morally. Now, as far as politically, like, even though those are moral questions, he has made some decisions that may turn out to be very good. The tariffs, I don't know, maybe those will be good. I'm not an economist, I don't know. There's been some short hack that has been bad on a lot of people, my sister, etc. Okay, so I don't know. The abortion thing, I love the Roe versus Wade being overturned. Very good. But I think he has said some other stuff that he might not be against people having abortions. I don't know, which is kind of definitely problematic, but whatever. But as far as the policy goes, I'm happy that Roe versus Wade was overturned. Immigration, get the fishers out of here. I'm happy that that's happening. Don't really like people getting killed. It does happen. That can be argued individually, case by case. Not necessarily a Trump problem. Kind of is, but kind of isn't. Whatever. Okay, stuff we can talk about. But that being said, I have a question mark about what he's doing policy-wise, because I just don't know enough about it. I've been more studying philosophy and theology, so I haven't really been up to date on all of the things that he's done, or the reasons why he's done them, and the impact that those have had, and has he taken accountability for the impact that was different than what he had projected it to do, right? So those are questions I have, and since I haven't got
the files, though, right?
Since I haven't got, and the things in the files, wait, what'd you say about the things in the files?
Yeah, nothing in the files has changed their position.
Yeah, so the things in the files seem to be just like tips and reports. As far as their FBI tips or people that are just calling in, dude, there are people that hate Trump and would use voice changers. They would have their niece call in. They would do everything they can.
But wasn't Trump the first one to call the police on Epstein?
Not the first one. Well, no.
One of the first.
Yes, he was.
It was already the first.
We gave him a lot of evidence.
Yeah,
but
and I just saw something today. Where, like,
sir. That means, like, you're a stutter and a stammer all over the place, sir. Calm down and talk.
Shut up, dude. Why do you keep, bro? You said that like 7 times, bro.
And you keep doing it over and over.
And guess what, psych? If he's a stutterer, you're a childish bigot. So who cares if he stutters?
No, that's not me.
People got issues.
No, that's not psych. That's boner.
Whoever it is, I don't give a shit who it is. My bad, psych. My bad, psych. It's just your bubbles moving. That's why.
Boner, real quick, Boner, I could have a speech impediment. Why are you talking about it, bro?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, you're childish as hell if you keep saying stuff like that. Like, just be quiet. You're just a hater.
No, ma'am.
You're dick riding. Look, your name is called Boner, for crying out loud. And you have everything to say about Andrew's crazy work, bro. Stick to your Boner. Beat your meat to Andrew. Stop talking about him.
No, it's ironic now. It's that simple. I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
I don't know what you did that, Boner, but
so
anyway.
That's changed the position. You're just talking about how important he is with associations, what's the skeptical people, or sketchy people.
I just don't know what his policy is right now, Samo. I just don't know what his policies are going to do now. I just don't know enough about him. So it's just a question mark, bro.
I mean, but nothing's changed their views as far as like why you voted for the guy.
It's not like I'm like, no, Trump bad. He's terrible for the country. He's doing terrible. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Not everybody's perfect either. Y'all expect every single president to come into place to be perfect without a flaw, not say nothing wrong, and say everything right, do everything right, not do anything wrong. Y'all do too much.
Yeah, our expectation is that he's a man about his word.
Yeah, y'all expect everything to be perfect.
Thank you.
No, that he's going to push the policies that he committed to pushing. That's all we can ask for, right?
So is he able to do that all at one time? No. It takes time for things to happen.
So we understand that there's obstacles that are going to jump in his way, but we don't know what those obstacles are until he actually gets into the game. So that's why
he never said he's not going to do something. So it all takes time.
What is wrong with
He's better than the other ones that were running.
Did he complete?
So be grateful.
Did he fulfill every promise that he made in his first term?
You can't always just do everything right away.
Hey,
don't matter. It doesn't matter. It's what he promises to plan to do. Cry about it.
I am.
Jesus Christ. Was Kamala going to do what she wanted? No.
You're not tracking too well.
You guys agree that Samoa's
I
not.
don't know what's wrong with that person.
Samoa's not. It's other people that are against what you're saying, AP. It's not Samoa. Samoa's not fighting. I don't think.
I know. I'm just saying though. Like, who cares? Kamala wasn't going to do shit that y'all wanted. Y'all wanted.
How do you know?
So how do I know? Seriously.
Yeah. How do you know?
That ass man. This man trouble at this point. This man is trouble.
How do you know?
I love that. Samoa's just like, oh yeah, how do you know?
Look, I was just curious because all I asked you was I thought there was something that broke in the news that made you have a change of heart. That was it.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Just to be clear, I voted for Trump both terms. Would I vote for him again right now? Depends on who he's running against. I don't know.
No, would you vote for him again? No, what you know now.
That's what I'm saying. Would I vote for him again?
No, like if you go back, the country was.
Oh, so
yo,
no,
I with the stuttering, bro.
No,
damn.
Boner, you repeating that? You repeating that? You repeating that?
I would vote for Trump third time.
You repeating that? Boner, you repeating that? Boner makes me want to stutter some more. And why are you amplifying?
Nobody else.
Boner, why are you amplifying my speech impediment? Why are you doing that? Do you care about disabled people? What's wrong with you, bro? Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
Sir, alright, sir. I had no idea you had a speech impediment. I apologize for that, sir.
Okay. Don't ever begin. Thank you. Okay. It's okay. And I don't mind if you're a retarded.
Bro, Resistance keeps fucking texting me like, bro.
Can't rebuttal, man. I mean, come on.
Look, I don't mind if you have Down syndrome, brother. I'll still accept you. So accept you for my stutter. I'll accept you for your Down syndromeness. Okay.
All right.
But we'll go Boner. Okay. So that being said, look, no. Would I vote for him now? Would I vote for him now, knowing what I know now about what he's done? You mean would I go back and vote for him then? Yeah, probably.
There you go.
Yeah, so
for you to not vote for him maybe is a better question. What would you need to see for that to change your mind?
Well, if I found out that he was like raping babies, that'd be pretty
specifically babies, or like I don't know if women accused him of like.
I'm pretty sure he hasn't raped nobody, man. This man ain't raped nobody.
Well, he was liable of sexual abuse.
Nah, he ain't.
I'm saying that's what a jury found, though. That was like legally.
I think he said he stuck his
no evidence, though.
You're saying that you're not sure that Trump raped anybody?
Well, he didn't rape.
I'm not sure why other people are.
He went to court. He went to court.
Right. He had a civil charge against him, right? And he lost.
Right. It was it was actually for defamation, but they had to establish that he did in fact sexually abuse her, and then she won $90 million because he denied publicly that he did that, and that was defamation towards her because he was calling her a liar.
But I thought that he was convicted of.
Well, think about it like this, though. You're talking about a year-old case. You're talking about a year-old case. She had no evidence to pin against him. DNA evidence to pin. She didn't. She had no DNA evidence to pin against him, but they're asking for his DNA. How that work? Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. They had no DNA evidence against him to prove that he was the one that raped her.
Yes, but
oh, damn! Can I talk? Hold on, man. What I'm saying is why are they asking Trump for DNA evidence when they don't have nothing to compare it to? That definitely sounds like a setup to me. No wonder why he would refuse to give them DNA. Like, y'all gotta think with your brain. This is a president. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people that want to frame him and are going to want to lie on him, just like they lie about regular people. This isn't peas in a jar, man. Like, this isn't. Y'all are ridiculous. People can make up shit. They can make up a fake document. They can make up fake evidence. They can make up fake anything to get rid of this man. Y'all believe everything. I swear y'all believe everything. It's ridiculous. If he really was raping a bunch of people, there would be a lot against him than just one woman. Good God Almighty, one woman.
Yeah, let's do one mic at a time.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but you know,
I'm just trying. I am a man. Can I just DNA point? Can I at least try to just finish this? Yeah, go ahead and hit it. The DNA.
I was talking.
Someone who asked AP a question first, so I don't know.
Okay, so you asked AP
dialogue between Caleb and her. But okay.
Okay, well, whoever asked the question. So Celia, you asked the question to AP. AP was giving a response, so maybe she could finish it and then Caleb come in.
Yeah, I asked her a question, and then you and somebody else with burgers and eyes started yapping.
That's Burger Man right there.
That's Booger Man. But go ahead, AP. Give a response, and then let Caleb come in, and then I'll say something.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, y'all, like, people just be looking at CNN and Twitter too much. And I think it's hilarious to me because y'all are focusing on one woman that claimed that he raped her versus Prince Andrew, Kamala, or even Hillary Clinton that was on videotape cutting the face off of a little child and playing with it like it was a mask with Anthony Weiner's wife. Y'all not on any of them people who have multiple cases against them with children and all that stuff. But God forbid, Trump is alleged he raped one old ass greedy women years ago. Oh my God, the whole world finna shut down. Holy shit.
You're just kind of ranting, right? But you think that is
girl, I don't care.
Let Caleb come in now.
I was just gonna ask her a question.
Oh, well, I thought you did ask her a question. Didn't you ask the question?
Who, me?
Yes, didn't you ask the question?
Said I'm going to ask her a question.
Oh, no, but didn't you already ask? You asked her a question, though, right? You did ask her a question, right?
No, but she didn't answer it.
What's the release date for your question?
She asked me, so you don't think that Trump raped anybody? That's what she first asked me. And I just said no, and I explained why.
Okay.
So yes, I did answer it.
Okay, but you said like something about because he did this like hella years ago. So do you think that if he raped older women years ago, that somehow it's not a big deal? Because
I never said that. I'm saying it was alleged. It's alleged, not that he actually did.
It's alleged. You allegedly molested me, Celia. So now what?
Because all the other cases against other people aren't alleged. There's actual evidence.
Celia allegedly molested me. Allegedly.
Celia.
Let's cancel Celia because she touched me.
I don't understand why these Democrats keep
Celia raped me. Celia raped me, guys.
Celia, why did you rape him?
That's how Trump feels.
I'm joking. Okay, so hold on, real quick. So I don't understand the DNA point. That's kind of weird that you said that, API, so maybe you can explain that, because if they ask Trump for DNA, presumably they want to match it up against some DNA that maybe would be on a dress or something like that. What's wrong with that? I don't understand.
No, what I'm saying is the woman had no DNA evidence against him. She didn't have no dress, no nothing to pin against him to ask for.
She had the dress. She did have the dress. She kept it. So
do anything on the dress. I mean, I don't want to get too.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. But hold on. I understand that they didn't have DNA evidence on there.
Right. That's simple.
Hold on. But prior to them evaluating the dress and seeing that there's no evidence on it, they can reasonably ask Trump, hey, can we get some DNA so we can do a comparison if there is DNA on the dress? I don't see a problem with that. What's wrong with that?
Because it could frame him. See what I'm saying?
But
they can still just frame. Think about it like this. They asked for his DNA. There's probably nothing on the dress, and they put the DNA on the dress anyway and just say it's a match.
So you think
about how dumb that is. Listen, hold on. Wait a minute, Celia. I'm talking, man. Andrew, let me ask you a question. Let's say it's you in the situation.
Yeah.
And this woman claims she has a dress, but you never would touch this ugly woman in your life. Right? And you're telling me, right, if somebody asks you for your DNA and you're one of the most important people in the country, you're talking about president position, and they're asking you for your DNA evidence, knowing there's a lot of people that want to kill you, a lot of people that want to frame you, would you give your DNA evidence to them?
Yeah, it depends on when you say they, if you're talking about like, who was the they that was asking for it and what was the reasons that they gave for as why they were asking for it. That's what I want to know, right? If they said, hey, we're going over the dress right now, we just want to make this a quick match. If there is one, send us your DNA. I mean, look, if I'm skeptical that there might be people in that group that might try to do some stuff that's shady and plant something, I can understand being a little hesitant there, right?
There you go. And you never know, but you never know in Trump's position, he might have known people on the other side that was skeptical people.
Yeah, but on the flip side, AP, I'm not saying if there are genuine actors involved and they're not actually trying to do that, they might just be like, hey, we're trying to expedite this and we want to get your DNA, and if we find DNA on the dress after it goes through an analysis, then we want to match the two. So can you just give us a sample, and because she's claiming it was you, can you give us a sample and we'll do a comparison? And I think an honest person could ask that too. So I think it can go one of both ways. I think either way would be understandable, right? It could be understandable that Trump doesn't want to give it because he thinks there might be somebody in the group that might plan it, might do some stuff against him. Get it, right? There's a ton of Trump haters. I get that. But on the flip side, there could be people just out of
but at the end of the day, Andrew, the whole point is there's no proof.
Okay, no, that's fine.
That's the point, right? I'm just saying, Andrew, versus Trump, versus all these other people. Everybody hates Trump over maybe one or two cases that still there's no actual literal proof against him. Versus the people that's got hundreds and thousands of cases against them.
AP, there's more than that. Let me just say one more thing, and then whoever 30 people can come in. Trump was going into dressing rooms and just walking in on people, right? That's not good, right? That's pretty weird. The fact that he was going in when women are dressing, he knew it, and he admitted to it and bragged about it on Howard Stern, okay? Now, he didn't say he went into the teen dressing room, but he owned the pageant, and the teens came out and said that he did come in unexpectedly, and they would have to put their clothes on real quick, okay? So I don't think he was doing that with benign intentions. I think Trump is a pervert, right? Or he's sexually inclined. Fine, right? I'm not saying that that's a crime in and of itself, but for him to go in and do these things like that just is indicative of him being, pretty licentious, let's say. And so that's not something that's good. That's not something you should be like, that's cool, right? He's going in and he's like being a voyeur and peeping Tom and whatever, going in and looking at people that don't want to be looked at naked. That's probably not okay, right? He had this woman say that she was raped by him or molested or sexually assaulted or whatever in some dressing room or whatever. It is evidence that she's willing to make that testimony against him. Doesn't mean it's true, because there are people who are just trying to malign Trump and come against him and do all this stuff. So, that doesn't just show that it happened just because she claimed it happened, right?
Make a follow-up point. I'm sorry, Fisher Ranger.
Yeah. But look, he certainly paid to have sex with a porn star, okay? That happened, okay? He's married, so that's kind of, I don't know, what do we call that? Oh, adultery? That's not good, right? He shouldn't break his vows to his wife. He should have let his kids down.
I agree, Andrew, but guess what? Okay. There's a thing called repentance. There's a thing called forgiveness people don't know about with Jesus and all that.
AP, I'm totally on board. I'm all about the prodigal son and Paul or Saul.
Well, I know what your view is. Like, I'm not against what you're saying at all.
Yeah. I'm just saying, look, let's be honest, call a spade a spade. Because the thing is, I want to check myself.
He's made mistakes.
Yeah,
he's done bad things.
That's all I'm going to say, AP. I want to check myself from not being so against the Trump haters that I just can't admit truth, right? Look, Trump is a morally compromised person. He does things that are immoral. He's been an immoral person. Fine. I'm not claiming I'm better than him. I'm not claiming that a lot of people are better than him. We all got problems. Look, that's fine. That being said, as far as his policies go, I just don't know enough. He may or may not be doing things that are good for the country in certain ways. Some of the stuff I think clearly is good for the country. Get the fishing illegal aliens out of the United States. Get them out of here. I think abortion should be stopped. So insofar as he's trying to stop abortion, God bless you, sir. Let's keep our firearms. Let's keep, freedom of speech. Whatever the case, right? There's going to be certain things that Trump is in favor of, or that, as far as I know, he's been pushing initiatives and orders or policies, laws, whatever, that would be in favor and service of those ends. Those are good insofar as he's doing those. But there are things I don't know about. The Maduro thing, I don't know. He broke international law apparently by going over there. I'm not sure that we should be doing that. the way that ICE has gone about certain things, at least in Minneapolis, I know most of the places have gone just fine. But people want to point out the ones that are just really dramatic, and the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So they're going to point out the ones where there's massive failings, or there's a failing on ICE's behalf, arguably, right, with the Preddy case and the good case, and they want to say that reflects on Trump.
You don't think that two people being murdered was a failure in the system?
No. So you didn't hear what I just said. You didn't listen to what I said.
Murdered.
I said it's arguable, okay? I think Good wasn't murdered. I think Good is actually justified, okay? The Preddy case, I'm not convinced that I think that was a problem.
Hold on. There was more than Preddy that was murdered.
Okay,
There was another gentleman a week prior to that.
Cool. But let me say this. I want to hear you talk about this, okay? What about all the efficient people that are being murdered and crimes being done against them by the illegal aliens? What about that? Now, we can argue about that.
We can talk about that, yeah.
We can talk about
how illegals actually, the quote-unquote illegal migrants actually commit less crimes than actually. So
I know that there's numbers on that.
So the numbers actually go against what you're stating.
There's debates on that. I don't agree.
No, the numbers are numbers.
There's different numbers on that. There's different numbers, okay? There are numbers that say that a majority of the illegal aliens, or I want to pull the thing that said this, and I just saw a discussion on this. There are studies that show that the illegal aliens are in fact doing more per capita or the violent crimes and stuff that they're engaged in of certain categories than the citizens of the United States. So
if we're looking at the crime statistic data, it's showing that they actually commit lesser crimes.
I know.
I don't feel as though illegal migrants are
that's fine.
Right now.
That's fine.
I think so. For me, my
come from liberal states.
I'm sure.
For me, my criticism of Trump, aside from the fact that he's a sexual predator, is the fact that our economy is in the shit. Job loss is crazy right now. Our energy, our environment. Hold on, y'all. You guys talk a lot.
We do talk a lot. That's right.
I barely come on stage.
Let her talk.
Yeah. We could talk about the tariffs that only benefits big business, doesn't benefit the people. We could talk about labor and trade. Okay, labor and trade, there has been a reduced workforce in labor and trade. We could talk about industry and technology. We are behind in the car sector. We are behind because there has been a pushback against electric vehicle production. We could talk about public health, how we are seeing frequent outbreaks of illnesses that we had at bay for quite some time. But because of Trump's policies and Trump allowing people to take over positions that they shouldn't be in, we are dealing with measles. Okay, we're dealing with measles, possibly polio, possibly a whole bunch of a myriad of other diseases that we had under control. So to me, when people talk about Trump, there has been nothing thus far during this term specifically that Trump has done to benefit the American people. Has done nothing. And if we want to talk about the illegal migrants, let's talk about the illegal migrants and the billions of dollars Americans are going to lose because of the taxes that they pay. And they themselves get no return for the taxes that they pay. So we're losing billions of dollars, okay, because of Trump and his foolishness and his policies and his ego. So even with the tariffs being repealed, we don't get that money back that was spent. You know who gets that money back? Big business, big corporation. So along with the tax cuts that they already received, they are getting the monies back from the tariffs. And we are not going to see any of that.
Okay. Well, let me just say. Okay. You want to keep going? Okay. Well, if I can just say quickly to this stuff about the economy, I don't think you're in a position or qualified to be able to make proclamation that's going to be really definitive about what's going on there. The tariffs, look, I can see immediate short-term.
Let's go point by point. Why don't don't you feel that
That's
I
fine.
have the
That's fine.
knowledge?
I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you right now. The tariffs, short term, I can see being a problem.
No, let's go with the first point that you made about
the point. I'm explaining the economy was what I'm talking about, and now I'm getting specific and making it about tariffs, and that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so the tariffs are causing problems with certain people because of the cost of imported goods or whatever being inflated. I get that. Okay, but you saying it's not good for the American people. On what timeline? Okay?
On this timeline, because cost of goods have increased.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm saying some things can be bad in the short term, but very good in the long term.
There are no long-term benefits. You know about the Great Depression? We're having a conversation.
If people
Do you know about the Great Depression and why that occurred? It's because of tariffs. It's because of tariffs.
If people,
you know about the Great Depression, right?
Yeah, I do. If people in the United States.
Okay, so why did the Great Depression occur? Why did the Great Depression occur?
There's a multitude of factors.
What was the main factor? What was the main factor? What was the main factor, though?
Oh my God.
Tokenization of
economist, okay? So to be honest.
So then why are you telling me that? Why are you saying that I don't know? Why did you make the proclamation that I do not know something? No, how can you make a proclamation about somebody you don't know, saying that they are uneducated when you don't know my background? I'm quite educated. Your face is biased. You're talking biased.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Because if I ask you to give a steel man, what an economy.
I gave you steel man. You put steel man in me.
If I asked you to give a steel man of what an economist who is in favor of the Trump tariffs would say, I bet you can't.
No economist is in favor of the tariffs. We have historical records of how the tariffs affect the Great Depression. So you're going to deny history. We are going to deny history. So you're going to deny the Great Depression that Americans had suffered from. And a major component of the Great Depression was the tariffs. No, I'm quite qualified, sir. I am quite qualified. I am quite qualified, sir. You're the one who admitted that you didn't know of any policies, and because I have given you some, you don't want to admit that I am correct. So that is what's happening. That is what's happening.
I'm going to respond to you soon. I'm going to respond.
Don't know what you're talking about, and when someone knows what they're talking about, you're mad.
Yeah, I'm going to respond to you. Okay, I'm going to respond to you. The tariffs that have been employed by Trump, I said I don't know all the consequences on that. The trajectory of that is far too. Hold on. There are some short-term effects that I can say, yeah, those seem to be bad, right? My own family, people I know, it hasn't been good for them. But that doesn't mean that what he's doing is necessarily wrong or bad for the country. It doesn't mean that. Now, somebody needs to understand all the variables to be able to make the case.
So what benefits have occurred thus far?
If you're claiming to, one of the things that is being put forward, one of the things that
you being involved is not answering the question.
Thus far.
What benefits have occurred thus far?
It doesn't have to be thus far because you're taking.
No, it does because he promised immediate benefits.
No, he promised immediate benefit. He said for an immediate benefit?
And for prolonged benefits, every economist will tell you that there are no prolonged benefits.
That's what you said. Can somebody in your Celia, I'm going to tell you whoever you are, whoever the F you are, okay? I'm going to pull up. Because you're being dishonest.
No, I'm not being dishonest.
Yes, you are. You just made a claim. You just made a claim that I guarantee you. You just made a claim. You just made a claim that I guarantee you. I guarantee you don't have it. I guarantee you.
If you don't have $1,000, you can go right ahead. If you have $1,000, you can go ahead, $1,000.
Stop talking. I guarantee that you don't have the knowledge behind what you're saying. I'm just going to put music on. I'm going to put music on. I'm going to put music on.
No, you are unbelievable.
Did Donald teach you about the music?
Like student that was playing. Can you start? I'm going to start playing music over you. The point is you.
So right. I mean,
you're
capable of being wrong.
Hey, I'm accusing you of being wrong, and I'm going to tell you why.
I'm interested in seeing what music he's gonna play. All right.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you. Last time I played.
I want to see what he's gonna play.
Last time I played "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." Now, what you need to do.
This is what fish. We don't have any.
Whoever the fish is talking right now, Celia or not, whoever the fish you are, you made a claim that you're absolutely wrong.
I made an accurate comment.
Yeah, let me go ahead and show you why you're wrong, Fisher. Okay? Let me show you why you're wrong. Give me just 1 second here. Yeah, and I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
I will call Nathan. I will call Nathan.
You're such a
I will call Nathan. I will call Nathan.
You're so mouthy.
I will call Nathan.
Karen will. You're so mouthy.
I'm not mouthy. You're the one who's yelling. Is it the one yelling, guys?
Can we go one at a time, please? One at a time. One at a time.
Okay.
I've been trying to speak, but he keeps getting mad.
You're a mouthy son of a. You're a mouthy. You're a mouthy.
You can let everyone hear. Guys, I've been very simple trying to make a point. Like that's what the app was very upset. Yeah, I mean, everyone is.
Let me show what she said. Let me show. Hold on.
I will tell Nathan every
I don't care what you're saying. Just stop being a weirdo. Okay, so. Yeah, I didn't do anything to mod abuse you. I didn't mute you or do anything to you. Shut the fish up.
So then why are you getting mad? But why are you getting mad?
Getting mad is not mod abusing, goofball. Getting mad is.
No, why are you getting mad? This is a conversation. Why are you so upset?
Because you're
your daddy. You're mad about people calling you telling the truth about your father. I'm dishonest.
Because you are dishonest. Because you're a dishonest person. I'm going to point it out. Let me point out why you're a liar.
I'm waiting.
Let me point it out. Are you ready? Are you ready, goofball? Are you ready, goofball? Okay. Can somebody mute her? Can somebody mute her? Let me say something.
What if I can?
Somebody mute her?
What if I can?
Okay. Let me read this to her and just show you that she doesn't know what she's talking about. And that's why she's not qualified for this conversation. Ready? She said twice. She said twice. She said twice that there are no economists who are going to support Trump's tariff moves. Let me read this to you, goofball. Some economists and economic experts, particularly those of Shut up. I'm going to mute you. Shut up. Some economists and economic experts, particularly those aligned with conservative or protectionist viewpoints, have expressed support for Donald Trump's tariff policies, arguing that they protect American industries, boost revenue, incentivize domestic production, and improve trade balances. You goofball. Let me go ahead and read some of the names of the people that say it. Oren Cass, O-R-E-N Cass, look it up, founder and chief economist at the conservative think tank American Compass. He thinks that they're good. Stephen Myron, another guy, chair of council of the economic advisors. Peter Navarro, economist and former senior counselor to the president for trade and manufacturing. Torsten Slok, chief economist at Apollo Global Management. Stephen Moore, conservative economist and former Trump advisor. He credits Trump's combination of tariffs, tax cuts, and deregulation for wealth growth, stock market surges, high GDP, and consumer confidence, arguing tariffs protect industries and benefit workers. Fight criticism. No lapper. And probably the list could go on and on. Hey, a woman, non-Celia, whoever the F you are, you don't know what you're talking about. So don't get involved in conversations where you're going to say things like, there's no economist who's going to support that. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if she's still on stage.
Nathan, are you there? Nathan, are you there?
One agent, please.
Thank you, Dawn. Nathan, can you please not mod Andrew? Andrew has no decorum. He cannot hold. He's very emotional over his father.
You're an idiot.
No, you put me down. Why did you call me?
I did.
You're the idiot who's getting mad.
Because you're like that.
Yeah.
I can't speak if he's crying. I can't
put you down. I didn't do anything to you.
Why are you speaking?
Why?
Yeah, this ain't a zoo. This is not a zoo. This is not a zoo.
Why are you speaking on us?
I say something very point of moderation. Look here. I know y'all don't know, but Agent is a special person inside this room. But Agent, you gotta change that PTR. Because in chillism, we don't do the, the thing where you wear the PTR thing. But come on, man.
Okay, sure. Yeah, he's been very rude and disrespectful, speaking over me, calling me names, okay, because he's wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He wants to have an intellectual bang. He wants intellectual bang. But when he gets proven wrong, he wants to call people stupid and all these other names. I don't think he's a good mod, and I don't think he's bright enough to have this conversation. So my thing is, so this is an idiot who spoke about not knowing Trump's policies and how destructive Trump's policies were to American citizens. And when they were pointed out, you know what he opted to do? He opted to have a tantrum and call people names instead of discussing the core issues that are affecting American people. He feels as though there is a benefit, a long-term benefit to the tariffs. When we have historical data, we have history that shows us time and time again, the tariffs have never benefited us. When we could talk about the Great Depression, which really fucked up the American populace, do you need a reminder or do you need a historical account or a reporting or a book about it? So,
Who's the one that did that you're talking about?
Andrew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, Andrew. He has no behavior. He when he's wrong, he starts screaming and people are calling him names. When I sent out the information as to how Trump in a press, dude, you go on for like an hour speaking.
No, I know.
Because you cried. Because you cried.
No,
because you
you're
cried.
an idiot.
Because you cried. No, because you cried. Because you cried. No, you going for an hour because people cried. You don't want to be interrupted, right? But you want to interrupt me.
No, just finish up. Hurry up, finish.
Then shut the fuck up, bitch.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
not gonna do that.
Now shut the fuck up, you blockheaded bitch. No, you've been calling me names the entire time. You've been calling me names the entire time. Right? No, you've been calling, but you can't handle the smoke. You can't handle the pushback because you are a big bitch. That's what you are. You are a little dick bitch. You are giving little dick energy on this stage. You've been crying the entire time. Okay? Because you cannot handle yourself and you are emotional. Shut the fuck up. I am not
You want to put me down?
Anyway,
You want me to?
hold me down and I swear to God you'll never be in this space again.
Oh, you will? Oh, you will? Really?
Oh, I will make it happen. I will make it happen.
Oh, okay.
I will make it happen.
I'm about ready to.
I will make it happen.
I'm about ready to move you.
I will make it happen. I will make it happen.
Yes.
I will make it happen. Because you're a clown.
You act like
No, you keep stuttering. Shut up.
You act like a man. You act like a man.
No, and you act like a bitch. You act like a bitch. And you act like a bitch. And you act like a bitch.
So I want to.
Anyway, so when we were talking about, so I was talking about the president's failure. We were talking about labor and trade. We were talking about these job loss that is affecting American citizens. We were talking about the public health crisis that we are experiencing right now. And then this dude, he wants to start crying and stuttering, saying, you're not knowledgeable about this, but I don't know of any policies. That's what he says. I don't know of any Trump policies, but you're not knowledgeable about any of this. Rawr! You know what I'm saying? That is what he does. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's poor Marty. You get to sit here and posture and grandstand for at least an hour about nothing because you don't know anything. But when someone actually provides you with the information, you want to have a tantrum. That is giving beta bitch energy.
Okay, cool. Good job. You just didn't blow me in.
Why are you getting cooked by this person?
Yeah, this is an absolute idiot. So here's the thing.
Idiot, but you're stuttering.
Hey, stop talking. Yeah, be quiet, Goofy. So
your mom was.
The point is, shut up. I haven't been talking.
Your mom was.
You're an idiot. Yeah.
That's why you're hit by.
Shut up.
Must be brain.
can hear you now.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah, so let's talk about the idiot. Hey, shut up before I move you down. Hey, I'm going to speak. You be quiet. Hey, Nathan, she's not going to shut up. Nathan, she's not going to I'm going to mute her. I'm going to mute her here. All right, here, I'm going to mute her.
You should do a reset. You should do a reset.
I'm going to kick her off the stage. Celia, don't talk while I'm talking. Celia, don't talk while I'm talking. Okay, so you got an idiot coming up here. She's trying to argue against Trump and saying that she's move to the audience. Now what? Yeah, make her way. Don't ever come back. Keep your word, agent. Let's see it happen. Nathan, she wouldn't listen. You told one at a time. She didn't do it. Move down, agent. See that? You're moved down. You see that? Yeah.
That's unfair because you were in
trouble. Yeah, you saw it. Now don't do it. Hey, Celia, stop. I'm talking. So here's the point. She tried to argue that Trump's tariffs, that there is no, okay, she said this twice. This is why she said I said that she doesn't know what she's talking about. She said it twice, that no economist would be in support of Trump's tariff moves. That's just factually false. And I read off several economists who do agree with what Trump's done. Now, what I told her is that we're not qualified to try to say here, we can try to look at certain effects and say, yeah, we think these are bad. But on a holistic, long-term scale, I think it's very complicated. And I don't think that she is in any position. I don't think she has a background. And the way she conducts herself and stuff she said revealed that, to be able to make claims definitively like that these are bad for the nation. I don't think she knows that. Okay? And I pointed out there are economists who disagree. And she said there are none. She said that twice. Booked. Done. That's why I don't have the conversation with her. She's a dishonest interlocutor. She's unable to acknowledge a basic point, which is there are people who are much more qualified than she is, or myself, that do agree that Trump is doing something good with the tariffs. My whole thing was, I don't know myself. I haven't worked through the points, walked through them. I don't know, Celia, shh. I don't know the long-term effects or all of the short-term effects of the tariffs, right? So I can see certain things that are bad. Yeah, great. But I can't make a holistic, long-term, conclusive statement about it. And she shouldn't be either. That was my point. There's a lot of question marks about seeing some of the things that Trump has done. So she just wants to come in and swing, saying Trump is terrible for X, Y, and Z reasons, a lot of them related to the economy. And I don't think that is just a clear, open and shut case that you can make regarding what Trump has done. There's obviously the previous administrations. He's picking up where somebody previously passed off to him, the conditions. So, and that's passed on from previous people, before him, before the last one, and it just keeps going. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be taken into consideration to be able to make some kind of different proclamation if something is in fact bad. Or if he means bad as well, that's going to be a further point, because maybe he means well, and then the effects that come from what he's done aren't good, and he just didn't foresee that. And you can say, okay, he's bad, and that's insofar as that he didn't, make proper trajectories of his policies. That's fine, right? That can be argued. But again, if she's going to overlook very basic points, like there are people who agree in the professional fields, just don't want to talk to somebody that's that dishonest. And then she wants to start insulting me on a much more deeper level than me just saying
somebody like that. Anybody with half a brain can tell she's just out of touch, crackhead, lip tart.
You sound so.
Plenty of them. People like that. If you go on YouTube, you'll find channels with people just eating, called mukbang, eating and making mouth sounds. They don't do anything else but eat. And they, get monetized off.
Yo, did you guys move her, Andrew? Did you guys move her?
Yeah, he been moved her to the audience.
Yo, what's up, Crimsonite? Bandaged any good knuckles lately?
He's a
everybody, this is what we're gonna
do. Don't move me because he's been.
This is what we're gonna do. Anybody that interrupts Agent gets moved to the fucking audience. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
So stay on mute.
Thank you. I think honestly, Andrew and company have been some of the most disrespectful, dishonest, low IQ people I've encountered on this app. He is incapable of justifying or standing 10 toes down how he is a Trump dick rider, right? I brought in several key points as to how Trump is a disaster for this country. And instead of just addressing those points,
He goes on a hyper-verbal tangent. I don't know if it's a TBI when he got hit by a truck. I don't know what happened. But my thing is, he goes hyper-verbal tangent and chooses to insult, right? And attacking a point, just like this moron, Crimsonite or whatever the hell he is, talking about mukbang. But I'm pretty sure if you want to degree bang, we can go degree for degree if you like, Andrew and Crimsonite, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. We can go degree for degree. Okay, because that is what people do. You guys can never substantiate any claims that you make. You guys want to dance around. You guys want to pivot. You guys never want to sit there and say, hey, this is what occurred. You want to call people names. Okay. You want to mute because that's your whole thing. Silence people who tell the truth. Call them liars. Call them this. Call them that. Again, if you don't want to have the conversation, this is the stage. You don't fucking talk to. Okay, but there are other people who are listening to what I said and they see right through your bullshit. They see that you're fucking liars, that you're clowns. You will justify anything. You will justify the rape of girls. You will sit there and talk about it's predatory behavior, but there's a difference between a minor and a 40-year-old woman and justify that. Because you're sick in the head. You're disgusting, low-life human being. And you genuinely have mental health issues.
Agent, I'd like to go back to the argument. If you could, I'm glad you got.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Harms towards one another. Let's have a good conversation.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so my thing is that when we talk about my concern, especially right now when it comes to Trump, we can look at the job loss, right? And we can talk about that we have not had job growth in many sectors. So job loss, I think, prior to job loss percentage. So in November alone, we lost 1 million jobs. And we've been on a downward spiral ever since. So job loss percentage right now, for me, is concerning. The job loss percentage right now is, or the unemployment rate right now is 4.3%. We have about 7.4 million people unemployed and 1.8 million people unemployed, long-term unemployment. And we're not discussing also how people are getting jobs in the trades, which are very important to the U.S. society or for American citizens. We're losing a lot of people to trades, which Trump has not taken the time out to invest in. So Trump has not done anything to benefit the United States citizen. All he has done is fatten his pocket and fatten the pockets of other billionaire oligarchs and feed into their corporate.
Andrew, would you like to go, or does you want to give the baton to Crimson, whatever his fucking name is? Sounds like it's all on you, buddy. Go ahead.
It's on the phone.
Andrew's on, I'll respond to that. So, Andrew and I don't deny that there will be short-term hardships that occur as a result of the tariffs. It's what's anticipated and needed in order to move our way towards to face the trajectory of recovery in the long term. Now, I'm pretty sure you're against slavery, the antebellum, the transatlantic slave trade. The Southerners especially endured a lot of hardship once slavery was abolished. But I think you and I can both agree that over the long term, there is greater benefit to the United States in every category, not the least of which moral, in the moral sense, that help this nation become more unified and stronger in the long term. Now, in the short term, you could have many rednecks shouting, oh, we got to endure this, endure that, you're going to tear us apart and all that, and they had the Civil War. But all that was for a greater good, just like this is for a greater good. Now, that's just to address your point about the unemployment, is whether or not you can cite any credible figures pointing to a continued downward spiral, or can you refute the possibility of a commonsensical national recovery in the long term, where America is less dependent on imported goods, where trade is set more in balance?
what you said doesn't even make any sense. When we talk about tariffs, right, there's a lot of issues that we encounter when it comes to tariffs. It actually decreases productivity. Also decreases economic output. The supply chain, which was already suffering during COVID, has been further realigned because, unfortunately, we never recovered from the issues with the supply chain during COVID. So, we could talk about the increased tax burden that's going to happen to households, uncertainty of investments because we see how the stock market has been going up and down. We could also talk about the risk of retaliation. How countries are like, oh, you want to hit us with the tariff? We're going to hit you with double tax. And at the end of the day, what does America really produce? America doesn't really produce. We are great at importing things. We import nails. We import cobalt. We import everything. And there's a reason for that. So there are no long-term benefits of these tariffs. That's why people have been fighting so hard to get rid of them.
What you said at the start was imprecise. You said productivity goes down. What do you mean by that? You mean domestic productivity or foreign?
Domestic productivity goes down because we don't have the supplies, because of the costs.
Well, that's just factual.
That's wrong. Yeah, that's completely wrong, Agent. You're already.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. It's not.
It is. Agent, and no matter how much you yell about it, starting now, it doesn't make it.
I wasn't talking to you. So when we talk about productivity going down, basically it reduces industrial competitiveness, right? So innovation goes down, productivity, because the supply chain isn't there. That's how it works.
Well, again, factually, you're just wrong because there have been domestic productivity that has increased.
Where are your facts? Because you guys say factually this, factually that, but never have the facts. You guys want to go on these hyperverbal tangents. Where are your facts? Because we see what is happening now. We see what's happening domestically. We see productivity going down. We see unemployment going up. We see people are not spending. So where are your facts?
If I give you just one example, would you then...
examples. I don't want examples. I want facts.
Yeah, if I give you just one fact, would you concede your position?
No. What is the...
Okay, but the position you just made right now is contingent on the premise that no domestic productivity has gone up since Trump enacted the tariffs. So if I give you just one counterproof of that claim, would you abandon your position?
No, because that does not matter, because we have multiple industries. We have multiple industries. We have multiple industries that function in the United States. For instance, we have a healthcare industry. We have a tech industry. We have so many other industries. So if one industry actually benefits, right, and the rest fail, that's still going to negatively affect the economy.
Okay, so now you've walked back on your previous claim.
No, I have not walked back. I was providing you an example because you were going to provide me an example.
Let him finish. Agent, let him finish. Go ahead, Grim.
Don't talk.
Yeah, I'll talk to you if I want to. Go ahead, Grim.
No, ma'am. I don't.
Yeah, she started off by saying, as a counter to my point, that I accepted, just like Andrew did before, that yes, we're going to face some short-term hardships. But that's only because we'd be heading, in the long run, facing the trajectory of recovery, nationally speaking, in the economic trade balance between America and the foreign trade partners. So then she countered by saying, no productivity has ever increased since the tariffs have been put in place. I'm sure all of you have heard that. So then I asked her, would you abandon it? In other words, would you concede to being wrong on that point on which her position was founded on if I just give her one counterproof demonstrating that have productivity increasing as a direct result of the tariffs? And said, no, well, even if you have one or just a few, it still puts all the rest going down. Well, that's begging the question. That assumes that this trend will continue and that it's linear. and it won't curve into the towards positive figures over a year or two. And that's all I have to say to that. So my question now is, what will it take to convince you? I don't think you're really.
So make your point. Make your point. Make your point.
Yeah. So what is it? What is it that convinces you?
Make your point.
I told you my point.
Make your point. You said there was productivity somewhere. Make your point. Make your point. Make your point. Are you a bitch? Like do you wear panties? Do you wear panties? Because I don't understand these men that run around. Don't talk to me. Why are you such a bitch? Shut up. Go suck your daddy's dick. Don't speak to me. Don't speak to me, bitch. And you sound like a bitch. And you sound like.
You're just fucking unhinged.
And you sound like a bitch. You're unhinged.
Why do people act like that?
Why do you keep coming off mic talking to me? So give your facts, Crimsonite.
You want me to show an example of how?
Dude, we've been waiting for like 5 minutes.
Is that what you want?
We've been waiting for 5 minutes. Answer the question.
But I want to know.
We've been waiting for 5 minutes to answer the question.
If I give you one example, well, you can see.
What I'm talking about, they can never answer the question.
So it sounds like
you cannot concede because it doesn't make any sense. Because if one industry is actually producing something and the others are actually decreasing in productivity, it means it doesn't matter in this economy. And it seems like you don't understand how the economy functions. And this
the other point is this: you can increase productivity without it actually reaching the laborers, right? You can decrease the number of labor hours, right, and produce the same amount of output, but it doesn't mean that people in the economy are actually doing better.
Well, that's the argument that she made. She made the argument.
No, that's like a literal fact of math, Crimsonite.
The woman that I was speaking to made the claim that the tariffs have not benefited the United States anyway, and that
they haven't. No, they're just a tax. That's all they are.
And I told her that that's not actually the case.
Okay, how have they benefited? How have they benefited and provide real, actual measures instead of just claiming that they've benefited and making some specious thing of well, this is better. You have to actually provide the data that demonstrates that it's better.
Cora, I want to say thank you for coming on stage because the way these men have been really disrespectful and I've been asking the same questions. I mean,
extremely disrespectful.
Hopefully they will answer you. Hopefully you wear women's panties, so don't talk to me. You wear women's panties. So I'm just can you answer? No, you wear women's panties. So I hope you can answer her question. Answer her question. No, you shut the fuck up. You people act like this. Why do you people act like that? Why do you people act like that? Why do you act like that?
I can tell you right now that the state that I live in was party to the lawsuit at the Supreme Court that actually, ruled against Trump, right? Because our inability to we rely on imports here in order to produce things. And we cannot get them without, coffee, for example. I live in the Pacific Northwest. We freaking live off of coffee. The tariffs are killing our coffee industry. And it's huge here.
Yeah, look, Corey, I wouldn't, try to argue against you on a lot of these things. It's fine. I probably, I can grant that those are true. I'm just saying things that agents said, particularly in the claim that there's no economist that would get behind what Trump's done with the tariffs. He's strong. And
I wouldn't say there's no, but yeah, there's plenty of stupid economists and what's the dude he brought in that's like a big faked his credentials and everything and he's in prison?
Yeah,
that dude,
fine.
Also, I just got here, but that doesn't sound like the actual claim that was made, though, Andrew. That's not what agent said.
No, I'm not talking. No, I'm talking about what. No, hold on. When I had the conversation with the agent earlier, I said there are economists who disagree. She said no, there aren't.
Yeah, there are also people that are young Earth creationists.
That's fine. Obviously, that's just going to say that then it's still contentious. Fine, but we can say that we disagree with them or that they're wrong or whatever. That wasn't my point.
I just made a fantastic comment.
The fact of the matter is that we are no longer a manufacturing economy, right? We are a service. We are a service economy. We make money by having intellectual knowledge and providing services like engineering, product design, software design, things like that to the rest of the world. So we're actually exporting our labor in the form of knowledge, which doesn't get measured in most economic outputs as far as like when they're just measuring like industrial manufacturing capacity. So like tariffs, they just don't, it's stupid. All it's doing is taxing the American people is what it's doing. Because they're not going to bring those manufacturing sectors back to the U.S. First of all, because most of our labor market, right, that actually would participate in those sectors, Trump is freaking detaining and deporting right now. Okay, and second, and the people that are supposed to fill those jobs actually have better paying jobs doing other things, providing knowledge worker services. So what we do is we consume the crap that gets manufactured in the rest of the world, and we export our energy in the form of knowledge work. That's how the U.S. economy works right now. Do you not pay attention to our industry sectors? Like, what the fuck?
So would you prefer to buy American or exported products, America?
You mean imported products?
If you're talking about an iPhone, if you're talking about something like an iPhone, right? The actual physical hardware of the iPhone is made in China, right? But all of the product design happened here. Those people make bank. They contribute to our economy. But I get to pay a lot less for the shit that they design because it gets manufactured in China.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that gets exported into here doesn't really benefit America. I don't want to pay
$8,000 for an iPhone.
No, I mean, how about $10 more for a bottle of wine that came hands-free? You can pay $10 less that's manufactured here in America.
If I want French wine, I'm going to drink French wine. If I want California wine, I'll drink California wine.
If it's made the same exact way, would you rather pay $10 more or $10 less?
That's a really stupid question because
why is that stupid?
Because foodstuffs are bought based on their qualities, right?
I literally buy Pinot Grigio wine to make my bolognese sauce.
If I buy Pinot Grigio wine,
I'd rather spend $10
I'm buying it from Oregon because Oregon makes the best fucking Pinot Grigio.
Thank you. So you do buy American. That's great.
No, but if there's a vintage in California that's exceptional and that's the Pinot that I want, I'm gonna fucking buy that.
Then
do you not understand that that's a dumb
question? But the issue is not whether or not U.S.
That's the whole point of
we want to buy U.S. products. The issue is that they're more expensive.
Yeah, see, you're talking tariff theory from the fucking McKinley era, which is basically what Trump understands. That's not how tariffs work anymore.
Also, just because we don't support Trump doesn't mean we don't love our country.
You're going to sit here and explain to me how it does work now, but you're still going to go buy that $10 cheaper Pinot Grigio.
Yeah, because we have a global economy and we operate under Keynesian economics. You don't fucking get it. We've literally advanced in our economic theories 10 times over since fucking McKinley was president.
So would you rather buy your own pasta sauce here, right, that you make yourself, or would you like to pay $10 for imported pasta sauce?
Ceased to be a useful tool before World War I.
Is there a utility for having 20 brands of pasta sauce on the shelf in your grocery store?
Yes, it's America, freedom of choice.
What's the use of that?
If I want fucking pasta sauce made in a fucking field in Sicily, I should be able to do it because I'm a fucking American boy.
Okay.
I want to take my knowledge. I want to take my income that I earn from knowledge work and buy what
Jesus
I
Christ, you guys never paid any shipping fees before? I mean, you guys are probably living on Amazon.
That's the benefit of living in America.
Yeah, but we don't want a president that makes it more expensive on purpose. Do you see that point? We want choice. We want to buy American and when we can or when we want to, but we don't want a president that also makes it more expensive for regular shit.
Yeah, I know. You don't want a president that literally forces you to support your own country because, you care about all these ethnic places in the world.
Sir. I support my country wholeheartedly, and I'm sure that other liberals feel the same way.
Like you really think you're sipping out of a grape that came out of this vineyard and like wherever the hell it came from.
Yeah,
the truth
go back
is
to
that
the
you can't
past
sip
where
out
your
of a
actual
grape.
big-
You can't sip out of a grape.
Yeah, go
fucking
back to
grape.
the past where your actual mode of thinking makes sense. Like, go live in 1884.
You're literally drinking like boxed wine that sell it to women just like you that
I
think
don't
it's like
drink wine,
extravagant
dumbass.
because it
And I
came from
still
some
know
other
more
place in
about
the
it
world
than
other
you
than
do.
here.
Because I actually understand the wine industry because I've worked for restaurants and I've talked to rich people that actually fucking consume a lot of wine.
Yo, but I got a question.
Regal,
I got a question for you. It's a separate question. Do you have any sneakers in your house? Do you wear sneakers or do you wear like hard bottoms? What kind of shoes you wear? It's a serious question.
He fucking wears Walmart knockoff Crocs. You know it.
No, you don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, he was clearly trying.
I just want to know that Hollandaise recipe. That sounds delicious.
Yeah, I do too. And wait, don't.
I want to make one point of
You gotta have like fucking short ribs.
Wait.
Yeah, you can go to the deli and
One point of
like,
correction.
so you put pancetta in the pan and let it glaze over the pan and let the oil come out of
makes the
that.
best wine, and that
And then you can add
California.
celery and carrot.
No,
And throw that in there.
I
Some
prefer
hamburger and some
Zinfandels
pork.
from California. I'm not talking white sand.
No,
I'm
for
talking
real.
red sand.
So you brown that up really good and add vegetable stock and
or it's Pinot Noir actually.
Pinot Grigio to deglaze the pan yet again.
I hear you. I hear
a
you.
real question for
How many
Regal.
conversations are going on simultaneously?
Eastern Washington, like.
It was going to be different knowledge. It was going to be about something overseas. It was going to be about some knowledge. It was going to be about something overseas.
Why was this thing?
They're really good.
I just asked a question, Mr. Regal.
Why was this
What
thing?
kind of sneakers do you
Why
wear?
was this thing? Why was the sneakers like a gotcha?
It wasn't a gotcha.
I don't know what he was going to say there, and I don't like the fact that you guys are knocking on $10 box at Walmart. By the way, come on.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, says the vegan who doesn't want to buy the leather. I hear you.
He's saying that he motherfucker wants to buy American. I want to know how many American
Do you really have a problem with Wally World?
Yeah, I bet that I could go here and tell
American made does he have in his fucking pocket? Is what I was trying to figure out. God damn it.
No, but it wasn't.
Mike, I would love for you to talk to Agent P. She's one of the most obnoxious people I've talked to in a while.
No, it's kind of funny how Cora said the same thing I said. No, it's kind of interesting how Cora. No, it's funny how.
Give me your scratch, bro.
It's interesting. He does look like Butthead, but it's interesting how Cora said the same thing I said. But you know, you were on mute. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
We had all the emotions. Why do you gotta bring up the emotional shit?
Because when men see a woman that.
Agent, are there any economists that support Trump on his tariff moves?
That's the only thing that you can harp on, right?
Because he lost
That's the only thing you can harp on. That's the only thing you can harp on. That's the only thing you see how he had called me names the entire time and I didn't start with it. No, and this is why I call you a dumb blockhead with a little dick. And this is why I call you a little dick weirdo. This is why I call you a little dick weirdo. A little dick weirdo. So you only harp on the fact that I said no economist, no worthy economist agrees with the tariffs. Absolutely. It's not my fault you're dumb, you're undereducated, and you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe if you hear it from Cora.
Personal attacks on a woman is pretty fucked up.
And he does have a little dick. He just admitted to it.
Exactly. The entire time he started with the name calling because he was wrong. Because he was wrong. He couldn't accept the fact that he was wrong. It's disgusting. It's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed.
Jessica, I'm surprised you get
You should be embarrassed.
Listen, weak-minded people go for the fucking jugular because you don't have an argument. When you have to put down somebody or make a disrespectful comment, and I have seen, I did not witness the previous conversation, but I have seen plenty of times when the men go fucking bananas and start in with the insults because, and then we just get fucking fed up with it. And
No, I understand.
Fight back.
Just keep in mind, first of all, she's insulting much harder than anything I said to her. But
You
beyond
started with the insult, and I will defend myself. And I will defend myself. So don't disrespect people. If you don't want the smoke, then don't come after people. Stop being a... No, you were over talking me first.
All right, be quiet.
Why do you lie?
She wasn't tracking
The whole room will see. The whole room sees that you're lying.
She tried to say that, yeah, the whole room can see it. I would.
That's what you're saying.
I would beg for people to play the audio and let's go.
Yeah, play the audio. Play it.
Yeah.
The replays are always on, so play it.
What you do,
Play it. See, this is why you can't address. You cannot address what was just discussed. You want to talk. You want to go talk about personal issues, right? So you don't want to address the fact.
The Crimson guy has not given any receipts to back up his claim.
Exactly. They can never address the facts.
Give her receipts either, Jessica. What are you talking about?
Well, she made the claim. He wants to disprove her.
No, she made claims too that she didn't back up with you.
No, I backed it up. I backed up my claims. I backed up my claims. You have not. You have just been calling people names. You have just resorted to name calling because you lack the knowledge to defend yourself. You lack the knowledge to defend your stance. So you resorted to name calling.
You're so
No, you're dishonest. The replays are on, sir.
Yeah, the replays.
The replays will show that you were stuttering and crying. The replays will show that you were stuttering and crying.
Exactly, Buster. Exactly.
That you embarrassed yourself. It's okay. You don't know what you're talking about, and that's okay. We don't know everything in life. We don't know everything in life, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Having a constructive conversation.
Don't be a crybaby.
Somebody who's not a Trump supporter.
We were having a constructive conversation.
Actually, okay. Somebody who's not.
He's mad because I showed him up. I showed him up in front of his friends, and that's why he's still crying about it. That's why he's still crying about it.
The reality of it is
because Cora said the same exact thing I said, and you were on mute. You were on mute. No, you were on mute. No, I was reasonable until you started calling me names. I was reasonable until you started calling me names. No, I was reasonable until you started calling me names and speaking. You're obnoxious. Everyone says in the chat you're obnoxious.
Extremely obnoxious.
No, you're annoying. I'm so annoying.
This is the second time I'm doing this. I'm begging you, Andrew and Agent. We were having a constructive, good conversation, bro. Why do we gotta resort to this shit?
Can we go back to discussing wine varieties?
Because he looks like a butthead.
I want them to, hash it out, have a normal debate and conversation, but not like automatically jump into insults.
I moved on from it, but he keeps going back to it.
And we move the conversation along. Other people
tell your friend to move on. He keeps going back to it. He's mad. He's mad because he was proven wrong.
There are no friends in shows.
What's a better way to raise revenue? So, let's say we get rid of that. Okay, great.
Yeah, Rico, don't read the link.
That'd be a better way.
You balance 990.
Let's just say there's a better way to raise revenue. What way are we going to do that?
Raise revenue is by properly taxing the people.
Properly taxing. Okay, hang on. Let's reset.
Right now, the best way to raise revenue to solve our
We talked about taxing the
Let me reset like this. Agent, what's wrong with Trump?
No, here, Regal asked a good question. What's a better way to raise revenue? Right now, our actual gaps, right, in our budget, the best way to raise revenue for something like shoring up Social Security and Medicare, right, would be to extend the cap on the payroll taxes to people that make over $138,000 a year. Right now, you don't get any payroll taxes on anything you make over $138,000 a year going into Social Security or Medicaid. All you have to do is raise that to something like $400,000, that cap, right? And suddenly that becomes solvent. So there's a good way to raise revenue without fucking taxing all the poor people that actually have to pay more for tariff shit, right?
Oh, so your idea is to tax the rich like a fucking socialist until all the rich people leave the country.
And if you're not a billionaire, fucking why do you support that?
Yeah, you want to be
within this conversation. The last time we had a balanced budget was during the Clinton administration. Did the marginal tax rate on the wealthiest individuals in this country, right? That marginal tax rate is on the highest bracket.
I said, well, in Prince of this, how do you raise revenue? And you didn't tell me how you raise revenue.
Right? On the highest amount, like everything you made over $5 million.
All you did as a bookie was move into, all you did was make an adjustment. That's it.
Had a balanced budget. This is why this works. This is why progressive taxation works.
I hear $5 million a year.
There should be no.
But also, like, I hear all this conversation about the American people. I hear all this conversation about the American people, but we do realize that cost of living has increased, but salaries have remained the same. No one has been talking about salary increases to match the cost of living, but yet you want to champion for, billionaire companies and a reduction in taxes, which most of these companies are probably not even paying due to the tax.
Just said the same thing.
Oh my God! Like, this is what I'm talking about. You guys are just rude and dumb. Like,
you know what's dumb? Let's tax the rich until they leave the country. And
that is not how it works.
That's how it does work.
Because you're getting rid of the consumer, you idiot.
So you're going to pass the buck on to all the millionaires and all the billionaires, and guess what? They're going to fucking leave and go to Arabia. They're going to go to China. They're going to go to Russia. And then it's like a middle finger in your fucking face. And guess what? While you're desperate for an upgrade, you have no fucking job.
Get rid of all tax loopholes. Everyone pays taxes, and everyone pays at the same rate. Close the gap so corporations
you just made a Donald Trump point. Oh my God.
No,
everybody pays the same. Everybody pays their life. Holy shit.
Everybody pays a proper amount. No more tax refunds. Everybody pays. And reduce the budget.
Tax refunds are refunding your overpayment, Mr. Fitz.
Well, don't make it aware you can't overpay. They motherfucking know. You should anyway. And we reduce the government spending specifically for the military, which most of the
something like tax refunds are like for a situation that I'm in this year, right? Where I paid at my really high 6-figure salary rate for like the first half of the year. And then the second half of the year I was unemployed, right? So the actual tax bracket I ended up falling into was much lower than what I had paid in for 6 months. And so I did need to increase. Like, you can't not have overpayment because life happens to people. Right.
Are you looking for a sugar baby? Regal, what's your solution?
No, I don't fucking need any more men in my life.
I want to clear the stage. I want to clear the stage.
Be like you scissoring all the time. Andrew, there you.
I don't want to keep doing this. I want to clear the stage to allow Regal to give his position as well. So go ahead, Regal. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, like the current state of affairs, what's the real issue with it? I don't see an issue with it. You only have to endure like maybe 3 more years of this, and the pendulum gets to swing in another direction. So we all know that these things are going to change over time. We're going to figure out what works and what doesn't work, right? There are dozens of examples of this, especially like from the far left. You have all these like socialist and communist ideas.
Donald Trump is a pedophile.
You know what? I'm good.
We're not going to have to deal with 3 more years.
These guys are fucking retarded.
He's going to resign or be done.
You guys have encountered a single point Cora has made, by the way, or Agent has made, actually. You guys are just hanging on like specific words that you use to think that's some sort of win. Actually, points that both women made. The only that was engaging.
Right. If Kamala Harris was such a fucking genius, why didn't she implement?
You're not fucking attributing anything to the conversation other than mouthing off when other people are talking. So sit down. The only person that actually contributed to the conversation was Crimsonite. So if he wants to come back, that'd be great. If not, let's move on to another topic. I know Andricus and Cora like wine. We can talk about wine. We can talk about economic policy. We can talk about
wine so
whatever you guys want.
I can't drink it anymore, but I love it.
You were the only person that was Thank you, Crimson. Go ahead.
Respond to the last point that I heard Cora make. I don't deny that there are benefits to taxing the rich. However, that's assuming several premises that are not actually what's in play at the moment. What I mean is, if you tax the rich, you begin to diminish investment. Okay, that's important.
No, that's already been demonstrably proven wrong. Trickle-down economics doesn't work.
Cora, let us finish.
That's like a well-understood economic fact.
Yeah, you can.
Let him finish, Cora, please.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your evidence to the contrary. And so what happens is you decrease investment, and the revenue that comes out from taxing the rich, so to speak. It's one thing if it's going 100% to serve domestic needs, but what's happening right now is the same people who want to tax the rich want to allow that revenue to be spent on illegal immigrants, a lot of other liberal agenda things that are a waste, in my opinion. And so it's not a win situation. You decrease investment, and you're not helping. You're not helping the national GDP in any sense. You drive off people, entrepreneurs, to places where they can better invest their money, and that's what's been happening in California. And that's how you can tell that these liberal this liberal ideology is not working, because you look at what's happening in California. Look at what's happening in California and see if there's a greater migration.
California has the fourth largest economy in the world. I don't know what you're talking about.
You have more liberal people from those states that follow in suit. I
don't know what you mean by what's happening in California. Literally the fourth largest economy in the world. If California were a fucking country, right, it performs better than like 200 other countries.
Then I also
depends on what you mean by perform better.
Countries such
it has the fourth largest economy in the world as a state on its own.
And also the Nordic countries that you guys love so much, they tax their wealthy. Yeah, we pay a lot of money in California, and we pay it with graciousness in our heart because we love our country. Period.
Yeah, and California also understands that their agriculture industry, right, depends on a certain labor pool, right, which is why they do support migrant workers who are guest workers, have guest worker permits, right, and are here legally. And they also support the families that are their natural support networks for those people. So, like, you have people that are Chicanos, right, California natives, and Angelinos, Los Angeles natives, that have relatives that come up to California to work seasonally. So, this is California is just taking care of their own. They're recognizing the bioregion that they work within. They're recognizing how they have a strong relationship with Mexico, and they're supporting the people and the labor market that they have exchange with. That's just smart fucking economics. They're not going to start importing uneducated people that don't actually want to do agricultural work from Mississippi.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, depending on how you mean what you mean by the large, you mentioned California being one of the largest economies, having successful businesses. I'm sure you include living conditions as well.
Google.
Okay. Well, the issue is that.
I mean, seriously. And then Washington State has Microsoft. Like, think of all the fucking companies that are in these, quote, liberal places that you hate, right? All these even the blue cities, right, are within red states are the places where the economies are actually supporting the rest of the state. The people that are getting the welfare are the people that live in the red parts of the country and the red parts of the states that have blue cities, like functioning economies.
Okay.
Are you trying to insinuate that Democrats are the people behind those companies?
the CEOs or the companies live in are blue states because of the
liberal policies, right? That are in places like California and Washington that support the labor market and the educational attainment of the people in those places are the things that keep those companies solvent and propped up and advancing and having actual innovation going on. These companies move to these cities because you have the people that are educated and of a certain sort of market segment that are willing to work for these companies. They are the labor market for these companies. And they're fucking liberals. Because they don't reject fucking universities. They don't reject science.
Liberals definitely reject science with that whole transsexual bullshit. So let's not even go there.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm very serious.
Okay, that was the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
No, that was the smartest thing you've heard.
To reply, let's allow Crimson Eye to reply, let's not go.
You're retarded. Sorry.
A lot of points were made. Crimson Eye, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, it's now if Cora and Jessica feel extra patriotic in the way that they pay for their higher cost of living unnecessarily by remaining in California, props to them.
I don't live in California.
I don't think they can.
And I literally brought up other states as well, Crimson.
Yeah, I'm saying being an advocate.
Let's talk about Louisville, big blue sea in a red fucking state. Freaking distribution and logistics fucking pinnacle of efficiency.
Yeah.
FedEx is located there.
Higher cost of living, good for them. But you can't disparage people with greater common sense for going elsewhere if they can get the same quality.
Well, why is the cost of living so high?
Exactly my point.
You still haven't addressed it. You have never addressed it.
Jumping him. You guys are not letting him talk.
Yeah, he's about to fucking explain.
Right. And so, California, the healthcare sector in California was on the verge of bankruptcy several times since the mid '90s, I think. And this is because of the illegal immigrants. And look, I'm not. If someone is about to die, obviously you're going to rent. But the heart of the issue is when you have an open border policy. In addition to all of the other liberal agenda, we let the people come in, and when they need health care services.
What are you talking about? California doesn't have an open border policy. And I'm literally just talking about the fact that the people that they're supporting are guest workers. They have migrant worker permits. They come in seasonally to work in the agricultural industry.
Sure. Cora, do you like what Gavin Newsom
Which is
has
a
done?
very, very dangerous industry. People get injured. People get sick from inhaling things.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no.
So they not go to the doctor simply because they get sick when they're.
Cora, Gavin Newsom has misused the budget, which now leads to more homelessness. And his whole goal was to fight. He was trying to fight homelessness, and he didn't. Now they have more homeless people. And guess what? They're in a deficit now. And that's how you.
You do realize this problem was caused by Ronald.
You misuse the budgets. You misuse the budget.
That's how you become. Reagan,
that's how you become.
When he.
No, stop. You're not speaking with just okay. No.
Yeah,
You're not doing that with us. You're not doing that with us. You're not doing that with us. You're not doing that with us.
Because
I would love to argue with you. I would love to argue with you. I would love to argue with you, Cora. Let's get it. Let's do it.
Do you know what the difference is between someone that's situated?
Do you like what Gavin Newsom has done? Do you like what Gavin Newsom has done? Do you like his job? Like his work? Do you like his work? Do you like his work? Do you like Newsom's work? Say right now that you love what Gavin Newsom has done.
California, dumbass.
All right then, so shut the fuck up.
I live in Portland, where we have a.
Educate yourself, Cora. I do not mean to be mean to you, but educate yourself on what Gavin Newsom has done. Educate yourself on what Gavin Newsom has done with the budget. He lied to everybody. He said he was going to get rid of homelessness or at least decrease it, and it's gone up. And they are in a deficit. Stop talking, Cora. I'm sorry.
You know why California has a homelessness problem?
You need to. Tell us
you know why California has a homelessness problem?
Tell us why without saying Reagan. I dare you.
Because it fucking has the climate that attracts homeless people. and it has the fucking cartels bringing in fentanyl. So there's that.
I didn't think about that. What about Florida?
But also the relocation programs for certain states, specifically the red states, when they were born.
Yeah, they send people to California.
They're quote undesirables to blue cities such as Portland, Seattle, where I live, LA, and New York City. So this problem was started by the right.
Yeah, and the history behind the reason why we have such an issue with homelessness, right? First of all, the social supports were undermined by conservative fucking policies, right? Particularly when Ronald Reagan dismantled the mental health care system in the 1980s, right? I actually worked for my grandmother at her diner, which had a Greyhound bus station next to it and affordable apartments up above it. Mostly for transient people and seniors and things like that. The state hospital of Oregon, when Ronald Reagan basically cut all the funding and they had to let a whole bunch of people out, if somebody didn't have somewhere to go, they gave them a bus ticket to that Greyhound bus station, right? So there are a whole bunch of people that I talked to every effing day that came out of that system. Now, I actually dealt with the largest single homeless camp in my fucking neighborhood in the United States that went on in the summer of 2016. In the course of 1 linear mile, there were over 1,000 people camped along a bike path. Okay? So don't fucking try to tell me about homelessness.
Cora.
No. I want you to repay the national debt. Because these people suck these funds dry.
Repay
the national debt.
Dude, guys, who's the
progressive tax system? That'll fucking get us back to balanced budgets and start.
Are you mad because paying into it?
If you look at the
You
budget,
have to pay it, right?
Cora, 3.5 million new homes by 2025. Did he do that?
National debt always go up under Republican administrations.
3.5 million by 2025.
Under Democratic ones.
You know what?
Cora, yo, guys.
She doesn't want to.
Whose policies actually make a dent in the fucking.
Cora, do you want me to list the fucking promises Gavin Newsom made to the fucking California people? Do you want me to list the promises that he never kept? Or do you want to keep blabbering about rape?
Why don't you list Trump's
2026?
promises? Why don't you list Trump's promises?
Shit.
In 2026, do you want me to name the fucking promises?
Why don't you list Trump's promises?
No. We're talking about homelessness, right? Right?
And job loss.
That's what you guys do. That's what you guys do.
What do you think is going to happen?
Yo, I'm sorry. You shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up.
No, you're dumb. You're stupid.
3.5 million new homes by 2025.
Dumb men.
3.5 million new homes by 2025 for the homeless people. That never happened. Single payer healthcare for California. Newsom once campaigned on moving toward a single payer system. The commitment has been paired back to border universal coverage efforts, which expanded coverage for some low-income groups, but stopped short or full single-payer implementation, especially amidst budget pressures. Thank you for coming to my fucking TED Talk.
You don't even fucking know.
You will never overpower me. You will never overpower me.
You don't know what goes
into. You will never overpower me. I am a man. You fucking sit down.
Embarrassing.
You fucking sit down.
Oh my God.
You sit the fuck down.
No, you're just dumb and embarrassing. That's why you must got beat up on your block.
Black man is in the kitchen for you to talk to.
Beat up on your block.
Get back in the kitchen.
That's why you got beat up last
Get back in the fucking kitchen. Get back in the fucking
That's why
kitchen.
you got beat up on your block.
Speak to him.
Is anyone?
Kind of racist.
Hey, Greg. Hey.
Tired of these fucking.
Regal, you're a piece of shit. Just go to hell.
Telling us what the fuck is wrong with it. No, you guys are we tell you how this shit runs. We fucking tell you how this shit runs. We invented your fucking vibrators, you fucking bitches. What the fuck are you talking about?
A black man, how
the fuck are you talking about? We gave you the very pleasure you enjoy today, bitch.
Predictable, Regal.
Kind of racist, don't you think?
Since this is what you fucking revert to every fucking time you know that you're fucked.
Like when we talk about intersectionality
and
leftist ideology and let's say socialism and communism and all this stuff, it's like all of a sudden it's suspended the second that an African man or somebody that has melanin
Look at that handsome portrait of Jesse Jackson.
All of a sudden their opinion isn't worth listening to. Yeah. So I don't know to this man's opinion because he's black, right?
I loved him in the 80s when I was a kid. He was like my favorite thing ever. Like every time.
Check this out. Y'all are wrong. You're right. As always, as history of time of the universe of the show, we are always right. And women need to get back in the kitchen. No disrespect.
Dude, you don't have a job. Please go find a job.
Who told you that, agent?
You told us that.
You see how agent just whatever comes to her mind?
You're unemployed. You don't have a job.
And what's your value on the sexual dating marketplace? Nothing? Okay, sure.
This bitch is dumb. She literally said something that she had no
You're
facts
unemployed.
on.
You're unemployed.
It's crazy.
You're unemployed.
You're 300 pounds.
Yeah, I'm so fat. You can see it. Yeah, I'm 300 pounds. I'm 300 pounds. I have no hair. Typical tropes, typical racist tropes because you're ignorant, you're a neck beard.
Nobody's racist.
Probably finish your mother's panties.
Nobody's racist.
No, you're racist.
If you're white, don't talk about being racist.
You're racist. You're racist.
Nobody's coming at you for your race. Relax.
You know it's nice.
Stop trying to be a victim in 2026 in the United States of America. Stop doing that shit. Go back to Starbucks. Go back to Ulta.
Find a job.
Here, Costco. God made me this way. Here, Costco.
Fine.
I make more money than you, and I live in
No, you don't.
state. What are you talking
Then
about?
post your W-2s.
What are you
Let me go
talking
right now. Post your W-2s. Post your W-2s. Yeah, exactly. I'll post my W-2s.
Post your W-2s right now.
I know. You go first. I'll post them. I'll send it to Nathan right now.
Post them. No shit.
Exactly. You'll never do it.
Post your W-2s.
You'll never do it.
I know you make money, Angie, but you're fat. Angie, I know you make money.
All I'm gonna see is I'm gonna see an EBT.
I know you make money. You're fat.
You don't make any money.
I know you make money. You're fat.
I'm fat. Yeah, I'm fat. 135 pounds. I'm fat. I'm obese. Yeah, I'm at 135 pounds.
You need money to be fat.
Yeah, I'm 135 pounds. I'm obese.
135 pounds each leg.
When you're complaining how he makes his money, just pull up the bathroom scale and see how much you weigh.
That's right. Yep, that's right. Trump
You can see how much I weigh. How much you are, stupid.
Trump 2028.
Come on, thick is 130.
Yeah, we need a better picture, agent. Respectfully.
Trump 28, Trump 2032, and then add Dizzle for president, both of those terms.
Let's get it. Let me get that green bean, yo.
Andrew, what's wrong with you?
I'm about to put the monkeys in check.
They don't want to talk about Gavin Newsom and the terrible job he's done. They don't want to talk about.
Yeah, but California's thriving where everywhere else is.
Thriving where?
Yeah, thriving.
Oh, really? Show proof. You said it, so show proof now. I got proof about what I'm talking about.
Aren't there like massive camps of homeless people all over California?
Yes, sir.
And you did it.
Hold up, time out. Let me. California since 1991, and it's only gotten worse. And in the last fucking 15 years, it's gotten so bad. There's fucking encampments in front of small businesses. They're mentally unstable people attacking everyone. The crime was getting out of control.
Right, you need to start your mental health care system. That was
But it's Reagan's fault, though. But it's Reagan's fault, though. When's the last time Reagan been in the White House?
Yeah, California's a paradise, sure.
I don't know, man. Like, when a human being pulls his ass cheeks apart and, like, takes a shit on the ground, there's human pee and poo-poo everywhere.
Thank you for the submission over. That's all.
When's the last time Reagan was in the White House, guys? Can you guys help me with that one?
I don't have human feces over the ground.
that would be 1988.
Exactly, Cora. So let it fucking go. Because if people really cared about it, they would have been fucking changed. But Gavin Newsom don't give a fuck. And he's the governor, not the mayor. The mayor has to go through the governor. He's the fucking governor, Cora.
Municipal politics.
Wasn't this champion of liberal left ideology like having like dinner and wine in a restaurant during COVID while everybody else was just like stuck in their fucking homes twiddling their thumbs?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Anything to protect your father.
Rules for me, not for thee type of thing?
Yeah, but you still won't address the meat and potatoes. The argument
Exactly,
is
bro.
the issues that Trump has created.
I mean, he's the governor. He's the
Yes, tap dancing.
Agent, you guys had 12 out of the last 16 years in the fucking White House. I don't know.
We actually had a booming economy. We didn't have the deficit that we're facing.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, listen, we know you're unemployed. We know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. She said that I'm going to. Oh, my God. Oh,
stay
my
out of
God.
adult conversations, man. Stay out of.
Yeah.
That's what the liberals do. They fucking.
But you live in a liberal city. You complain about liberals, but I don't see you moving. I don't see you moving out of your city.
I make money.
You have a Section 8 apartment.
I can live here. I make money. I make more money than you and your fucking husband.
You have a welfare apartment that you inherited from your mother.
Oh,
and that's why
yeah.
you stay out there. You don't have to pay rent. So, like, think liberal policies.
Everything that you're talking about, I'm suing you.
Policies. I can tell by the way you speak. I can tell by the way you speak.
Prove everything that you're saying, or I'm suing you. Prove everything that you're saying. Yo, AJ, I don't want. Hold on. I'm on silence. I want you.
I can tell where you're from. You're a block hugger. I can tell where you're from. You're a block hugger. I'm from New York.
Where am I from?
So I know where you're from. You're a block hugger. That means you probably got inherited apartment from your grandmother. It went from your grandmother to your mother, and you got it.
And what's wrong with that, AJ? What is wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that. Think liberal policies for your housing.
I make more than you and your husband. If you have one.
Then post your W-2.
If you have one.
Post your W-2. Send them to Nathan. Send your pay stub to Nathan since you make so much money.
Who the fuck is Nathan?
Nathan is the one who owns the house.
Don't these subsidies actually being a drain on the system because
he's the person who owns the house. So send it.
What house? Who?
Oh my God! This is
where you live?
Uneducated.
What's my name? Who the fuck is Nathan?
Bro, did you get her pregnant or something? And she wants.
No, I don't know. I think. Look, bro.
You would have to have a penis to get me pregnant. Why are you worried about my uterus? Worry about your mother's uterus.
I would never touch that. I wouldn't touch her. She was on fire. I wouldn't
worry about your mother's prolapse uterus. Don't worry.
Oh, who the fuck your uterus?
Fuck your polluted
uterus. You're polluted pussy.
Fuck your mom. Fuck you and your mom. Your mother's a street
You're
slut.
polluted.
You were born in a brothel toilet bowl. You were born in a brothel toilet bowl. You were born on a brothel
toilet bowl. You were homeless.
You were born on a brothel toilet bowl.
You were homeless.
Andrew, is this the
trajectory? You guys fucking get it over with or just like be quiet?
Nice gift. I know they blame Andrew because they blame me for. You ought to hear the kind of blame that I get from everybody. It's so funny. People down in the chat, like Honey Badger, completely unrelated, right? There could be some fight on the stage. They'll be like, and this is what Christianity produces. Like, it's just so stupid. It's just unrelated, dumb.
Dude, that's actually hilarious. You couldn't even relate about that.
I want to show people the AI here, how bad AI is getting. That's why you got to be really questioning.
No, that was wonderful.
No, but listen, guys.
When art is more real than reality.
Hold on, look at the PTR right now, guys. Ready? There. Look at this PTR. Look at that.
Yeah, when art is more real than reality.
That's the world. So the point is.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's gay, bro. You need to question your videos. Yeah, that's super gay. But the point is that Trump didn't do. Yeah, exactly. Right? Trump didn't do that. So the problem is that like stuff like videos and people are like, yeah, there's video. Yeah, right. There's videos of all kinds of stuff. So just, you gotta be careful with video. That's a PSA.
Yep, great.
Agent, Trump is wrong, or Trump is a bad president because, go ahead, Agent. Okay, she was on.
You must be obsessed with me. Like, why do you think
because you're the loudest.
No, I'm not the loudest mouth. You've been the loudest mouth. You're the one who wanted to. You are the one who wanted to have a sass off. You're the one who's interested in having a sass off.
So we love hearing you.
That's what you've been doing.
We love hearing you.
It's not my fault that you live in a Section 8 apartment.
You're a yapper. You're a yapper.
Yeah,
you make it. You try to make your own reality, but guess what? You're not gonna do that because we're gonna check you every single time.
No, you're not.
And if I find out your real name, I will sue you in real life.
Sue me now, bitch. Sue. Go ahead. You don't even have the money for a retainer.
Just for the fuck of it.
You don't even have the money for a retainer. You don't have the money. You're broke. No, guy.
Agent, you are poor. You are poor.
You You are poor. I can hear it in the way you speak.
You are poor.
You know, a dialect can indicate whether or not a person is poor or not, and you have that dialect.
AJ,
right?
you are poor.
You sound like
I'm a man. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
No, you are poor. You sound like poverty.
I made $105,000 last year. So what?
No, that's money. Are you serious? $105,000? That's money?
Yeah, that's money.
That's not money. That's not money in New York City. That's not money in New York City, bro.
I don't live in New York City, you dumb
bitch. That's not money. That's not money. That's not money.
I don't live in New York City.
That's not money. That's
It's
not
not
money,
bro.
ho.
It's not
That's not money, ho.
It's not bro.
That's not money, ho.
Hey, I can
That's
hear
not money,
you.
ho.
You're
That's not money, ho.
$200,000 a year. Like everybody on Clubhouse.
Everybody
on Clubhouse is a millionaire. Everybody on Clubhouse is a millionaire. Everybody on Clubhouse is a millionaire. Everybody on Clubhouse is a millionaire.
That ain't money, slut.
Everybody on Clubhouse
That
is
ain't
a
money,
millionaire.
slut. That ain't money, slut.
Everybody on Clubhouse is a millionaire.
Money in the first.
That ain't money, slut. He bragged about 103K.
It's about how much you save, not how much you make, little girl. Little girl. Have a budget. Have a budget, little girl. Have a budget, little girl. Don't spend all your money. Don't spend all your money on Uber Eats and Grubhub.
$103,000.
You Instacart all your money.
You see how he was impressed? You can tell he doesn't
all your money, don't you?
He doesn't come from anything. That's why he was impressed by that amount. He doesn't come.
It's about how much you save.
No. You didn't say that's how much you saved. You said that's how much you made. And you said that's how much you made.
So you guys gonna
And you can tell.
You're gonna learn a lot.
And you can tell you come from nothing.
You're gonna learn a lot.
That's money to you.
Learn a lot. You're gonna learn a lot.
You have no substance. You have no pedigree. If that's money to you.
Mike, first of all, my girl is way better.
You don't come from now. Now you're girl. Now you gotta bring in the girl.
Is a veteran of this country.
Now his mama's
We're way better than you.
You don't have nothing. You can't be better than me if you have nothing. Now he has a house. Now he has this.
My household is way better than yours.
Listen, I'm waiting for the lawsuit.
This is your first time talking to me.
I'm waiting for the lawsuit.
I'm waiting for the lawsuit. That I was.
I'm waiting for the lawsuit. Okay.
Hey, and you never spoke to me a day in your fucking life.
103K.
And you never spoke to me a day in your life.
103K. You have no pedigree. That's why you're triggered. That's why you're triggered. You've been outed for being a broker.
I'm on Section 8 that I supposedly and you know with my grandmother and shit. So
I'm gonna go. I don't talk to brokies.
After all those lies, you should listen to you.
Sue me. You said you're gonna sue me. So I'm waiting.
Why should we listen to you?
I'm waiting for you to sue me.
Why should we listen to you? Answer that question. Why should we listen to you?
I'm waiting for the lawsuit.
Why should we listen to you? Give me your government name and give me your government name then. Give me your government name.
I'm waiting for the lawsuit.
Give me your government name. Are you? Give me your government name. Give me your government name. Give me your government name.
You can't even afford a retainer.
Give me your government
You
name.
can't even afford a retainer. Exactly. You also
Look at her backpedaling now.
103K.
Look at her backpedaling. She said I was on Section 8. She said I was homeless. I want to see this.
You sound like it. You sound like
You heard that, right? You sound like it. You see that? You sound like it.
You sound broke.
She said you sound. Yo, I will never listen to a word you have
You
to say.
sound like you don't have a pedigree. You don't have a background or anything.
But guess what, though? I do. Now what? I do, though. Now what? I do. Now what? I do.
That's why you were bragging about 103K.
Exactly.
And that's why you were bragging about 103K.
And that's why nobody cares about what you have to say because you are a serial liar. You are a liar. You are a liar.
And that's why you were bragging.
You lost all credibility. You are a liar.
Ma'am,
You don't give a fuck about what you have to say no more. You are a liar.
Ma'am, you think money is 100.
Nobody cares about you anymore. You are a liar. You lied to everybody in this
Ma'am, you think 103K is money.
Fucking get it over.
You think 103K is money.
Oh, you see what's funny? I said 104. She brought it down to 100.
Oh my God, whatever it is broke.
That shit's hell.
It ain't money.
Oh yeah? My girl makes more money than you. You don't have to pay property taxes, you little dumb bitch.
Now the girlfriend.
You little dumb bitch.
No, that's what your girlfriend is. She's
you little dumb bitch.
You can't say that.
You little dumb bitch.
That's why you're mad at
Little dumb bitch. Yeah, I'm so.
Yo, little Trump, you can't call women bitches in here.
Alright, what can I call them?
Now that you can
Anything but bitch.
Alright, you're a whore.
And your mom's a slut. And your girl's
You're a whore.
And you're a slut.
Let me make the rules clear. You can call her anything you want, and by all means, have at it. But just you can't use the B word, and you also can't talk about someone's kids, and you can't talk about their wives or their husbands, I guess. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, you're a whore, and thank you for everybody's time. And she lied to everyone.
You were born on a brothel toilet bowl, and your mother was taking a shit after her client.
Give me your government name. I'll sue you.
Amazing.
After her client finished her off,
This is not a
she went and took a
brothel.
shit, and then you
Yo, agent, I love the fact that I got you that irritated.
No, you're mad. You were the one who first him. Tell him to tell you you're
You
mad.
guys should stop talking. Enough is enough.
She couldn't find her way out of a paper
It's
bag.
going
No,
nowhere.
that's why you're mad.
Nah, I'm not mad. I just
Done.
It's
done. Knock it off.
Trump is the best president ever.
Andrew, it's great that you finally want to discuss this. You know, you guys like agents.
The worst, like by all measures. So.
Well, but like, I just want to say that agent has no idea how he is. You know, it's been like years that people have been trying to engage Andrew on Trump, like beyond like memes and abortion bad, therefore Trump good, right? Like for the first time, I think Andrew decided to have like an in-depth, comprehensive conversation with someone about it. And then I suppose when he found out that agent actually knew the shit that she was talking about, he kind of...
That's actually not what happened. Chaos? Is that you, Chaos? That's actually not what happened. Deepak didn't defend her. She made a claim that there are no
Deepak's a greater.
And that's like, and you did the move that you always make, right? Just like absolutely none, like zero.
No,
like there is this like one guy in like northern Uzbekistan.
I can't understand what he's saying.
There are people who assert. There are people asserting the statement. No, there's not. There's one. No, because it's not even that. There's a ton of actually support. Now it's not the majority, but it is. Yeah, but it's far. No, but majority is much different. No. We can't have. We can't do.
Particularly the ones that Trump implemented, right, are a bad idea. I mean, it goes back to like basic sort of what they call like Ricardian equivalence, right? It's actually really easy to understand like why, like, you know, as a first principle, tariffs are a bad idea.
No. So what I was trying to say is there are people who are saying that long term it actually will be better, bringing manufacturing and production and all these other things. That's fine.
The creationism. I mean, what's
That's fine. That's not the point, Deepak. The point is she was trying to make it seem like she was an authority and that all the economists on the issue that speak on this issue would agree with her, and they don't.
No, I don't think she was making herself to be an authority.
Definitely was. Let me just say something real quick, brother. No, I actually literally said we're both not qualified to make these economic long-term evaluations in such a way that I think should hold any kind of authority. But nonetheless, hold on real quick. Nonetheless, yeah, but I don't though, actually. But nonetheless, no, I don't.
Yo, why don't you let him talk?
Andrew, I actually want to reignite that discussion that we were having the other day.
We'll get back into it. So Deepak,
Bob was actually part of that. I think he closed on it's pointing in a certain direction, and I just like have dozens of hospitals that say it's going the other direction because they don't do it no more.
Yeah, my problem is this, Deepak, when somebody tries to employ this universal stuff, they assert it and they do it in such a way that's supposed to carry the rhetoric. It's a rhetorical move that people are going to be, they're going to either pick up from it explicitly that they're making a universal claim, or it's just going to carry that kind of rhetorical force. I don't like that kind of stuff. So if anybody gets, so hold on. So hold on, Deepak. When I counter it and I say, actually there are, and then they say, no, there aren't, I'm sorry, that's an exclusion of all. So we're not going to do this thing where when people say, economists don't agree. If somebody said that, that could just be a general statement that most economists don't agree. I agree with that. But when somebody says no economists, hold on. When somebody says no economists, and I say, actually there are, and they go, no, there's not, then they're doubling down on a universal exclusion. And I'm not going to be like,
we can't let that shit slide. We can't let that shit slide.
I get it. There's
we're going to hold you guys accountable.
Rules when it comes to hyperbole. Obviously, you want to achieve the goal of the discussion that you're trying to achieve. Whether it's biased or not.
And then you interrupted me, kept saying, hold on, and then this guy is deciding to read into
I just like how it sounds. This whole sounds
Deepak, if you're anti-realist, like all we listen to you.
I like how it sounds. It sounds weird.
Let the racist guy be racist for.
I just like how it sounds phonetically. That's all.
The anti-moral realist guy tell us what we want.
Kenneth, the other guy wants to speak. Kenneth, the other guy do his thing too. Get it all out, boys. No? Okay. Look, Andrew, if it was the case that you're
realist, why should we listen to you?
Shut the fuck up.
You know, I'm a busy guy. I have some stuff to do. Like, if these guys are going to do the stuff, I'll just move on.
No, go ahead, Deepak.
No, look, if she actually did like double down, like you said, and said like not a single one or something like that, then fine, I would retract my claim. I guess I didn't hear that part. But usually people, like you do this a lot though. You've done this to me in the past, right? You just take like a hyperbolic universal claim and be like, well, there's this one guy somewhere who did it.
No, but
if that wasn't the case, then fine, I can see.
Yeah,
see, Deepak is a scandal.
Look, I'm trying to say, in general, look, but Deepak, there's something, I'm going to parse this out further, maybe we can do it at a time. I just want to parse out, there's something going on with people doing these kind of, these in conversations, that the force of saying, this group, X group, or X, this is just the case broadly, right? They're trying to get, it's meant to bolster the idea or have like the appearance of a universality. And if you want to say, well, but technically they're not really saying that. They're really just trying to say that it's a majority. Like, well,
or consensus, or a wide-ranging consensus or something like that, right? A very strong consensus.
And look, I'm not saying that
we all know that there are crackpots in every field, so.
It's not fair, but it's not, but I think it's more, I think what that should be on the people speaking that kind of way, rather than on the people who are saying, hey, there obviously are exceptions, because if we're trying to be precise, just call things the way that it actually is. Say 90% or say a majority, whatever. But don't do this thing where it's just like blanket statement because you want that force. You want that agreement with you. You want that to be everybody. And I just don't do that. I
think when people speak and they use like universal, you can usually understand that.
Submit to the truth, Andrew. Is that what you're saying?
No, look at Agent. She lied about me. Like, they don't. They create their own reality in their head, and they want to live it.
I mean, it's not my fault you're poor. I mean,
no. But you see Exhibit A right there. They make their own. They make their own idea of reality, and then they stick to it.
You don't
they're so delusional. They're so delusional. They're so delusional. And Agent, that's why they say never judge a book by its cover.
I'm gonna judge you. I'm judging you by all the stuff you say. You don't sound intelligent. You don't sound like you have no substance.
So anyways, I'm using Agent as a to show you guys how fast somebody can misjudge you. And they just gonna
unsophisticated.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who helps you. I'm gonna.
Me now. Can you just argue? I called you Minnow. Can you just argue for why Trump is the best president we've ever seen? Can you just go ahead and do that for us real quick?
Well, I do like what he's trying to do. How about that? I like what he's trying to do.
What do you like that he's trying to do? Tell us, because it's good. Go ahead.
So I wouldn't go out my way and say he's like the best president, because I would have to compare all of them.
Andrew,
but I would say this.
You're like totally gone in the Matrix. Like,
I'm not in the Matrix. I'm not in the Matrix in either. So
look, my girl is calling me right now, but I will say this: he wants the United States, and I think we're doing it right now. We've been paying too much for everybody else. We want to re-stabilize ourselves in the world, right? Our economy, and we're trying to do that. And we're also trying to clean up our cities. He cares about us. Mom Donnie,
that is pretty obvious.
Mom Donnie, who promised his voters, free buses and everything, and now the middle class is getting taxed. She's a fucking whore, you know what I'm saying? And I don't care about being judged by liberals, because they're the lowest IQ humans. Liberals are hold on. Liberals are the lowest IQ in the United States. All right, that is proven. You guys are indoctrinated, and we are sick of you guys. We are sick of you guys driving. It's time for us to drive the bus. It's time for us to drive the bus. It's time for us to drive the bus. It's time for us to drive the fucking bus. It's time for us to drive the bus. It's time for us to drive the bus. It's time for us to drive the bus now. We gave you guys 12 out of the last 16 years. It is over for you. It is over for you. We gave you guys 12 out of the last 16 years. We are done with you. Republicans are the boss now.
And during 12 years, the
You had 12 out of the last 16 years. It's over.
No, it's just
You
five. It's just five. No
cannot
problem.
shove your college degrees in our faces. It is over. It is over. It is over. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. Now I'm gonna call my girl. Thank you.
Okay, so eviction on education, you haven't named any policy. Why is it that when you ask Trump supporters about any policy, they completely
don't understand how policy
Just sit
works.
back, get back in the kitchen and watch it.
Things like how upstream investment actually prevents future costs, right? So doing things like USAID actually saves us money in the long run.
No, they don't get any of that, and it's really annoying. They want to have these conversations, but yet when you actually give them the information, they immediately go into defense mode.
We gave you guys
They can never answer the question as to what policies that Trump has benefits you.
You've had 12 out of the last 16 years.
Exactly. No.
I will tell you this. He gave newborns. Hold on a second. Let me talk. He gave newborns a brand new investment account that is beautiful and beneficial for them. By the age of 28, they will be millionaires. How about that? Why no fucking Democrat ever thought about that?
By the time they're 28, $1 million will be like the equivalent of like 10 grand.
Oh, really? Hold on. Fuck that. Cora, you made a bold claim.
$1,000. That's what you're banging for. $1,000.
Yes, Agent. Not everybody has $1,000.
$1,000.
Yes, Agent.
You don't know how it works.
Hold on a second. I want Agent to look up how many Americans have $1,000.
You don't know how money works. You don't know.
I want Agent to look up Google how many Americans, what percentage of Americans have $1,000 saved up in their bank account. I want her to Google that. Since she's so fucking smart. Since you're so fucking smart, go and Google that.
Do you know how an IRA works? Do you understand how an IRA works?
Google that shit real quick.
Do you know how an IRA works? Do you know how an IRA works? Okay, you don't know.
Go and Google it.
Okay, you don't even have an IRA.
I know how an IRA works.
A Roth IRA maxes out at $7,000 a year right now. A Roth IRA maxes out at $7,000 a year right now. $7,500 right now. I know exactly what a Roth IRA is.
You don't know how it works. You don't know how.
But guess what, Agent? But I'm gonna tell you guys.
Loud noise.
Agent judged me. And that's why she's wrong, because she just hears and she just thinks she can judge me. Because she thinks that what she hears and what she sees.
Bragging about making 140
Agent, I'm doing better than 90% of men in the United States, and I am proud of myself. I'm not better than anybody, but I'm sure not less than anybody.
Look at your behavior.
I'm not better than anybody, and I'm damn sure not less than anybody.
You should not be proud of yourself.
You dumb bitch.
You should not be proud of yourself.
90% of men don't make that money. So
You should not be proud of yourself. You should not be proud.
She's trying to make me feel like
you are inadequate. You are inferior.
Fuck out of
You are
here.
inadequate and inferior. Your mother.
You're a whore.
That's how she got to the United States. She sold her pussy across the to get your mama.
Yo,
That's why you were.
She just said that you got transatlantic mom.
You called me a bitch. You just called me a bitch. So don't cry.
You know
don't
what?
cry.
It's coming.
Don't cry.
It's
Don't
coming
cry,
from her.
Softy. Don't
It's
cry.
coming from Agent though.
Don't cry.
It's coming from Agent.
Don't cry. Don't cry.
No, you can say more. Say whatever you
It's
need.
not my fault you were born on a Port Authority toilet bowl.
Say
It's
whatever
not
you
my
want.
fault you were born on a Port Authority toilet bowl when your mom crossed the seas.
You can say whatever you want. It's coming from you. It's coming from you. It's coming from you. I don't give a fuck. It's coming from you. It's coming from you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. She said she's scum.
Your mom's a slut.
She is. Nobody cares.
You were born blind because you had gonorrhea in your eyes.
I could stoop to your
You were
level.
born blind because you had gonorrhea in your eyes.
Your cheeks have been cut. Just
You got it
Agent
from
is so
your
retarded.
mother.
She's fucking
Like you could
She's funny as fuck straight now. You're dumb. You're
You
dumb.
got it from your mother, and you got it from your mother.
So.
Like nobody gives a
You
fuck
got
about
gonorrhea from your mother.
Oh, is this crash out hour? I came just
Nah, it's dumb
You got gonorrhea from your mother.
This is Kendall when you need him.
Like nobody. The fuck.
It's dumb whore hour. Where your mom at?
Yeah, it's dumb whore hour.
That's why you're born with gonorrhea.
Otherwise, he'd like be like.
You guys had 12 out of the last 16 years. We don't want to hear y'all.
We're taking shots from all sides.
Sands the beach with the Dominican flag.
Yeah. You are trash. You are trash.
Oh shit! I should have been called her.
Yeah,
The imaginary girlfriend, the imaginary girlfriend.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have a girlfriend, guys. Oh my god, she's in control of my whole universe.
We knew that already.
Oh my god, she's in control of my existence.
We knew that already. We knew that.
Nobody gives a fuck about you, fucking whore.
We knew that already.
The forced laughter is crazy.
Dude, don't recycle your
forced laughter is crazy.
The whispering is crazy.
The forced laughter is crazy.
Don't wake up your mother.
Well, he doesn't want to wake
Don't
up.
wake up your mother.
He doesn't want to wake up the shelter attending. You know.
Dude, this trash is pretty good. But y'all need to stop.
Don't wake up your mother.
Don't take him out of the shelter.
Nigga said, don't wake up your mother. I feel so
Don't
much
wake
better.
up your mother. Yeah.
He doesn't want to wake up the shelter.
Yo, you already know that this is somebody's 16-year-old son. This is
I'm
somebody's
face fucking your mother right now.
This is somebody's
I'm face fucking your mom
16-year-old
right
son
now.
that
My
done
balls
found
is hitting my eyeballs. So
and
where
now
my
he's
dick at?
letting out all his frustrations on us.
Fuck is you talking
It's
about?
insane.
If my balls are hitting your mother's eyelids, where's my dick?
That sounds like a murderous mentality, and I think
You're kind of giving the rapey vibes. I think you need to knock that shit off.
Oh, okay. Well, but it was no problem. It was no problem when they were saying it, though. It was no problem when they were saying it,
I wasn't
though.
trying to rape you.
It was no problem when they were saying it, right? So shut the fuck up, Rigo. Shut the fuck up, Rigo. Shut the fuck up, you fucking ass.
He not shutting up though, but he not shutting up.
Pussy ass nigga.
But he not shutting up. Yo, you from Brownsville? You
Now I'm talking to you because you a man. You're a pussy.
You
You're
gotta
trying to
be,
kick the
you gotta be from Brownsville or something. You gotta be from one of them.
Nah, I don't live in the hood no more. I don't live in the hood. I don't live in the hood. I do not live in the neighborhood. I do not live in your neighborhood. I do not live in your neighborhood. I do not live in your neighborhood. So I'm asking you again, if my balls are hitting your mom's eyelids, where's my dick?
So, what medications do you use to treat the gonorrhea that you got from your mother?
Right. That's a great joke. That shit was so ass. If my balls are hitting your eyelids, where my dick at?
And that's why he don't got a bed.
Yeah, where's the girlfriend?
Yeah, he don't got one. He don't got one, agent. And we knew that.
Oh yeah, he don't got one. Oh, he don't got one.
And we knew that.
Oh, he don't got one.
He can't even put up his face.
We knew that.
Look at us.
We knew that. Oh, we knew that. He don't got a girlfriend.
I mean, you were supposed to call her about an hour ago.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, you talking to called though, right? What the fuck is you talking about?
Dude, why you guys argue? I'm like, dude,
They want you to not have a girlfriend so bad because they hate to think that a nigga like me could pull. They hate to think. Yo, Mark, I don't want you to ever acknowledge me, bro. If you're gonna talk to me, speak with your.
We can tell your father never spoke to you.
Your mother never spoke to you. You poor excuse for a fucking hole.
Oh, Lord. Are you going to call your girlfriend?
Yeah, I'm gonna call her now. I'm gonna call her now.
Please call the
your girlfriend, not your
Fuck up.
And this is why they don't respect New York niggas, because y'all supposed to moan.
He calling a sex line, pretending it's a girlfriend.
Who's they?
It's
who don't respect me?
It's
So who don't respect me?
They is your own family.
Shut your weak ass up. You don't have a family. You don't have a family. We're about to adopt you. The fuck? We're gonna adopt you and then abandon you. The fuck is he talking about?
Uh-huh. Look, now his mother calling him, telling him to calm down.
Not over yet. Dude, they're fucking calling each other on the fucking... Dude, what the fuck is this?
It's just a bored-ass hood booger. That's all it is.
wish I could share the experience of getting to pet my cat with everyone because he's like amazing.
I have a cat, Laura, even though we disagree fundamentally.
Yeah, your cat does not even compare to my cat. My cat is like epic and perfect and.
Well, Laura, I love all animals, and I think that there is no comparison between our companions. So I'm pretty sure he's furry and cute.
He's more than cute.
Are we still talking about cat?
Can I see a picture?
I think there's one in my profile pics. You can scroll through.
Let me. Yeah, I like cats.
Wow.
So, should we talk about if God exists?
Yeah, go ahead.
We probably shouldn't, because that's just kind of. Well, it'll come up eventually, trust me, but, you know.
I believe the precepts, everything we ever say is always made with reference to the existence.
Is that a presupposition?
It's part of presuppositional apologetics. Like whatever you say, 2 is equal to 4, like that statement implicitly refers to the existence of the Christian God.
Yeah, but you would
Can we just presuppose that?
Don't you have to make a bunch of presuppositions, like for an example, like David Hume's uniformity of nature? So you have to presuppose uniformity in nature in order to test hypothesis and falsify things, right?
Well, maybe, but that doesn't mean, well, even if you're presupposing some sort of uniformity.
Yeah, well, the difference is like, can you prove that using that? That's the issue.
It doesn't mean that you're presupposing the existence of the Christian God, right? Like, you can have one presupposition, but not the other.
Did you notice I didn't even get that far yet? I didn't even. I'm just at the factor of presupposing, let's just say, uniformity in nature, and that's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to test your hypothesis and falsify things.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So where do you start panicking, and then you start like saying, "Oh God, I don't get why you're doing that."
Well, I start panicking when I realize that it's. Like, first of all, like you said, like, you had trouble following the long sentence I was making, right? So I'm like, shit, now I have to, like, break this down for him. I've got stuff to do. All right, might as well. And that's where the panic sets in.
Can you just...
And then I make an attempt anyway to make you understand, right?
There's no gotcha involved. Just have a conversation with him.
Yeah, but you're the one who was, like, I don't know, like, throwing his rhetoric at me. I was trying to explain it to you, right? And you kind of interrupted, and I was, like, trying to say, look, the point is that you could make an assumption about like the uniformity of nature, right? Maybe that's a presupposition. Even that's like a debatable question. But like that doesn't have to mean that you're presupposing the existence of God, right?
Yeah, I agree. That doesn't mean that you have to do that. But if you do have somebody that, let's say, does do that, are you going to say that's not okay?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because. For example, like, there's
why is that okay? Why do you get to have your presuppositions and why don't others get to not have theirs?
Well, look, it depends. Okay, so maybe I should have clarified like what I meant by it's not okay. I mean, it's obviously like you're allowed to do it. Like it's a free country, right? Like I think we're doing it, but like I'm just going to judge that as being like deficient by epistemic norms.
So like, are you the epistemic police or?
No, that's that was what I said, right? I'm not an epistemic police. You're allowed to have your epistemic.
All right, okay. So no special pleading. Okay, all right, that's awesome. So you can have yours, and other people can have theirs, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to judge them, right, when they make their epistemic norms.
Why would you do that?
Why would I judge them? Partly because it's like it leads to like certain. That would lead to like certain like actions I might take, right? Like I might not trust them on other issues, right? For example, other philosophical questions, right? If their epistemic norms are so poor that they think like that every statement you can ever make presupposes the existence of God, right? I might just not trust them on like other philosophical judgments, right? I might even choose to like doubt their judgments about other things, right? Where I don't know, inflation is a good or bad thing for the economy and so on.
You have to agree with me right now. You just built a stack of presuppositions, and on the throne of that, you're making a judgment basis.
Oh, I don't have to agree with you, like you pointed out, right? I'm not the epistemic police, and neither are you. So I can just choose to disagree with you, right?
That's kind of the point. It's like circular, and then on top of it, it's like I'm just saying, why judge them? I don't get it.
I think it's more epistemic practice, right? To think that like that's like some sort of necessary precondition, right? And I think most people.
Yeah, but also like this is like this is grounding. This is like justification, true beliefs, things like that. So. Like, why ought I trust your presuppositions, the things your priors, right? And then on the throne of that, accept your judgment. That's the interesting part. Why ought I?
Why are my presuppositions better than yours or something? Like, why is it? Like, why am I justified?
Yeah, something like that. Because I'm meeting you halfway where you're at. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, look, this is a complicated question in philosophy, right? Which doesn't mean that there aren't answers. Like I just like the way I see it is that the simplest way to see it is a sort of hinge epistemology, right? Which means that there are like certain like hinge beliefs we have, right? Like for example, like that certain like inference laws and logic.
I know you're trying to give me an example, and I'm trying with you. It's not satisfying the why. I do apologize.
How do you know? Wait, you see the example? Like, you just want me to keep it abstract without an example?
Is that
a complaint?
At this point, I think I'm lost.
Okay, look, I'm trying to say that the thing that gives us like the reason to make judgments, right? And again, look, judgments are relative to like our epistemic standards, right? Like I could think that like, for example, like maybe you come to a different conclusion about whether OJ was like guilty or not, and I'm like, oh, that's.
Well, the funny thing is that like you have this metaphysical concept of over a long period of time, X thing happens, and therefore you get to test processes, and that's on the basis of the uniformity of nature, right? That's epistemically problematic. Because, like, you're just going to have to say that, like, Christians or people who believe in God are actually more absolutist than that.
Wait, now I'm generally confused what your question is. I thought we were discussing why, like, certain hinges I might consider certain hinges to be, like, the right hinges to adopt. But now it looks like you're going back to questioning the uniformity of nature, like, why that specific one, right? Is that your question?
Yeah, like the point is how do we know what it is that we? Right?
Well, look, I think you're asking what makes certain hinges the right hinges, right? And this is a complicated question. I think
more specifically, what is a justified true belief?
How is that more specific? Justified true belief is just like. I mean, that's a more sort of broader notion, right? That's like knowledge, and I mean, a true in belief or like should be like understood. Like, are you asking what justified means?
Yeah, in terms of justification, right? So,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
obviously, you're an atheist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I would consider myself a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have differences in how we understand reality. And the thing is, it's a physical claim that has no undergirdment when you say, let us assume over a long period of time, X thing happens. An example of this would be like evolution, something you can test and falsify, and X, Y, and Z.
Well,
do you see what I'm getting at?
No, I don't, because like we start talking about nature in general.
So an example of that would be with cubes is sure.
You're jumping around from like just hinges in general, right, to like the specific question of what justifies like uniformitarianism. and then like what is JTB, right? Like I feel like you should just choose one. Like if you want to talk about like uniformitarianism, right? I think it just follows from a sort of more metaphysically basic presumption.
The issue with approaching this in a multifaceted way to have like some sort of like holistic approach of understanding. Like, I mean, if you want to talk about one specific thing at a time, but all these things overlap, right?
Not in a significant way, right? Like, I mean, sure, like, you know.
I think like a person who's a pure materialist or anti-moral realist or a naturalist would have like a huge problem instantiating, let's say, like normative claims, right? You can agree with that, right?
Well, we're talking about normativity now. Like, where did that come in? Like, this is like...
Well, how do you think that links in with evolution? Because for like...
That's the fifth thing, evolution, really?
Right. So it's a presupposition, right? Well, let us assume over a long period of time, X thing happens, right?
Okay, so now I think we're back to talking about uniformitarianism. Fine, can we talk about that? Or
I don't know.
I feel the same way.
You take the lead.
Okay, look, the reason why I think the reason to adopt like a uniformitarianism position is because I think it just follows from a more basic metaphysical like posit, right, or as axiom, which is that like the simplest hypothesis should always be preferred. You know, like if there's like some set of things that we want to explain, right, and you know we have two different hypotheses. Right, they both explain the data perfectly well, right? You choose the one that's simpler, right? That has like fewer that is a smaller description, you know, maybe has fewer things that it assumes exists in order to give the data and so on, right? And I think the same thing is that you can apply that to like the question of like why is it true that like, you know, like we see some set of phenomena, right? And you know, electrons are like negatively charged today. Electrons were negatively charged yesterday. Every day that we've ever measured, like every time we've ever measured an electron, it's always been negatively charged, right? Maybe it's a fundamental law of the universe that electrons are always negatively charged, or maybe it's like entailed by even simpler laws, right? That just seems like, you know, the best kind of hypothesis to adopt, you know.
Is that something you can use in your everyday life?
Yeah, 100%. You do it like.
By the way, Deepak, that's a convention. That's a convention. Negative and positive, up and down.
Sure. Yeah. So. Well, no, look. Okay, fair enough. It's a convention, but like what isn't a convention is the fact that like once you fix a convention, the charges that the electrons have are always the same as every other electron, right? It's not that there are two electrons in the universe that can have like opposite charges.
Yes.
Right. Amazing.
Well, I don't know about the quantum stuff like
how
that.
you would apply that in your everyday life.
Yeah. So like I noticed that like, you know, my neighbor every day he seems to wear like a green sweater, right? And when he steps outside the house. And I mean, you know, it's a different sweater each time, but it's always green.
So you like your neighbor? Your neighbor is a cool guy?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
No, I'm just saying. So, you know, I'm not going to say that this is like a law of the universe, right? But I'm going to like assume that there is an explanation, right, for why like he has a tendency to choose green sweaters every day, right? I might like, you know, maybe based on other things I know about him, I might construct like, you know, something about, I don't know, his favorite color or something else, right? Like maybe he wants, like he's wearing camouflage or something. I don't know, maybe it's a uniform, right? But like, the point is like, I'll come up with like this kind of inductive generalization, right? That like, you know, he wears green sweaters a lot. And on any given day I wake up, like, you know, I have an expectation that he's going to wear a green sweater. Right?
Do you like it when he wears green sweaters?
Do I like it when he wears green sweaters? No, I don't really care.
Well, what kind of green sweater is it?
Is there a point to this particular line of questioning? Are you just trying to
Well, I mean, it's really attention to detail. I mean, you're telling me about this wonderful neighbor that you have.
Yeah. And I was using it to illustrate a point about uniformitarianism, right? And inference to the best explanation.
Do you green sweater or scarf stop being green at a certain point?
Usually not. There are processes that can turn them a different color, like someone paints them over.
So can you say definitively that it's green?
So you're breaking up, but I think you asked me, can I definitively say that it'll always be green?
Yeah.
No. But by definitively, if you mean with absolute certainty, then no, of course not.
So there's going to come a day where it's not green, right?
There may come a day when it's not green, yeah.
So Deepak, can I ask you a question? Do you think the LMs have been bucking people up?
Why did I know you not to go to the LMs? But go on. Sorry.
Well, you're in the room the other day, and then you heard what was going on. I'm trying to put a word to this.
Yeah. Okay, go on. I was just trolling. Go on.
Okay. Troll, you heard what I said. I'm curious. I'm curious what you think of that. What's going on there? Are they just crazy? They would have been crazy anyways.
No, I don't think so. I think they get a lot of stuff wrong, right? They're trying to make some sort of guesses, I guess, about what's happening behind the hood and stuff, and a lot of times they're wrong. But
but they're using the word gradient incorrectly.
Yeah, they were.
What is this? What? I don't get. So, is this a form of psychosis or maybe coach?
People, it's complicated technical jargon that maybe they read somewhere and they thought they understood, or the explanation that they read was bad, and they misremembered it, and maybe they want to sound like they know what they're talking about, and that's it. But I think a lot of the other stuff they're when they're talking about how they use the LLMs and all that stuff, that to me was interesting. That's why I was sitting there. I was actually trying to listen and understand how people use these things.
That's what it was. I was actually going to ask you what undergirds metaphysical truths.
What?
Deepak, right?
Yeah.
So let us assume over a long period of time X thing happens. You don't think that's a metaphysical claim?
Depends on what X thing you're talking. Some claims like that would be just physical claims, right?
I'm specifically talking about evolution. So
I have no idea that you were talking about evolution, but if you want, yeah, okay, what about evolution?
So it's a metaphysical claim, right?
No, it's just a scientific claim.
Interesting.
Is it a metaphysical claim to say that the sun has been shining or undergoing nuclear fusion for what is it exactly? 8 billion years or something?
Yeah, we're back to the greenness of the scarf, and could it potentially change a different color? And is the sun always going to rise, even though potentially one day it won't?
Yeah.
Well, how do you resolve that?
By being having sort of fallible beliefs, right? By knowing that there might be some degree of uncertainty.
So in other words, what you're doing is describing reality, correct?
That is true. That's all I'm doing, but that is true.
So let us shift over into why ought I believe you, where it becomes prescriptive. Why ought I believe you?
Well, look, I mean, okay, so ought is a normative term now, right? And I think there are, if you should
let me announce it to you, I am switching the conversation into a normative framework conversation. If you want me to do it for you.
Okay, at this point it's fine because there is that connection now, right? So I'm not complaining now, right? I think of norms as mostly being hypothetical, right? I don't know if that's okay. Well, yeah, hypothetical meaning
So like morality, for an example, is just a hypothetical. It's like we just hypothetically, arbitrarily talk about moral things.
Well, by hypothetical, what I mean is like a norm is always of the form. If you want X, then you should do Y, right? There are no like absolute shoulds just hanging in the air, right? So if you care about like the well-being of humans in general, right? You should do X. That's one way.
I just think your worldview has a speed limit. No, I think your worldview is very good at apprehending and describing reality, but as far as like normative frameworks, when it comes down
me, it affects your karma.
When it comes down to the information and as you interpret it, now you're stepping into a different domain the second you start making prescriptive statements.
I mean, whether you're normalizing prior or after you apply some sort of soft max, it
was a good try.
Regal, when you talk this way, it's kind of boring. So I kind of want to get into what I want to talk to.
Yeah.
You derailed my conversation with him, so obviously I'm going to be hostile towards you. But you know what? Go ahead. You guys already ruined the fucking vibe. Yeah, okay.
I'll just respond by saying, look, it's not like I have like really strong, like on the question of normativity and stuff, right? It's not like I have like super confident like beliefs in what I'm saying. Right? Like,
are you an anti-moral realist?
I'm what they call like a minimal moral realist, right? Meaning, in other words, like I do think like morals exist.
Yes or no? I mean, if you don't want to answer the question, it's fine.
Yes or no, the answer is yes. If all you want to do is yes or no,
so you're an anti-moral realist. Do you realize you actually interdepend on the benevolence of Christians to not do anything because you can't tell them why it's wrong?
The answer is yes, I'm a realist.
You said you were an anti-moral realist.
No, I'm a realist. I thought you were asking me, are you a realist? I am a realist.
You're
fucking
How do you realize? Like, are you a moral realist or an anti-moral realist?
Do you still want to answer the question? Answer or?
I'll actually rape you. I'll actually find you in real life and fucking rape you, bitch. I'll rape you up the ass till your ass and vagina become rubber. I will fucking rape you. Someone dogs this bitch. I'm fucking rape you.
That went left, didn't it? Holy shit. Hey, can we get this? Did he go? Did he go? Did he go? That's the rule. The guy. No, did he leave?
I think so. I think they both went in the call because two of them left.
He definitely violated, Andrew. He definitely violated. He called her a bitch. Okay, and on top of that, he said he was going to find her and rape her. What the fuck?
And Minister said that he was gonna kill my dog.
Hold on, the killing the dog and the raping and all that, I don't think that that's a violation of the children policy.
It is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look. Andrew, I'll tell you right now. Look.
Hey, dude, look, it's very simple. You can't fucking do the bitch thing, which is kind of a dumb rule, but it's a rule. But there's also no threats of violence. There's no threats of violence.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Andrew. Yeah, Minister Yoda is a fucking dog eater, a dog killer.
Andrew, yeah, he said so in dog shirt, I'm going to rape her.
He said he's gonna kill my dog.
Who did? Where? Who?
Minister in the chat. If you scroll up.
dog. His name's Horrible
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You know what? Yeah. I'll kill his fucking. I'll shoot him in his dick.
Horrible program.
Yeah, horrible program says all kinds of great concerns. But wait, where's Minister said what? What did Minister say?
He says I'm gonna kill my dog. If you read, it's far up in the chat and stuff. I was fighting with him in the chat.
Killing a dog. What about that, Psych? Is that a threat? That's a threat to the dog.
That is because I'm not a kid and that dog is my child.
Okay.
I can't do that. But like,
I fucking certainly can't. I'm straight.
Hold on, real quick.
he's kind of annoying though. So.
And guess what? Your dick is small. And your dick is small.
She's annoying.
And your dick is small.
Big one.
It is small. You're right.
Big one.
Yeah, Andrew, sorry. I'll mute myself, Andrew. I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate it. Just 1 second. Mike, the reason I'm asking, you might be like, well, that should be obvious, is because there's a lot of things that are counterintuitive as far as what's allowed in here and what's not. So I'm just asking, because obviously there's been stuff in the past, so I'm like, hey, are you guys going to do something about this? And they're just like, no, So I just kind of got to the point where it's like, it's completely hands off. Unless there's something
plenty respectful.
No, you're fine, Rigo, not you, bro. But it's been hands off. It's hands off unless there's. Wait, am I quiet or is he quiet?
He's just trim thick and his noise is quiet. Everything about him's quiet and small, like his.
Stop.
Welcome to Canada, fucker. You don't like me now, don't you? I hope you hate me. I'm gonna follow you from room to room, you fucking trim thick. Bitch.
Mike, why does Big Law mad at you? What'd you do to her?
Andrew, I never met a piece of shit a day in my life. Never spoken to him, but he made it clear that I'm so annoying. All right, well, guess what? I'm gonna fuck your dad, make you my son, bitch.
Mike, your mic is quiet, bro. Mike, you're completely quiet, bro. Everything's quiet. You gotta fix your
saying she would love to be a part of my family. That's why she would want to do that to my family. It's okay. Hey, look. It's okay. Look, you can be a part of the family if you want to. It's all good.
She's not this thing, and I live in Canada. Stay where you're going.
I don't even care where you live. Like, you're the one that wants to go. You're the one talking about, like, interacting with my family. You see, the thing is this. The difference is this, is that, like, I'm saying you're annoying, which is usually where you want to go away from. You want to move away from annoying people. You are somehow, for some reason, you're like, oh, I want to sleep with your dad, which is kind of like a gross thing to say, to be honest. But, like, I guess that's just the way you see the world. You think like you're gonna hurt somebody by using your body in a way.
Sounds like someone's using it with something like that.
I don't know who taught you that was. You see, if you're saying that that's a bad thing, then I'm wondering how gross you are. Because then you're usually women, like, they're pretty selective on who they want to sleep with. It's usually a gift to sleep with a woman. But now she's using herself as a punishment to sleep with someone else. That's kind of weird. Like, so it's gonna be like, you either got like some weird shit going on with you, but you gotta think of yourself a little bit higher, right? That's the thing. I love like what Muhammad Ali said in the sense of like you're not objectifying yourself, which tells me that you're probably not used to being appreciated, which is why you have to speak so loud all the time, right? You need the attention. That's what it tells me, right? Which is why you have to talk about yourself. That you use yourself as a form of punishment. And it's weird. It's interesting. Why do you do that? What happened to you? What happened to you?
You brought me up. Is the replays on? Please, they better still be on.
You don't have to scream. Like, they're on. You know how to raise here? Oh, actually, no, they're off. They're off.
The volume, the noise volume is not according to you.
They're off. You want the replay. I know you don't really want them. That's what you're doing right now. You're projecting. You were hoping that they were off, right? That's the thing. You're hoping that they were off.
He feels like I'm harassing. He brought my name up.
Okay, you sound dumb to say the shit that you said.
And now he's scared.
Big Law versus Mike.
Yo, right quick. I wanna clarify something. I know you would want to. That's weird. I wanna clarify something. I want to clarify something.
I mean, okay.
Threats are definitely allowed in this room. You can say things like, I'm going to shoot you in the head, I'm going to kick your dog, blah, blah, blah. Threats are allowed in this room.
Yeah, remember when we told Amari's dog we're gonna curb stop his dog?
What about great threat?
I always say I'm gonna pump Amari's dog.
Bitch.
I always say I'm gonna pump Amari's dog. Come on, what's up, baby? I always say
I didn't know that, bro.
Yeah. The issue is credible threats are not allowed. And we say credible threats. We make sure we mean dropping addresses. That's a credible
This
threat.
guy said, "Give me your address. I want to come rape you."
Yes. If you say this is my address, yes, that's a credible threat.
Well, wait. If he says this is my address, you wouldn't say this is my address.
Wait, Andrew, who wants to rape you?
Yeah, if I say this is my address,
bro,
who
wants to rape you?
Andrew,
You can say this is my address, but I'm going to say this is my rifle.
If I said Andrew, we live, pull up, that's a credible threat.
That's not a credible threat. That ain't come get me.
No, that's saying pull up because you're going to get got.
Well, that's not even
my
that's
this
like
is
a
my address. Pull up.
Wait, Miami. Hold on, real quick. The mods are right. No, I'm good. But look, it's like that's like a Miami. That's just like saying I'm going to defend myself. If you want to come and fight or come in my house.
Okay, let me give you an example. Andrew, I'm in Alaska. Come on.
That's kind of a weird threat, though.
Okay, exactly.
That's like the passive threat.
Once again, yes, credible threat. It's about credible threats.
But wouldn't it be more credible if he gave you his address?
Yes, that's the point. The address.
He said in Alaska.
I know that point. Saying this is the address.
I live in Australia. Come get me.
Miami. That doesn't make sense.
Everyone speaking at once doesn't help a damn thing.
I agree, Michaela. If I said, this is my address, come find me, that's kind of a weird threat. I mean, that's not really... That is a thing.
It's credible, though. It's credible.
Listen, no, but listen, it's not even like...
I agree, okay, it's a weird threat, it's a weird way to make a threat, but it's credible. It doesn't matter. It's credible.
Let me put it this way. If I went, look, listen, here's my address, come to my house, I will just shoot you. It's like, okay.
It's like what Sasha used to do.
The point about
if somebody knows your address and they say, I'm coming to your house. That's
no. Look.
That's also
as soon as you put your address out on this app, then guess what? If something happens in response to that, I don't want people to say, "Oh, this happened in chillism."
No, that's what I'm saying.
Because something happened in chillism.
So that's what I just said. Wait a second.
Yes.
If somebody puts their okay, thank you. Okay, so listen. So hold on, Miami. So then the guy that just came in here and told Big Law, I'm going to kick your dog, or I'm going to beat the fish out of your dog, and then somebody else, okay, good. And then somebody else says, I'm going to come rape you and your mother and your dad.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong.
Okay. All right, there you go, Mike. Well, all right, rape on my friends.
Everything wrong with
Andrew, are you saying Mike said he's going to rape Big Law?
No. If I said right now,
I'm going to come rape you all.
I say, Red Rum, right now, I'm going to go rape your dog tomorrow morning. Oh my God, my husband's going to rape his dog. Exactly. Come on, man. There's no credibility behind that. It's just someone online saying something incredulous to another person online. That's all that's being said.
So what makes something credible if they give your address?
Yeah, addresses.
Right. If you feel like my address,
why does that make it credible? Why does that make it credible?
Because if I said right now, yo, Mike, I'm out in Alaska. Fuck around, find me. That's a stupid ass statement. If I said, yo, I'm on 64th Ave and 24th, that is credible. That means you could actually do something about that. That's
You
why
have to
we
have
always
a
say.
reasonable
That's why we
expectation of
always say.
fear.
That's why we always say in this room, critical threats, i.e., addies. That's the statement we always make, i.e., addies.
What's saying like, hey, Ryan B, what's your social security number? Is that one as well?
Yes.
I don't think it's a threat if you're telling them to come. Okay, that is something that comes after you.
Yeah.
It doesn't leave you the option to come or not. That's not
Okay.
a threat.
Mike, I'm gonna shoot you in the head tomorrow. How likely is that to happen?
Probably not too likely.
Okay.
What if you were to say,
Mike, let's assume you had a dog. Hypothetically, you had a dog. I'm gonna rape your dog tomorrow. How likely is that to happen?
Yeah, probably not. Right.
Okay, see that.
Okay, but hold on. Let the doctor not get it. Let's just say this. Let's just say you were like, look, someone dox this person, or I'm gonna try to find out who you are to come.
Agree. That's why it's part of the rules. Doxing, addies, and
no. What I'm saying is, to me, something at least seemingly credible would be like an attempt to try to find your information.
Yeah, that's why we're against that too. No, that's not what happened.
Yes, it
Someone
did.
just said, I'm going to rape your dog.
No. There was something else said. The person got kicked off.
They said that they were going to kill my dog.
Oh, bro, that guy.
I'm going to kill your dog.
Dude, that guy, that annoying chick.
The
guy said this to the annoying chick. He said,
No, he said, I'm going to find you, Mike. That's what it was.
yeah, and then do what?
Are we talking about rape?
That's
not the same thing.
No, Spike, are we talking about two different people right now?
No, the guy that was talking about you, the guy.
Yoda, like minister, right?
I'm gonna find where your dog is.
Talking to you like that today? What the fuck?
I'm gonna find where your dog.
Grown man jumping me all day. He's coming back to swing on the one.
I don't want to sound disingenuous because I love people.
Mike, I'm gonna find where your dog is.
No,
Jessica, I was in the room with you and didn't see Jessica and had 6 to go. Fuck that woman.
I'm not trying to fuck with you. I really
Just talking.
It's a hypothetical, Mike. I'm gonna find where your dog is at, and I'm gonna punt it. So it's the equivalence. That's it. It's not the.
Yes,
it's just me making the stupid threats.
No, look, to me, like I said earlier. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No, I just want to say that's not a threat. You saying you're going to punt my dog's not a threat. Your man says he's going to kill my dog and shit. He kept going.
Okay, I'm going to find your dog and kill the dog. Okay, whichever.
I didn't hear that. It's not going to matter.
It's not a personal threat.
Out of all the things that are said in this room, when you hear somebody say, hey, somebody doxed this person, I'm going to find the person, and then I'm going to argue, that's like different.
That's fucked up. No, that's fucked up.
Fucked up. It's scary.
That's
scary
just fucked up, bro. Yeah, that's just.
It's all fucked up. That's fucked up, and him saying he's going to kill my dog. It's all fucked up.
It's not credible. Is the issue.
Somebody speaks. Look, let's cue it up because I want to say what I want to say.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna do some passion.
I'm gonna give you the easiest example. So everybody else goes to the extreme. Let's go to the most basic. Mike, I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna tickle your ankles. Okay? That's the most basic way that I can put it. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna tickle your ankles.
Okay.
Is that credible?
Michael,
You're done. Hold on.
I wouldn't say it is.
Okay.
Now, can I go?
Now, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, look. So we're referring to threats. I know you use that as an example. So here's the thing. It's kind of like there are certain things that you have to like assess, right? You assess like the reason why someone's saying a thing, right? And then like the statements being made. And then what you do is you decide if it's worth the risk. Meaning, is it worth the risk of taking even a chance to see how credible it is? So if somebody, because it's always an above zero chance, right? So to me, if somebody is like saying something out of this room. I can't even tell you the last time I heard somebody say that to another person, right? Especially in the sense of this person being upset. So it's a way somebody is like reacting in a way to try to hurt somebody, right? So because we know it's above zero, hold on, I'm not done. I let you say tickle my ankles. Look, I was saying this.
I said let me go after Mike.
Oh, sorry. So because we know it's an above zero, the cost-benefit analysis, having this guy on, right, versus him potentially, even slightly potentially, like harming somebody, especially in that way, is not worth it. So you got to go. You're done. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, all you're saying is I have tickleitis, so I take that to be a threat. That's all you're saying. I said I'm gonna tickle. Hold on. Relax. Little man. Relax. It's okay. It'll be okay. So all you're saying is I have tickleitis. So when someone says I'm gonna tickle your ankles, I take that serious. It's a serious threat because of my tickleitis condition. That's all you're saying. Once again, you're saying because I have this condition of tickleitis that when someone says I'm going to tickle your ankles, I take that serious. That's it. That's all you're saying. So you're trying to draw a line in the sand. I believe it's the same that everybody says. You're drawing the line in the sand that this right here is where you shouldn't cross. And once again, another person that doesn't have another person that doesn't have tickleitis wouldn't be offended by someone saying I'm going to tickle your ankles. But you have tickleitis. You're like, no, man, that's fucked up. You should have never ever threatened me with that. And the fact that you say you're gonna find me and you're gonna tickle my ankles, no, fuck that. That is a credible threat because I have tickleitis. That's all you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying that. Hold on. You don't like. Hold on, guys. Relax. Anyways, all you're saying is I have tickleitis, and nobody should have ever said that to me because I have a condition. I feel this way about this condition. If you would have said anything else, I would have been okay with it. But tickling my ankles, no, that's triggering my tickleitis.
Okay.
I didn't know you had tickleitis, Mike. You should know.
No, like I didn't know either, to be honest. So here's the thing, like
tickleitis.
I don't think that and you guys can unlike that. I don't want, like, it's not an ISO, so anyone can say whatever they want. So I don't know. I don't think that
it's all fun. It's all fun to get.
Yeah. I don't think that all threats are considered equal, and to me, like the ones that like imply like this type of like harm onto a person. It's not like two guys fighting, or hey, I'm gonna fuck you up, fuck you, I'm gonna fuck. It's not like that, right? It's basically some type of, it's an expression of aggression towards violating a person in the worst way. And because that's not common, especially when it comes to people like speaking that way, it means that these type of thoughts furnish his mind to even respond that way as he's like in lizard brain mode, right? So your reasoning goes out the window. Then you start fucking thinking of a way to react to a person in a harmful way. It's like, bro, all you need right now is him to fucking pursue this person, and it's not worth it. So the idea is, like, you could define credible like the way you want to, and there are certain markers that I think people have a natural like kind of like a intuition for than others, and it can be like PTSD. Right? It could be a series of things. Like if you probably have a better assessment of like something that's more credible in the sense of how people move, talk, etc. Right? So I guess it's going to be up to you versus someone else. But the very fact is this: is that we know it's an above zero, and these type of things happening to somebody like that, the R word, is something so extreme that like you don't gamble with that, right? You don't gamble with that. So because you don't want to gamble with that, or at least I wouldn't, somebody like that fucking would not exist within my fucking worldview, within my world. And if I had no choice, then I would, like jiu-jitsu, they say move the person or move yourself, which means if you can't move the object, then you move yourself, right? And that's what I would do. So in this case, like, I'd probably split, but thankfully someone booted that guy. You don't want that kind of shit here, bro. It's nasty. It's fucking horrible. Bro, what did you just? What was that?
But I was here driving and I wanted to say something, but I knew I'm gonna be driving past an area where I'm gonna cut off, and that's why I stopped.
I hate that. I'll say. I was like enjoying the conversation, and then naturally people go blah blah blah, and as soon as that motherfucker said that, it just stood out. It's like, oh, whoa, that's weird. That's wrong. Like, bro, that's a weird thing to say. People say some weird fucking shit when they get mad, bro. It's weird. I don't do that. My brain doesn't go there.
Wait, what did he say to you, Mike?
He didn't say. He wasn't speaking to me. He was speaking to this girl with a dog.
Big Mom.
Yeah, and he said like, "Wait, Jessica, are you there?"
Yeah, he was like they were going back and forth. You want to take it, Big Law?
I mean, I was gonna say like I got kicked down before. I couldn't really defend my dog, so I ended up taking it to the chat. In the chat, and while you guys were all talking, me and him were fucking kill. I was smoking him like a cigarette in the chat. It's way far up, but like you know.
He wasn't talking about your dog. He was talking about.
Yes, the fuck he was, my nigga.
No, like originally he was, right? So.
Yeah, no, the part that I'm
Mike.
Okay, so I can't talk. You're not see a question again. Fuck you, Jessica. I don't like you anyway. I feel listen to him. We're not friends. There's no friendship. I'm Canadian,
Do you remember Amari's dog?
No, be quiet. Oh my God. Be quiet. There's no difference
right now.
There was no be quiet.
I can tell you. As you calm down, I'll tell you. The difference was like.
Keep piping up. I'll keep fucking on your deck.
Fucking get the mic out of the
No rules on being loud. No rules on being loud. There's no rules on that.
Respectful.
There's rules to not say I cannot fuck with that. According to the rules, I can fuck your dad. Period. Yeah.
Why do you treat
I'm just taking in foster kids today. Holy shit. Holy fuck, I need a new place. Too many kids coming in.
The reason why it's different.
Did I say you could speak? Didn't think so, bitch.
Okay, the reason why it's different is because like the guy, this is what I was talking about earlier. It's like there's tone markers, right? The guy is saying what he wants.
You like that, Michaela?
Not what he's gonna do.
Guys, spike it up for these Americans. They're born in
more like that. And then not only that too, you probably don't see too many people doing things to dogs. You know.
Don't fuck with my dog, because I'll smoke you like a cigarette.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure you love that line. That was a good one. You're proud of yourself.
Well, I use it every time. It works every time.
I mean, I can tell.
You can't see my dog in my PTR. That my dog will kill you, bitch. Don't worry about trying to kill my dog for you end up dead. 6 foot deep trying to kill my dog, bitch.
Oh my God, you're like a rap video.
Oh, and you're like a fucking ran through fucking shrimp dick fucking erectile dysfunction, bitch.
Okay, it's
Happy
true.
Friday, pussy.
It's true. It's true.
Did I clock it? Holy fuck, I'm a fucking magician today. Damn, Big Love. You go, girl. You fucking go, girl.
Yeah,
yes. I didn't take my meds today. Wow. I won't be sober till Sunday at fucking 1:30 in the afternoon.
What are you on right now? What do you want?
Also, I'm smoking all your homies. I'm sorry. I'm smoking some marijuana. And I'm drinking my Pinot Grigio. But like, I mean, fuck all your homies. Fuck. I mean, so.
Wait, all my homies what? All my homies what?
She's like some essence of rice.
Angela, I love you, Andrew. Fucking love you, man.
Oh shit, on some
Good evening.
I swear, I used to go on.
Did your disability come out?
I don't understand what she's saying, dude.
Yeah, because their disability check didn't clear.
All right.
Disability check didn't clear yet. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Her mouth didn't work until then. Fuck dumb bitch. I honestly, I knew the American educational system was trash, but holy fuck. I'm literally half drunk and I'm still smarter than all you fuckers.
You literally
I'm still smarter than all you fuckers. You want to see my face? Oh no, you're not gonna do this with me. You wanna play me PTR right now, bitch? This is why your dad fucks me, you fucking whore. This is why I'm on the wheel and you got taken off. You fucking whore.
Holy shit.
Bend over now, bend over now, bend over now, bend over now, bend over.
Yo, daddy, straight to the bank, baby girl. So what? All 6 of you are gonna jump in, I'm still packing you.
What are you talking about? You're packing yourself up. You're packing yourself up, dude.
See, you psych. Don't say my name, I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't listen to women.
Somebody nothing knows me, you fuck. Nothing knows you. But nothing knows me, come on, God. You know he's got my job. But nothing knows me,
I'm not liking. You want to go eat some
nobody got to know you.
I'm not here talking to niggas. I'm not here talking to bitches. You want to say anything? I'm not here yet. I'm not here for you to munch on my you can't see me talking to real niggas right now. I don't want to talk anymore. I don't want to talk to you, bitch.
Did you or did you
not?
not?
What do you mean? You look like you're fat too, bitch. Show your whole.
Didn't you just
show your whole fucking. I am a born sinner, bitch. I'll go repent later, you dumb bitch. I'll go repent later.
Some crazy
yeah, I'm a Christian. I'll repent later. I'm a born sinner, bitch. Fuck you thought this shit was. And did you think you could judge me? You want to act like you're God, bitch? You want to act like you're God? But no, you're not. You want to gap. You want to claim I'll take you through there. Let me claim any old night. Act like hell. Don't help. You tried to make a move on me. I seen the lesbian flag right there in my face. You fucking. Why do you look like 11 from Stranger Things? You look like 11. You look like a grown person. I ain't gonna lie.
You should really start acting.
Will. Go fuck 11. Holy fuck, bitch. Stop talking to me. Like I said, I like penis. You have a vagina, no? Don't talk to me. Don't address me. Stupid ass. They live in Canada. Yeah. Oh, I'm shaking in my roof. Welcome to Canada. You sit after sorting. You sit after sorting. Sit after sorting your class. Sit after sorting. What are you playing? Cold killer at the ground, bitch? What are you doing? You cannot beat me, though. I'm gonna keep talking to the fucking song is done, bitch.
Is there like an actual topic of conversation or no?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I thought this was a more controlled room than fucking that shit, but maybe wrong.
With the chillism.
It's all knowledge's fault.
It's a hard job, though. I give you guys props. All of the mods. And Corey, you look exceptional in green, dear.
Did you guys like my song?
It was actually very, fitting for the occasion.
Were you talking about that picture of me when I was 15? Where I've got the green dress on? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about that green bean button.
Oh, I didn't even notice I have a green bean bag down the thing. I'll have to be sneaking up on me.
Well, he's got sense.
For those who don't know, Cora is an OG. She was around chillism before chillism was chillism. Yeah.
Like the Toxic Crusades days.
Yeah. Toxic Crusades.
Taylor was too much. I could not with that guy.
Hey, Cora, if you've been a clown, Toxic tried to make like fucking Part 2 come alive and he quit. His room broke.
Oh yeah, it was bad. He tried to revive himself. It was bad.
Do you remember the Monkey Mayflower?
He tried to bring it back.
That was hilarious.
That was good.
Let's keep it a stack though. I think where the atheist lost was the whole jackass strike, bro. That was the nail on the cop. Everybody viewed Jack Anstrike as the god of the atheist arguments. And when he got caught with the whole underage,
is what he's
Who's everyone? I thought he was going as fuck.
When he got caught with
ass crack or some shit.
yeah, that's what the Dr. Taylor called him Jack.
All the time.
But bro, when he got caught with the whole underage kid thing, they made arguments for it's logical, it makes sense. And
let's not call that atheist. Let's call that the Tom Rabbit nuts.
The Tom Rabbit people.
Because there's a whole cadre of atheists that have nothing to do with it.
No, I don't know if you were there. I swear.
No, it's like I was there at freaking what was it?
No. I'm not one specific.
Katie used to call me a pick-me all the time.
Yes.
Heidi was the biggest pick-me of them all.
Hold on. One very specific thing that happened. I was like, this is disgusting. You're defending someone. And I had it on my PTR. I was like, this is what he said. He said that he'll go as young as 12 years old. I was like, this is what he said. This is his statements. And you know what the response was? Hold on, sorry, that was my fridge. You know what the response was? The response was, me and my husband go to basketball games all the time for high school because of our kids. And there's nothing wrong with looking at certain players on the teams and saying those are very attractive players. And I was like, wait, hold on, break that down. And Haiti said yes. If I said that's a sexy person, there is nothing wrong with it. And I'm like, wait, no. We're talking about on a high school team. She said,
the difference is that Jack Anstrike did the equivalent of walking up to the player and asking them for nudes.
That's all different thing. That's not the point. The point was she was defending, saying that people under the age of 18 are sexy. She was making that argument. That's what caused the whole freaking crusade thing.
Wait, Heidi said that?
Yes,
What?
1,000%. Yes. yes, there's no question about it. She said her and her husband, they go to games where their kids play, and her husband will look at her and he will say that's a very attractive person on the team. Referring to the under the age people.
Oh boy. You know what that is, though? What? That person was definitely really smart.
Wait, what?
That person was definitely read smart.
Oh, read smart.
Yeah, because there's a movie right now called, I don't know why I know this about the internet, I played the internet. It's called Heated Rivalries. It's based on a smart book about two hockey players, heavy couples, doing the do. And the main viewership is women. Soccer moms, basketball, high school, you have this.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
This happened.
Brother, trust me, I know you're not trolling. That's why I came up with
Bro, she said that my husband would turn to me and he would say, "That's a very attractive woman," and I would be like, "Yes." Yeah. Knowing that the woman is underage, there's nothing wrong with it, is what she said. This is after the whole there was like this whole thing that happened with Jack Anstrike, where Jack Anstrike said that he preferred girls under the age of I think it was like between 12 and 15. Jack Anstrike said something really crazy, and the atheists tried to defend it. It was really crazy.
Oh God.
Yeah.
The world is coming to an end.
No, but look. I thought that all the atheists were going to gather together. I thought they were going to say that, no, we don't agree with him. I thought they were going to ban him from the community, but no, they made arguments for him. Oh yeah, the whole age thing. It's a construct. It's a social construct that, some places you could hold the position of 14 or 15. So what he said is not wrong because it's a social construct. It was bad. It was bad.
Isn't that what this guy was saying to the resistance? I was like, yeah, God said it. Some people try to say that.
What? So my kids were arguing.
Isn't that what resistance was saying yesterday with the whole back and forth? That like God said this and that and that and that. I don't know, man. The kind of holy water we on this earth, man. It used to rain holy water for 7 days straight, man. Because things I've heard for the past like 1 week and the world today is ridiculous, man. But I'm surprised, man. But I'm sure that the atheists are taking their side. What are these people's ethnics? Are they like white, black, mixed? Like, what are they? This girl you're talking about. Like, what's their race?
She's British. Lives in LA.
The Brits.
Well, she's a British transplant to Los Angeles, so,
Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is.
Like I said, not all atheists are the same, so.
No, of course not. I don't think they have a unified understanding.
Yeah, that particular group is.
Yo, I gotta keep it one stack. Me and Cora have always been like, well, I think I'm more of an exception, but me and Cora have always been an exception to the atheist standard.
Are you atheist?
I don't answer questions.
Someone said yes, or I'll say I don't remember. Thank you.
No, I didn't say yes. I said
Yeah, I interpreted ideas. So.
Because you guys heard that, I don't know if it's new or if it's recent. Hold on, I'm getting lost.
Yo, Corey, you there?
Mashallah, mashallah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Yo, whatever happened to what was his name? Necro, I think that was his name.
He just tried to call me on the phone. He's
That's
not
funny.
doing Clubhouse very much, which is probably good for him. He's trying to focus on good shit.
Finishing
School, so he's like in his last year at SCAD. So
How come nobody said
but Necro said he was gonna go over and hang out with you, stay with you. He was gonna take care.
yeah, no, I found out.
He said you were gonna take care. No, but he said you were gonna take care of him.
No, he didn't. No, but I was staying in Covington for a while, and he like crashed on the floor of my Airbnb while he was driving to Illinois once, and then he came and stayed at my place in Portland for like a month and slept in that guest room.
I'm not even joking. He really sounded like a little boy.
But that was like 4 years ago.
He said, Congressman.
Yeah, I did take care of him. I fed him. Made sure he didn't leave shit in his car, so it got broken into because, Portland.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he was going around looking at schools and stuff and trying to figure out where he wanted to go to school. But he ended up going to Savannah College of Art and Design. So.
I'm glad you met him in real life because he kind of hit me up and I was like not real sure, because I don't know him that well. And so it's good to know he's not like
So he's just your typical Gen Z emo kid, like, yeah. Art school kid.
Yeah, and we have CalArts here in my town.
I was gonna say, so Corey, maybe you didn't hear what happened earlier today. So earlier today, my daughter called. Well, she messaged me. She was like, they're gonna do a ICE protest. They're gonna all walk out of school today. And I was like, I support all type of protests. So if you want to do it, that's dope. I was like, I'll pick you up from school though. Instead of actually walking out doing the whole thing, I'll pick you from school and whatnot. But yeah, the whole, once again, we disagree with each other on the whole ICE thing. But yeah.
What do you disagree about?
I'm pro-ICE. I'm pro-ICE. The whole ICE thing. I'm pro-ICE. She's anti-ICE. So they were doing an anti-ICE protest. And I told her, I said, yo, you want to do the protest? That's cool. I support protests, so, I don't want you to get like in trouble though, so I'll pick you up from school to avoid you getting in trouble.
But they didn't send you back?
Oh yeah. They already sent me back. I'm talking from the other side right now.
Oh, okay. Words, okay. Everybody cooked. Angel cooked. Oh, yeah.
Yo, Lise, let me ask you a real question, yo.
Yeah.
Everybody on stage, they hate you. Maybe, I don't know what happens, but yo, everybody moves you down, everybody kicks you out of the room. Yo, what's poppin'?
Well, I mean, it's fine. You mad at that? Somebody hated me?
No. Why does everybody move you down?
I tell the truth. I want to hear that.
Okay. What do you think the truth is that everybody hates?
Somebody that want to hear the facts
Yo,
of the reality.
This morning when I came in the room, you were in the audience. Yesterday, you were in the audience.
Yeah,
the day before,
I don't know.
you were in the audience. Every day,
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
So,
why are you always in the audience? Let me ask it that way.
I'm here for knowledge.
lot of y'all have knowledge.
That wasn't answered.
I gotta earn it. But a lot of y'all just talk fallacy. Y'all talk a lot of fallacy, a lot of shit. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
My guy, why are you always in the goo?
I think he's demonstrating why right now.
Didn't I tell you I care about all y'all? I don't hate nobody here.
Yeah, there's no hate. I'm just trying to figure out, all the mods, they kick you down every time I'm in the room. I'm trying to find out why.
Yeah, not all. But at a certain point, it gets to a point. Was it you that brought out the Vatican? Or who was it?
I've never
something about knowledge. Somebody brought out the Vatican. I think you were there.
Well, I highly doubt it. I've never brought up the Vatican. Talk about the Vatican. I don't care about.
I mean, like, it's a love-hate relationship. Jessica tried to sell me a triple, quadruple fucking house, overrated, in LA.
That's not true.
Nice.
I already have that house in escrow.
Then I find out that she was
trying to get his real estate license.
To scam other people, but we said a different way. Okay, but it's fine. It's a good thing. Like, it's like now all over.
Look, I just want you to better yourself for you, whatever that looks like. If real estate's not for you, that's okay. I'm not trying to scam anybody, bro.
Yeah, okay. I'm just talking shit, but yeah, you live in a double standard world, so.
But don't talk shit about.
You get that privilege.
Don't talk shit about someone questioning their integrity. That's a weird way to talk shit. You're saying she's trying to scam you, but that's what she does professionally.
Yeah, you weren't there, nigga, so sure.
I mean, you're still
You weren't there, nigga. You weren't there. It doesn't matter.
You're still
disrespecting people. Man, I guess you could say that.
You're disrespecting people. Stop disrespecting my girl Jessica. Fuck you.
Yo, what the fuck is this? Is he got a monster just here? Holy.
You heard what I said. I said what I said.
Yeah, you do.
I gotta keep it on stack. Your mother's been around for a long minute.
Don't say mother.
Don't talk about my mother, Miami.
My fault.
Okay.
Man, you got a good big sucker over there. Whatever that is. But anyways.
All right, Alize, you would say that Trump is the best president we ever had, correct?
He was a lesser evil, yes, of course.
No, that's not what I was wondering. I was wondering.
Well, upon her fucking period, we're all cooked. Just pressing the button. What are we talking about? Like, of course, yeah, Trump's the best.
What the fuck was that?
Did
it needs no response needed.
That you would rather a fucking
Biden die in 2019.
Scam artist as a president than have a woman because you're such a fucking misogynist.
A woman can't run the country. They can run the daycare.
Oh my God,
like endorsing a black man.
Yeah, look at Maxwell now. Look at Maxwell. Yeah, she was a very good person. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty funny. Woman can barely run a daycare. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I'm just saying.
If you put a man in charge of it,
fucking emotional, please.
Yeah, if you put a man in charge of it, he'd fucking freak his shit out. Like, he'd be able to handle it. What are you talking about?
Come on, even lady boys are better at their job
men cannot. They're
what are you talking about, Jessica? Do you see how we wasted at least an hour and a half of our lives trying to inspire him to become a better person, and now he just...
You didn't do shit. A lot of these people here did.
He couldn't even answer the question that was plainly given by knowledge. I'm just saying.
It's insane.
Man, y'all love to play victim. Holy.
You're the only victim.
You're making me a victim at this point.
Absolutely, because you are.
Yeah,
you are a victim. You're bitching and whining and complaining about women. Get a grip, bro.
I didn't complain about women. I just said the rules.
It's a different.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a
The
different.
women in the room will run circles
Dude,
around
if
you,
it
and
weren't for-
any
if it weren't for
metrical
women,
way, like
humans wouldn't be
any
alive.
quantifiable way, they will outperform.
Women fucking like men get this idea that they're like somehow superior because they used to hunt. Dude, men actually did a lot of the hunting. They actually did most of the gathering. They did most of the food preservation. They did all of this shit. Fucking humans would be dead if it weren't for the skills and the
And
observation.
somehow you can't operate your
intellect
toilet
of
without
women.
calling up a fucking plumber. Wow.
Are you a hunter-gatherer, bud?
I can install
Okay,
it.
Cora?
What the hell are you talking about?
Are you a hunter-gatherer?
Hunt and gather a gasket for your fucking toilet bowl.
Dude, you could drop me in the middle of the Columbia Plateau and I could survive. So.
No. I'm going to the desert.
And she'd give her a compass and she can't even find herself way north. Right.
Whatever. You
No.
you motherfuckers couldn't even read a fucking USGS.
You sound like fucking Steven Seagal right now.
You're turning the main gauge. Like, a lot of you women here look at y'all talk. No, we're gonna go to this. No, I let y'all talk for fucking hours.
Not all men, not all women. There's our exceptions. Let's be fair.
Yeah, but we can't always make an exception to the rule. Come on now. I think a lot of these men here gave you a lot of exceptions.
You all, despite
Y'all.
the fact that you possess penises, don't possess 90% of the skills that I have. You all would die.
Are you making fun of the
shut the fuck
culture
up.
of the African Americans? What do you mean, y'all? Like, is it bad to
My
speak
family's
like
from
that?
the South. I can say y'all if I want to.
Yeah, is it bad to speak like that? What's wrong with speaking like that?
I didn't say that it was.
Then why was you criticizing it?
I wasn't.
You just were.
What did I say to criticize y'all?
You were like jumping out of your skin going, y'all.
No, I was raising my voice because you were under talking me, you dumb shit.
Now you're making excuses.
No,
What if we dropped you off, Cora? You know the TV show Naked and Afraid? Like you didn't have any.
Well, I get to
could you
take
sur-
stuff with me, right? So I want like 1,000 feet of paracord, right?
Don't worry, we'll tie the knot. We'll tie the knot.
I want a fucking hatchet, right?
A hatchet, paracord. What else?
What else do I get to take?
You want a
Get a fire starter.
Yeah, fire starter, not
like a magnesium one. You get a magnesium one.
Yeah, that didn't count. That didn't count. You can't help. Let her talk. Let her talk on her own. You can't help her.
Well, I was trying to remember. They don't.
I don't remember it. I wouldn't remember a fucking paracord either, or whatever the fuck is it.
Yeah, you want 1,000 feet. Paracord's useful because like you could use it to build your shelter. You could take it apart and build fishing nets. You could use it to make fishing line, like all sorts of shit. Let's see what else.
How many things do you get? Do you really get?
Why would I need a compass? Why would I need a compass?
I'm pretty sure you just get a
You ever get those mud bugs and some crawfish, some corn, some shrimp, some crawfish?
No, you
Like,
can't. You can't actually take food. That's what I was trying to remember.
Yeah, you actually can't do that.
If,
Like,
if they allowed you to take a food,
really don't live in the country, you know.
But because like that's what most people die and naked and afraid.
Yeah. Just give me a license. I'm leaving.
Telling you, man, I can't give you nothing. You gotta go get it.
We can't. We just gotta.
So Cora,
talk to Cora, and she'll come
in the middle of the woods. Are you gonna be able to find your way out?
If you need to buy real estate in Texas,
You
call
don't
ladies.
find. Obviously, you've not seen the show. You don't have to. You don't leave. You don't go anywhere naked and afraid. You just find a spot. You set up a shelter, and you try to stay there and survive.
Man, you have a Mexican crew that sits there with the camera.
Society, women rule.
It's more expensive than our life.
Give me my pot that I shed, the roof over my head, build structure, do all the shit you guys don't want to fucking do. And then you have the
you're talking to the wrong person.
to say that the Mexicans are here for your fucking labor force, to literally grow your fucking vegetables. God bless the liberal Karen.
Yeah, you're talking to the wrong person because I've literally gotten billions of dollars to build bridges.
Yeah, generally I would agree with you, Regal, on as far as like morals and stuff like that. But I do think Cora is kind of an exception. She'd probably build a house. She'd probably build your house. She should probably build. She's I don't know. She's done a lot of stuff, and she's very.
Yeah, so let's talk about the fucking code then. Stop acting like a jackass. Like I literally
You
do
don't
this
even
for
want
work
to
every
start
day.
talking to me about code because I'm literally.
Yeah. Tell me about code.
Areas of interest, fucking land use and
ChatGPT, what code are we talking about?
It's imposed on you while you're going up.
All right, well, don't attack her. Let's talk generally. Okay, what code are we talking about?
Quiz her on the building code. Go ahead. It's going to differ, I guess.
So are we talking like life safety codes? I mean, in which city are we talking about? Like,
when I dial 911,
see it, the audacity and the ego. It's like you never did it before. Let's get into the category. You never worked in any of this.
What are you
So
talking
shut the fuck
about?
up. You never did this for work.
Well, you got to ask her. You got to test her and see.
I literally have a master's in real estate development, you dumb
Did
shit.
you do this for work or not, dipshit?
Do what for work?
Like carpentry.
Have you ever done construction? Have you ever been involved in any of it?
I've built things. I've literally
like a fucking birdhouse in your backyard while you're drinking wine?
I've literally been
the fucking ego that you have.
Construction management of a $38 million fucking 2-building housing project.
Show it to me, bitch.
Double standard world.
I literally
nice.
give you the address.
Be nice. You gotta be nicer. You gotta win. You gotta win the subject without talking shit.
It's not like
I
you have no
know
idea.
how to read fucking architectural documents. Like, what the fuck? I have a master's in real estate development, dumb shit. You want me to build an A-frame?
I mean, you can build me one as long as it's pretty, but what he's trying to say, and not womanize is, I guess womanize.
He hasn't done, 99% of men haven't done any of that shit either. So this idea that men are somehow superior. It's like, dude, I was building shit when I was a little kid. My dad.
Where's the dynasty? Okay.
My dad let me get in the scrapwood fucking pile and we go out and build fucking forts in the woods.
Where's the woman's dynasty?
I know how to frame a wall.
Show me the woman's dynasty.
I could wire a fucking house. I could use pegs.
We're talking about nowadays.
To do plumbing. Like, the fuck? This is stupid. Like you don't even listen to Andrew. Like,
like most men are turning gay because of women, but we're not gonna talk about that. But and YouTube will help a woman and a man. ChatGPT. But
men do not go gay because of women. That
they kill themselves. Look at the death rates.
Like literally, and then you guys think that just because men have like a little more upper body strength and tend to do like more like grunt work, right? That somehow that makes you better at it. Like, no, you're not necessarily better engineers. Like,
you're right. You're right. You make men kill each other, but regardless, I mean,
you wouldn't even know how to fucking preserve like fucking vegetables if you had to. Like, it's stupid. All you need is some fucking salt, but you wouldn't know how to do it.
Yeah, but you calling me on that instead of showing me kind of says a lot.
It's not fucking hard.
Well, knowledge is power at the end of the day, ain't it?
Doesn't the Arab culture predicate their male superiority on the idea that women on average have smaller brains? I'm pretty sure.
No, it's not. I don't know where the fuck you get that. And if you want to like get into actual like neurology between the sexual dimorphism of neurology between women and men, and brain size has nothing to do with actual intelligence. Also, women are better at multitasking. They're better at executive function, right? Like all of the advantages of sexual dimorphism that men accrue have to do with bone density and fucking muscle strength. That's all.
Because you have
There's
kids.
No fucking intellectual
You sound like a grifter.
that men have.
You sound like a grifter, I'm not gonna lie. You use that small example. Your body is biologically supposed to have certain things to have babies. And you're gonna talk about bone density and all that? You're built to deal with fucking trauma damage
You're going to talk about that?
Personally, I give the benefit of the doubt to anyone, regardless of sex, sex or race. But to be honest, the intellect that you brought to the table with political issues does not give me the confidence that you represent this position right.
Do you even know where to look up like productivity statistics? And do you even know that that particular government source of productivity statistics hasn't been updated since 2024? God.
Yeah, of course it didn't. But do you know that you women are like killing half the population? You don't know what you want. You're making some soft men kill themselves.
Incel. Oh my God.
No, I'm a little bit red pill, but you listen to a lot of women. Because some of you women here are nice and like respectable.
That's
What did you say, Michaela?
I said that's not red pill. You can't claim that women are killing half the population and making men kill themselves. It's a hard fucking world, okay? Women are fucking killing themselves too. Just be fucking strong, get the fuck over it, grow up, like go on with your life. Like that's what all of us have to do. So
how are you gonna conquer the world and want a woman that's 30 bodies and then you are expect to go to their needs?
How are you gonna conquer the world?
We have to conquer the world.
I'm
sorry, y'all got it on a platter.
Start there. Maybe start with your life and stop projecting your own feelings onto the women in this room. Life ain't fair, buddy. Okay? And once your parents teach you that, and once you get into the real world, you learn that really fucking quick. Life ain't fair. You gotta grow the fuck up, put your big boy pants on, and get the fuck over it, and move on.
It's like
that's just the reality.
It's like a bunch of like stunted little lost boys that are mad at their mommy for making them go out and take care of themselves. You know, it's like stupid.
No, it kind of sounds like my ex-wife.
Mommy threw you out the nest, so now you're mad at all the women.
Sounds like the ex-wife that was trapped me and was like, if you don't do this, I got you. I run the world. That's what you sound like.
That sounds terrible. I'm sorry you had that experience.
Yeah, I'm sorry too, but I'm not gonna judge it. I'm just gonna hate women.
Isn't that funny that what you get to is literally what women endured for centuries, for fucking centuries under patriarchy?
What dynasty do you have?
Up until the mid-1970s, we were economically fucking held down by fucking men. And now that we have just our own independent in a way, and we're still struggling just to fucking catch up, they're freaking out because they can't fucking control us.
Because y'all want 3 bathrooms. It's because we gave you more rights than you needed. You got 3 bathrooms.
We're
worried about the ice girl dying. Did the girl die for a reason? She's
do you understand what
the cop being protected? There's your rights and there's the rights. You tell me.
Well, look, given the real world scenario, I think it's a fair question. So when you say that women are on average better in administrative positions,
I didn't say that. I said they better executive function. If you look at neurological fucking studies,
better executive functions. What would be the best example of this? In the real world.
I mean, usually they use short-term recall as a test. So how many fucking things can you remember in a series of items? Right? I generally can remember, if you just start reading off a series of items, I can usually remember up to 12, right? Which is exceptional, where men usually tank out at about 5 or 6.
Yeah, I've seen studies on...
But I'm exceptional for a female too, as far as that goes as well. So.
Yeah, I've seen studies where they place men and women by themselves in a room, and they just tell them to wait there. And afterwards, they ask them, and the test is to see how well they remember the layout of the room, the different objects where they were placed. And women have demonstrated a quite a competent degree of memorization. So I don't deny that, but I mean,
we have more situational awareness because we're usually under threat.
But I mean, does that automatically transfer over to being a successful CEO, someone like
executive
Elon Musk?
function? Yeah, if I can remember a series of things that needs to be accomplished, right, and the actual the processes, right? If I can remember that, I can actually better organize those processes to be executed in a more efficient manner.
You know, Krim, to piggyback off that, there is a study, and I'll send it in chat, that women, there was a test of men and women that were hooked up with their genitals and how what's politically correct, I guess, and that what they wanted. And most of the women wanted more outrageous than what was politically correct.
Put it in the chat, because
but yeah, like you women are just like
you women,
they're predictable. Well, not all, okay, whatever. More than the majority. There you go. Is that what you want to hear?
Yeah, just put that in the
chat.
I mean, I look at situations like CEOs, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Bill Gates, individuals like that, and
none of these people are self-made. They literally started with money given to them. They were advantaged because they were the male children and they inherited shit.
Was Trump the lesser evil? Yes or no?
No, he was not.
So Kamala would have been a great president?
Yeah, and we would have better infrastructure.
I definitely disagree with
that. More closer to independence right now if Kamala Harris had won.
She pushed the button multiple times, but okay.
In other contexts that are not segregated by sex, like in like chess, for example, why would you not cite a female world champion as an example of better executive cognitive function, so problem-solving, pattern recognition? The question is, why would you not cite that?
What are you talking about? There's plenty of female grandmaster chess champions.
But I mean world champion.
Do you not understand how chess is scored? Like, there is no world champion of chess. There's just grandmasters. And they play each other.
There are women tournaments and male tournaments.
For you, Mike is very muffled. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Yeah, I'm just saying, I understand that they do have women's tournaments and men's tournaments, but
they also have mixed tournaments. Like, what are you talking about? If you're talking about regular sports, yeah, I already explained why there's a sexual dimorphism reason for having women's leagues separate from the open leagues, right, which anybody could compete in. There is no men's sports league. There's open and then there's women's.
Yeah, I was talking about chess.
Yeah, and I just said there's plenty of female grandmasters in chess.
No, they're not. I was actually yeah, they do separate them. Well, saying Magnus Carlsen is like, of course, everybody knows familiar with chess, but when it comes to the males ranking, like the males supersede the females, and they separate them. Whereas females chess tournaments and male chess tournaments, and when they kind of blend them, generally dominates.
Yeah, I've seen sometimes they have exhibition matches that are on YouTube, and sometimes they hold official matches, but not as part of a tournament, but just as part of the event. And I'm not aware of any top female chess player defeating a top male chess player. Now, if you want to say it was by coercion, or I'm willing to listen. I'm just not. I don't think this is a.
Well, first of all, let me talk about the distribution of IQ scores for women, right? So generally, what happens is the average ends up being about the same for men and women. But where women are clustered tend to be in the higher IQ.
but not exceptionally high IQ. So what you end up with is really smart men, right? A few really smart men, a lot of like super average, like 100 IQ men, and a lot of really dumb men, right? That like makes them come out to the average of the women that are in like the 10, 120, 130s, like clustered up in there. So maybe that can explain that chess thing, you know, but it doesn't mean that on average women don't have better executive function.
Is that the one you want? The one that don't know anything but looks hot? That sounds like your favorite.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You want room temperature IQ.
Why are you
But he
trying to
looks
tell me
hot.
what I want?
I don't know what the fuck you are at this point. You sound like a grifter, but I want the whole room to know what I think, so you get a little idea of what we're talking
I'm
to.
a well-educated, high-income woman that's had decades.
Independent.
A lot of fucking shit, that's traveled the world and done a lot of shit, okay?
I believe you.
Respectable. Okay. I didn't disrespect that.
I believe you. You're going to take it to me. Why should I believe you?
There you go.
Yeah, you're not going to tell me how or even give me some sort of like epistemic standard. No, you're sitting here girl boss and acting like top notch.
I fucking went to university.
Your rhetoric is garbage. You just sit here this is rhetoric.
How did I travel the world? I fucking worked my ass off and bought fucking plane tickets. And
Where did you work? How did you do it? What children did you have around?
The first time
you told me your daddy, your granddaddy, when you were 10 years old, brought you to a construction site, and somehow you're an expert now on industrial labor?
I worked at Starbucks.
You're nuts.
Money.
This is delusional.
I did many stock options. When I worked at Starbucks for 3 years, while I was working my way through college, I took my money and I put it in as many fucking stock options as I could. And then the summer between my sophomore and junior year of college,
and better than everybody else.
Wait.
I cashed in my fucking stock options. I financed my trip to France.
Because you traveled.
Be quiet. Let me finish.
And that's evidence that you're this
You're not even listening, so you don't want the fucking answer because you can't shut up.
Who gave you that knowledge?
Ridiculous.
Just say that. Just who gave you that knowledge?
It's just
a man.
You gave it to me. I fucking learned it. I'm autodidact, you dumb shit.
Cora, I already know I disagree with shit you agree with, but like, you don't gotta explain your shit to nobody. If he wants to fucking have a grown-up conversation to understand how you fucking know this shit and know what you're talking about, instead of just trying to, I'm talking. You can learn something real quick if you want to have an adult conversation. If you want to have an adult conversation, you can learn something that's what I'm about to say. Because if you want to have a conversation with someone, you need to be able to close your mouth long enough for them to answer the damn question that you asked them to begin with, which you cannot.
Well, you give our privilege, so we can't do that.
Privilege my ass. I've heard this whole white shit brought up.
Just proves everything.
I'm sorry, Jessica. I apologize for what I said earlier. I'll buy that triple. I'm sorry.
Cora, you don't gotta explain your shit to nobody, especially if they ain't actually gonna fucking listen. He don't care. No, he don't care
about each other's beliefs. We're not gonna discuss our beliefs. That's so fucking stupid.
I'm talking, okay? He don't care. He's clearly fucking mad at women or just you in general. But he don't care to hear what you have to say.
What are you guys mad about?
Don't even waste your time, bro.
You guys sound mad.
I'm not sure if our crush is crushing on weed. I know they're crushing on air.
So, like, what are you guys mad about? Sounds like you guys are mad about something.
Estrogen, I'm gonna give you my life story, bro. And I traveled somewhere. It says egotistically, I'm better than you.
Everybody's
I know. Shut your mouth.
You literally asked her.
Is this the lifetime shit? I don't understand
this. How she knows what the fuck she knows because you're trying to say that you're trying to say that it's based off of the time with her fucking grandfather. No. You're a little boy trying to have a little boy. You can't even schmouth long enough to fucking understand and hear her fucking answer.
Like I taught myself Latin in 2 months.
Yeah, we're hearing your answer. That's the problem. We don't want to hear your answer.
No, but
that's not my answer. You guys are
interrupting.
I'm sorry.
Asked a question.
What's going
and
on?
She's trying to answer. Nothing's even going on. That's the point. It's like Regal's just upset because.
Yeah, they're just up here.
And they're just trying to fucking interrupt.
Intergenerational feminism, like feminism, is already accomplished.
I love the generational feminism. That's the feminism. What does that even mean? Like, I came from my mom.
What rights do you have that men don't? What rights do you have what rights do men have that you don't, Jessica? What rights do you have?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, why are you so upset about this, Regal? You're so impressed by the patriarchy, though.
Like, you seem
super patriarchy. Let's hear about it.
Men can walk on the street without a shirt and women can't.
It seems like he's true about this.
Unless we live in Oregon, we can take our.
Yeah, but that's the way it's
why are you trying to legal there?
Beautiful. So, you need to back off and like.
Yeah, the legislature over
You're very tense, and like you wonder why. What's the reason why that would
like there's a lot of animosity like leaking out of your character right now.
Look, Cora. Look, I think I know what you are, but whatever. Some people won't notice. And you got a lot of knowledge from a lot of smart men. And
he's just finding his way, Cora. Gotta give him.
I know, it's bizarre. I love it when people are like, I know what you're
trying to like. That's fine. I'm not gonna judge you for this right now.
At least you just the expert on
but supposedly you guys are the expert on me now, right?
I'm the only one that knows.
Remember experts on fucking what men do, right? But what we though, right? You don't fucking want to hear it though, right?
Nobody said that. Dude, you're like talking to a wall, man.
You're showing your character. You're showing
go get somebody or like.
I don't know. You might smoke weed or something.
I'm sitting here telling you.
Dude,
for sure.
You definitely need some like post-nut clarity. Like you need to mellow the fuck out.
No, you need to take some fucking classes on how to fucking speak to people and have a real
Alright,
conversation.
now y'all are flirting.
Y'all are flirting until you get your side of affairs in fucking line, dude. Do you put groceries in your house? Do you put the fucking electric up with your own gas bill? You don't do any of those fucking things. I don't think you're in line to sit here and do anybody else.
That doesn't matter. My husband does the same thing. Like it's a 50-50 deal, bro. Chill out.
It doesn't have to be.
You just can't help, Regal. Your only thing that you got is trying to bash people, especially women. Like we can't fucking do shit for ourselves.
How much you spent at the grocery store last time you went?
Bitch, I got 2 fucking kids.
Let's see.
Like, you're really talking out your ass, Regal. You're really sad. Okay, you're projecting onto other people, especially women. Who broke your heart, Regal?
She's fucking
left your ass?
This is all they have.
No. Your butt.
This is all they have.
This is a shot. Who hurt you?
Nobody was not shown at any point in time historically where the matriarchy overtook the patriarchy. You have to interdepend, and it takes immense benevolence in order to gain your rights as women. You know that?
Beetlejuice.
Oh my god, it worked.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna answer the question.
What fucking question? Like,
prepubescent fucking.
Why are you just attacking people? Now you just want to talk to talk. We were talking about other weird shit.
You're not trying to have a conversation.
Alright, let's have a conversation. I want to talk to the women, you fucking retard.
I wasn't shut up to you, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. My fault. Yeah, see, I'm cooked. I'm sorry.
Regal, do you have a question for Cora that you want to let her answer?
Beetlejuice.
Got it.
You can unmute now.
Why did you talking back? Why?
Regal, do you have a question?
You brought him back to life. That was
Yeah, what are women's inherent responsibilities in society, and what are their duties?
They don't have any.
Yeah, please.
Oh my
Nobody is
God.
born with any inherent
So
responsibility.
why are you entitled to vote?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Regal, do you have a
Well, men have to like
question?
they go to the voting booth and they have to sign up for the
Say
draft,
something,
right?
say something meaningful. I'm gonna send you back to the.
They actually contribute a civic duty to society.
By voting?
Yes, and also by signing up for the draft.
God, I didn't know we were living in the Starship Troopers fucking universe.
Do you understand that we died for you? We died for you.
I'm doing my part.
How about this, Regal? See, I'm just gonna ignore that question because before
Are you entitled to rights? Who protects your rights?
Before that,
Who protects your rights? You were trying
to ask and get.
Dude, why is this fucking trans document just to say it's the men born from women?
The masturbate.
We're not saying
Dude, this chick is like a t-shirt document.
listening to the women. Just because Cora is awesome and has a bunch of shit under her belt, that doesn't make her
Have you ever been mistaken for a fucking man?
She doesn't think that.
Yes,
Of course.
have you ever been mistaken for a man?
Absolutely, Regal. Absolutely.
Oh my fucking
That's
God.
not the point.
You made her a good
The
grifter.
point is
Yeah, damn, you're fucking ugly.
about you. We're not saying that men suck. Nobody fucking said that. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. Stop.
Regal, do you hear yourself? Like you're like literally.
Kayla, you sound like you're on mushrooms. Stop. You're not making it any easier.
Alice, be quiet. Regal, the only thing you fucking have to say to any of these women are insults, to degrade them, to fucking insult them. Let's speak on your intelligence. Let's speak on what the fuck you do to, put forth effort and fucking any type of anything. Anybody else is like, what have you done that makes you so fucking great? Huh?
Because I got two
I was already ask you.
He probably doesn't shower often.
Regal?
He probably showers like once every like 3 to 4 weeks.
Regal, and this all kind of started because someone said that I couldn't read a compass, and I literally pointed out that I used
Don't
survey for the BLM. It's fucking idiotic.
I'm definitely.
Black Lavish Mansions. I got scammed by them as well.
Black Lives Matter project going down one fucking street going straight with a compass and a map.
Regal, who the fuck are you? Why don't you tell us that? Who are you?
None of you fucking. That's why.
Your name is probably like Tyler.
You said what?
Probably like 26 years old.
Sorry, speak
You
louder.
probably live like either like in the most, or you probably live like with.
Speak a little louder, Regal. Who are you?
Can y'all bring up Jacobus? I need Jacobus in here.
Who are you?
Please,
Other people, the way that you are. Who are you to speak on me? What are you? Who are you? What have you done? What do you do that's so great?
Who are you, bitch?
No, come on, be nice, be nice. You can't attack them.
Nothing.
You can't, you're losing if you just call them a bitch.
All right, point of moderation. You can't call women bitches. No credible threats. Don't talk about families. Don't fight in the timeout.
Was that baseline? I don't think that was baseline.
No, it wasn't baseline.
Yeah, this is the second time you called a woman a bitch.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all were winning right there. So you won.
You just called Regal a bitch.
Yeah.
But
Just calling Regal. I specifically called him a bitch.
But hey, since he's in timeout, Alice or Elise.
There's my hot.
Now there's rules to shit talking.
So
yes.
Who are you?
Listen, I want to hear her land and see if I call her that. Let's see.
Who are you to also be in line with freaking whatever his name is, Regal. Who are you and what have you done to treat people, let alone just the women in this room whom you don't even know and also won't let finish a damn sentence? How are you so knowledgeable on what you're fucking stating? Who are you? Please explain.
Well, who you speaking? You speaking to him?
Yeah, it's not me.
Lee's.
Yeah, well, I cherish everybody in this room. I haven't known you, Michaela, but I'll take the easy way out and I'll say that.
The gaslighting is real.
My great grandfather, a noble man,
please, I want to hear
gave me knowledge and told me to be careful of women.
Yeah, he's like, how do I say this?
They speak in tongue. They speak in tongue. Womanese is one of the languages, and
how do I say this well?
All right, well, let me talk, nigga.
Please land, please.
Yeah, give me that land.
They speak in language that we can't comprehend.
Look, it's a double set of worlds. It's a fucking race.
No, I didn't. You see,
and Rizzo just wants to fucking.
This is a prime example. This is a prime example right here. But like I said in the beginning, I love all y'all.
No, you
There's
don't.
no hate.
No, you don't.
There's no hate. No.
So that's your answer.
If you can't handle the fucking kitchen, get out the kitchen.
Okay,
Get out of the heat.
So that's your answer on why you get to.
I didn't get to finish it.
Like this.
That's you're just gonna get a half answer at this point.
Okay, so please.
Somebody save me.
Please continue.
No.
Ain't nobody.
Who's answering?
Please go on.
There's always the mute mic, please. There's always the mute mic.
I will.
Yeah, and I want them to talk.
I would love to save the brother.
Thank you. Oh, Lee, this is a golden boy.
Can't save him, Jacobus. He's gone. He's lost.
You know how I can save him? By predicting the unpredictable and explaining the unexplainable.
Okay, so what the fuck is that?
I was hoping you were gonna pull the God card, babe. Come on.
Yeah, what the fuck is that supposed to mean? I can save him by explaining the unexplainable. Then extrapolate. Explain the unexplainable. Extrapolate to me how you're gonna save him.
You forgot the second half. You forgot the most important part.
Quit being cryptic.
Quit being cryptic. And predicting the unpredictable. Yeah.
He's somebody that rises somebody up. Y'all just want to cook somebody.
Out now, fucking.
Y'all want to cook people down to the bottom. Jacobus is a real one.
Dude, I know Jacobus way more than you know Jacobus. I mean, I'll agree he's a real one, but, depends on
how do you save this right here? How do you save that?
Yeah, extrapolate and explain to me how you save.
How do you save a drowning man in salt water?
Individual that is masquerading as a taking advantage.
Jacobus probably knows the value of women, whereas Elise does not. So.
What? No, see, you can't say that. Now you want to spark me up again.
You're more than welcome to say that.
You're sparking me up again. No, she can't say that. You can't say I don't know nothing.
Your
answer.
Save that motherfucker.
Your answer.
Same pocket that he's in.
To my question.
Are you a noble woman?
Out your ass.
Are you a noble woman?
The answer was ridiculous. It was bullshit.
Are you a noble?
I was giving you a half answer.
Are you a noble man?
It was no half answer.
Of course, I'm a noble man. I live by the sword. I die by the sword. I live by the sword. I die by the sword. I'm getting attacked by 3 different people.
So, would you like to explain to me what makes a noble man?
Look, first
if you're asking a woman what makes a noble man, I would like to ask you what makes a noble man.
Look. We all know as men. I'm hoping you're a man. Are you a man? Are you a man? Are you going to talk? I'm going to run your mouth and just keep asking. You know, I know we live in a double standard world, and I'm still willing to give my life for any woman that's attacked or anything because of a fucking man.
What makes a man?
What'd you say? Let me run that back real quick.
No, shut the fuck up. You would understand, but you just running that mouth for no reason.
Questions. You would make a very good politician because you're not answering my question.
No, I don't get paid by the Jews, or
I wouldn't even get paid by the Jews.
Please,
Your mind, like
one woman at a time. One woman
is extremely.
I'm getting gray hairs and
extremely warped.
No, don't. You better not.
Ad hominem. The fact that I took you down as trying to attack another woman about her values.
I did not attack a woman. I did not attack a woman.
Answer the question.
Now you're saying I'm attacking a woman? That's crazy. Yeah. I did not attack no woman.
Oh.
I said my thoughts. I didn't attack a woman. No, y'all better.
Okay. All right, man.
Did I attack a woman?
You do you, boo boo. Yep.
Yeah, you're a lady boy. Anyways.
I'm a lady boy.
Did I attack any woman? I didn't disrespect none of you women. I love all y'all.
That's wrong. It's forgiven. It's forgiven. I forgive you. Okay.
Keep making promises, Elise.
The answer to your question is yes, sir. I am a noble woman. I do take care of my own. Okay? So, are you going to actually give a real answer to my question?
Thank you.
Or are you try and, keep it cool and make it seem like, oh, you weren't just fucking writing fucking.
Because now we're testing your character.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it. When you tell your lady boy friend over here to shut the fuck up, I would definitely give you.
Michaela, don't take him serious. He's a troll, Michaela. I'm telling you this.
No, I'm honest. That's the problem.
No, you're.
And I don't want Nathan to move me down because I know he's gonna do it if I say what I'm gonna say.
Hollow. As soon as I start pushing buttons on their character,
alright, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. Now you call me a bitch. You're pretty much calling me a bitch.
Disingenuous.
I'm not. I love y'all.
He called you a bitch 10 times, bro.
Yeah, well, he's hollow.
I'll say it again.
I don't know you will. Look. Are you looking with your eyes open or is it closed now?
Like, be real or shut up.
He's a troll. I'm telling y'all.
I'm not a troll. What are you saying?
Nathan, he's not a troll. He's misguided.
Thank you.
You don't understand him. And I don't either fully. I'm just trying to.
I've been doing this for a long time, Jessica. Trust me on this one.
At least, how old are you? You're old enough to be on this fucking app talking the way you're talking. Why don't you grow up, okay, and act like an adult, okay? Or shut the fuck up when you're talking.
Once I learned womanese, I got scared of the world. I'll tell you that.
That's why you're gay, dude.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's why you're gay.
There's not a chick big enough to.
You don't understand. You don't understand the intimacy of like communicating with like.
Yeah, but
you're bad at it. You're bad at it. That's why you're gay.
You just like to put people down. I see a lot of this. I hear a lot of this. You put a lot of people down.
Fine.
You put a lot of people down.
You're very
instead of fixing the problem, and that's the problem in this.
Obviously, it makes
this group here.
Sense to communicate with.
You just want to talk the talk. You just want to hear yourself. You want to hear yourself. It's fine, and I don't.
I'm
disagree with it.
I can do actually. I can flip the script. I would actually love to hear what you have to say, but you've been.
I can't. I'm getting attacked by both sides.
Once again,
I'm getting attacked by a man and a woman.
Say what you need to say.
Yeah, but you want to hear what you want to hear. That's the problem.
Go ahead,
He just went quiet. Speak.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah. Discombobulated.
Speak your truth. Go ahead. Say what you need to say.
Yeah, but it's hard to say it's your truth, my truth, and the truth. So it's like hard to like, how can I speak the truth?
Say what you need to fucking say, dude.
He said your truth. If you want to speak. Just like be quiet.
Most of you women are cooked. And No, yeah, well, see, look, here you go. Look, I won't say nothing. I won't say nothing. I'm going to mute. I'm going to mute. You see, I can't even go halfway.
Be a fucking grown.
I'll go half. Okay, I can't even go all the way.
Go ahead.
No. Let's hear what you got to say.
Are you serious? Why are you acting like a child right now?
You treat me like one.
As if I can literally have a full conversation and do the fucking dishes and get dinner ready while I have a 3-year-old at my fucking leg talking to me and I got someone on the phone I can talk to them and do all that shit. You can grow the fuck up and fucking finish after baseline fucking interrupts your ass. Okay?
That's
or be quiet.
It's not necessarily an interruption. I'm just commenting on what you're saying. And if like my comment fucks up your whole program of like what you're trying to say, then like it's probably a pretty fucking weak program in the first place.
It's definitely interrupting, but as an adult who actually has something to say, you should be able to fucking finish. If not, mute up and be quiet. Or why don't you actually contribute to the fucking conversation that's actually tried here by adults?
You do that on the right line?
I got you, boo-boo. I'll do this for you.
Thank you. Do it. Let's see what you got.
Yo, perv.
White power.
No, there's no white power. I'm not white. I'm blacker than you, nigga.
And this nigga not there. I was gonna say this nigga was right 7 months ago when that nigga said.
I'm always there.
Alright, so 7 months ago, or maybe 6.5, you said that plankton was the right answer. And I agree with you.
Plank time, yeah.
Yeah, you are correct.
I agree, but there's a decision you make in life. Do you argue with concrete for weeks, or do you just go, okay? You know what I mean?
Wait, nigga, Jacob, you're supposed to say me, nigga. What?
Send me my cash app, Nathan. I know you're on that.
But
and I'm move with Leaf down. He can't control himself.
Tim, you know what the error was though? Because they was trying to predict the unpredictable and explain the unexplainable.
I agree. You keep saying that like that's supposed to be.
And why does it bother you?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Why does it bother you?
Because you keep saying it like it's supposed to be something deep, but it's not.
Now watch this. Now, Tim, I'm gonna tell you the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. A psychopath says 2 + 2 = 7. But the sociopath says 2 + 2 = 4, but it bothers me. So again, I'm gonna ask you a stupid ass, my nigga, in the most frankest way possible. Why the fuck that bothers you?
It bothers me because you're like spreading disinformation, like extremely ignorant
misinformation.
And what was the misinformation?
No, I mean, I'm
what was the misinformation?
Disinformation.
What was
because the way he's going about spreading this information is he's to diss other people for not knowing the information that he already knows.
What the fuck, Nathan? All I said was people are.
You didn't even get my name right.
I said Nathan.
My name's not Nathan. Who the fuck are you?
I'm Nathan.
Alright, so Nathan, look. All I said was twice, right? People are trying to explain the unexplainable and predict the unpredictable.
Mm-hmm.
How is that spreading misinformation?
No, he said it's disinformation. He said because you're dissing him about the information you're providing. So you're dissing and spreading information at the same time.
Now, Nathan, I told this nigga
you see how he didn't like understand. He just like rebuttal. He just immediately went into the rebuttal instead of like.
Don't talk over Jacobus, nigga. Shut the fuck up, white boy.
Chill. We don't need you, bro.
Nathan, I literally asked him, like, yo, you remember 6 or 7 months ago about the plankton conversation? I ain't never said nothing about this nigga. This nigga wasn't even here 6 or 7 months ago.
So when I say a fact,
6'7".
and someone says that fact bothers them, I literally see a sociopath, bro. I see that.
Well, real recognize real.
Real recognize real.
Can I talk next?
Yeah.
It better be good, bro. If it's not good, you're gonna get moved down.
It's
as long as you like actually have something of
It better be good. That's what this shit better be good. If it's not good, I'm gonna give you the treatment.
Okay, I'll stop. I gotta say
No, say it. You got your chance.
Alright, Jacobus, brought me into this.
Okay, I got a question for Jacobus. Jacobus.
Yo.
Okay. You know the classic laws of logic, right? A is A, right? The law of identity. A cannot be A and A at the same time. The law of non-contradiction, right? And A can be A and not, if A is A cannot be A. The law of excluded middle. It has to be either one. So given that, right? How can there be a third option when it comes to like a true dichotomy? For example, if there's a room and there's a light switch, the light switch is either on or not on, right? That's the two options. Hey, the light is going to be on or not on. The light can be on and not on at the same time. Tim is saying, yes, the light can be on and not on at the same time. I'm like, how? You know what he said? Plum time. Plum time is the answer for that.
This motherfucker trying to use quantum mechanics.
Alright, so now,
what the fuck? That don't make no sense.
Thank you. Plum time was the answer. Yeah.
This motherfucker trying to use quantum mechanics.
Let's talk about it. Make it make sense.
He said plum time. I said, how is plum time the answer for the light being on and not on?
Alessandro, ready? This light switch. Yeah, it is. Yo, this light switch, right?
I smoke weed, man.
The light.
Fucking silly at this point.
Let's say you turn the light on at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Then you cut it in half to 15 seconds. And you cut it in half to 7.5. And you continuously cut the amount of time that you turn the light switch on. Half and half and half. At some point, you'd have to tell me if the light is on or off.
Nathan, can I respond to that real quick?
I think that doesn't make so. Tim,
Nathan, can I
you can always go. Well, one thing I'll say is like, you remind me. I love when men mansplain quantum mechanics to each other.
We're not talking about quantum mechanics.
This is not quantum mechanics. I think he's trying to like Schrodinger's cat his way into the conversation.
No, he's not.
No, it's not. There's nothing to do with.
It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with
It's logic.
I did not realize that I was in a panel or / room with people. Right. Anyway, Tim. So like, I did not. Tim, say the light is on at 30 seconds. You can always go halfway to 30 seconds without actually reaching that point. All right. So it is binary. I know that that's over Jacobus's head, right? I know he doesn't know what I mean. But like, if what you're saying is at 30 seconds, the light has the quality of being on. Say we're at 29 seconds. And at 29 seconds, we say go halfway closer. Go halfway closer. Go halfway closer. You can go halfway closer infinitely. And as long as you're going halfway closer, the light will never be on.
Zeno's paradox. Exactly.
So like
Zeno was totally wrong, right, Oleg?
Practically speaking, yes, but theoretically, no.
Yeah, so theoretically you could go on forever, but being that like he's saying in plain time, you would call this how you call it? Certain things are not observable because the momentum and what the fuck would you call that? The measurement speed by which it's going, you can't really calculate.
Wait.
You can either know the position or something, or you can know the momentum of it. You can't know both at the same time.
Thank you, Cora. She did exactly, Cora. She agreed with me.
Wait on a second, Cora. If that was Cora, you didn't say any of what she said.
I just said that.
Cora just said that it's either going to be one thing. They can't be both at the same time.
All right, yo, so Cora, watch this.
You know what I'm saying? You can't know both. You can either know the position, or you can know
you can't know
the velocity / momentum of something, but you can't know both at the same time. This is what you're talking about.
Measure.
No, you can't. Yeah, you can measure one thing or the other, but you can't.
Yeah, you can't do both.
You can't
so
know
therefore,
both
it's
at the
always an
same
approximation. So therefore, it's always an approximation.
No, but this is where you get superpositioning and like probability fields and like electron shells and all of that other stuff. It's like
and for theories like gravitons to explain gravity.
You can basically
you know
with 99% certainty that the electron will be within this fucking field, right?
But when you're looking at it,
it suddenly changes at this specific speed. You know?
But as soon as you observe
it, we don't know the exact point position of it.
Yeah, and as soon as you observe it, it suddenly changes at that moment.
Wait, let me just add this real quick, Cora.
It changes.
So let's say we get down to playing time, and I'm standing next to Nathan. Nathan sees the light is on. I see it is off. Who's right?
Nobody's right.
Well, then I still win. Because
that's no. I'm just company that produces the electrician.
If you're talking like like the Planck area, at that point, we're talking about like complete chaos, right? Where you have this like sort of plasma soup of subatomic particles that are annihilating each other.
Yeah, my question is very complicated, but also simple. If I'm standing next to Nathan and we're at Planck time, he sees the light is on, I see the light is off. Who is correct?
You're not going to be experiencing anything at Planck time. Not you. You don't observe things at Planck time.
I'm saying, I know that. That's what I'm saying. If we could, and we're standing next to each other, and we're both observing it in Planck time, you would see it as
either the light is on or the light is not on. Not if you observing the light being on. It's a switch. It's not to be on and not on at the same time.
Yeah, but as soon as you observe it, it's an approximation.
You do know that local reality, right? At the local scale, nothing is real. So there you go.
That was some high ass shit. We gotta put our weed down. Here's what I'm saying.
2022 Nobel Prize.
I just want to say.
My point was about truth. Like I'm not even true. Just a dichotomy. It's either the case if it's on or it's not on. It's not going to be on.
Yeah, that's logic. But that's talking logic. That's not.
Yeah, that's what I said. And he said.
Not talking physics. You don't mix physics and.
Come on, but that's what he was doing, Cora.
You're doing pure mathematics. That's
what he was doing.
That works for
Cora, even in physics, he would be right because the fact of the matter is, there are coordinates within space-time, right? So you can have coordinates within space. There are 3 dimensions of space, which I'm sure you're aware. The 4th dimension is time. Right?
What I'm saying is when you collapse it down that far,
that's what makes me right.
You cease to have space-time.
Right.
When you're that local, there's no reality.
Yeah, and then you either going with Einstein or you going with the relative aspect.
Let's go coordinate, because I guess I'm saying, if you pick coordinates in space and time, if I say at this location, at this particular time, regardless of what you see, at that coordinate, the light is either
but we're talking about the plane.
No, we were talking about. No, we wasn't, Cora. We were talking about the light being on or not on.
Right, and then you started inserting Planck time and
that was Tim's explanation, and I was just trying to say that his explanation doesn't have anything to do with the light being on or not on.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, you're just talking your logic problems. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say. It's like the answer is Planck time.
It's like non-contradictory. Right?
Yeah, here's the thing about
Science, it doesn't care about your logic when something's true or not.
Yeah.
I rest my case.
Oh my God.
Because now you got to start measuring light. And if you ain't measuring light, you inaccurate.
That's just logic.
What I was like kind of trying to point out is like when you get to that level of a scale to where basically space-time breaks down and there is no quanta, nothing is real. So the laws of logic do not apply.
Exactly. That's when you like such a exactly. That's when you're such a small that you're not observing reality, like what we call reality. And that's the difference, my brother.
No. You're agreeing with me. I'm the one saying that.
No, you're saying, yeah. I never disagreed with you about plum time. That it's that it's something that exists. Long time. I was disagreeing.
I also want to point out before we move on. I won the original argument because the original argument was the light switch is either on or off, and
on or not on. That's logic.
Yeah, on or not on. However,
off.
David, you're telling me because I'm about to drop knowledge. If you remember as a kid, you always try to toggle the light switch in between the on or off, which means there is a third state of the light switch. Thank you.
No, it's not. Your light is either on or not on.
What if it's a dimmer switch?
But it's still either going to be on or not on. It's going to be on, but the dimmer switch is going to talk about the pressure of it being on. Is it going to have
high intensity of the onness?
Yeah, sorry. The intensity of the onness.
The intensity of the onness.
There you go. That's a bad way to describe it. But it's still on. There's no third option.
All right, so look, Nathan, do you agree that there will always exist true statements that cannot be proven inside a certain system?
True statements that always be proven in what?
Like there will always exist true statements that cannot be proven inside a certain system.
Oh wait, here's one. I have a dimmer switch in my house. I have a dimmer switch in my house where if you punch it off, it doesn't quite go all the way off. But the light goes off, right? But you hear this like faint crackling, yeah, like it's trying to be on. Is it on or off?
So Nathan, look, this is where y'all niggas fall.
There's no light that's being emitted from the bulb.
But isn't the switch is its own thing? Why is the light evidence? But yeah, there's no light coming from the bulb.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. If the light is either on or not on. So if
the light's off, but the switch isn't quite off. Like the circuit is still trying to connect.
Yeah, the circuit will.
You can hear it, but you can't see it.
Some electricity's going through, right?
Yeah.
I think aren't you saying the bulb is emitting light or it's not emitting light?
No, the bulb is not emitting light.
So it's off. Good.
No, but it's like one of the wires is trying to connect up, right? But it's missing its mark. So it's like putting out electricity, but it's not like hooking up with the thing that actually completes the circuit.
What's emitting the light? What's dimming the light?
Oh my God, you dumbass! I've said like 5 times. There's no light, just noise.
Electricity. What's giving the electricity for the light to glow?
Oh, come on, chill.
Well, where I live, it's a fucking hydroelectric dam. God.
Or are you back again, or are you just coming to visit? Some shackles I'm going to throw down on your feet.
If it's been as chill as it's been today, I'll stick around, but you know how it is.
You know why it's been chilled? Because of the recordings.
You're recording shit?
Yeah. Oh, the recordings are all.
This will be funny though.
The replays are all. The replays are all.
We've decided that I'm right.
But that's the only reason why a lot of people who don't like replays aren't in the room.
The crash outs, the idiots.
They're abusive
Alright, well,
motherfuckers. That's what they
I need my cut there, Nathan.
Cut for what? What are you talking about?
You know what I mean.
Yeah, because Nathan totally does this for the money.
I do it.
He got too much money.
I do it because I love talking.
Yeah, I know.
But I haven't been on a lot today. I'm working on this new painting.
Has anybody reading money?
I wish I could paint when I have to pay bills.
Yeah. That's the new one that's coming up. It's supposed to be the match of my phone.
Pay me, Nathan. I need the.
Yo, Nathan.
Before I die.
Why you running from this paradox, nigga?
Nigga, when you put me in this paradox.
We solved it. Me.
Real good. No, like the paradox I just told you.
Which one? I didn't answer.
So
me and Carl solved it.
No,
and we finally got more about it.
No, that time. So basically, a truth exists that the system cannot include.
So you're saying that there are truths out there that are undetectable that we won't be able to know? So we won't be able to.
There exists a true state that cannot be proven inside. Who the fuck is saying?
I don't mean, sorry, I think he's off my head.
So there exists a true statement that cannot be proven inside a system or any system. So any system you bring, there's going to be a true statement that cannot be proven within it. So they put it like this. If it appears in, no, not that one.
You're just talking like an unfalsifiable axiom.
Is it an axiom though?
No,
the point is Nathan's saying there's only two options, and that's just not true. There's three. Or at least three.
Trying to be, I think.
Undetectable, what are we talking about? Radar.
That's what I'm saying, like you're talking about, at least like undetectable truth.
This is the third.
Like there's truths out there that are undetectable. And that's not hard.
No, so look at it like this. If any sufficiently powerful, consistent formal system like arithmetic, there exists a statement G such that if the system proves G, the system is inconsistent. If the system cannot prove G, G is true but unprovable. That is not just a paradox, it is a rigorous theorem. The statement G is often phrased as, this statement is not provable in this system. So within every system, there is a true statement that cannot be proven by that system. It shows the limits of that system.
And then you live in the gray set of Texas and you make sure your gun's loaded. I'm gonna say, I don't know, bro. I don't know what the fuck that was, but Jacobus, are you good? You live in the ancient world, nigga.
Nathan, you following what I'm saying?
No, I'm not really.
Alright, so look, any form of logic, like arithmetic, anything, right? Within that system, there exists a true statement that cannot be proven by that system in itself.
Yeah.
The fundamental axioms.
Right. Yeah, that's like, you're going to use logic to prove logic?
He discovered solipsism.
Are you talking the double split experiment?
Oh my God.
I think all I said is like an axiom. It's just like a brute truth. It's just like a brute fact, It's just axiomatic.
He's talking
about. It doesn't
about
need like any justification. It's just a truth.
You're talking about girdling completeness, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam, you care to break it down then?
He actually explained it pretty well.
Hey, good to have you, bro. I heard you speaking Andrew's wrong, bro.
Fucking niggas, yo.
Wait, let him break it down. I've heard you speaking Andrew's wrong, bro. And I'll tell you this, bro. So far, you're like one of the most articulate atheists.
All right. I don't know about that, but I know a few things. What was it called? What he's talking about? I don't know why you guys are talking about
They're called formal axiomatic systems. So it's you take a few axioms. Yeah, axioms you can't prove. Axioms are your assumptions. So yeah, you don't even bother trying to prove your axiom.
That's not really necessary. Is it an assumption? I guess it could be an assumption.
An axiom is
it's like an assumption
you take to be true.
Yeah.
Like in geometry, you have what's called the Euclidean axioms. Axioms of Euclid, and it's like one axiom is like between any 2 points there exists a line through those 2 points, and for any line there exists a point that's not on that line. You can draw like a different line. So it's like there's like 4 or 5 axioms, and then you just build all of geometry with those axioms. So what he's saying is in any system like that, you can actually there's true things. There's true things, statements that are true for which there exists no proof with using the system, and it's because you can't have both consistency and completeness. Consistency is that you can never prove a contradiction, and completeness is everything that is true has a proof.
Exactly.
You can't have both of those at the same time. So if you want your system to be consistent, like you can't prove contradictions, then necessarily there's got to be statements you can't prove that are true that have no proof, or vice versa. If everything that's true can be proved, if everything that's true can be proved, you can find contradictions in that system. That's just like vice versa. That's called Gödel incompleteness. This is like one of the biggest theorems in logic.
So Nathan, basically what I'm telling you, my nigga, y'all niggas' logic is limited. That's all. Just limited.
But it's kind of like every logical system.
Exactly. So when I tell Nathan and other people in this room, I can easily predict the unpredictable and explain the unexplainable. That's what the fuck y'all doing.
Jacobus, speak on Spinoza, bro.
Fucking love Spinoza. His whole ideas of substance and essence, I can't get over. The essence is basically what something is, like based upon its what not physical, but whatever its characteristics. But substance is what something is despite everything else around it. Now, everybody can agree there is always only one substance. Everyone shares an essence. If someone claims to say they have a unique essence, then they lying.
See, you've heard of Spinoza, right? He tried to apply this geometric axiom situation to philosophy. Some people said he failed miserably, but others say he kind of foreshadowed ecosystems and interconnectivity of nature and such. What do you think about that, Sid?
Interdisciplinary studies.
I'm not sure. I thought Spinoza was a philosopher of science. So he's not talking about logic, he was talking about science. I don't know if you're thinking about Freud. This guy, Wilhelm Freud. He's a guy who tried to prove everything logically and failed. Because using something like what we're talking about, they found a contradiction in his system. He tried to show that you can prove everything in math just using logic, and it turns out that that's not true. Math has like transcendental statements that can only be proved axiomatically, not just completely like logically, formally and logically.
See, and that's what a lot of people get confused with that nigga Schrodinger. When we look at his studies, he was basically trying to show, was there a difference mathematically between life and death? And he couldn't come to a logical conclusion.
Spinoza was like in the 1650s, 1677, 1678, I think. Yeah. He was a lens crafter. He died when he was, I believe, 36 because of the glass fragments he would inhale. He would study with light.